Chapter 607. Upon witnessing this, the green wasp slightly blinked its multifaceted eyes, and its wings halted, seemingly devoid of any desire to advance further. However, at that very moment, a sudden sound of slicing air erupted from a gray mist above the demon's head. A streak of golden light swiftly shot forth, aiming directly at the wasp's head with remarkable speed. The brilliance of the golden light was blinding, and before it could approach the towering peak, a formidable spiritual pressure enveloped the surroundings. The blue wasp, already at a disadvantage among the three-horned demons, found its power diminished after recently casting the 1,000 bees cloning technique. As the golden light surged towards it with thunderous force, a flicker of trepidation crept into its heart. Surprisingly, this demon found itself unable to evade. There were no indications of attempting to dodge. Just as the golden radiance was about to pierce through the demon's head, the void shimmered, and a bone spear, as pristine as jade, quietly materialized before it. A faint hissing sound emerged as the black flames condensing on the spear's surface manifested like gossamer, successfully deflecting the incoming golden light. After tumbling in the air for a few rotations, the golden light revealed its true form, a resplendent golden spear. Immediately, a yellow glow appeared before the blue wasp, within which a figure gradually materialized. To its astonishment, it was the yellow-robed figure, transformed from the previously fled demon eagle. With a swift motion, he grasped the bone spear as if it were lightning, while his other hand gently waved, summoning a golden circular shield to manifest before him for protection. At that moment, his expression was peculiar, and his gaze flickered restlessly as he fixated on the gray mist from which the golden light had emanated. Suddenly, a black light flickered above the mist, and two shadowy figures resembling round tables ominously emerged, hurtling downward with great force. A howling wind accompanied the ensuing thunderous noise. The shadows vanished in an instant, distorting the void as if it might shatter at any moment. An intangible force swept through, dispersing the mist below, revealing a figure that radiated a faint golden glow. Upon realizing that its presence had been detected, this figure appeared quite flustered, hastily striking the air with both hands. Two golden fist shadows shot forth, racing towards the shadows above. Meanwhile, the golden figure itself transformed into a dazzling streak, attempting to flee the scene. "Where do you think you are running to?" A thunderous roar echoed from above. Subsequently, the two shadows descended, and with a flash of black radiance, the golden fist shadows instantly dissipated. Almost immediately, two enormous black hammers took shape, spinning in the air while emanating a powerful attraction that enveloped everything within a 20-foot radius. The golden figure, having just soared 10 feet away, suddenly found its retreat hindered, slowing dramatically. The yellow-robed figure, lurking at a distance, abruptly swung his arm, and the bone spear let out a sharp whistle, transforming into a streak of black light, hurtling forward. Simultaneously, the blue wasp's tail quivered violently, launching a slender azure thread. Both projectiles arrived before the golden figure almost simultaneously. The seemingly inconspicuous green thread, however, arrived ahead of time, vanishing into the golden figure in a mere fleeting moment. The golden figure trembled slightly, its radiance gradually dimming, as a foul stench permeated the air. In the next instant, a black shadow flickered, piercing through the golden figure's dantian. Instantly, a layer of black flames erupted, completely engulfing the golden figure. At that moment, a massive black hammer descended from the sky, crashing heavily upon the black flames. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the black flames, along with the golden silhouette they enveloped, were swiftly reduced to ash under the force of this overwhelming power. High above, the space rippled as the towering figure of the dual-horned demon materialized. Gazing down upon the scene, a sly smile crept upon his lips. In the distance, the demon eagle and the azure wasp beheld this spectacle, unable to suppress their delight. Following their prearranged strategy, they had utilized the swarm to shock the enemy, subsequently luring the giant wasp into revealing its vulnerabilities. Indeed, their strike proved effective, successfully vanquishing this formidable opponent. However, just as the three powerful beings began to relax, a blue longsword materialized unexpectedly from the void behind the azure wasp. With a gentle hum, it transformed into a dazzling beam of sword light that shot forth. A sense of foreboding loomed. The azure wasp, a high-level magical beast with prowess akin to that of the void refinement stage, sensed the anomaly behind it almost instantaneously. Startled, it had no time for contemplation. With a fierce flick of its tail, a toxic stinger, nearly a foot in length and trembling violently, shot forth, enveloping its body in layers of piercing shadows accompanied by a piercing shriek. In the next moment, a blue streak flashed past, causing the giant wasp's body to shudder and split in two, its remains plummeting from the heavens. The transformed stinger, in silence, broke into two segments, seemingly unable to offer even the slightest resistance. With a soft pop, a plume of green flames erupted from the severed carcass. "Ingtang, save me!" A minuscule azure wasp, caught amidst the flames, cried out in terror, racing desperately towards the nearest figure clad in yellow robes. At this moment, the being known as Ingtang, the demon eagle, had evidently noticed the momentous change behind him. His expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he waved his robe. A surge of black energy swept forth, attempting to draw in the giant wasp's essence. Yet, a chilling snort suddenly resonated from the void. Upon hearing this sound, the figure in yellow felt as though his head had been violently struck by a sharp instrument, an unbearable pain causing him to emit a groan of anguish as he plummeted like a kite severed from its string. In the immediate vicinity, a thunderous boom erupted, followed by a flash of azure-white lightning, revealing a hand as pure as jade. The fingers of this hand flicked lightly, unleashing a torrent of multicolored flames that instantly engulfed the demon eagle. The figure in yellow, once descending, came to a sudden halt. In that fleeting moment of pause, the hand's fingers spread apart, transforming into a dazzling array of golden light, swiftly and decisively plunging into the chest of the demon eagle. The man in the yellow robe suddenly turned pale as a ghost. Despite enduring excruciating pain, as an extraordinary being, he managed to suppress all distractions at this critical juncture, forcing a flicker of divine thought into action. The golden circular shield floating before him gleamed brightly, its size expanding exponentially, and as the golden light swirled, mysterious runes of various sizes emerged on its surface. In that moment, the shield's power was fully unleashed, safeguarding his body behind it. For the demon eagle, the intense pain in its head began to subside. As long as it could withstand this attack, it would be able to preserve its life and launch a fierce counterattack. Just as this thought crossed the demon eagle's mind, a flash of golden light pierced through the shield, driving a golden hand directly into its chest, seizing the demon core within. Instantly, a silver flame enveloped the entire arm, swiftly encasing the demon eagle's corpse. The residual primordial spirit had barely time to emit a mournful cry before dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. At this moment, the pale blue lightning gradually receded, revealing a handsome young man clad in a blue robe, with a pair of wings extending from his back, his expression calm and devoid of emotion. One arm was gently retracted, while in the other, he held a faintly glowing dark black demon core. This young man was Lin-Mo, the blue wasp's primordial spirit. Rushing toward this direction, was struck with terror upon witnessing the scene, its green light flickering erratically as it desperately attempted to change course and flee. However, it was too late. A mocking smile crept upon Lin-Mo's lips as he waved his other arm gently, releasing a cloud of grayish light from his sleeve. In an instant, the light enveloped the blue wasp's primordial spirit, which could not escape in time. Following that, a myriad of radiant beams erupted from the primordial magnetic divine light, akin to a fireworks display. The diminutive blue wasp was mercilessly crushed by the gray light, transforming into countless green specks that vanished into thin air. At the moment the blue wasp's primordial spirit disappeared, several hundred feet away, the magic bees buzzing in the thick fog suddenly brightened in their surface glow. A series of popping sounds echoed as they burst into dust. The destruction of the blue summit and the scattering of two demon souls was not an instantaneous event. Lin-Mo paid no heed to the fallen body of the demon eagle. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the last high-ranking magical beast, his eyes as cold as frost. The dual-horned demon evidently noticed the commotion and, in shock, turned pale. Although the giant bee and the demon eagle were inferior in strength to him, the gap was not insurmountable. Yet, in a mere encounter, both had been effortlessly defeated by the other, with not even their primordial spirits managing to escape. This chilled him to the bone. Even if the adversary's success was largely due to a surprise attack, he was acutely aware that under the same circumstances, he would never be able to dispatch his two companions with such efficiency. However, this demonic creature was also filled with perplexity. The golden figure that had previously lured them in, and was later vanquished by a single strike, was indeed a being of great mystery. They had clearly sensed a formidable spiritual pressure emanating from above. Otherwise, they would not have so easily fallen prey to deception. Regardless, facing such an adversary alone would likely lead to a grim fate. It would be more prudent to await the arrival of reinforcements and seek alternative methods to confront this formidable foe. If victory proved elusive, then perhaps it would be worth the risk to contravene the pact between the mountains and the outside world, lying in ambush at the entrance to eradicate this individual completely. Surely, the esteemed beings from the outside realm would not engage in endless disputes with the revered figures residing within the mountains over a mere human. This two-horned demon, with a mind as sharp as a blade, quickly devised a strategy upon regaining composure. Thus, when Lin Mo cast him a frigid gaze, he suddenly grasped the air with both hands. With two swift whooshes, two iron hammers shrank back to their normal size and flew into his grasp. He then opened his mouth and expelled the triangular bronze mirror once more, swiftly pointing at the artifact with his finger. The surface of the mirror resonated with a low hum, releasing a surge of chilling light that cascaded downwards. An astonishing scene unfolded. As the cold light descended, the imposing figure of the two-horned demon inexplicably vanished without a trace. In an instant, the bronze mirror quivered slightly, transforming into an afterimage that vanished into the void with lightning speed. Lin Mo, observing from a distance, was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by the spectacle. However, his expression shifted abruptly, his eyes shimmering with brilliant blue light, revealing a wondrous vortex-like phenomenon. Merely gazing into his eyes felt as if one's very soul was being irresistibly drawn in. Seemingly sensing something amiss, Lin Mo extended a hand and swiftly tapped between his brows. A wisp of dark energy slowly materialized, coalescing into an orb as black as ink. This was the Eye of Annihilation. As the form of the demonic eye took shape, it began to rotate, its black light swirling ceaselessly, with faint runes discernible within the depths of the orb. Soon after, a subtle sound echoed, and a jet-black beam, akin to the thickness of a finger, shot forth from the Eye of Annihilation, vanishing into the void in the blink of an eye. Moments later, a deafening explosion resonated from a void several dozen yards away, followed by the emergence of a shadowy halo, sending intense spatial fluctuations rippling outward. Accompanied by a muffled thud, a dim, cold light burst forth from the halo, hurtling over 10 yards away before coming to an unsteady halt, akin to a staggering individual. The light gradually receded, revealing the two-horned demon. A visage of shock and fury etched upon his face. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous crack resounded above this demon, as a bluish-white arc of electricity flashed by, within which a figure could be faintly discerned. This was dire. The two-horned demon had yet to regain his footing, but upon witnessing the situation above, his heart sank, and instinctively, he swung his arms. The two hammers in his hands let out a fierce whistle as they were hurled violently towards the shadowy figure above. Simultaneously, a radiant light flashed across his chest, and a blue flag unfurled, transforming into a shimmering azure veil that enveloped his form. The two-horned demon, cloaked in shadows, swiftly propelled himself backward as if launched from a bow, striving to distance himself from Lin Mo. Yet, Lin Mo would not allow him such a reprieve. The sky erupted with thunderous roars as blue-white lightning crackled, shifting to a brilliant silver. In an instant, Lin Mo's form expanded dramatically, rolling into a colossal azure rock towering several meters high. With wings unfurled, adorned with argent arcs as thick as a bowl, he dove downward with breathtaking speed. In the blink of an eye, his formidable claws seized the oncoming pair of obsidian hammers. The sound of thunder crashed. The hammers, akin to mere paper, were effortlessly pierced by the talons, emitting a mournful cry before shattering amidst a flurry of silver serpentine flashes. In the next moment, the talons unhesitatingly reached for the blue veil encasing the two-horned demon. Surprisingly, this seemingly ordinary azure screen shimmered and transformed into a crystalline barrier. In Chapter 608, whether from the searing impacts of the electric arcs or the immense force of the enormous claws, they dissolved upon contact with the invisible shield, rendering them utterly ineffective. Observing this scene, the two-horned demon, trapped within the barrier, exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile of contentment creeping across his face. However, just as he prepared to act, a piercing shriek reverberated from beyond the shield, followed by the azure beak of the rock striking down in a flurry of cerulean light. With a series of resounding booms, the same spot on the barrier erupted. Immediately, a crisp shattering sound echoed as the once crystalline shield began to fracture from the point of impact, resembling shattered glass, ultimately disintegrating into myriad points of azure light, vanishing without a trace. The two-horned demon within the barrier was taken aback, raising both arms in alarm. The sound of the air being rent asunder filled the space, as countless black claws materialized, weaving a dense net above his head. Yet, the azure rock's beak launched another assault. A flash of cerulean light pierced through the claws, and in an instant, silver lightning blazed forth, tearing the claw net asunder, the blue glow vanishing like an illusion. The two-horned demon trembled violently, his arms halting their frantic movements as he gazed down at his torso. There, a gaping wound the size of a bowl glimmered with silver light. An expression of disbelief and terror spread across the demon's face. But before he could utter a cry of anguish, a thunderous sound erupted from the wound in his chest, unleashing arcs of silver that burst forth and detonated. The silver lightning rapidly engulfed the two-horned demon entirely. The thunderous roar persisted for an extended period before gradually subsiding. The corporeal form of the dual-horned demon, along with its inner essence, had long since been obliterated amidst the tempestuous wrath of thunder, vanishing without a trace from the world. All that remained in its stead was a uniquely shaped triangular copper mirror. The azure rock suddenly contracted its form, transforming once again into human shape amidst a flicker of spiritual light. Lin Mo's gaze briefly skimmed over the copper mirror before he raised his right hand and gently beckoned. An invisible force of attraction materialized instantaneously, drawing the forsaken object into his palm, and he lowered his head to examine it with keen scrutiny. However, in his haste, he could discern nothing particularly remarkable about it. Nevertheless, he felt a profound curiosity about this artifact. The mirror possessed the remarkable ability to converge the magical energies of numerous cultivators into a singular force, even allowing them to traverse the void for instantaneous movement, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. One could not help but wonder from whence this demon had acquired such a treasure. With a casual wave, the copper mirror erupted into a burst of golden radiance before vanishing entirely. Prior to this, to swiftly vanquish his adversary, he had expended considerable magical energy, consecutively employing the Tai cleansing talisman and 2 armor yuan talismans. Now, having obtained this artifact, despite the cost incurred, he deemed it a worthwhile acquisition. Lin Mo pondered quietly, harboring no intention of lingering, and with a flicker of movement, transformed once more into a streak of azure light, dashing deeper into the thick fog. After a flight lasting several moments, a pitch-black demonic wind swept in from the horizon. However, after a brief spiral before the dense mist, it abruptly vanished without a trace. From the winds emerged 5 uniquely shaped demonic beasts. The last known location of the 3 who had disappeared was undoubtedly here. Among them, a small creature resembling glass scrutinized the surrounding fog before slowly speaking. The remaining 4 beasts similarly gazed at the mist, their eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. How could the combined might of the 5 weeping lords lose contact in such a brief span? Had they encountered unforeseen circumstances along the way? The serpent-headed beast posed the question in a hushed tone. This matter remains uncertain. Regardless, we must maintain an acute sense of awareness. We need to proceed with utmost caution. The small beast shook its head and issued orders in an irrefutable tone. Bow to your lord. The other beasts sincerely lowered their heads in response. Subsequently, the 5 demonic beasts surged forth, propelled by the demonic wind as they plunged into the dense sea of fog. Merely half an hour later, at the site where Lin Mo had triumphed over the dual-horned demon, these beasts re-emerged, their expressions riddled with confusion as they surveyed their surroundings. One creature, resembling a duck yet adorned with a singular white horn atop its head, suddenly transformed into a dazzling beam of white light, hurtling downward and vanishing in an instant. This abrupt action undeniably captured the attention of the other beasts, who exchanged astonished glances. However, mere moments later, the demonic energy below began to surge, and the duck-like beast leaped forth from the tumult. On one of its 2 massive paws lay fragments of shattered bullhorns, each no larger than a fist. These remnants belonged to the illustrious Master Wuchi. How could they possibly be found here? Has he truly departed from this realm? Another tiger-shaped beast murmured, its expression grave. It appears that the 3 of them have indeed fallen. Could that pursuer possess such formidable power? The small creature narrowed its eyes slightly and pondered aloud. What shall we do next? That outsider has long since vanished without a trace. We may be unable to continue our pursuit. The python-headed beast's demeanor shifted, and it could not refrain from inquiring. Even if we could pinpoint that mysterious figure's location, I would not dare to pursue recklessly. Since they were able to vanquish the three of Wuchi, we would surely struggle to withstand their might if we approached carelessly. It is best we return the way we came. The small creature huffed decisively. However, returning in this manner may not bode well for explaining ourselves to our master. He will undoubtedly be furious. One of the beasts expressed its concerns, speaking cautiously. Fear not. We are not truly abandoning our mission. Once we rendezvous with the others, we shall swiftly set an ambush at the exit. This enigmatic figure, wishing to depart the magic gold mountain range, will inevitably encounter us again. The small creature contemplated briefly before affirming its stance. Upon hearing this, the other four beasts, including the python-headed one, expressed no further dissent, clearly placing their trust in the azure creature. Thus, the winds howled as the five beasts hastily retraced their steps. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had long since sped away over 1,000,000 miles, remaining highly vigilant and prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Although he had successfully eluded his pursuers, his expression remained tense, his brows furrowed. After a long half-day's journey, he had completely strayed from his originally intended route. To return to the entrance of the magic gold mountain range, he would need to seek alternate pathways. This, however, meant not only traversing unfamiliar terrain, but also potentially encountering new magical beasts, undeniably increasing the unknown dangers that lay ahead. Yet, in comparison to the multitude of mid to high-tier magical beasts, he was willing to bear this slight risk. Of course, he had briefly considered the possibility of magical beasts blocking the entrance, but he quickly dismissed it from his mind. For him, as long as he did not encounter a Saint-tier magical beast, either employing the Tai transformation talisman or relying on his peculiar evasion speed would suffice to gracefully defuse any crisis without excessive concern. The most pressing matter at hand was whether Miss Qianqian could successfully extricate herself from her perilous situation. Should she unfortunately perish, the restoration of the outer demon armor would be momentarily halted. However, such matters were beyond his control. Moreover, based on Miss Qianqian's previously demonstrated escape techniques before the magical beasts, it seemed she possessed many hidden strategies and should be able to navigate through this ordeal unscathed. As for the formidable adversary named Gue, Lin Mo silently hoped that he might encounter misfortune amidst the throng of magical beasts. Having concluded his reflections, Lin Mo promptly cast aside all distractions and devoted himself entirely to the journey ahead. A sudden burst of azure light erupted. Akin to a resplendent meteor streaking across the firmament, its velocity surging by 30% in an instant. In a mere blink, it vanished beyond the distant horizon. Lin Mo embarked on his journey alone, racing through day and night. Along the path, he occasionally encountered a few feeble magical beasts. However, with a mere flick of his hand, they were effortlessly vanquished, posing no challenge to him whatsoever. Thus, Lin Mo now soared above a seemingly modest expanse of hills, beneath which dark magical miasma roiled and churned, as if threatening to engulf the entire terrain. Only the peaks, barely reaching 100 feet, flickered in and out of view within the obscurity. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated from the heavens, shaking the very earth, as if the sky itself quivered in response. Startled from his focused pace, Lin Mo halted, turning to investigate the source of the tumult. In the distance, the sky was entirely cloaked in crimson fire clouds, from which white fireballs emerged, only to explode into bizarre scarlet flames. The low, rumbling sound echoed like an unending tide, seemingly without cessation. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched. Despite his uncertainty about the events unfolding, the sheer magnitude of the spectacle was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary cultivator in the void refinement realm. Nevertheless, the azure glow in Lin Mo's eyes flickered uncertainly. After a moment of contemplation, he activated his escape light once more, propelling himself forward with greater haste. Eager to distance himself from this perilous locale, deep within, he felt an urgent desire to leave, having reaped significant rewards in the magic gold mountains. He wished to depart swiftly, harboring little interest in any potential risks that might arise. However, Lin Mo could scarcely have anticipated that trouble would seek him out despite his desire to avoid it. Just as his azure form soared several hundred feet away, a flash of brilliance emerged from the direction of the swirling fire clouds, and 4 rays of escape light appeared simultaneously. The foremost, a dazzling violet, flickered ominously as it teleported directly towards Lin Mo. The trailing 3 beams shone in shades of green, silver, and vivid red. Although their speed paled in comparison to the violet light, they were nonetheless astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they were within mere 100 feet of Lin Mo. Faced with this unexpected predicament, Lin Mo found himself momentarily stunned, unsure whether to evade or confront the approaching entities. However, his hesitation lasted but a moment. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a layer of gray light silently manifested before him. Simultaneously, a crisp sound resonated from beneath his feet as countless azure blades materialized, swirling gently before transforming into a blooming azure lotus that unfurled gracefully. In that instant, the azure brilliance in Lin Mo's eyes flickered once more, and he immediately discerned the essence contained within the leading violet light, causing his expression to shift to one of profound bewilderment. Originally, within that violet glow, there concealed a creature with a verdant visage, its limbs adorned with purple tendrils. Towering at approximately 2 zhang, its features were rather mundane, its gaze vacant. It donned a suit of armor seemingly crafted from withered wood, and faint purple runes flickered across its surface, emanating a subtle fragrance akin to herbs. The spirit of the Lin Mo had encountered a similar image in relevant jade slips. In an instant, he recognized the identity of the creature that had flown before him, his heart swelling with delight. Though he had never contemplated capturing such a spiritual entity, he would not refuse if it willingly presented itself. Moreover, the fact that this had not fully transformed its limbs suggested that it had been discovered in a state of injury, compelling it to flee in haste. Lin Mo's thoughts raced like lightning, and he made a decision almost instantaneously, not pausing to investigate the entities trailing behind him. He merely extended his free hand, effortlessly grasping at the air. The shades of gray light spiraled around him, swiftly morphing into a resplendent gray hand. This luminous, colossal palm lunged towards the nearby violet beam with remarkable speed. When within the purple light beheld this scene, it displayed no signs of apprehension or terror. However, a profound despair and helplessness flickered in its gaze. Although it keenly perceived the enormous gray hand advancing towards it, it seemed utterly incapable of controlling its escape, continuing to race forward as if in a desperate struggle. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the massive gray hand suddenly swooped down, producing a muffled thud. The violet light shattered instantaneously, and the titanic palm effortlessly ensnared the by its midsection. Following this, with a gentle shake, it transformed into a misty gray light and swiftly returned to Lin Mo's side. Lin Mo had captured with such ease, the creature showing no sign of resistance whatsoever. Chapter 609. As the brilliance surged, it was ensnared by bands of gray light, coming into Lin Mo's view. Initially gripped by fear, Lin Mo soon revealed a smile of joy. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeve, and in an instant, over a dozen vibrantly colored talismans shot forth like meteors. The sounds of piu-piu echoed as these talismans swiftly integrated into this form, and a kaleidoscope of runes emerged, enveloping it entirely. "Stop! You seek death." The voices from the 3 trails of light echoed behind, clearly enraged by Lin Mo's seizure of their quarry. However, Lin Mo remained undeterred. With a flick of his other hand, a cyan jade vial appeared. He murmured softly, and the vial trembled, a beam of azure light drawing the captured within. In a flash of spiritual radiance, the, once towering over Lin Mo, diminished in size to half a foot, ensconced within the azure glow. Lin Mo once more inverted the vial in his hand, causing it to vanish from sight. At this moment, 3 beams of escape light arrived almost simultaneously from behind. A few breaths later, 3 figures emerged, surrounding Lin Mo at a distance of 30 zhang. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, his expression calm, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. Although he had yet to discern the faces of his pursuers, their spiritual pressure was not overwhelming, allowing him to maintain his composure. "Ah, it's you, Lin Daoyu," exclaimed one of them in surprise, while another's voice was tinged with uncertainty. The final figure, draped in bloodlight, remained silent and launched an assault on Lin Mo. 2 streaks of crimson light hurtled towards him, attempting to breach his defenses. Lin Mo's expression darkened as gray light swiftly expanded, deflecting the bloodlight back. Following this, the gray light coalesced into countless fine threads, tightly ensnaring the bloodlight. Initially, the blood blades surged with ferocity, but as the gray threads multiplied, their momentum waned. Their brilliance dimmed, revealing their original forms. 2 short swords of crimson hue, mere inches in length, dazzling and exceptionally agile. These short swords soon became enveloped in layers of gray threads, ultimately emitting a mournful wail, rendered immobile. The figure shrouded in bloodlight appeared somewhat astonished from a distance, yet maintained composure, letting out a sharp cry. Suddenly, two explosive sounds erupted from within the gray light. The ensnared blood blades had detonated, scattering into myriad crimson lights that dissipated within the primal magnetic divine light. In an instant, ripples of space undulated before the bloodlight figure, and amidst the flickering crimson glow, the two blood blades reappeared once more. Spirit of the sword, manifest. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, fixating on the figure in the distance, his expression darkening like turbulent waters. At this juncture, he had discerned the identities of the other two, an elder with the surname Yin and a green-haired alien. They had previously witnessed Lin Mo's prowess at the Thundercloud Pavilion, thus were not taken aback by the current circumstances, merely observing him with complex gazes. As Lin Mo's spiritual sight focused on the bloodlight figure, her features gradually became clearer. She was a woman with crimson lips and dark brows, clad in a blood-red palace attire. Upon retracting her flying sword, her face was etched with astonishment, evidently wary of the primal magnetic divine light's might. The three surrounded Lin Mo, silent yet unyielding in their intent. Observing this, Lin Mo offered a tranquil smile, directing his gaze towards the distant horizon. There, fiery clouds churned and black waters surged, two opposing forces clashing, inciting a series of explosions that reverberated across half the sky, as if on the verge of collapse. Lin Mo's gaze flickered, his thoughts racing. Lin Daoyu, it is said that the esteemed disciple you entered the mountains alongside you. May I inquire if he is nearby? After a moment of stalemate, the elder with the surname Yin spoke first, inquiring. Regrettably, Daoyu has recently met with misfortune and has passed away, Lin Mo replied. His demeanor grave. Passed away? May I ask who is responsible? The elder's astonishment was palpable, and he quickly pressed for answers. When Daoyu was attacked, no one was present. I regret that I cannot provide specific details, Lin Mo responded, frowning. I see. The elder's expression darkened, clearly skeptical of Lin Mo's words. Noticing this, Lin Mo inwardly sighed, realizing that the elder suspected him of being connected to the demise of the Sect. However, he had no deep connection with the elder, so there was no need for extensive explanation. He turned to the other two individuals and calmly inquired, Is this grand display an indication that you do not wish to allow me to leave? The green-haired foreigner sneered. Why must you feign ignorance? Surrender the Jician, and you may depart at will. Jician? Lin Mo chuckled, glancing at the other two for their thoughts. The elder's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained silent. The woman clad in blood-red spoke frostily, Time is of the essence. We shall unite our strength to defeat this individual and subsequently divide the Jician. Otherwise, the demon crocodile and the iron wing minions will arrive, and the treasure will undoubtedly fall into their hands. With that, the female cultivator decisively rubbed her hands together, and in an instant, crimson light surged forth, revealing a blood-colored feather fan approximately a foot in length in her palm. Though it appeared ordinary, it was meticulously carved from flawless white jade and glistened with a translucent sheen. What drew attention, however, were the intricate blood-red runes etched across its surface, each rune shimmering with a fiery crimson glow, exuding an aura of mystery and enigma. Very well, acquiring 1/3 of the treasure is infinitely preferable to leaving empty-handed. Despite the green-haired foreigner's fierce demeanor, he was not a fool and readily agreed, swiftly revealing a quaint and elegant small cauldron in his hand. As the cauldron spun around, it suddenly expanded to several feet in height, floating steadily before him, motionless. Seeing his companions take action, the elder hesitated briefly before gritting his teeth and vigorously waving his sleeve. A burst of silver light erupted from his grasp, revealing a gleaming silver seal. It began as a mere inch in size, yet as it rapidly tumbled through the air, it transformed into a massive entity, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder. Thus, the scene was set for the three pinnacle cultivators of the void refinement stage to join forces against Lin Mo. Faced with such a predicament, Lin Mo couldn't help but furrow his brow, inwardly sighing. All three opponents were formidable void refinement stage experts. Their speed would be on par with his own, making it nearly impossible to evade this confrontation. His only path to survival lay in overcoming or annihilating these three. Otherwise, he would remain ensnared in this dire situation. In truth, ever since his earlier attempt to seize the Jician, he had been acutely aware of this reality. Thus, upon witnessing the movements of the trio, He did not succumb to panic. Instead, before they could launch their attack, he extended his right hand, performing a gesture in midair. In an instant, the shadow of a black mountain rose before him, enveloped in layers of gray light, and struck fiercely downward towards the elder. Before it could reach the ground, the mountain suddenly expanded to dozens of feet in height amidst a cascade of radiance, looming ominously like dark clouds descending upon a city. The elder, taken aback, felt a surge of alarm and, without a moment's hesitation, retreated swiftly while lightly gesturing towards the silver seal before him. The artifact emitted a resonant hum, its size multiplying several times as it charged headlong toward the mountain looming in the sky. With a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the heavens and earth, a blinding radiance erupted from the base of the mountain peaks. The entire realm trembled as an invisible wave spread outwards from the point of their collision. Although the silver seal possessed formidable power, how could it possibly compare to the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, which had undergone 2 refinements? Despite its valiant effort to halt the descent of the mountain, it ultimately shattered with a crisp sound, unable to withstand the astonishing weight of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain. The colossal peak plummeted as if the very earth were splitting apart, while vast swathes of grayish light engulfed the elder. The elder's countenance changed dramatically, and he expelled a piece of milky white gauze from his mouth. As this veil danced, it instantly transformed into a white cloud, floating above the elder's head. Simultaneously, the white mist on the elder's face flickered incessantly, as his 10 fingers swiftly flicked towards the sky, casting vibrant spells that vanished into the cloud. The black peak landed atop the white cloud, as if crashing onto a bed of cotton, dissipating most of its force into oblivion. The milky white mist trembled and miraculously supported the mountain. Witnessing this, Lin Mo momentarily stood in astonishment. Yet, during this brief pause, the green-haired alien cultivator and the woman shrouded in bloodlight simultaneously launched their attacks. The green-haired cultivator spat forth a mist of green essence upon the colossal cauldron, which emitted a resonant hum as its lid soared into the sky. In that fleeting moment, a dazzling beam of light leapt from the cauldron, enveloping the surrounding realm in its intense brilliance. A chilling and ominous yellow wind roared forth like a ferocious beast, transforming into several menacing yellow wind dragons that charged towards Lin Mo. Meanwhile, the woman amidst the bloodlight gently waved the crimson folding fan in her hand. Instantly, the runes on the fan began to shimmer, and the sound of crackling erupted as countless crimson flames surged forth from its surface, raining down upon Lin Mo like a torrential hail of arrows. In the face of such peril, Lin Mo's expression remained utterly calm. He merely rotated his palm gently. Then, a brilliant azure light flashed, revealing a radiant small cauldron. Indeed, the legendary Void Sky Treasure Cauldron. Following this, Lin Mo expelled a plume of silver flame, which swirled momentarily in the air before abruptly transforming into a silver firebird of approximately 1 foot in size. Go! Lin Mo commanded with a low, authoritative tone. Waving his arm, the azure cauldron quivered slightly and soared into the air, its cover vanishing without a trace in an instant. A resounding hum echoed from within the cauldron, as the designs of beasts and birds etched upon its surface became indistinct. The azure spiritual light radiated magnificently, as massive phantoms of wild beasts and strange birds suddenly emerged around the small cauldron, unleashing deafening roars as they charged at the yellow wind dragons. Upon their contact, a fierce battle erupted, each side locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. Meanwhile, the silver firebird spread its wings and soared towards the myriad crimson fireballs dancing in the sky. The surface of these fireballs writhed with blood-like flames, vivid and unmistakably extraordinary. Even the woman clad in a blood-red palace gown maintained an air of calm, her confidence in the blood fan she wielded evident. Yet in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. The once diminutive silver firebird, barely a foot in size, was about to plunge into the multitude of fireballs when it suddenly let out a clear, melodious cry. With a powerful flap of its wings, it expanded at an astonishing rate, akin to an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, it grew from 1 to 3, then 5, and ultimately to 10 zhang, reaching an impressive 30 zhang in size, each feather a blend of silver and white, with glimmering silver runes subtly visible amidst the white. From a distance, it resembled a radiant silver phoenix shimmering in the sunlight, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. Lin Mo felt a tightening in his chest at this sight. Although he had anticipated the evolution of the spirit-devouring firebird after it consumed the true fire of the golden crow, the sheer magnitude of this transformation still left him astounded, especially considering that the Golden Crow's true fire had not yet been fully refined. The spirit-devouring firebird, already possessing a certain degree of sentience, surged forward with a determined flap of its wings, sending forth silver feathers like sharp blades. From afar, it appeared as if countless silver arrows were unleashed, each striking with unerring precision and piercing through every crimson fireball. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions. The surfaces of the fireballs began to undulate and distort before they erupted, scattering into myriad droplets of sanguine flames. The woman engulfed in bloodlight was both furious and alarmed. Yet she did not falter. Instead, she tossed the blood fan upwards with one hand while swiftly forming a seal with the other, gravely directing her finger towards the fan. A crimson beam of light surged forth from her fingertip, vanishing into the blood fan without a trace. The runes on the fan's surface surged like boiling waters, rapidly coalescing into enigmatic patterns reminiscent of arcane formations, shifting in an instant. Suddenly, the scattered crimson flames in the distance seemed to respond to an unseen call, their brilliance flickering as they swiftly drifted in various directions, seemingly preparing to converge at a singular point. However, at this critical moment, the silver feathers that had pierced the sanguine flames ignited in an inferno, transforming into silver fireballs the size of fists. These silver fireballs trembled in the air, producing a thunderous sound as they hurtled towards the scattered crimson flames. As a result, any crimson flame that came into contact with the silver fireballs vanished without a trace, rapidly consumed in their fiery embrace, as if offering no resistance whatsoever. In an instant, more than half of the sanguine flames that once filled the sky had dissipated entirely. Witnessing this scene, the woman enshrouded in bloodlight turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. In a moment of desperation, the woman let out a delicate cry, releasing a radiant glow that enveloped the fan before her. Chapter 610. However, just as the crimson light had not yet fully merged with the fan's surface, the jade fan suddenly emitted a blood-red light, producing a sharp, crackling sound akin to thunder before shattering into countless fragments, dissipating into nothingness as if it had never existed. At that moment, the silver firebird across from her had completely consumed the blood-red flames. The woman bathed in the crimson light revealed a visage of astonishment mixed with fury. This blood fan was no ordinary artifact. The blood flames it unleashed were a form of exceedingly malevolent dark fire. Merely a slight contact could allow the insidious power to infiltrate the body, even if one possessed protective treasures, making it difficult to defend against, as it would begin its assault from within. Typically, when she wielded this flame, she faced no defeat. Yet this time, before the blood flames could even touch Lin Mo, they were entirely devoured by the mysterious flames released by her opponent, leaving her in utter shock. Simultaneously, as this treasure was connected to her spirit, the bloodlight on her surface trembled violently, causing a mouthful of vital blood to uncontrollably spurt forth, rendering her complexion even paler. Nevertheless, she did not lower her guard. For the silver firebird, having retracted its myriad silver feathers, was now aggressively launching a counterattack. The woman in the blood-red palace attire wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, raising her brow as she suddenly struck her waist. With a sharp crack, a burst of bloodlight shot forth, spinning momentarily before transforming into a blood-red gourd, only the size of a palm. This was another prized possession she relied upon. She began to chant incantations, and the mouth of the gourd opened wide, releasing a torrent of bloodlight. With a resounding splash, a cascade of blood poured forth like a waterfall, swiftly morphing into a vast sea of blood, rushing towards the silver bird opposite her. The stench of the blood sea was overwhelming, interspersed with tendrils of black mist, exuding an intensely chilling aura. The spirit-devouring firebird, upon witnessing this blood water, felt a twinge of fear. It chose not to confront the crimson tidal wave directly, but instead unleashed a stream of milky white light. The white mist and blood water collided mid-air, intertwining and rolling together, producing a piercing hissing sound. Some of the blood water instantaneously transformed into a thick vapor, dispersing into the atmosphere. The white mist, composed of pure yang energy from the Golden Crow's true fire, had a formidable restraining effect against the of the blood water. The white mist from the silver bird flowed incessantly, while the blood water released from the crimson gourd also poured forth unceasingly. The outcome of whether the white mist could completely evaporate the blood wave or if the blood water would exhaust the white mist seemed to hinge on which could endure longer, the blood gourd or the silver firebird. Both were now locked in a stalemate. However, Lin Mo's gaze briefly flitted over the woman, fervently activating the blood gourd before swiftly shifting towards the green-haired foreigner and the elderly man with the surname Yen. Finally, his eyes glinted coldly, settling upon the green-haired foreigner. Although all three possessed the pinnacle of shaping void realm cultivation, it was evident that the elderly man with the surname Yin exuded the weakest aura, the woman in blood red the strongest, while the individual of intermediate cultivation appeared rather balanced. If he could vanquish this individual first, the alliance of the three would undoubtedly disintegrate in an instant. Contemplating this, Lin Mo took a deep breath, and suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him, as a pair of translucent wings materialized. Simultaneously, golden light flickered around him, revealing glimmering scales of armor. With a swift extension of his wings, he transformed into a streak of azure lightning, vanishing into thin air. At that moment, the azure lotus blossom beneath his feet erupted into a multitude of sharp, shimmering sword lights, hurtling towards the two elders and the mysterious woman clad in a blood-red robe. Upon witnessing these blade-like beams, both the elder known as Yin and the maiden in crimson attire could not help but change their expressions. In this critical moment, the elder swiftly rotated his body, and from him sprang forth a silver disc, which, after a series of flashes, multiplied into over 10 identical silver discs. These discs, shimmering in the sunlight, successfully intercepted the oncoming azure sword lights. Meanwhile, the maiden in the blood-red gown coughed forth a mouthful of blood, which rapidly coalesced in the air into slender, crimson needles resembling fine cow hairs. As the sound of clinking resonated, these needles clashed with another wave of sword lights, generating a dazzling display of brilliance. Thus, although the maiden and the elder managed to fend off the azure sword lights in a short span, they could no longer attend to other matters. Upon observing Lin Mo's sudden disappearance in the distance, the green-haired foreigner immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he extended a hand, executing a series of incantations, and with a slight shudder of his shoulder, a brilliant yellow light emanated from him, revealing a yellow copper spear before him. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky above, and amidst the flicker of lightning, a blue figure gradually materialized. This individual merely waved his arm lightly, extending a hand as pure as jade, and pressed down into the void. From his fingertips, flames of 5 colors surged forth wildly, coalescing in an instant into a radiant hand of 5 hues, which then struck down with great force. Concurrently, the distant, radiant void celestial cauldron emitted a tremendous roar, as a mass of azure hair shot forth from its opening. However, the moment it departed the cauldron's mouth, it vanished without a trace. The green-haired foreigner had long maintained a heightened vigilance of his surroundings. He had sensed Lin Mo's arrival through his spiritual awareness. Upon witnessing the 5-colored hand descending towards him, he unhesitatingly urged the yellow copper spear he had just summoned. In that instant, the spear trembled, its tip bursting forth with blinding light, transforming into a yellow rainbow that soared upwards at an astonishing speed, aimed directly at the descending hand. This copper spear, a rare treasure acquired by the green-haired foreigner within ancient ruins, possessed immense power, specifically adept at countering various spells and techniques. Upon encountering the ordinary transformation of profound techniques, this strike would undoubtedly yield immediate results, thus swiftly unraveling the situation. However, the quintessence of the 5-colored hand, meticulously forged by Lin Mo from the radiant hues of 5-colored flames, possessed a potency far beyond that of ordinary mystical arts. When the yellow rainbow descended upon it, it merely caused a slight tremor in the surface flames, penetrating only the outermost layer of skin, unable to advance further. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Lin Mo's eyes as he rapidly invoked his incantations. Instantly, the 5-colored hand began to swell, its fingers clenched fiercely, capturing the bronze spear with an iron grip. The green-haired extraterrestrial gasped in astonishment, hastily channeling his inner power to attempt another mystical maneuver. Just then, the void nearby quivered, and a cluster of azure strands materialized, darting forth with uncanny swiftness, binding the green-haired being tightly as if by teleportation. Shocked, the alien had no time to ponder. He fervently activated his incantations, and a vibrant green flame erupted from his body, roaring to life. Yet, to his astonishment, regardless of how the green flames surged and writhed, the azure strands remained resolute, glowing faintly but showing no signs of being scorched or destroyed. Suspended in the air, Lin Mo bore a hint of a mocking smile. With a mere flick of his wrist, a small cauldron manifested before him. Surprisingly, the distant celestial cauldron, situated several dozen yards away, was silently commandeered into his possession. Subsequently, he raised his other hand and gently flicked his index finger, Accompanied by a resonant chime akin to a great bell, the sound flowed like a gentle stream, emanating slowly from within the cauldron. The green tendrils surrounding the extraterrestrial instantly burst forth with dazzling brilliance, each strand tightening its grip, rendering the alien immobile. With an immense amplification of Lin Mo's power, the might of the celestial cauldron transformed dramatically, becoming remarkably formidable. Simultaneously, the five-colored hand descended with ferocious intent amidst the flames. In an instant, an overwhelming force materialized, pressing heavily upon the green-haired alien, producing a crisp, cracking sound, as if it were on the verge of shattering him to pieces. This was primarily attributed to the alien's unique cultivation method and his own resilient physique. Otherwise, any ordinary cultivator would have likely crumbled under such immense pressure. Nevertheless, the green-haired extraterrestrial's complexion blazed crimson as he helplessly watched the hand strike his head with unerring accuracy, unable to evade. With a resounding thud, his skull shattered like a ripe watermelon beneath the force, the green strands flickering briefly before dissipating, and his lifeless body toppled to the ground, descending toward the earth. However, as the corpse fell less than several zhong, a sudden, muffled sound resonated, and a surge of green flames erupted violently from the shattered cranium, vanishing in an instant into the distance. Shortly thereafter, at a location more than 30 zhong away, spatial fluctuations abruptly manifested, and the green flames reappeared, revealing a faintly discernible figure resembling a small person. Yet, before the diminutive being could conjure a spell for a hasty retreat, a flash of azure light surged forth, and a flying sword, several feet in length, materialized with an eerie swiftness, descending rapidly as if lightning cleaving through the nocturnal sky. The small figure had no opportunity to evade, emitting a piercing shriek as it was cleaved in twain, dissolving into countless green motes of light. From a distance, Lin Mo extended a hand, summoning the flying sword back to him, which seamlessly integrated into his being in the blink of an eye. After executing this sequence of actions, his gaze shifted towards the blood-robed woman and the elder of the Yin clan, his countenance adorned with a chilling ruthlessness. The elder and the woman, momentarily flustered by the preceding assault, had undoubtedly witnessed Lin Mo's overwhelming defeat of an adversary of equal standing. A weight of dread settled within them, and they exchanged a glance, reading the profound fear mirrored in each other's eyes. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a gentle motion of his hand, the small cauldron vanished from sight, followed by a rapid series of hand gestures directed towards the elder and the woman. Upon hearing a resounding boom, the silvery fiery bird-like aura surrounding the woman, known as bloodlight, erupted violently, transforming into a multitude of silver flames that vanished without a trace. Above the elder of the Yin clan, the Black Mountain, which had been descending slowly, suddenly dissipated like an illusion. Immediately, the silver and black radiance before Lin Mo flickered erratically, the black hill and the silver fiery bird shrinking into miniature forms before his eyes. With a subtle sweep of his sleeve, they instantly vanished from existence. The over 100 azure sword lights that had entangled with the elder's artifact emitted a crisp chime before retreating. In a series of flashes through the void, the flying swords swiftly returned to Lin Mo's side, shrinking to the size of small fish as they melded into his being. Even the yellow cauldron, which had been suspended in midair, motionless due to its lost master, was seized by him and held firmly in his grasp. Once Lin Mo had gathered all the treasures into his possession, his wings fluttered gently, transforming into a streak of azure-white lightning that shot forth. In the mere blink of an eye, he had vanished beyond the horizon, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, only the elder of the Yin clan and the woman shrouded in blood remained, exchanging stunned glances, their hearts brimming with astonishment. Having witnessed Lin Mo's formidable prowess in vanquishing the green-haired outsider, they felt an overwhelming trepidation, reluctant to pursue recklessly. Though the allure of the treasures was great, it paled in comparison to the imperative of survival. However, when the elder and the woman exchanged wary glances and beheld the ominous approach of the black waters and fiery clouds in the distance, their reactions were markedly different. The woman remained standing amidst the crimson glow, seemingly indifferent to the distant phenomena, while the elder's countenance darkened. Suddenly, he summoned a cloud-like artifact from the air. This artifact trembled and transformed into a dazzling white light that enveloped him, propelling him in another direction at a speed rivaling that of Lin Mo utilizing the thunderous escape technique. Consequently, only the woman clad in blood-red palace attire was left alone. With her brows furrowed, she gazed intently at the surging fire clouds and black waters, sinking into profound contemplation. Eventually, after a brief moment, the fiery light and black waters thunderously surged forth, almost simultaneously halting above her. Chapter 611, Young Lady Shuang. It seems that the Ji immortal has finally fallen into your grasp. Within the tumultuous fire clouds, a colossal form emerged, revealing the head of a gigantic toad, towering over 10 zhang. At this moment, the beast's skin glowed a fiery red, its eyes tightly shut, and a grayish orb, the size of a fist, adorned its forehead, pulsating with a disquieting and eerie light. Uncle Tai has indeed overthought. Surely, you can discern at a glance whether your niece harbors the Ji immortal within her. If I had truly acquired such a divine object, I would have long since fled thousands of miles away. Why then would I await your arrival? The elegantly clad woman displayed no hint of fear, instead responding with utmost respect. Humph, you are just like that old blood-armed man, appearing loyal and honest on the surface, yet harboring immense cunning within. If I do not personally inquire, how can I leave with peace of mind? However, should you dare to deceive me, you must be well aware of the grave consequences that await you. A chilling scoff emanated from the giant toad's mouth, laden with threats. It turned out that this enormous toad was a manifestation controlled by its master, the iron-winged demon. Enough, there is no need for further pointless disputes. We should promptly pursue the Ji immortal, as you promised me that upon assisting you in obtaining this object, you would bestow upon me the Li Shui pearl. Rising from the churning black waters, a sinister head emerged, wide and elongated, filled with sharp fangs. Demon crocodile, although you have successfully ascended to the holy rank, your foundation remains unstable. It would be wise to speak with respect. Otherwise, even if this is merely my avatar, I can easily return you to your original form. The voice of the giant toad turned icy as it sternly admonished the newly appeared creature. Is that so? I would very much like to witness whether you still possess such formidable powers. The demon crocodile retorted arrogantly, its eyes flashing with cold light. Upon hearing this, the giant toad's expression darkened, and the gray orb between its brows flickered instantaneously, causing the surrounding fire clouds to churn violently. The monstrous crocodile across from him opened its enormous jaws, causing the surrounding dark waters to surge violently. The two parties, seemingly at odds, were on the verge of erupting into another fierce battle. Enough, the giant toad said, out of respect for your former master. I am reluctant to engage in prolonged conflict with you. As long as I can obtain the Ji Xian, I will naturally hand over the Li Shui pearl to you. Surely, you must trust in my integrity. The giant toad's expression betrayed a sense of helplessness, as if it harbored reservations about the crocodile. After forcefully suppressing its rising anger, it continued coldly. Regardless, as a sacred being of our holy clan, you would not easily betray your word. Let us continue our pursuit. Since the Ji Xian is not in the possession of this young lady before us, it must be in the hands of the outsider fleeing from here. Should we not inquire with her? The crocodile emitted an eerie laugh and suggested, inquire with her? Although she does not possess the Ji Xian, do you truly believe she and the blood arm would willingly allow that treasure to fall into my hands? There are merely two of them. We can each pursue one individually. This way, we shall leave no room for error. The giant toad spoke with calm assurance. Very well, let it be as you say. I shall pursue the one over there first, and if I successfully retrieve the Ji Xian, I will return to trade it for the Li Shui pearl. The crocodile laughed heartily a few times, then shook its head and swiftly submerged into the dark waters. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted once more as the vast, endless dark waters surged like a tempest, racing upstream in pursuit of the elder named Yin. Amidst the burning clouds of fire, the enormous lizard ceased its sounds, while the fiery clouds, under its control, quickly converged into a torrent, rolling toward the other side of the sky. This was precisely the direction Lin Mo had chosen for his escape. However, in that fleeting moment, the once boisterous space was left with but a single woman in blood-red attire, her expression fluctuating with uncertainty. Upon witnessing the fire clouds and dark waters vanish into the horizon, she suddenly murmured with a bitter smile, "How unexpected. This crocodile has successfully advanced to the sacred tier of demonic beasts. It seems I must inform my father about this matter promptly. As for the spirit named Ji Xian, I can only hope that the young man from the Lin family can successfully take it away from this place." After finishing her self-reflection, a flicker of bloodlight enveloped her as she transformed into a crimson rainbow, vanishing into the distance. Thousands of miles away, Lin Mo, amidst the sound of thunder, transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing forward at an astonishing speed. Behind him, approximately 100 miles away, an incessant rumble echoed, half the sky engulfed in scorching red. As a fire cloud approached him with rapid momentum, Lin Mo sighed in resignation. At present, The remaining power of the exorcising thunder was nearly depleted, preventing him from sustaining the wind and thunder wings for long-distance flight. However, judging by the momentum of his pursuers, they clearly possessed extraordinary origins. If this issue could not be handled properly, it would be difficult to extricate himself from this predicament. Nevertheless, he did not halt his steps, but rather resolved to lead his pursuers further away before seizing an opportunity to strike, in order to avoid becoming embroiled in a chaotic conflict with other factions. Thus, Lin Mo raced through the flickering lightning until he arrived atop a mountain range over 100,000 miles away. Believing this distance to be sufficiently safe, a glimmer of resolution passed across his brow. The arcs of electricity surrounding him gradually receded, revealing his figure, which came to a steady halt. Turning back to gaze at the horizon, where the sky was painted with crimson clouds, he inhaled deeply, his body suddenly spinning as countless azure rays erupted from within him, vanishing instantaneously into the void in all directions, silently concealing themselves. Lin Mo was acutely aware that his pursuers were formidable opponents. Thus, without hesitation, he set up the Chuanli sword formation. With this array to assist him, unless his adversaries attained a level above the harmonization stage, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of annihilation. Just as Lin Mo completed the formation, a thunderous roar approached from the sky behind him. Fiery clouds surged like a tide, instantly dominating the majority of the heavens, with crimson flames flickering within, as if a fire deity were descending upon the mortal realm. Surrender the Ji Xian, and I may spare your life. A booming, deafening voice resonated from the fire clouds, akin to the crack of thunder in the sky. Following this, the crimson flames blazed fiercely within the clouds, and a colossal monster, resembling a small mountain, gradually emerged. Lin Mo focused intently, surprise etched upon his face. The creature before him was entirely crimson, its body akin to an immense toad, yet it bore a pair of wings as dark as ink on its back. The surface of the wings writhed with black mist, suggesting they were not of solid form, and within the black fog, faint golden runes shimmered, exuding an air of mystery. The creature's head was as large as an attic, its eyes tightly shut, and embedded in its forehead was a grayish circular orb, glimmering with an eerie gray light, as if imbued with sentience. Faced with the peculiar form of the aerial beast, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, but responded calmly. The Ji Xian is indeed in my possession. Should you wish to acquire it, merely offer your magic core in exchange. Haha, young one, how dare you utter such words? It has been millions of years since I have heard such speech. In light of the amusement you have provided me, I shall later savor your primordial spirit. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the gigantic centipede erupted in laughter, as though it had encountered the most absurd topic in existence. However, before the laughter could cease, a flash of red light suddenly flickered from its mouth, and a crimson shadow instantaneously leaped forth, akin to teleportation, aiming directly for Lin Mo's chest. For an ordinary cultivator, such a sudden assault would likely leave them unable to react in time, resulting in their body being pierced by the crimson shadow. Yet, Lin Mo was no ordinary individual. Not only was he rich in combat experience, but his eyes also glimmered with a blue light, having already activated his spiritual vision. Thus, what others would struggle to perceive with the naked eye, he discerned with utmost clarity. The crimson shadow was nothing more than the long tongue of the colossal centipede, as thick as a wrist. A dull thud echoed as the impact resonated. The crimson shadow trembled violently and rebounded, revealing a motionless black hill before Lin Mo, floating there like a shield. Although the giant centipede's tongue possessed formidable power, how could it possibly shake the current Yuan magnetic divine mountain? Observing that its surprise attack had failed, the giant centipede showed a hint of astonishment, but soon sneered, its dual black wings fluttering gently behind it. In an instant, the fiery clouds in the sky seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, swirling and rushing toward the massive beast. The centipede itself transformed into an endless black hole, as the billowing fire clouds poured into its body, yet it remained utterly unscathed. However, Lin Mo, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but adopt a serious expression, a rare gravity reflecting in his eyes. When the fiery clouds and crimson flames vanished without a trace, and the sky regained clarity, the giant centipede had morphed into an eerie being, entirely crimson, akin to a branding iron, its semi-transparent body radiating a dazzling firelight. It hung in the air like a blazing red sun, its high temperature rendering everything within several miles as if ensconced in a furnace. Lin Mo, positioned directly beneath, found the surrounding heat astonishingly intense. Even the air emitted a low, throbbing hum, becoming indistinct. Typically, Low to mid-tier cultivators would find their flesh scorched and reduced to ashes in such extreme heat, with even their primordial spirits struggling to escape. Yet Lin-mo, amidst the sweltering heat, merely furrowed his brow before suddenly striking his palm against the crown of his head. With a soft pop, a layer of silver flames immediately spread from his head to his feet, enveloping his entire being. The surrounding intense heat seemed irresistibly drawn into the silver fire. Instantly, the air within a 10 radius around Lin-mo transformed into an incredible coolness. He then crossed his arms in front of his chest, calmly suspended in place, gazing up at the crimson giant centipede with unwavering determination. Deep within, a flicker of concern did arise. The fire attribute's spiritual power inherently bore certain exorcistic properties, making such pure attribute abilities among magical beasts exceedingly rare. Moreover, this high-tier magical beast's mastery over fire spiritual power had reached an astonishing level. Yet, did this beast truly believe that such abilities alone could vanquish him? A cold smile resurfaced within Lin-mo, followed by his hands intertwining and then separating. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted as a golden electric arc rapidly manifested, swirling around his body incessantly, gradually enlarging and wildly expanding outward. Within this stunning display of lightning brilliance, a massive circular electric net formed, completely enveloping him. Simultaneously, Lin-mo's palms turned upward, as mysterious runes gleaming with golden light erupted from his hands, merging into the surrounding electric arcs, disappearing without a trace. The ensuing spectacle left onlookers astounded. At the moment the runes integrated into the electric arc, the golden arcs began to shatter inch by inch. After a burst of golden radiance, the lights swiftly converged. In the blink of an eye, a golden halo with a diameter of several meters materialized. Within this halo, Lin-mo's figure appeared blurred, yet the incantations flowed steadily from his lips. As the halo spun, the runes surged and emitted a low humming sound, gradually transforming into a sharp, piercing shriek, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder. Lin-mo formed a seal with one hand, revealing his figure. With the other hand, his fingers stretched upward, and a resplendent golden sphere hovered approximately a foot above the ground. The surface of this sphere was uneven and dim, resembling an ordinary object. The evil-dispelling divine thunder. The ritual of thunder. The moment the sphere, born of the evil-dispelling divine thunder, emerged, it incited immense astonishment and panic in the giant toad above. Lin-mo chuckled softly, giving a gentle shake of his fingers that cradled the golden sphere, causing it to spin rapidly in his palm as if poised to be unleashed at any moment. Witnessing this, the giant toad, which had been fervently preparing to execute an extraordinarily powerful secret technique, suddenly changed its expression, abandoning all other actions, and without hesitation transformed into a blazing inferno, rushing downward with great speed. In response, Lin-mo's lips twitched slightly, and the golden sphere leapt violently, vanishing without a trace. He too retreated abruptly. The seemingly empty void behind him suddenly erupted with verdant light, and azure lotuses quietly emerged. Lin-mo appeared nonchalant as he stepped forward, instantly disappearing amidst the blue lotuses. The scorching pillars of fire erupted violently, colliding with the azure lotuses below as if in a fierce clash. In an instant, the countless lotuses scattered across the sky disintegrated like fragile paper, bursting into a kaleidoscope of azure light. However, when the searing red flames forcefully penetrated the luminous azure glow, it was as if a cow had plunged into the sea, vanishing almost immediately. Following this, the sound of the flames exploding transformed into an expansive sea of fire, at the center of which flickered a blinding red light, gradually revealing the massive form of the toad. Though its eyes remained tightly shut, its expression was one of astonishment and confusion in the face of the faint azure light ahead. Yet, in the next moment, Lin-mo's clear voice resonated through the surrounding void. Now that you have arrived, you shall not leave. Experience my spring dawn sword formation. As his words fell, the surrounding space shimmered with spiritual light, and a layer of azure mist suddenly manifested, enveloping the entire sea of fire. The already uneasy giant toad, upon witnessing the scene before it, let out a deafening roar, opening its mouth to unleash a crimson beam of light. With a whoosh, the beam struck the azure barrier, easily piercing through, only to become ensnared within, disappearing without a trace. Observing this, the beads between the toad's brows flickered with a gray luminescence, and one of its forelimbs raised slowly, reaching toward the distance. A resounding roar echoed through the air, as a brilliant crimson radiance surged forth from the forelimbs of the monstrous beast. coalescing into the form of an immense scarlet claw that descended forcefully upon the shimmering barrier ahead. This colossal claw was extraordinary. Even before it made contact with the tangible world, a sharp sound sliced through the air, accompanied by fleeting streaks of red light that darted forth from its tips. With a swift, slicing motion, the crimson claw tore through a vast expanse of the azure barrier, revealing an abyss of darkness behind it, as if it were an unfathomable void. Without hesitation, the scarlet claw swung again, sending forth a flurry of claw-shaped rays that cleaved through the emptiness towards the unknown. Suddenly, the void, previously devoid of substance, was inundated with countless azure lotus petals, densely populating the space in mere breaths. The red rays struck within this floral expanse, only to be consumed entirely. The giant frog, witnessing this spectacle, exhibited a look of astonishment, but swiftly resumed its incantations. In an instant, the size of the crimson claw expanded several-fold, emitting a resonant hum before splitting into two. A vibrant halo of red materialized, expanding with a thunderous roar, swiftly growing to an impressive size. The nearby azure petals, upon contact with this halo, transformed into wisps of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace. The halo, exhibiting a domineering presence, spiraled forward, seemingly intent on sweeping away all the azure petals. Yet, at that moment, a silver flame flickered above the red halo, and a fierce silver firebird, about the size of a foot, emerged with a flourish, spreading its wings and diving into the red light below. The halo quivered, and a series of peculiar crackling sounds emanated from its center. Almost immediately, the halo began to shrink at an astonishing rate. Within moments, it had diminished to a mere few feet in size, the red light ultimately dissipating to reveal the silhouette of the silver firebird once more. This firebird inhaled the remaining red luminescence in one swift motion, triumphantly raising its head to let out a jubilant song, only to explode into a cascade of silver flames, vanishing without a trace. In that fleeting moment, the giant frog chanted a mysterious incantation, its body enveloped in a searing flame. The wind amplified the fire's intensity, and together they merged into a swirling pillar of black and red, ascending skyward. However, this was not the entirety of the giant frog's arsenal. As its incantation abruptly ceased, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a violet-hued flying sword that soared through the air. The moment this sword manifested, it rapidly transformed into numerous thin blades, each the size of a hand, resembling a starry sky, and they swiftly merged into the fiery column. In an instant, the wind pillar erupted with piercing shrieks, its surface adorned with countless dazzling violet rays, expanding at an incredible pace. It seemed that with each passing second, the fiery column swelled outward. The grandeur of the spectacle was truly breathtaking. Yet, at that very moment, a starkly contrasting scene unfolded where Lin-Mo stood. With a single hand forming intricate gestures, he summoned all his might to command the spring dawn sword array. Beyond the sword formation, countless vibrant orbs of light converged, dense as rain, fervently surging into the azure light barrier. In the nearby sky, a magnificent rainbow, formed from the essence of heaven and earth, enveloped the entire expanse, stretching infinitely to the eye. Unbeknownst to Lin-Mo, he had mobilized the surrounding elemental energy, his gaze sparkling with intensity as he abruptly urged the sword formation into action. Inside the formation, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The luminous barrier above shimmered slightly before a vine-like plant slowly ascended from within, initially measuring mere inches. It rapidly grew to several meters in length, its tendrils bending gracefully, blossoming and bearing fruit, ultimately transforming into a small gourd glistening with emerald hues. At that very moment, the radiant barrier around it pulsated with peculiar lights, morphing into countless blooming azure lotuses. As the lotuses unfurled, they released slender sword shadows, each merely an inch long, darting past and vanishing into the gourd. Suddenly, a faint azure sword mark emerged on the gourd's surface, though subtle. It soon became aglow with a cascade of multicolored light emanating from the barrier, intertwining along the vine and infusing into the gourd. The sword mark became distinctly visible, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of hues. This was the ultimate technique of the spring dawn sword formation, the sword of elemental energy. Such a formidable power could only be wielded with substantial support from the elemental energies of heaven and earth. Consequently, he had initially refrained from invoking the illusory prowess of the spring dawn sword formation, instead concentrating fully on channeling the surrounding elemental energy for his own use. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of relinquishing control over some of the elemental energies. Yet he had not anticipated that his opponent would remain solely focused on their own abilities, failing to strike against him. Thus, the sword of elemental energy successfully coalesced, continuing to absorb the surrounding elemental energies to ensure its potency would swiftly escalate within a brief span. The great toad sensed the density of elemental energy surrounding the sword formation and bore witness to the peculiar scene unfolding in the sky, leaving it utterly astonished. Seizing this rare opportunity, it readied its secret technique. With a low growl, it surged upward into the sky, deliberately preparing to strike. However, at that moment, Lin Mo's calm voice echoed from above. Cut. The gourd flipped, its interior radiating a ceaseless glow, and in a fleeting instant, it unleashed a sword of vibrant, multicolored light. This sword, measuring about a foot in length, shimmered with an erratic brilliance. As the five-colored sword was unleashed, it began to descend toward the ground. The great toad gasped in alarm, and beside it, a black-red pillar of wind and fire roared, surging upward to engulf the sky. Wherever the force of wind and fire reached, the air warped and twisted, a deafening hum resonating as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the five-colored sword. Amidst the frantic flickering of violet light, a terrifying roar echoed from within, causing even the luminous barrier formed by the sword formation to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. The countenance of the giant toad relaxed slightly, a hint of a smile gracing its lips. In its eyes, this divine ability had thoroughly tapped into all the potential of the essence residing within the toad. And with the formidable power of the spiritual pearl nestled between its brows, the fusion technique unleashed was far beyond what the sword array before it could hope to withstand. Even its true form would likely choose to evade such an onslaught. Yet, just as the smile began to bloom upon the toad's visage, a sound akin to a dragon's roar suddenly emanated from the force of wind and fire, and astonishingly, the black and red pillars of flame parted in an eerie separation. Amidst the flickering of five-colored spiritual light, a colossal sword, measuring a full yard in length, materialized from within. The light flickered momentarily, and the giant sword trembled slightly, emitting a resonant hum. The surrounding forces of wind and fire seemed to encounter some incredible power, producing peculiar buzzing sounds as they scattered in retreat, fully revealing the sword to all present. The five-colored giant sword began to spin rapidly, and with a gentle sweep directed at the giant toad, it appeared to strike silently, seemingly devoid of any power. However, at that moment, the gray orb nestled between the toad's brows suddenly shattered with a resounding crack. How could this be? The toad let out a chilling scream, its tightly shut eyes flung open, the irises of vivid crimson, with traces of blood discernible. Yet, in the next instant, the demon's head and massive body split apart without warning. A torrent of searing flames erupted violently from the severed flesh, transforming into a raging sea of fire. The toad's remnants seemed to disintegrate instantaneously, dissolving into two wisps of gray-white smoke, vanishing from existence. This possessed giant toad, unable to withstand a single strike from the formidable power of the essence sword, had not even managed to escape with its spirit intact. High above, a flash of azure light heralded the emergence of Lin Mo within the sword array. Gazing down at the ceaselessly burning inferno, he let out a gentle sigh. Harnessing the power of heaven and earth indeed surpassed ordinary secret arts. Reflecting on his earlier battle with the demon ape, had he not been ensnared within the demonic energy passage, unable to gather sufficient celestial essence, he could have easily slain that demon with this essence sword, without the need to resort to the treasures of the Xiantian, which had ultimately compromised his. After muttering these thoughts to himself, a look of regret crossed Lin Mo's face, yet a flicker of azure light sparked in his gaze as he peered into the depths of the fiery sea. Suddenly, his brow arched, and with a single hand, he grasped the air. With a whoosh, an object shot forth from the flames, and in mere moments, it was secured within his grasp. It was a pale blue pouch, its surface adorned with various radiant runes, clearly not an ordinary item. A storage bag? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, uncertainty flickering within him. He pondered briefly, and as he held the pouch, his palm turned pitch black, while wisps of gray mist surged forth, enveloping the pouch tightly. Subsequently, he raised his hand once more, and an azure spell surged forth, vanishing in an instant as it entered the pouch. The blue bag suddenly trembled violently, and the opening flickered with a glimmer of light before slowly parting. With a soft pop, a dazzling blue light burst forth, seemingly ready to escape into the void. However, Lin Mo had already foreseen this and would not allow it to succeed so easily. He let out a cold snort, and the gray mist surged forth, swiftly enveloping the blue light orb within. The intertwining of gray haze and blue radiance revealed the orb's true form in an instant. It was a translucent, radiant blue sphere, no larger than a thumb, its surface shimmering like crafted glass. Lin Mo, intrigued by his mental exploration, found himself slightly astonished. Was it an inner alchemical pill? It did not seem so. Yet, it also did not resemble a magical artifact. Lin Mo reached out to grasp the orb, delicately pinching it between his fingers for closer inspection, but he could not discern its true origin at that moment. Well, further investigation could wait for another day. For now, the priority was to leave this place swiftly. After a brief contemplation, Lin Mo flipped his hand and produced an exquisite jade box, carefully placing the orb inside. He then turned his gaze toward the searing flames below, his expression shifting slightly. Without any overt action, a flash of silver light erupted from the azure curtain above. As the spirit-devouring firebird leaped out and plunged directly into the sea of flames. In an instant, the raging inferno was entirely consumed by the bird. It then joyfully raised its head and let out a triumphant cry, spreading its wings as it sped back toward Lin Mo, merging into his body. Lin Mo formed a hand seal, causing the azure curtain to rapidly contract into a myriad of azure lotuses. These lotuses gently spun, transforming once more into 72 azure swords. Lin Mo's figure flickered, becoming a brilliant streak of azure light, gracefully dancing in the air. The numerous flying swords were swiftly gathered into his possession. Without pause, he shot forth like a beam of light, racing toward the heavens, disappearing from sight in mere moments. At that very moment, as Lin Mo was engaged in slaying the giant lizard within a magnificent palace deep in the towering peaks of the magic Gold Mountain Range, a man clad in a blue robe stood alongside two others, gazing intently at a dark door not far away. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, turning grave and severe. "Iron Brother, has something happened?" inquired a man in blood-red robes, noticing the shift in the blue-robed man's demeanor with concern. "It's nothing to worry about. Merely the destruction of one of my incarnations," the blue-robed man replied with calm assurance. "The incarnation? Is it the one crafted from the magic bone pearl?" asked an elderly gentleman, resplendent in silver light and possessing a scholarly demeanor, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "Heh, Brother Duoyen seems quite knowledgeable about my abilities," the blue-robed man responded, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. Chapter 613. If this incarnation made from the magic bone pearl could find a suitable host, it should be able to exhibit at least 2 to 3 times the prowess of its master. With such power, aside from the 3 of us, it is unlikely anyone else in the magic Gold Mountain Range could contend with and destroy this incarnation. The elderly man in the silver robe, with a tranquil expression, pressed further. However, the individual in the crimson robe, who held the reins of the situation, responded dismissively, "This is not an absolute matter. Has Brother Duoyen forgotten that? Aside from us few who accompanied the holy ancestor into the spirit realm, there existed another being of comparable stature? That demon ape's powers are by no means inferior to the 3 of us." The silver-robed elder scoffed, countering. "That demon ape dared to steal the remnants of the Xiantian treasure entrusted to us by the holy ancestor for safekeeping, vanishing without a trace. How could it possibly dare to reappear here?" The man in the crimson robe smiled lightly, replying, "Not necessarily. I surmise that its actions were primarily to seek a means to restore that Xiantian treasure, and subsequently, to leverage it to return to the Holy Realm." The silver-robed elder's gaze flickered as he spoke solemnly. "Restore the Xiantian treasure. Does it still believe this is our ancient demon realm? The great powers of this realm are not inferior to our holy ancestor. Were it not for our dire straits, the holy ancestor would not have recklessly destroyed the Xiantian treasure, forcefully tearing the dimensional fabric to send us here." The man in the crimson robe waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "No need for wild speculation. The identity of the one who destroyed the incarnation will soon be revealed through my secret techniques. Furthermore, during the last transmission from my incarnation, it seemed that Brother Shue's beloved daughter was also nearby." Upon hearing this, both the silver-robed elder and the man in crimson displayed expressions of surprise, exclaiming in unison, "Shuang, are you suggesting that your incarnation was destroyed by the young lady?" The man in the azure robe shook his head slightly, stating with gravity, Your precious daughter alone could not have accomplished this. However, if she were to be aided by a demon crocodile that has recently ascended to the holy level, then the possibility increases significantly. What? Ascended to the holy level? You refer to that demon crocodile? This time, both the silver-robed elder and the man in crimson were simultaneously taken aback, questioning in disbelief. The man in the azure robe forced a smile and explained, "There is no need for you both to be overly astonished. I believe that soon your subordinates will personally report this matter to you. As for that demon crocodile, who else could it be but the Black Abyss crocodile? This matter is indeed not complicated. Given that the demon crocodile has ascended to the divine realm, the holy ancestor cannot afford to ignore it any further. At that time, we simply need to seek the holy ancestor for clear guidance. Without needing to trouble ourselves over this issue, the azure-robed cultivator articulated with composure. Your words resonate well. The holy ancestor is about to awaken. We should indeed heed his teachings." The silver-robed elder nodded in agreement while stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Very well. Let us proceed according to the suggestions of my esteemed friends." The crimson-robed cultivator contemplated for a moment, expressing no dissent. "However, I find myself rather curious. At the moment when the holy ancestor is about to awaken, both of you have sent your incarnations and beloved daughter away from this place. Might I inquire if any significant events have transpired in the outside world, and what plans do you have, my esteemed friends?" The silver-robed elder, with keen eyes, suddenly posed the question. Upon hearing the silver-robed elder's inquiry, the azure-robed man and the crimson-robed cultivator exchanged glances, both displaying surprise. However, the blood-robed cultivator's eyes flickered, and he subsequently chuckled softly. "Why must you feign ignorance, Your Excellency? Most of your subordinates have already departed their abodes and commenced their actions, have they not? Please do not assert that you are entirely oblivious to this matter." The man clad in a green robe stood by, his expression somber and silent. "Who, precisely? Is this Jicien? I have commanded my subordinates to act solely to capture the one who has slain my son, to avenge my loss." The silver-robed elder paused, a look of confusion adorning his face. This silver-robed elder was none other than the multi-eyed demon of the sacred realm. In the past, to avenge the brutal slaying of his beloved child, he had not hesitated to sacrifice his trusted aides, dispatching the advanced beasts, Jiu Yi and Wu Qi, to uncover the true culprit. However, Jiu Yi, while pursuing alone, had provoked the spirit of the whole, possessed by the outer demon lord, and met an untimely demise in a single strike. Although Wu Qi led a multitude of beasts to besiege Lin Mo and his companions, his divided attention led him to be deceived by the shadow puppet conjured by Lin Mo's talisman, resulting in his own ambush and death. As for the other beasts, they had ventured to set an ambush at the entrance of the magic Gold Mountain range under the guidance of a little glazed beast, attempting to attack Lin Mo and the others. Therefore, despite the numerous beasts under the command of the multi-eyed elder, he remained entirely unaware of matters regarding Jicien. Upon hearing these words, he was naturally taken aback. The other two cultivators present were, of course, the iron-winged demon and another beast of the sacred realm known as Blood Arm. Upon realizing that the multi-eyed demon was not speaking idly, Blood Arm was utterly astonished. His eyes glimmering with a crimson light, he inquired solemnly, "Could it be that your esteemed brother's son has met with misfortune? We were completely unaware of this matter." "Humph. The death of my son is not something to be flaunted. Why should I announce it widely? Besides, you have all been preoccupied with your own affairs recently and failed to grasp this news. What is there to be suspicious about?" The multi-eyed demon's expression darkened, responding with a hint of sarcasm. "Ahem, I must have misunderstood my friend," the blood-robe cultivator said, clearing his throat, slightly embarrassed. "There is no need to elaborate on other matters. At this moment, I am quite intrigued by the Jicien you mentioned. Might you two esteemed friends divulge more information?" The multi-eyed demon said nonchalantly. It is truly nothing of great significance. Merely a trifling earthly spirit that has inadvertently wandered into the mountains. Even if we choose to remain silent, I believe my friends will soon learn of this matter," the iron-winged demon replied with a carefree smile. "Oh, it is indeed inconceivable that such an earthly spirit could ignite the boundless enthusiasm of both you and Blood Arm, to the extent of risking your very essences and bloodlines in a life-and-death struggle. You both tell me not to concern myself with this matter. Do you truly believe I cannot fathom the hidden depths of this situation? Summon my subordinates." The multi-eyed demon's expression suddenly darkened, and with 2 sharp claps of his hands, he issued a resounding command. In an instant, a slender, middle-aged man clad in emerald armor stealthily entered the hall, moving with agility to kneel before the silver-robed elder. Respectfully bowing, "I pay my respects, master. What are your commands?" "Immediately investigate the origins and current whereabouts of a spirit known as Ji Xian," the multi-eyed demon coldly ordered. "As you command, master." The green-armored man responded without hesitation, and in an instant, a flicker of black light enveloped his body, transforming into a stream of darkness that surged swiftly from the entrance. The iron-winged demon and the blood-armed figure witnessed this scene. One remained silent while the other bore a smile, seemingly indifferent to the actions of the multi-eyed demon. The elderly man in silver robes glanced back, noticing the expressions of the two, his countenance darkening further. With a slight cold snort, he spoke again. "Let us cease discussions regarding the matter of the immortal Ji. We must now deliberate on matters of greater significance. Recently, I have received intelligence that the interface passage we had previously resealed appears to be exhibiting anomalous activity. It is speculated that the Holy Realm has not yet relinquished hope and is plotting new actions." The interface passage? Was it not severed by the Grand Ancestor with a single strike? How could they possibly have the audacity to act again? The blood-robed figure's expression shifted slightly, revealing surprise. "Do you doubt my words, Brother Blood-Armed?" The multi-eyed demon inquired with a sidelong glance. "The interface passage is of great importance. How could I dare to question it?" The blood-robed figure chuckled nervously in response. "If there are indeed more than 2 Grand Ancestors on the Holy Realm side, each possessing the celestial treasure, it is conceivable that they could reopen the passage." The iron-winged demon stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. "That is utterly impossible. The Grand Ancestor made the ultimate sacrifice in a time of dire peril, when we were surrounded by relentless pursuers. It was only then that he was compelled to shatter the interface at the cost of destroying the celestial treasure and significantly diminishing his own power. No other Grand Ancestor would so readily make such a sacrifice, even if they possessed the celestial treasure." The blood-robed figure retorted without hesitation. "However, this may not be the case. If indeed there are more than 2 Grand Ancestors on that side, and they take turns employing the celestial treasure to attack the passage, it is conceivable that they could open the interface without sustaining harm." The multi-eyed demon's gaze flickered several times before he spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, the blood-armed and iron-winged demons were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning grim. "Very well, though the anomalies of the passage remain minor, should they successfully reopen it, it may take many years. Whether we should confront or retreat, or simply await the Grand Ancestor's personal judgment remains to be seen. After all, her awakening could occur at any moment," sighed the iron-winged demon, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, with our current strength, we are utterly incapable of halting the changes to the interface passage. However, the Grand Ancestor may possess the means to prevent all of this." The blood-robed figure replied with renewed vigor. The multi-eyed demon nodded in agreement, stroking his beard as if on the verge of speaking. Yet at that moment, the towering black stone door before them, reaching a height of 10 zhong, suddenly erupted with dazzling light, countless pink runes surging forth, flickering erratically. "The Grand Ancestor awakens," the blood-robed figure exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Instantly, the 3 saint-level demons displayed expressions of ecstatic joy, standing solemnly in the direction of the stone door. The door's radiance pulsed continuously, maintaining its brilliance for a full time before gradually dimming. Simultaneously, the resplendent runes suddenly lost their luster in an instant, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the 3 demonic figures remained unchanged, their gaze fixated on the stone door, entirely absorbed, devoid of any visible tension or anxiety. However, the enormous stone door was enveloped in a suffocating silence, revealing no signs of abnormality. After a considerable passage of time, suddenly, a sharp creaking sound pierced the stillness as the stone door swung open of its own accord. Instantly, the 3 demons became fully alert, their spirits invigorated. "Oh, who would have thought you would manage to arrive here? Your efforts are truly commendable. Please, enter." A melodious and gentle feminine voice emanated from behind the stone door, compelling one to desire a glimpse of its source. Behind the half-open door, a myriad of pink luminescence flickered mysteriously, exuding an air of enchantment. "Congratulations, revered Saint Ancestor. On your awakening, we shall proceed to pay our respects to your highness." The multi-eyed demon, representing the other two, bowed respectfully, responding with utmost sincerity. Subsequently, the trio suppressed their inner excitement and strode towards the stone door. Yet, the moment they stepped through, the pink light flashed past them, and they found themselves in an entirely new realm. The sky was a brilliant blue, unmarred by clouds, and the earth stretched out in verdant expanses. The distant mountains rolled endlessly, creating an illusion of infinity. At the edge of the meadow stood a colossal flower tree, towering 100 feet high. The tree emanated a delicate lavender hue, its branches adorned with unknown pink spiritual blossoms, resembling enormous lotus flowers, each petal the size of a bowl. Beneath this magnificent tree stood a figure of ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial maiden, quietly poised. Though the tree appeared distant and the woman faced away from them, her graceful silhouette was enough to captivate the hearts of most men in the world. Upon sighting her, the three demons immediately bowed deeply in reverence. "Since you have arrived, come forth and speak to me." The woman chuckled softly, her arm elegantly lifted as she plucked a massive pink flower from above her head, seemingly nonchalantly tossing it behind her. With a soft thud, the flower spun a few times before erupting in a muted explosion, transforming into a flurry of pink radiance. The three demons felt the pink light flicker once more before their surroundings blurred. In the next moment, they found themselves less than 10 paces from the colossal flower tree. They were astonished, yet delight surged within them, prompting them to bow again in homage. "Rise, having followed me for so many years. You should understand that I do not favor excessive formalities." Though the woman did not turn, her voice remained supremely gentle, instilling a sense of reverence in those who heard it. "Thank you, revered Saint Ancestor. Congratulations on the restoration of your power." The three demons dared not exhibit any hint of negligence, bowing respectfully once more before gradually rising. "The restoration of my power remains a distant prospect. I currently possess only a fraction of my former strength, and the remaining cultivation cannot be regained solely through tranquil slumber. It necessitates the assistance of external forces." The woman sighed softly, an air of helplessness enveloping her. "External forces?" Upon hearing this, the silver-robed elder and his companions exchanged glances. "Indeed, and it is not merely any ordinary external force. The spirit realm is of equal significance to our sacred realm, and I believe we may yet locate what is required." Chapter 614. The woman in white murmured to herself, her gaze lifted towards the myriad blossoms adorning the colossal tree, her eyes reflecting a hint of uncertainty. "My lord, your commands shall be obeyed. Regardless of the nature of the item, as long as it truly exists within the spirit realm, I shall exert every effort to seek it out." The iron-winged demon suddenly knelt, his tone unwavering. The other two demon lords expressed their loyalty in a similar fashion. "I appreciate your sentiments. However, this is not our sacred realm. Although you have attained the sacred level, the lesser beings of the spirit realm cannot discern your true identities. Should you encounter entities of comparable power, there is no guarantee your identities will remain concealed. At that point, your own safety would be at stake, let alone your ability to assist me in my search. It appears that I must venture forth personally." After a moment of contemplation, the woman made her decision. "My lord, you must not. The sacred ancestor's strength has yet to be restored. What if you were to encounter a being of equal rank?" The three demons, alarmed by her words, urged her to reconsider with utmost urgency, displaying unwavering loyalty towards her. "Fear not. The likelihood of encountering someone of my caliber within the spirit realm is exceedingly slim. Those of our level typically seclude themselves in their abodes, devoted to their cultivation to withstand various tribulations. They seldom venture out. Moreover, even with only a fraction of my power, while I may not be able to vanquish an equal, I am more than capable of escaping. Those of us on the verge of breaking through to the final stage are not so easily extinguished." The woman in white spoke with serene confidence. Upon hearing her assured declaration, the three demon lords ceased their insistence and instead politely requested she consider her choice once more. Yet, there was little to deliberate. "Should I remain here, my old wounds will not receive the necessary treatment, and should the formidable enemies from the sacred realm arrive, we would surely be overwhelmed. Additionally, my intention in having you stay here is to manage other significant matters, which will equally demand your attention." The woman in white resolutely shook her head, clearly having made up her mind. "Esteemed sacred ancestor, should you have any directives, please do not hesitate to inform us," the multi-eyed demon respectfully inquired. while the other two demon lords assumed a serious demeanor. During my slumber, has the passage to the sacred realm reopened? The woman in white suddenly posed this question. In recent years, all had been tranquil, yet recently, faint ripples had emerged from that side. Though subtle, it seems there may be new movements afoot in the sacred realm. The multi-eyed demon candidly replied. Upon hearing the news, the iron-winged demon and the blood-clad man exchanged solemn glances. Judging by the timeline, it was evident that they had fully recovered and commenced their actions. I shall leave you with the method for arranging a grand magical formation. Through this formation, the interface power of the passage can be temporarily elevated to twice its original strength. Consequently, even if someone attempts to breach the passage, it will not be an easy endeavor. However, this formation necessitates substantial manpower and resources. Thus, the three of you must individually oversee the construction to ensure its swift completion. During my brief absence, I implore you to focus on this matter. The lady in white spoke with a serene tone. Yes, we shall surely obey the command of the holy ancestor. The three demon lords responded in unison, their faces brimming with joy. By the way, were there any other significant events that transpired during my slumber? Please inform me as well. The lady in white seemed to recall something and gently instructed. Over the years, indeed, several occurrences took place within the mountains. However, most were trivial matters that the three of us managed to handle adequately. Only two matters were of broader significance. Necessitating a report to the holy ancestor, the three demon lords exchanged glances before the iron-winged demon spoke softly. Oh, then please elaborate. The lady in white replied in a neutral tone. We sincerely thank the holy ancestor for your merciful forgiveness without punishment. As for the other matter, it concerns Lord Ming Luo's steed, the Black Abyss crocodile, which has recently ascended to the saintly tier. Given this circumstance, it seems inappropriate to allow it to roam freely within the mountains. We wonder what your thoughts are on this matter, the iron-winged demon expressed, visibly relieved as he broached the subject. Oh, that little demon crocodile has indeed succeeded in its advancement to the saintly tier. This is truly delightful news. In light of this, I find myself lacking an accompanying individual, so let it accompany me on my outings. The lady in white's face brightened with an enchanting smile upon hearing the news. Her laughter resonated like celestial music, melodious and captivating, ensnaring those who heard it. The three members of the demon clan unanimously nodded in agreement. Milady, we have a query regarding the remnants of the Rui blade in our possession. The blood-clad man cautiously ventured. That item holds little utility for me. You may retain it for self-defense. The lady waved her hand dismissively, appearing quite nonchalant. We are profoundly grateful for the generous gift from the holy ancestor. The blood-clad man and the multi-eyed demon, upon hearing this decision, knelt in ecstatic gratitude. Possessing this fragment of the celestial treasure would significantly enhance their abilities. Meanwhile, the iron-winged demon, despite his evident envy, soon recollected something and respectfully reported. By the way, holy ancestor, azure immortal has been discovered within the mountains, its status akin to that of a transforming demon monkey. I wonder if this piques your interest. Azure immortal, a transforming demon monkey? Such beings exist within our mountains. They are exquisite materials for cultivating external incarnations and housing the primordial spirit. However, substantial time and effort are required for their nurturing. Given my current condition, I fear I cannot afford to be distracted by this. The three of you can capture it without issue. The woman appeared somewhat surprised, but soon shook her head, dismissing the matter from her mind. Upon hearing her response, the silver-robed elder was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly shifted to one of delight. The iron-winged demon and the blood-armed demon exchanged glances, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately refrained. Well then, I have just awakened and shall remain in quiet meditation for approximately a month before departing from the mountains. You may continue to manage all matters here as you see fit, without the need to report anything to me. Seeing that the three members of the demon clan had completed their discussions, the woman issued a command and turned to leave, her white robe billowing elegantly behind her. The three demons felt a sudden flash of light around them, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves outside the stone door in the grand hall. As if they had never moved at all, a sense of astonishment washed over them. It seems that, despite the holy ancestor's incomplete recovery, this remarkable ability to shift stars and alter destinies has grown increasingly profound and unfathomable. If this is indeed the case, then the holy ancestor should encounter no difficulties during his journey. The iron-winged demon let out a long sigh of relief. as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Indeed. Moreover, the holy ancestor's intentions are clear. How dare we obstruct him? We shall follow his directives. The blood-armed demon added after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, the silver-robed elder nodded slightly, but then, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, "So it turns out that the Chi Immortal holds a status equivalent to that of the transforming demon monkey. No wonder you two are so concerned. Now that the holy ancestor has explicitly stated that this matter is for us to handle. Who among us shall acquire this spiritual object will depend solely on our respective capabilities. With that said, I shall take my leave." Before his words had fully settled, the many-eyed demon did not wait for his two colleagues to respond. He simply performed a swift hand gesture, summoning forth a surge of dark, demonic wind that transformed into a sharp, piercing howl, vanishing instantaneously from the grand hall without a trace. That old man's temperament is indeed quite impatient. The iron-winged demon scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. Brother Many-Eyed perceives himself as lagging behind. Hence the urgency to dispatch his subordinates for deployment. However, it is likely that the Chi Immortal has not yet fallen into our hands. Otherwise, we would have received pertinent information by now. Moreover, Brother Iron's avatar has been destroyed, making it highly probable that the treasure has already slipped into the hands of outsiders. It seems that the intruders entering the mountains are not of ordinary caliber. The blood-armed demon's eyes flickered with a crimson gleam as he spoke slowly. Whether it has truly fallen into the hands of outsiders remains uncertain. Yet, it appears that Brother Many-Eye's deployment may be too late. After all, the outsiders can only remain in our mountains for a month, and it is likely that most have already approached the exit. Even if we were to set out ourselves at this moment, it would be difficult to arrive in time. Had we known, we should have dispatched more personnel initially. The iron-winged demoness face displayed a trace of regret. It is not that Brother Iron is unwilling to mobilize more subordinates. Rather, it is the fear that sending too many would arouse the vigilance of both myself and Brother Many-Eyed. The blood-robed man replied with a cold smile. Regardless of Brother Bloodarm's speculations, I shall take my leave now and await favorable news. The iron-winged demon smiled faintly, appearing utterly unconcerned. Subsequently, the demon's form flickered and glided effortlessly over 10 paces, vanishing at the entrance of the grand hall after a couple of flashes. The man in the blood robe gazed at the hall's entrance for a prolonged moment before emitting a cold chuckle. The blood light enveloping his body suddenly dissipated, akin to a melting candle, transforming into a pool of crimson that seeped into the ground. In an instant, the entire hall lay deserted. Lin Mo transformed into a cerulean silhouette, nearly concealed within a seemingly mundane dark cloud. He fixated on the exit of the magic gold mountain range, located several dozen miles away, his eyes narrowing as they glimmered with a faint blue light, his expression imbued with profound contemplation. The so-called exit was, in reality, nothing more than an expansive void, merely a few miles in length. To depart from the magic gold mountain range, one could only pass through this point, relying on the power of external formations to be transported away. Yet, despite the apparent emptiness of the void, under Lin Mo's keen and discerning gaze, he discerned hundreds of gray shadows and swirling black gas, densely populating both sides of the emptiness, all poised in preparation. Lin Mo stroked his chin, his face revealing a thoughtful demeanor. After meticulous observation, he suddenly flipped his hand, revealing a pale purple talisman. Affixing this talisman to his body, a billowing cloud of purple mist erupted, swirling silver runes endlessly. His form instantly became completely ethereal, leaving no trace behind. Thereupon, Lin Mo's intangible body soared into the air, leaping from the clouds and gliding forward with grace. He had previously confirmed that no saint-level expert resided nearby. Thus, he felt little trepidation of being detected by any magical beasts, allowing him to proceed without hesitation. The magical beasts lying in ambush remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences, continuing to lurk silently at the sides. Lin Mo felt a surge of elation. In a mere moment, he found himself less than 100 paces from the void's exit. However, at that moment, a small beast, seemingly only a few feet in size, unexpectedly shimmered. A brilliant, kaleidoscopic brilliance erupted from its surface, enveloping everything within 1,000 paces. Lin Mo felt a surge of heat on his exterior. His previously ethereal form abruptly solidified, the effect of the Tai transformation talisman shattered. In this predicament, Lin Mo's figure was laid bare before the gaze of over 100 mid to high-tier magical beasts, his expression darkening instantly. What manner of arcane spell was this luminous radiance, possessing such formidable power that it could effortlessly unravel the art of etherealization? Even more perplexing was how this magical beast had discerned his presence nearby. Yet, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Just as his form became visible, a flash of green light erupted from another location a few dozen paces away, revealing a slender and familiar silhouette. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the graceful maiden, Qian. The crystalline woman appeared to employ a form of concealed movement. As even after Lin Mo had invoked his clairvoyance, he remained oblivious to her whereabouts. However, at this moment, her figure became utterly exposed, and her countenance shifted dramatically. Lin Mo, overwhelmed with astonishment, felt his thoughts racing as he swiftly formed hand seals, causing a thunderous roar to emanate from behind him, where a pair of translucent wings materialized. Meanwhile, the lady, initially flustered, exhaled softly, revealing a shimmering silver talisman in her hand. Their simultaneous cries echoed as dark demonic energy surged upward from both sides, crashing toward the center with formidable force. The collective assault of over 100 mid to high-tier magical beasts was truly a sight to behold, a magnitude so immense that even a cultivator in the fusion stage would hesitate to confront such an onslaught directly. Drawing in a deep breath, Lin Mo lightly shook his wings, transforming them into a swift azure-white crystalline thread that darted forth, vanishing into the void in the blink of an eye. In contrast, the crystalline woman affixed the silver talisman to herself, her face alight with joy, before she too dissipated into a cascade of silver light. The black demonic energy was immediately swept away. Moments later, the azure-white crystalline thread flashed past once more. Chapter 615. At this juncture, Lin Mo found himself hovering at an altitude of over 100 feet above the ground, casting a fleeting glance at the dazzling small mutated beast nearby. With a gentle movement, he vanished into the void, never to be seen again. Almost simultaneously, a flicker of silver light appeared in the sky, and the lady, named Qian, materialized in the same space. She turned back to smile at the multitude of magical beasts, then gracefully pivoted, disappearing without a trace. The black smoke rapidly expanded, revealing over 100 magical beasts who exchanged bewildered glances. They had allowed their quarry to escape. A flash of flowing light darted by, and the figure of the glassy small beast emerged before them, gazing into the vast emptiness, lost in contemplation. It lamented, "It is due to our inadequacy that we squandered such a prime opportunity." A magical beast resembling a wild boar spoke in human tongue. The other high-tier magical beasts around expressed their shame and regret. "This cannot be blamed on you. Their evasion and concealment techniques are truly remarkable. Even I could only sense the presence of one of them, while the other slipped in unnoticed," remarked one of the beasts. "Should we remain here and wait?" inquired another high-tier beast, unable to contain its curiosity. "Of course we shall remain. Even if we cannot capture those two, we must at least apprehend one or two other intruders. Otherwise, we will find it impossible to report back," the glassy small beast replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing its words, the other beasts found merit in the reasoning and proceeded to disperse in search of new hiding spots. Enveloped in a sphere of silver light, Lin Mo soared forward with great speed. Above, azure lightning streaked down, striking the silver radiance, causing it to flicker and dance incessantly. Not far behind him, another orb of silvery light closely followed, similarly advancing amidst the dense onslaught of lightning. Hours later, amidst a thin veil of mist, a flash of silver emerged, and two silvery orbs darted forth. Gradually, the radiance converged, revealing two enormous silver umbrellas beneath which stood a man and a woman in quietude. They were none other than Lin Mo and the enchanting Qian. They had finally emerged from within, yet it seemed they had suffered a considerable loss. Not only had they failed to acquire the true essence of the Lin, but their magical energy and treasures had also been significantly depleted. Moreover, they owed a tremendous debt of gratitude to their companion. The crystalline woman cast a glance at Lin Mo, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she sighed softly. "Do not be too disheartened, Fairy Qian. Given the multitude of unexpected events and the swarm of high-level magical beasts, it is indeed fortunate that we emerged alive," Lin Mo remarked with a gentle smile, appearing remarkably at ease. "You speak the truth. with so many formidable beasts guarding the exit. Those who have survived are surely few and far between. However, this does not concern us. We must leave this place without delay. Qian turned her gaze back toward the recently exited barrier, inhaling deeply before speaking. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, and together they summoned their escape light, hastening into the depths of the mist. Approximately an hour after their departure, a sudden flash of white light pierced through the fog from another side, and a dazzling beam shot forth, instantly revealing a figure. This individual was a rotund old man, clad in a flowing black robe, his face etched with anxiety. The old man swiftly scanned his surroundings, murmuring to himself, after merely half a day's absence, could I truly miss those who emerged from within? If so, I shall not let that madman Lu escape easily. Knowing full well I have pressing matters to attend to, he still insists on compelling me to contest new divine abilities. Encountering that old lunatic has been nothing short of disastrous. As he continued to mutter, the old man's visage bore the marks of his self-perceived misfortune. He harbored an enigmatic and formidable power, revealing himself to be a being of immense strength at the fusion level. Yet, this Gushing Holy Clan elder remained oblivious to the fact that amidst his prolonged wait, fortune had unexpectedly favored him with the arrival of the very figure known as Lu the Mad, causing his once easily attainable target to slip away right before his eyes. Was this the fortune of Lin Mo, or the ill fate of this Gushing elder? Following this, the elder executed a hand gesture, causing his figure to become exceedingly thin, ultimately vanishing into the dense fog without a trace. Lin Mo remained entirely unaware of this occurrence, having inadvertently evaded a monumental crisis. He and Qian did not return to Thundercloud Town, but instead chose to glide past the vicinity, soaring directly toward the misty sea. After a day and a half of flight, they finally emerged from the mist, breaking through the skies. A month later, Lin Mo and the crystalline woman beheld the majestic and grand silhouette of the aerial city from a distance. At this moment, they ceased their ethereal escape, momentarily pausing in midair. Fairy Qian, to avoid drawing attention, it would be prudent for us to enter the city separately, Lin Mo suggested calmly. Brother Lin speaks wisely. If we were to proceed together, it might attract unwanted notice. How about you enter the city first, and I shall follow a quarter of an hour later? Qian pondered briefly before responding with a smile. Of course, Lin Mo readily agreed. By the way, could you hand me that sacred-grade magic core? I need to process it to repair your otherworldly armor, employing secret techniques for its refinement. This way, you will be able to don the restored armor sooner. The crystal-clad woman smiled gently as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled slightly, and without hesitation raised his right hand, causing a jade box to soar forth. A flicker of surprise crossed Qian's face, but she swiftly extended her delicate hand to securely grasp the box. However, she did not immediately open it. Instead, she quietly regarded Lin Mo. After a moment, she suddenly burst into a clear, melodic laughter. Brother Lin truly places great trust in me, so easily entrusting such a precious item to my care. Indeed, it is not that I hold such faith in Fairy Qian lightly, but rather I firmly believe you are not one to act unwisely out of greed for material possessions, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head in denial, his demeanor calm. Regardless, since you have such confidence in me, I shall not disappoint your trust. In half a month, please return to my shop, and I will have all the materials ready to restore your otherworldly armor. A faint smile graced Qian's lips as she softly promised. I appreciate your efforts, Fairy Qian, Lin Mo said, his gratitude evident. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Mo clasped his fists in farewell and transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring towards the towering city walls that pierced the clouds, vanishing in the mist in the blink of an eye. Qian stood alone, gazing in the direction Lin Mo had departed, her eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Do you still wish to continue courting this individual? A foreign voice emanated from within the crystal-clad woman. Qiying, you have finally awakened. Upon hearing this voice, Qian felt a surge of joy in her heart, gently waving her sleeve to release a dazzling array of auroras. In an instant, a burst of azure light shot forth, spiraling several times before transforming into a Kirin phantom the size of a fist. The magical beast shook its large head, wearing a bitter smile as it addressed the crystal woman, saying slowly, "A few days ago, I barely managed to awaken from slumber. However, due to my continuous assistance in casting various powerful spells for you, I have suffered considerable depletion and required several days to recuperate. This endeavor has yielded no gains. I never anticipated that the spirit of the true spirit cavern would undergo a transformation, and that the entity accompanying you would arrive here as well. Had it not been for the favor of Lady Luck, we might have already met our demise. Qian sighed in resignation. Indeed, that is the case. However, it is fortunate that this young man, named Lin, possesses abilities far beyond our expectations. Otherwise, escaping from the magic Gold Mountain range would indeed have been nearly impossible. Still, do you intend to maintain a cordial relationship with him in preparation for the future emergence of the true spirit abyss? Qiying nodded slightly, subsequently voicing her concerns. The next appearance of the true spirit abyss may be many years away. At present, I cannot afford to contemplate such a distant future. Even disregarding this matter, his prowess is remarkably formidable, seemingly on par with the primary beings of the Holy Clan. Striving to forge a positive rapport with him can only yield beneficial outcomes. The crystalline-clad woman smiled, her lips curling upward. This notion holds considerable merit. However, it is indeed worth our earnest efforts to cultivate a connection with a seventh-tier practitioner from the upper clan who possesses such astounding abilities. Qiying pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Nevertheless, our recent endeavors have demanded tremendous effort and incurred substantial risk, yet we ultimately achieved nothing. This realization fills me with profound disappointment, the crystalline woman lamented, her hands clasped tightly within her sleeves. Haha, there is no need for such despondency. Although you may not currently acquire this true Lin essence, it does not imply that I lack alternative means to enhance your crystalline physique and assist you in ascending to the Holy Clan, Qiying stated after a prolonged silence, suddenly breaking into a hearty laugh. What? Do you, Qiying, happen to know the location of a second true spirit abyss? Qian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before her excitement surged forth in eager inquiry. Haha, I certainly do not possess knowledge of the second true spirit abyss. However, I am aware of the site of an ancient relic, the abode of a renowned alchemist from a time long past, Qiying recounted, shaking her head as Qian listened intently. As Lin Mo returned to Cloud City, striding confidently through the city gates. Far beyond the distance of countless miles from Cloud City, in a damp and shadowy marshland of the magic Gold Mountain range, a hideous man clad in black robes sat cross-legged upon a verdant stone, eyes closed in meditation. With each breath he took, the surrounding dark magical energy spiraled around him, swirling as if imbued with life. The ugly man was evidently practicing a mysterious technique, having reached a state of self-forgetfulness. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when he inhaled deeply, opening his mouth to draw in the surrounding magical energy, and then revealing a satisfied expression as he opened his eyes. However, as he casually surveyed his surroundings, his expression abruptly froze in shock. For, merely a yard away, a woman clad in a flowing white gown and barefoot, with raven tresses, was gazing at him with a smile. Though she may not possess the breathtaking beauty that could captivate nations, and her lips were somewhat fuller, her eyes sparkled like the stars. Her nose was sculpted with the elegance of jade, and her skin was smooth and delicate as fresh snow, all of which showcased her unique charm, transcending the allure of those deemed celestial in the mundane world. Esteemed holy ancestor, your subordinate, Black Crocodile, offers you greetings. When the ruggedly handsome man beheld the true visage of the woman before him, he was struck with astonishment. He immediately leapt from his rocky perch and bowed respectfully in her presence. This man was none other than the recently ascended Black Abyss Crocodile. Although he had successfully pursued and defeated the elder of the Yin surname, he had failed to attain the coveted Ji Xian and was compelled to retrace his steps. Shortly thereafter, he learned of the giant toad's defeat at the hands of Lin Mo. Faced with such a predicament, the demon found himself at a loss. Succumbing to frustration and departing in dismay, he then chose to cultivate in solitude at this location, seeking to stabilize his still turbulent realm. Little did he anticipate that merely a month later, the white-clad woman, who he believed to be in perpetual slumber, would seek him out. Given her status as a holy ancestor with unfathomable power, eliminating him would be a trivial task. This realization filled the demon with trepidation, leaving him unable to discern whether this encounter heralded fortune or misfortune. Arise. Indeed, you have successfully ascended to the holy tier. Remarkable. It seems that Sister Ming Luo's decision to invest a plethora of spiritual herbs in you is not misguided, unless you truly lack potential. Achieving the holy tier was merely a matter of time. It appears the blood of the evil dragon within you has been awakened, the woman remarked with a gentle smile. Milady is aware of this. The rugged man exclaimed, visibly shaken, before managing a rueful smile. Of course, had it been otherwise, even with Sister Ming Luo's affection towards you, she would not have bestowed such an abundance of spiritual herbs upon you. The evil dragon is the most malevolent among all true spirit bloodlines. A fully matured and awakened evil dragon clan member could even swallow celestial fiends, contending with celestial lords without faltering. Though you have only inherited the dragon bloodline, I believe your powers are certainly on par with those of a mid-tier holy being. My 3 subordinates would likely struggle to gain the upper hand even in direct confrontation, she said, her words laden with meaning. Milady greatly overestimates my capabilities. How could I dare to compare myself with the likes of Bloodarm Ironwing? The rugged man displayed profound humility, repeatedly expressing his modesty. Chapter 616. Sister Ming Luo mysteriously vanished from the sacred battlefield. Our bond akin to that of close siblings. You have now successfully ascended as a new generation. Why not remain by my side for a time? I plan to embark on a journey shortly, and I would ask that you prepare accordingly beforehand. The woman in the flowing white gown shifted her tone, formally addressing the purpose of her impending departure. The esteemed one is about to leave the Mojo mountain range? The burly man exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Do you not wish to accompany me? Or do you have other matters to attend to? To walk alongside you, my lord, is undoubtedly a rare opportunity and blessing for me. At your command, I would not hesitate to plunge into fire and water, setting forth without delay. The woman clad in white inquired with a calm demeanor, causing the unattractive man to break into a nervous sweat, hastily offering an explanation. Since you possess such resolve, there is no need for excessive preparations. Let us embark at once, she stated. Nevertheless, the woman seemed to find the man's expression rather amusing, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Indeed, I have always lived alone, and there is not much that requires packing, the man replied, bowing and grinning obsequiously. The woman smiled gently, revealing her pearly white teeth, and elegantly waved her sleeve. A burst of pink light instantly radiated, filling the air with a delightful fragrance, enveloping both the woman and the man. As the ethereal glow gradually faded, the surroundings became desolate, devoid of any other presence. It turned out that the woman had employed formidable powers to transport herself and the man to this location. Meanwhile, on the cloud-laden Dream Mountain in the city of Yun, Lin Mo had just returned to his cave abode. He meticulously inspected every corner of the premises for any signs of intrusion before finally reclining on his bed, surrendering to the embrace of sweet slumber. Although his journey to the magic Gold Mountain range had been brief, the inherent dangers were not to be underestimated. Consequently, in addition to the substantial consumption of his magical energy, his mental state felt exceedingly fatigued, necessitating a thorough recuperation. As a result, he slept soundly for 2 full days and nights. When Lin Mo awoke naturally, he felt invigorated, his energy restored. Without hesitation, he left his bedroom and proceeded directly towards the location of his secret chamber. This time, his expedition in the magic Gold Mountain range had yielded significant rewards, which required immediate and careful management. After a short while, Lin Mo found himself within an exceedingly spacious secret chamber. With a flick of his sleeve, the stone door closed automatically, and layers of azure radiance shimmered across the stone walls, enveloping the entire chamber securely. After completing this series of actions, Lin Mo seated himself cross-legged on the central mat, resting his chin on his palm and falling into deep contemplation. His gaze flickered with intensity as he gently shook his wrist, and a dark light whirled forth, stabilizing itself in midair. This was his storage bracelet. Lin Mo extended a finger, lightly tapping the air. In an instant, a dazzling array of radiance burst forth, revealing a dark object that flashed past from above. With a resounding crash, the object fell heavily to the ground, producing an exceedingly dull thud. It was the saint-level magic ape. Its mummified body with a gaping hole at the dantian, yet devoid of any blood, rendering it particularly striking. Lin Mo gazed at the desiccated corpse, spanning several feet, a look of satisfaction and contentment emerging upon his face. Despite the fact that the magical core within the remains of the demon ape had long been extracted and its life essence diminished to a mere shadow of its former self, the resilience and robust nature of its physique remained striking. Both its sinews and bones constituted invaluable materials for crafting, The intrinsic value of these materials in the realm of artifact forging was undeniable. However, his initial decision to transport this corpse was not solely motivated by the desire to create instruments. The more significant reason lay in the trace of true blood from the majestic mountain ape that resided within its body. Yet, given the desiccated state of the remains, he possessed no absolute confidence in successfully extracting the true blood. Thus, he could only endeavor to try. For an ordinary individual, the process of refining the essence of true spirit blood might be a source of great perplexity. However, for Lin Mo, who had mastered the awakening technique, this task was far from daunting. As long as the true spirit blood belonged to one of the 12 transformations of the awakening, he was capable of employing the secret arts within that technique to forcibly extract it from the corporeal forms of other spirit beasts that carried the true bloodline. Naturally, the quantity and purity of the extracted true spirit blood would depend on the depth of the bloodline inherited by the spirit beast and the strength of its innate abilities. Even if the inherited bloodline was exceedingly thin, it was still possible for one's own cultivation to enhance the purity and richness of the true spirit blood within. Among the various true spirit bloods he had previously acquired, ranked by purity, the foremost was the true blood of the Kuanping from the Tianping clan, followed by that of the multicolored peacock. In terms of sheer quantity, the latter was abundant, while the true blood of the true dragon and the heavenly phoenix was the least in number, obtained through fortuitous encounters. Furthermore, as these two originated from the bloodlines of human true spirit families, and their respective spirit beasts had only reached the transformation stage, their purity could not be compared to that of the former two. While the status of the true dragon and heavenly phoenix in the realm of true spirits surpassed the first two by far, the power Lin Mo wielded after mastering those transformations paled in comparison to that of the Kuanping and multicolored peacock. Additionally, the various insights he had gleaned from the consciousness of the late elder of the Tianping clan primarily revolved around the transformations of the Kuanping and other avian true spirits. Consequently, Lin Mo seldom utilized the transformations of the true dragon and heavenly phoenix, preferring to employ the transformations of the Kuanping and multicolored peacock in confrontations. At this moment, however, he faced a genuine mid-stage fusion powerhouse in the form of the mountain demon ape. Regardless of how diluted its inherited bloodline may have been, the level of cultivation it had achieved ensured that both the purity and quantity of its true blood were extraordinary. This undoubtedly filled Lin Mo with anticipation. Yet, all of this hinged upon one critical condition: the true spirit blood within the remains of the demon ape had to still exist. At this juncture, Lin Mo had closed his eyes, reciting incantations, while his 10 fingers danced and flicked, unleashing a cascade of vibrant spells from his fingertips that swiftly merged into the corpse. What lay motionless on the ground, the multicolored remains of the demon ape, now erupted in a dazzling display of radiant hues. As strings of variously sized runes began to rise, floating and undulating with an ethereal grace. As the incantation grew increasingly urgent, the entire corpse was enveloped in a radiant glow, resembling a magnificent and resplendent veil, rendering it strikingly conspicuous. "Arise," Lin Mo commanded, his eyes suddenly radiating with sharp intensity. Uttering a deep call, the corpse, which had been quietly resting on the ground, flickered momentarily before gradually ascending. What followed was an astonishing spectacle. The brilliant light suddenly constricted, tightly binding the corpse. Within this luminous aura lay an unimaginable power, causing the magic ape's body to creak as it diminished in size. From its original 3 or 4 zhang, it gradually shrank to 2 zhang, and then to about 1 zhang. In the span of a mere tea break, the lengthy magic ape corpse transformed into a petite figure of 3 or 4 feet, akin to that of a dwarf's remains. Observing this transformation, Lin Mo's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Yet, in the very next moment, he struck his own crown with a palm. Instantly, golden and azure lights intertwined, and a plump, 3-inch-tall primordial infant quietly materialized. Upon its emergence, it fixed its keen gaze upon the suspended magic ape corpse. Subsequently, it grinned widely, and a flame, as thick as a finger, erupted from its mouth, racing towards the corpse. With a soft hiss, the azure flame made contact with the magic ape's body, igniting the radiant glow enveloping it. In an instant, the desiccated corpse was engulfed in roaring flames. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's primordial infant remained seated, one hand forming a peculiar hand seal, eyes tightly shut. The The corporeal body below him remained expressionless and motionless, as if in a meditative state. Under the guidance of the primordial infant seal, the azure flame continued to blaze for a full 3 days and nights. Even with Lin Mo's cultivation at the early stage of refining the void, he found it increasingly difficult to endure by the final day. The azure fire he exhaled unwittingly dwindling in intensity. Fortunately, just before the 3rd day concluded, the secret technique finally proclaimed success. A violent explosion resonated from the azure flames. A thick cloud of black smoke billowing forth, and the magic ape corpse, which had seemingly retained its form, was instantaneously reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Only a dazzling object remained amidst the firelight, radiating brilliant brilliance. The primordial infant abruptly opened its eyes, gazing intently at the luminous object at the heart of the flames. A joyful smile gracing its face. Concurrently, the azure fire from its mouth ceased abruptly. The golden and azure lights flickered and vanished mysteriously, and soon after, the motionless corporeal body below opened its eyes, a wide sleeve suddenly sweeping through the air. Instantly, a cascade of radiant light surged forth, extinguishing all the infant flames and fully revealing the items within. It turned out to be a blood-red object, gleaming like a crystal. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, his finger gently bending from within his sleeve. A resonant sound pierced the air as a powerful current surged forth, fleeting in its passage, yet striking the blood-red crystal with force. With a sharp crack, the crystal shattered instantaneously, releasing a viscous black-red liquid that, upon contact with the void, quickly solidified into a small monkey-like creature, approximately half a foot tall. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, radiating an overwhelming primal essence that left Lin Mo astounded. In an instant, a flash of black-red light enveloped it, and the monkey vanished into the distance. At that moment, a dull thud reverberated against the chamber walls as a burst of black-red light collided violently with the surface, only to be repelled by an unseen barrier. The light flickered again, morphing back into the monkey form, darting away like a headless fly towards another direction. However, Lin Mo, ever prepared, swiftly raised his right hand. A glimmer of white light illuminating his palm, revealing a slender jade vial. He tossed the vial upward, watching it spin, its mouth aimed at the sky. The white radiance within the bottle shimmered, and, with a soft whoosh, a wisp of white silk erupted from the vial, ensnaring the airborne black-red monkey in an instant. Before gently pulling it back into the jade vessel, taking a deep breath, Lin Mo gestured with his arm, beckoning the vial to descend. It trembled slightly before silently plummeting, landing securely in his grasp. As he released his consciousness into the vial, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes after a brief moment. Marvelous! This truly is the essence of the mountain giant's blood. I had anticipated some deficiency in this newly refined essence, yet it is remarkably pure. If successfully refined, I believe the transformed giant will surpass even the heavenly Pung in strength. Lin Mo mused joyfully to himself. With a deft movement, he extended his other hand, summoning 2 talismans, 1 gold and 1 silver, which materialized before him and were quickly affixed to the vial's opening. He then carefully stowed the jade bottle within his storage bracelet. Despite successfully extracting the true essence of the spirit blood, it was evident that immediate absorption for refinement was not feasible. After several days of expending energy refining the demon ape's corpse, his vitality and spiritual energy had waned significantly, necessitating a restoration before further cultivation could continue. After consuming several pills and retrieving 2 spirit stones from his storage bracelet, Lin Mo began his tranquil retreat to recover. A day later, as he concluded his meditation, he felt his spiritual energy restored to its peak condition. Sensing the renewed vitality coursing through him, he smiled, flipping his palm to reveal a glimmering golden blade, half a foot in length, the remnant blade he had acquired from the demon ape, suspected to be a treasure of the Xuantians. Initially, he had lacked the time for thorough examination, and during his journey back to Cloud City with Qian, he had not found the opportunity to present it. Now, as Lin Mo traced his fingers over the uneven runic patterns adorning the blade's surface, he fell into profound contemplation. I delved deeply into the concept multiple times, surpassing 10 iterations, yet, akin to the elusive Xiantian fruit, each time I grazed its surface, an enigmatic force would rebound my thoughts. More perplexing still was the fact that this object, at that moment, exuded no trace of spiritual energy. appearing merely as an unremarkable piece of discarded metal. Chapter 617. However, this seemingly unremarkable broken blade displayed astonishing power on that day. Had it not been for the Shantian fruit being activated to ascend and once again transform into the Shantian sword, Lin Mo might have truly perished under the strike of this broken blade. Recalling the incredible might of that blow, Lin Mo's eyes shimmered with a blue light as he employed the Mingqing spiritual eye technique for a meticulous examination. Indeed, the spiritual eye could penetrate the blade, revealing only countless minute golden runes, with naught else visible. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering whether the interior of the blade was inherently as such, or if this state was a result of its power being invoked. Yet, with a shift in thought, he could not help but smile. Regardless of the blade's original form, what did it matter to him? He merely needed to perceive this treasure as a potent weapon for his own use. Although he had once again activated the Shantian fruit with power that day, he did not suffer the same substantial loss of magical energy and essence as before. Nonetheless, a significant portion of the power had been instantaneously consumed, representing a considerable loss, and the time required for recovery would undoubtedly be lengthy. Furthermore, the Shantian fruit was now sealed within his arm, unable to be summoned at will. Who could say if it would be fortuitously activated again in the face of future formidable foes? He had never considered entrusting his safety to such an unpredictable weapon, even if it had saved his life on numerous occasions. In comparison to the sword formed from the Shantian fruit, the power of this broken blade might pale in comparison. Yet, precisely because of this, the consumption when wielding this treasure should be far lower than that of the Shantian fruit, rendering it more likely to be activated at his discretion. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Mo's eyes danced with blue light, naturally leading him to decide to experiment. He tossed the golden broken blade into the air, then swiftly formed hand seals to cast a spell, causing his entire being to radiate a dazzling golden light, with golden scales emerging from his skin. Subsequently, a golden towering over 10 feet materialized behind him, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, gleaming with brilliance. At first glance, this appeared similar to the previous one, but upon closer inspection, its form seemed somewhat indistinct, and the golden light it emitted appeared slightly dimmer. As the Brahmin's sacred true demon emerged, one arm immediately swung, grasping the golden broken blade in midair. Lin Mo took a deep breath and abruptly urged the within him. The radiated myriad beams of golden light, bursting forth in an incredibly resplendent display, while countless golden specks appeared in the surrounding void, swiftly filling the entire chamber. Upon witnessing such an extraordinary phenomenon, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and suddenly uttered a low, commanding shout. The above immediately gave a gentle tremor to the golden broken blade it held, accompanied by an ear-piercing roar. The golden radiance emanating from the Dharma manifestation surged toward the edge of the blade like a torrential river. Simultaneously, the golden specks in the void trembled and swiftly transformed into variously sized golden runes. After a brief rotation, these runes, as if summoned, raced toward the severed blade in a dazzling golden light, ultimately merging into it and vanishing without a trace. The entire blade was enveloped in golden brilliance, and the shrill sound it had emitted abruptly ceased. In that moment, Lin Mo's Dharma manifestation appeared to shrink in size, becoming rather petite. Yet, almost instantaneously, the brilliant golden light enveloping the broken blade rapidly converged and gradually dissipated. The previously missing upper half of the blade instantly restored itself, with 3 faint golden runes emerging on its surface, constantly flickering and shifting. Lin Mo gazed intently at the golden blade suspended in the air, acutely aware of the immense spiritual pressure it exuded and the swift depletion of his inner magical energy. However, his expression bore no trace of concern. Rather, it was illuminated by a hint of joy. Undoubtedly, he had successfully mastered the method to manipulate this enigmatic treasure through his Dharma manifestation. Although the absorption rate of spiritual and energy forces by the manifestation remained considerable, it was still well within his capacity to endure. Lin Mo's sharp gaze fixated on the 3 golden symbols on the blade, which bore a striking resemblance to the symbols on the sword formed from the Shantian fruit, clearly belonging to the same script system. The golden seal script, it seemed, confirmed that this artifact was indeed another treasure of Shantian. Lin Mo murmured to himself, his tone calm, yet his eyes betraying a complex interplay of surprise and delight. Shortly thereafter, as if sensing an unexpected development, He abruptly turned his head to scrutinize the three-headed, six-armed Dharma manifestation once more. Although the golden light emanating from the manifestation no longer surged toward the golden blade with the same fervor, a portion still flowed steadily toward it. This fragment of the Xiantian treasure, once initially formed, continued to incessantly consume the primordial power of the Dharma manifestation. Lin Mo felt a slight astonishment swell within him. Yet he quickly furrowed his brow and decisively extended a finger toward the manifestation in the air. In an instant, the manifestation's arm waved gently, and the golden blade was released from its grasp, flung into the distance. Subsequently, two distinct faces simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing a whirlwind of golden gusts that, in the blink of an eye, enveloped the released golden blade. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the upper half of the blade transformed into a cascade of golden radiance, swept away by the tempest, and returned soaring towards the Dharma manifestation. Once the three-headed, six-armed manifestation absorbed all the golden radiance, its form suddenly expanded slightly, reverting to the size it had been when first unleashed. Meanwhile, the golden blade in the air returned to its original broken state, plummeting straight down. Lin Mo, with a single hand gesture, summoned the golden light, causing the broken blade to vanish without a trace. With the terrifying power of this Xiantian relic, it had undoubtedly become another trump card in Lin Mo's arsenal, warranting careful preservation. Having acquired two rare treasures in succession, Lin Mo was naturally filled with satisfaction. However, his acquisitions within the magic Gold Mountain range extended far beyond this. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Mo elegantly flicked his sleeve, and two additional items gracefully emerged, settling steadily before him. One radiated a brilliant blue light, while the other exuded a soft white glow. These were a blue orb and a pristine white jade box. The two items floated silently in midair, utterly motionless. Lin Mo reached out, and the blue orb flew effortlessly into his palm. This orb was entirely translucent and remarkably smooth, resembling exquisite glass, and it emanated an exceptionally pure essence of water. Undoubtedly, this was a genuine water attribute spiritual object. Gently pinching the orb between two fingers, Lin Mo employed his spiritual consciousness to conduct a meticulous examination of the blue radiance, subsequently falling into deep thought. After an extended period of reflection, a spark of insight illuminated his mind, and his expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. Could this be the legendary artifact? Lin Mo murmured softly, his eyes brimming with confusion and astonishment. Then, with a flash of brilliance from his fingertips, a surge of pure spiritual power was infused into the orb. With a resounding boom, the spiritual light on the orb's surface fluctuated violently, and a profound blue glow erupted from it, swiftly transforming into a gossamer-like crystal veil that enveloped Lin Mo entirely. His expression shifted slightly as he unhesitatingly opened his mouth to unleash a beam of azure light. In a split second, a flying sword descended upon the luminous veil. Accompanied by a sound akin to metal clashing, the original azure light was once again repelled, reverting to a small sword shimmering with azure radiance, merely a few inches in length, in stark contrast to the immense power previously contained within the flying sword. This was undeniably a shocking revelation. The heavenly glass water essence. This object was indeed the fabled glass water pearl, Lin Mo exclaimed, his face reflecting an incredulous expression. Yet, in the next moment, his astonishment began to wane. After a brief period of contemplation, he opened his mouth, drawing the azure small sword into his being, and then extended a finger to lightly touch the veil. A flash of red light manifested, and a blazing fireball, roughly the size of an egg, materialized at his fingertip, which he then boldly launched against the veil. Silence ensued. As the fireball made contact with the veil, it vanished without a trace, displaying no sign of power whatsoever. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, then swept his sleeve towards the veil. With a crisp chirp, a silver-flamed bird, known as the devouring spirit firebird, burst forth from his sleeve, instantly transforming into a streak of light as it darted towards the veil. The bird circled around Lin Mo once before spreading its wings and charging fiercely at the veil. With a dull crackle, the silver flames and blue light collided, each trembling and rebounding from the other. At this moment, the devouring spirit heavenly fire seemed unable to pose any threat to the veil. There was no doubt. This was indeed the authentic heavenly glass water essence. Lin Mo murmured softly to himself, then waved his robe once more, enclosing the silver firebird within. However, as he lowered his gaze to the blue orb in his hand, the ecstasy in his eyes swiftly diminished. What a pity it is. Since the cultivation I practice is not of the water attribute, this treasure can only be deemed an ordinary artifact to me. If I could refine this orb and gradually absorb its essence, perhaps it would transform my constitution into the fabled Li Shui body. Lin Mo sighed gently, his face etched with profound regret. To possess the Li Shui body would mean that any water attribute cultivation method would yield extraordinary results, and it is rumored that one could comprehend the laws of the water domain. This undoubtedly holds immense allure for cultivators in the integration stage. Lin Mo deftly waved his hand. In an instant, the blue radiance of the orb began to wane, and the surrounding curtain of water transformed into a shimmering light that was entirely absorbed within. He cradled the orb in one hand, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, as if deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance illuminated Lin Mo's eyes, as if he had struck upon an idea. He quickly formed a gesture with his other hand, and a vague white silhouette shot forth from his waist. After hovering briefly in the air, it morphed into a foot-long, ethereal white serpent, silently suspended before him. This was the spirit puppet that Lin Mo had named Doll. Since this puppet possessed only the initial abilities of the void refinement stage, it had not proven particularly effective in battles within the Demon Gold Mountain range, which is why Lin Mo had refrained from summoning it until now. He valued the puppet's sentience and its immense potential for future advancement, wishing not to expose it to unnecessary harm. Now, as Lin Mo muttered incantations, he gently pointed his finger towards the puppet. The white serpent shimmered with a translucent brilliance, instantaneously transforming into a courageous and graceful woman. She descended slowly from the air, her bright eyes glistening as they fixed intently on Lin Mo. Yet her face betrayed no hint of emotion, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of a body of profound ice. Lin Mo felt the astonishing cold emanating from the woman, and glanced at the blue orb in his hand, his expression betraying a sense of indecision. The ice attribute stems from a mutation of the water attribute. If I were to entrust this Li Shui orb to this ice attribute spirit puppet for prolonged wear, might it yield some benefits? After a considerable pause, Lin Mo quietly spoke to himself once more, ultimately arriving at a decision. He hurled the blue orb, known as the Li Shui orb, towards the puppet referred to as Doll. The orb transformed into a dazzling blue light, racing directly towards the female puppet. Before it could reach her, an exceptionally dense aura of water attribute spiritual energy enveloped the puppet. Curiously, upon contact with the remarkably rich water attribute spiritual energy, the previously expressionless face of the puppet underwent subtle changes. Her gaze no longer lingered on Lin Mo, but was intently fixed on the orb soaring towards her. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth, and a beam of pure white radiance erupted forth, instantly enveloping the orb, which she then forcefully drew into her mouth. The doll's previously pallid complexion now shimmered with a faint azure glow, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Yet, in the next instant, the expression of this female puppet swiftly returned to normal, the blue luminescence gradually fading as if nothing had transpired. Lin Mo remained keenly observant of the doll's condition, and upon witnessing this phenomenon, he stroked his chin, revealing no signs of disappointment. After all, any potential benefits would undoubtedly take time to manifest. However, he did not retract the spirit-imbued puppet immediately. Instead, he gestured towards the stone door and commanded, "I require solitude for my cultivation. During this period, you may move freely within the cave and tend to the herb garden." Although the puppet's intelligence was not particularly high, she clearly comprehended such a straightforward instruction. Moreover, allowing a spirit-imbued puppet to engage in more activity might indeed enhance her intelligence, akin to nurturing a spiritual beast. Chapter 618. The doll nodded silently, her form flickering as she vanished from the stone door like a wraith. The barriers there seemed incapable of hindering her in the slightest. In this situation, Lin Mo, who had intended to break the seal, found himself momentarily lost in thought, filled with boundless anticipation regarding the emergence of this intelligent puppet. However, he soon redirected his gaze towards the translucent jade box floating in midair. The box was adorned with several sealing talismans, emanating a faint yet flickering luminescence. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly, yet he unabashedly waved his arm, releasing an exquisitely intricate incantation. As the incantation vanished in an instant, It seamlessly integrated into the jade box. The surface of the box shimmered with radiant hues, and the attached talismans fluttered down as if moved by an unseen force. The lid of the box opened on its own, and a dazzling silver light erupted forth, rushing towards the distant horizon after a brief flicker. Nevertheless, Lin Mo was well prepared. A flash of azure light emanated from his other palm, and with a grasp into the void, he firmly seized the silver light. Accompanied by a sound that split the air, the silver light was enveloped by an invisible, immense force. Forcibly drawn in and transformed into a piece of jade tablet, as pure as snow. The surface of this jade tablet shimmered with countless silver characters, representing another section of the golden quill jade manuscript that Lin Mo had obtained from the bloodbed of the demon ape. This section meticulously detailed a method of artifact refinement known as the Xiantian refining technique, the complexities of which undoubtedly surpassed Lin Mo's current understanding. However, due to the pressing nature of the moment, he could only skim through it hurriedly without delving deeply into its study. At this moment, he resolved to once again extract the object for meticulous examination, hoping to glean new insights and revelations. Lin Mo gently pressed the jade tablet against his forehead, allowing his consciousness to seep into it, and then slowly closed his eyes, as if entering a meditative state. Time slipped away, and Lin Mo's process of comprehension astonishingly extended for a considerable duration. After half a day had passed, his body began to tremble slightly, followed by the opening of his eyes, still holding a trace of lingering astonishment. The existence of such a method for integrating 5 supreme celestial treasures into one within the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain was indeed incredible. If this method were truly viable, then with sufficient resources and time, it might be possible to forge our own postnatal Xiantian treasures in the spiritual realm. However, such an endeavor would likely require the concerted efforts of an entire ordinary race to achieve. Even so, the mere individual component of this treasure, the combined Extreme Mountain, could create tremendous upheaval. Although the fusion of 5 items seemed nearly unattainable, successfully refining even 2 of them and merging them together would yield a power that would leave one in awe. Lin Mo mused quietly to himself. It turned out that the final section of the Xiantian artifact refining technique inscribed on this jade page detailed the specific methodologies for crafting several types of postnatal Xiantian treasures. The materials required for the other types were either items that could not possibly exist in the spiritual realm, such as refined celestial bodies, or mysterious substances unknown to Lin Mo. Only the materials and refining methods for the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain appeared feasible within the spiritual realm. The refining process required no elaboration, as one would need to achieve at least the integration phase to attempt it. Surprisingly, the raw materials necessary for this treasure included genuine mountain peaks. Of course, these were not ordinary mountains. They must possess several rare attributes and special powers. The Yuan Magnetic Divine Mountain was among them. However, the small Yuan Magnetic Mountain in his possession paled in comparison to what was recorded on the jade page. It would require the addition of numerous precious materials and a prolonged process of special refinement to achieve success and significantly enhance its power. Despite this, he already possessed the primary material of one mountain, which was one of the reasons for Lin Mo's profound excitement. As for the remaining 4 mountains, the North Pole Yuan Mountain, rich in polar Yuan light, was also included. He cradled the jade tablet in his palm, immersing himself deeply in thought. By all accounts, Lin Mo had already acquired a top-tier Xiantian treasure and a fragmented one. Thus, he should not have felt such intense interest in this postnatally formed Xiantian treasure. Yet unexpectedly, the special effect noted in the annotations of this treasure, known as the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain, indicated that once summoned, it could effectively diminish the power of heavenly tribulations to an astonishing quarter of their original strength. In this manner, the treasure of the Xiantian, which is to be generated in the days to come, holds profound value and significance for Lin Mo, transcending the mere status of an ordinary magical artifact. Even if he is unable to forge all 5 peaks into existence, acquiring just 2 or 3 would suffice to help him withstand the formidable forces of the tribulation. As of now, he has ascended to a high-level cultivator in the void refinement stage, facing the daunting heavenly tribulation every 3,000 years. Although it appears that the interval for undergoing tribulations has lengthened, the power of the Great Tribulation far exceeds that of the minor tribulations encountered during the transformation stage or the nascent soul stage. For cultivators at the void refinement level, The first encounter with the Great Tribulation is typically navigated with relative ease. However, with each successive trial, particularly the second and third, the number of those who perish gradually increases. Only those who have transcended a lifespan of 10,000 years tend to endure the fourth and fifth Great Tribulations, yet among them, very few emerge unscathed, with survival rates hovering around 20 to 30%. As for the subsequent rounds of Great Tribulations, after each passage, it is said that over 70 to 80% of contemporaneous cultivators meet their demise. It is rumored that since humanity established its foothold in the spirit realm, no void refinement level being has ever successfully traversed the 9th round of the Great Tribulation. Those who have braved more than 9 rounds are invariably formidable cultivators of the integration stage or higher. Even if a void refinement level entity possesses strength that surpasses their peers, failure to ascend to the integration stage renders them doomed to fall during the 9th Great Tribulation. Of course, this pertains only to human cultivators. In contrast, for the demon race, once they achieve transformation, their tribulation process bears resemblance to that of humans. However, other races in the spirit realm, due to disparities in lifespan and innate talents, may also face tribulations at varying intervals and intensities. It is said that some races experience tribulations of far greater intensity than those of humans, occurring only once every 10,000 years, yet when they do strike, their ferocity far exceeds that of human tribulations. Conversely, certain races with shorter lifespans may encounter tribulations every few decades, yet their intensity pales in comparison to that of human-level tribulations. As cultivators ascend to the integration stage and beyond, the magnitude of the Great Tribulation surpasses that of the void refinement stage, with each trial resembling a precarious dance between life and death. Those who fail are destined to return to the cycle of reincarnation. Those who succeed, akin to a phoenix reborn, may experience an enhancement in their cultivation. Some cultivators even manage to break through their previous cultivation bottlenecks during this process. Therefore, for beings at the integration stage and beyond, unless it pertains to significant events concerning the continuation of their lineage, they seldom venture forth. The majority of their time is devoted to cultivation and preparation for the next life and death tribulation. Undoubtedly, these great tribulations are not solely composed of lightning strikes. Yet each is invariably accompanied by thunderous calamities, with lightning serving as the predominant force. Thus, the significance of the Yuan Hiwuji mountain, which can diminish the power of the lightning by a quarter, cannot be overstated. Should he succeed in forging this peak, the probability of survival during the tribulation would nearly double. However, aside from the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, currently in Lin Mo's possession, the whereabouts of the other 4 peaks remain entirely elusive. Apart from these 4 formidable mountains, the other essential auxiliary materials are exceedingly rare. Some of these materials, even someone of Lin Mo's stature has only heard of, never having laid eyes on them. This circumstance fills Lin Mo with profound helplessness and distress. He pondered hesitantly in the secret chamber for an extended period, gradually restoring his composure. A fleeting glance at the jade page in his hand was followed by a gentle wave of his other hand, causing a jade box to materialize quietly. He carefully placed the jade page inside the box, sealing it with a restrictive talisman before stowing it away. Although he possessed the knowledge of the refinement methods, he felt no certainty regarding his ability to successfully refine 2 or 3 of the extreme mountains. Such treasures could not be forcibly acquired. Rather, it depended on whether he would truly possess such immense fortune in the future. Upon comprehending this truth, Lin Mo sat quietly once more, and after a period of adjustment, his emotions finally returned to tranquility. Suddenly, with a flick of his sleeve, a circular ring flew forth from his cuff. The ring spun momentarily, releasing a radiant glow, and then a mass of black light descended gently from above, landing softly on the ground. Within the black light, a small black monkey curled up, motionless. This was the crying soul beast. This creature had astonishingly exhibited formidable strength on that day, vanquishing the spirit that had been entrusted to the incarnation of the outer demon lord. Yet it fell into a coma from the exhaustion of its powers and had yet to awaken. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo's expression turned grave. Yet he extended a hand and grasped at the small monkey in the air. A stream of azure light surged from his fingertips, instantly enveloping the little monkey and effortlessly drawing it before him. Lin Mo gazed at the small beast, narrowing his eyes slightly, as threads of crystalline energy shot forth from his brow, silently penetrating the monkey's body. In an effort to ascertain the true condition of the crying soul beast, Lin Mo condensed his spiritual consciousness into threads, externalizing them to directly examine the creature's body. Once the crystalline threads entered the little monkey, it remained unchanged, showing no response to the intrusion. Meanwhile, Lin Mo closed his eyes, meticulously controlling the crystalline threads of his consciousness to examine every subtle change within the beast. After half an hour, he murmured in disbelief, "This cannot be. How could such a thing happen?" The previously depleted magical energy of the crying soul beast had not only been fully restored, but both the strength of its physical form and the magical energy contained within its meridians had increased by over 50%. Furthermore, during his careful observation, the abnormalities within the beast continued to progress at an exceedingly slow pace, seemingly never ceasing. Could it be that it was about to advance again? Lin Mo looked at the little monkey before him, his face displaying astonishment. Prior to this, it seemed that the crying soul beast had not consumed any items with formidable nourishing effects. Why then had there been such a significant enhancement in its physical strength and magical energy? Could it be that all of this is somehow connected to the peculiar behavior exhibited by the beast on that fateful day within the magic Gold Mountain range? Lin Mo, feeling astonished, continued to strengthen his spiritual power, delving deeper into the body of the crying soul beast in search of the truth. Something was amiss. There was undoubtedly an issue here. This entity had never housed such a thing before. Suddenly, Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically, and he gasped aloud. As he penetrated into the depths of the beast's dantian, he was confronted with countless nearly imperceptible transparent crystals, their size slightly larger than a grain of rice, devoid of any discernible aura. Yet, they were tightly encircled by swirling soul-capturing ethereal light, as if undergoing a continuous process of refinement. Lin Mo's thoughts raced, and he quickly recalled his previous encounter in the magic Gold Mountain range, where this beast effortlessly annihilated the spirit of the cave's spirit and swallowed it whole. Could it be that these mysterious crystals were the essence of that very spirit, or perhaps remnants left behind by the otherworldly demon lord that had once inhabited it? However, prior to this, the crying soul beast had never exhibited such anomalies, regardless of the malevolent souls it devoured. He found himself lost in contemplation, enveloped in silence. Was it truly that entity? A sudden flash of insight illuminated Lin Mo's mind. He remembered a particular matter, and his expression turned exceedingly grave. Without the luxury of further contemplation, a crystal thread embedded within the crying soul beast's body stirred gently, immediately ensnaring one of the crystals within the dantian and swiftly withdrawing it to the outside. The crystal that appeared outside the beast's body was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, and the crystal thread vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Lin Mo, with a serious demeanor, pointed delicately at the crystal. A slender azure thread shot forth, firmly gripping the crystal, and with a swift motion, brought it before him. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with radiant blue light as he exerted the full extent of his clarity-enhancing vision, fixating intently on the crystal, not daring to relax for a moment. After a prolonged wait, Lin Mo finally exhaled a sigh of relief and, with a flick of his hand, produced a jade vial the size of his thumb. The azure thread gently moved, depositing the crystal into the vial. Immediately, the vial shimmered slightly, and to his astonishment, it leapt away from his palm, disappearing in a peculiar manner. Subsequently, Lin Mo swiftly waved his sleeve into the air. The spirit beast ring, which had been floating above, descended in response, and a brilliant light erupted, enveloping the crying soul beast within its embrace. Chapter 619. After Lin Mo once again stowed the spirit beast ring into his pouch, he immediately stood tall, striding purposefully towards the stone door, leaving the secret chamber in haste. Almost the instant he stepped out of the chamber's entrance, Lin Mo's consciousness stirred, promptly issuing a directive to the doll in the medicinal garden to guard the hideout. Following that, he transformed into a streak of azure light and sped away. Within moments, Lin Mo found himself outside the cave, swiftly retreating to the foot of the mountain, where he summoned a beast cart and set forth towards the core of Cloud City. In the ensuing days, Lin Mo devoted himself entirely to the myriad shops in Cloud City that sold ancient tomes, meticulously selecting a plethora of obscure texts that had previously escaped his attention. These tomes encompassed a diverse array of genres, including specialized manuals for cultivation and esoteric arts, as well as leisurely reads that introduced various rare treasures and historical events. Upon returning to his abode with these texts, Lin Mo would peruse their contents at a remarkable pace, as if in pursuit of some elusive information. However, after a night of relentless effort, he emerged from the chamber with a countenance etched in disappointment, subsequently departing for larger bookstores in Cloud City to continue his extensive acquisitions. For 5 or 6 consecutive days, Lin Mo repeated this ritual. The sheer volume of tomes he procured and the staggering value of the spirit stones expended left onlookers astounded. Yet, on this particular day, upon returning from Cloud City with an ancient and elegantly crafted jade piece in hand, a look of unbridled joy illuminated his face. "At last, I have found it," he murmured to himself. "I had anticipated that even though the true essence of spirit is exceedingly rare, it must surely be documented in the ancient texts." With a newfound seriousness, he began to delve intently into the jade piece's content, his form as immovable as a rock, his entire focus riveted upon it. Time slipped away unnoticed until his body quivered slightly, followed by a long, drawn-out sigh as he cast the jade piece to the ground, his expression rife with profound disappointment. "How could this happen? Such a monumental opportunity has slipped through my fingers," he lamented, his hand involuntarily flipping over to reveal a small vial containing a crystal. As the cap was removed, the crystal slowly floated out, coming to rest at the opening. Gazing at this seemingly unremarkable crystal, Lin Mo's lips quivered slightly as a rueful smile crept across his face. According to the texts he had consulted, the so-called true essence of spirit indeed existed. It was a remnant of chaotic energy released by beings of true spirit level at the dawn of creation. For an ordinary individual, consuming this substance could yield unimaginable effects. Though it could not evolve into a true spirit of the same origin, it held great potential for transformative growth, accelerating one's cultivation to astonishing heights, perhaps even breaking through to the combined body realm. Considering the scarcity of true spirits in the spirit realm, one can imagine the rarity of such true essence. Moreover, over the years, a portion of it had been discovered and depleted by various powerful beings, rendering the remaining true essence exceedingly rare. Furthermore, as noted in the texts, this true essence originally existed in gaseous form. However, due to the overwhelming power it contained, those who consumed it were unable to fully refine it in a short span. Consequently, if the essence remained in the body beyond a certain period, it would directly coalesce into a crystalline state. The exquisite crystal harbors an astonishing quantity of genuine spiritual essence, far exceeding our imagination. Depending on individual constitution, some may require centuries, or even longer, to fully refine it. Upon encountering this passage, Lin Mo could not help but feel an overwhelming joy. However, the subsequent descriptions tightened his heart, awakening him as if doused with cold water. The text elaborated that once the true spiritual essence transforms into crystalline form, it signifies the complete assimilation of the cultivator's own essence. Consequently, the essence within the crystal can no longer be absorbed or refined by others. Should any other practitioners attempt to forcibly draw upon the essence within the crystal, it would revert to ordinary earthly energy, returning to the embrace of nature. Ultimately, the author emphasized that this assimilation process is exceedingly thorough and nearly impossible to reverse by human means. Therefore, it is imperative for the cultivators who have acquired this primordial power to bear this in mind. After absorbing all the explanations, Lin Mo was left utterly speechless, his astonishment palpable. At that moment, he fixated intently on the strands of true essence emanating from the small vial before him, his face reflecting an intricate array of emotions. The assertions within the tome may not be unequivocally accurate, yet regardless, I must make an attempt, he murmured to himself after a brief silence, unwilling to resign to fate. Suddenly, he extended one hand, forming a series of intricate hand seals, while the other hand gently pointed towards the essence in the air. With a soft pop, a beam of azure light shot forth, swiftly enveloping the essence. Lin Mo's expression turned grave as he continually executed a series of hand seals, all merging into the azure radiance. The essence within the azure light began to quiver slightly, spinning, and its hue transformed accordingly. Initially transparent, it gradually shifted to a pale red, then deepened to a dark black. Ultimately, under the flickering spiritual light, it astonishingly transformed into a dazzling golden hue akin to that of pure gold. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, abruptly altering the hand seals. Countless runes materialized within the azure light encasing the essence, dancing gracefully around it, swiftly forming a miniature magical array, with the golden essence positioned precisely at the center. Observing this situation, Lin Mo exhaled a wisp of azure infant flame, which vanished instantly, merging into the miniature array, accompanied by a muffled sound. The entire rune array radiated brilliance, as the azure infant flame effortlessly fused with it. Subsequently, wisps of azure flames emerged simultaneously from each corner of the array, tightly surrounding the essence and commencing the forging process. As the azure flames surged, the golden essence initially remained motionless. However, as time progressed, its golden surface began to flicker more frequently, its luminosity intensifying, ultimately emitting a low, resonant hum. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo felt a sinking sensation in his heart. And before he could adjust his hand seals, a dull thud resonated from the array. Remarkably, the essence vanished without a trace, replaced by a ball of golden mist the size of an egg. The luminous mist swirled with an enchanting grace, emanating a thunderous roar from within, before suddenly expanding to an immense size, reaching approximately 10 feet in diameter and continuing to grow unabated. The surrounding azure flames and radiant light were instantaneously ruptured. Lin Mo's expression shifted to one of sheer panic in an instant, though his feet remained firmly planted on the ground. His body glided silently towards a corner of the chamber as if equipped with a pulley mechanism. In that same moment, he gently waved one of his sleeves forward. Accompanied by a dazzling flash of light, a translucent shield materialized before him. Following a brief flicker, it transformed into a colossal entity towering several yards high, effectively concealing him from view. Almost as soon as Lin Mo completed these actions, the primordial magnetic divine light emitted a crisp, shattering sound, and countless golden rays burst forth from it. Confronted with such a scenario, a weighty apprehension settled deep within Lin Mo's heart. However, the magical energy within him surged forth, flooding into the immense shield before him. Simultaneously, a golden radiance enveloped his skin, transforming it into a resplendent golden hue adorned with shimmering scales. Clearly, he was mentally prepared to endure a fierce impact, while the fate of the chamber, and indeed the entire cave, now seemed to rest in the hands of Providence. Yet, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. The liberated golden mist refrained from further wild expansion or explosion. Instead, it instantaneously morphed into a brilliant beam of light that pierced through the chamber's ceiling, soaring skyward. The ceiling and its surrounding barriers crumbled like parchment, effortlessly perforated by the beam, creating a passage half a foot wide. In an instant, the golden mist vanished without a trace from the chamber. Lin Mo, astonished, lifted his gaze, witnessing shafts of sunlight streaming through the aperture. However, a chilling surge of powerful spiritual energy soon enveloped the atmosphere, as the very essence of the spiritual mountain seemed to churn violently at that moment. His lips quivered slightly, yet he extended his hand, casting a white incantation that vanished into the ceiling above. Immediately, the previously perforated ceiling erupted in a dazzling white light, rapidly healing the breach at an astonishing pace, restoring it to its original state in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo's form flickered with a flash of azure light, transforming into a swift streak as he soared out of the chamber. After several moments of shimmering, his escape light gradually coalesced, and Lin Mo found himself hovering above the cave, gazing upward with a furrowed brow. The sky above had manifested wisps of golden storms, raging violently in the high altitudes. Below these golden tempests, a multitude of colorful dots swirled, converging from all directions with overwhelming force. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo felt a profound shock, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. He felt a sense of relief for not having directly devoured and refined that crystal grain. Otherwise, the catastrophic consequences would be unimaginable. However, such a tremendous commotion naturally attracted the attention of other cultivators residing in the various caverns of Ling Mountain. Brilliant spiritual lights flickered throughout Ling Mountain, and figures of various hues began to materialize. Some familiar faces even gathered together, pointing and discussing the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow, while his mind raced to devise a strategy for handling the situation. If someone were to inquire, how could he find an appropriate excuse to conceal this matter? Just then, a raucous laughter suddenly echoed from a corner of Ling Mountain. Huh. Who dares to experiment with new secret techniques here, summoning such a plethora of pure celestial essence? I am in need of abundant celestial essence as material to forge a treasure. This will certainly save me a great deal of effort. As the words were spoken, a scorching red light surged from below, aiming to penetrate the celestial phenomenon overhead. However, at that moment, the red light erupted into towering flames, instantly transforming into a crimson fire dragon over 10 zhang long, swaying its head and tail, its gaping maw ready to unleash destruction. With a deafening roar, a dazzling crimson radiance burst forth from the dragon's mouth. The countless points of light and seemingly terrifying golden storms that filled the air were swiftly dispelled within mere moments by this crimson glow. Originally a fire dragon of merely 20 zhang in size, it suddenly released a fierce red light after a wild laugh, morphing into a humanoid figure approximately 10 zhang tall, gracefully floating in the sky. This elder, while past his 60s, bore a rugged visage adorned with silver hair, clad in a purple robe, holding an object with an expression of pride. It was a crimson gourd, merely half a foot tall, its surface engraved with flame-shaped patterns and a radiant crimson dragon, nearly identical to the fire dragon conjured earlier. It turned out to be the old monster Su. When did this ancient being return? It seems his prowess has grown even stronger than before. The myriad of alien beings below stirred with excitement upon seeing the purple-robed elder, many of whom appeared familiar. Whispering amongst themselves, Lin Mo, taken aback by the scene, quickly scanned the elder with his spiritual sense, immediately discerning that he was a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the void refining realm. Such strength is undoubtedly top tier in Ling Mountain, where no one at the combined body stage resides. Yet, it did not seem to instill the same sense of dread among the numerous alien cultivators who were also at the void refining stage. A hint of confusion arose within Lin Mo's mind. Nevertheless, since the celestial phenomenon triggered by the primordial crystal grain had been effortlessly collected by this individual without attracting undue attention, he felt a substantial weight lift from his shoulders. Thus, with a flash of azure light surrounding him, Lin Mo transformed once more into a streak of azure rainbow, racing towards the cavern below. As he returned to his cave abode, he first employed his magical prowess to restore the protective barriers surrounding the exterior and the hidden chamber, before finally settling down cross-legged within the sanctum. With a flick of his hand, a cascade of black mist descended, revealing the ethereal form of the soul-devouring beast, which gracefully hovered in close proximity. Lin Mo gazed at the creature for an extended period, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. After the recent experiment, he harbored no doubts regarding the contents of the ancient texts. He reluctantly accepted that the true Qilin essence would gradually be consumed by the soul-devouring beast. Chapter 620. The soul-devouring beast was his exclusive spirit beast. Should it manage to fully absorb the true Qilin essence, resulting in a significant enhancement of its prowess, it would undoubtedly be a cause for euphoric celebration. Compared to the initial expectation that the true spirit essence would require several centuries to resurface, with an uncertain fate of falling into someone else's hands, this current outcome was clearly far more favorable. After profound contemplation, Lin Mo's initial elation began to wane, supplanted by a sense of disheartening disappointment. This emotion receded like the tide, restoring a sense of tranquility and peace within him. He gently raised his left hand, releasing the enigmatic spirit beast ring, swiftly incorporating the soul-devouring beast within it. Subsequently, he pondered for a moment and, with utmost caution, turned his palm over, revealing a seemingly ordinary azure jade vial. Though it appeared unremarkable, it emanated a faint azure glow, with several tightly affixed talismans adorning its mouth. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, casting the vial into the void, then waved his sleeve, releasing a dozen shimmering array flags. As he silently chanted an incantation, he pointed delicately at the flags. In an instant, a whistling sound erupted as the flags transformed into vibrant beams of light, vanishing into the ether without a trace. A soft yellow light curtain gradually materialized within the chamber, adorned with variously sized runes gently floating about. Lin Mo had successfully arranged a small-scale magical array, enveloping himself within the influence of its power. After completing this task, he gently blew towards the azure jade vial, from which a gentle breeze emerged. With a few soft pops, the protective talismans at the vial's opening fell away as the breeze caressed them. The vial's mouth opened wide, revealing a flickering glow within. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mo did not hesitate to extend his arm, grasping towards the vial in the void. The azure jade vial twirled swiftly, and under a swirl of radiant light, a bizarre, multicolored object emerged from its mouth. This entity took on a humanoid form, mere inches in height, yet remained utterly still, resembling a vibrant puppet. However, Lin Mo did not dare to underestimate this puppet. He continued to silently chant incantations, unleashing a series of magical gestures. The myriad colors of spiritual light flickered across the puppet's form, and it soon began to expand dramatically. In just a few breaths, it returned to its original stature. Originally, it stood at an impressive height of 2 zhong, its visage adorned with a verdant hue, while its limbs were delicate, lavender tendrils. This was the Ji Xian that Lin Mo had fortuitously acquired in the Mo Jin mountain range. At this very moment, various runes shimmered upon its form. Bound by rigorous seals, its eyes tightly shut, as if ensconced in a profound slumber. Lin Mo squinted, meticulously scrutinizing the Ji Xian before him, seemingly enraptured by its presence. This fascination was entirely understandable. Although he had encountered numerous spiritual herbs capable of assuming human forms, including his own 9, which could transmute a wisp of spirit into a vividly animated white rabbit, this Ji Xian transcended such lowly celestial beings by directly transforming its essence into a human shape. Nonetheless, he harbored no immediate intention of awakening this entity. Instead, he concealed it within the folds of his sleeve, gently flicking it with his fingers. With a sharp sound akin to the slicing of air, a slender beam of sword light burst forth, wrapping delicately around one of the purple tendrils of the Ji Xian. In a flash of azure light, a minuscule wound appeared, releasing a few droplets of milky liquid, saturating the hall with a rich medicinal aroma. A glint of cold brilliance flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he raised one hand, causing a pre-prepared bottle, no larger than a thumb, to soar into the air. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of radiant light. As the scintillating glow enveloped the white liquid upon the Ji Xian's tendril, it spiraled gracefully into the small vial, leaving not a single drop behind. At that moment, a faint purple luminescence glimmered across the surface of the wound on the tendril, which then restored itself to its original state, as if the injury had never existed. Amidst the dazzling display of light, he deftly gathered the white essence from the Ji Xian's tendril, twisting it into a neat bundle, which he elegantly stowed away in a delicate porcelain bottle. Surprisingly, after this operation, the previously injured segment of the tendril emanated a gentle purple glow before returning to its pristine condition, as if it had never been harmed at all. Faced with such a phenomenon, Lin Mo appeared to have anticipated this outcome, revealing little astonishment. He merely waved his arm gently, unleashing an invisible force. A subsequent whoosh echoed as the small porcelain bottle, brimming with the milky liquid, shot forth from the void and landed steadily in his palm. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo nodded in approval, a slight frown creasing his brow as he mused. This essence is indeed remarkably pure. Although his words resonated with admiration, his countenance betrayed none of the exuberance one might expect. At that juncture, his other hand waved lightly, revealing a glimmer of silver light in his palm, which, after a brief flicker, transformed into a circular bowl with a diameter of approximately half a foot. The surface of the silver bowl shimmered with a silvery glow, intricately adorned with exquisite patterns, clearly not an ordinary object. Without hesitation, Lin Mo poured the contents of a small porcelain vial into the silver bowl. As a drop of milky essence cascaded from the vial, it swiftly mingled with the bowl's contents. Immediately, with a flick of his arm, a storage bracelet soared from the ground, spinning gracefully before erupting in a dazzling display of radiant light. This luminous spectacle swept across the room, revealing an array of boxes and containers of various shapes and sizes on the ground. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the assortment, and he reached for a jade box among them. The lid of the box flew open on its own, and a stream of blue essence splashed forth, cascading like a fine thread into the silver bowl. Soon after, another vial soared from the void, hurtling directly toward the silver bowl. After several hours of diligent activity, the chamber was thick with the aroma of potent herbs. Lin Mo's eyes remained fixated on the silver bowl he held, motionless, as if the contents had captured his full attention. After a considerable pause, a resigned chuckle echoed within the chamber, followed by a flash of silver light from Lin Mo's hand. causing the silver bowl to vanish without a trace. It appeared that while the Ji Xianling blood possessed many miraculous properties as an alchemical material, it evidently did not warrant the attention of formidable cultivators in the merging stage. It seemed to possess other, more enigmatic uses. Lin Mo straightened his posture, contemplatively murmuring to himself. As his words faded, his gaze shifted toward the Ji Xian hovering before him, his eyes glimmering with a profound azure light. He stroked his chin, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly extended his 10 fingers, flicking them rapidly. Dozens of silvery threads surged forth, vanishing into the Ji Xian's form, disappearing without a trace. Lin Mo then stilled his fingers, withdrawing his hands into his sleeves, watching the Ji Xian silently, refraining from any further action. After a brief moment, the previously motionless Ji Xian suddenly emanated a faint purple glow, its eyelids quivering slightly as it slowly opened its eyes, locking gazes with Lin Mo. Within those pale green eyes, silver sparks flickered within the pupils, swirling in an eerie manner. It seems I have ultimately fallen into your grasp. Might I inquire as to where exactly this place resides? To Lin Mo's surprise, the Ji Xian exhibited neither anger nor fear, instead speaking with a calm demeanor, as if conversing with an ordinary stranger. Observing this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a bemused expression gracing his face, yet he offered no concealment, responding candidly, "This is Yunqing, not far from the Majin mountain range. It appears your spiritual intelligence has awakened quite early, allowing you to maintain such composure in this situation. Even if I were to lose my calm, what could possibly change? Do you think that by begging for mercy, I would earn your forgiveness and be allowed to depart?" Ji Xian paused momentarily, then spoke in an indifferent tone. "Indeed, as a rare celestial herb capable of transforming into human form, your release is undoubtedly impossible." Lin Mo responded with a faint smile, nodding in agreement. Noticing Lin Mo's continued composure, Ji Xian's face displayed a hint of surprise. However, upon catching sight of the tentacle Lin Mo had previously wounded, she immediately emitted a cold snort and closed her eyes, seemingly unwilling to speak further. Curiously, Lin Mo inquired, "Aside from being utilized as a medicinal herb for alchemical purposes, do you possess any other functions? Otherwise, why would such a high-ranking entity relentlessly pursue you?" Unperturbed by the inquiry, Lin Mo continued his questioning. Ji Xian's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of derision, yet she remained tight-lipped, unwilling to respond. "Since you have awakened your spiritual intelligence, you must possess your own primordial spirit. I assume you would not wish for me to employ soul-searching techniques," Lin Mo sighed. "Soul-searching? If you believe that you can extract any information from me through such means, feel free to proceed." Ji Xian's cold laughter echoed in response. Upon hearing her reply, Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. In the spirit realm, although techniques akin to the soul-shrinking secret art from his mastery of the true demon art were not widely circulated, they were by no means rare. The fact that this ancient Ji Xian understood such a technique was not overly astonishing. While his thoughts raced, Lin Mo maintained an outward calm, revealing no signs of disturbance. "If you are unwilling to disclose anything, that is of no consequence. I can utilize your essence as a medicinal ingredient, yielding some top-tier elixirs. However, I am aware that the transformed primordial spirit of a celestial being like yourself holds immense value for practitioners who cultivate specific arts, secrets, and divine abilities. The minuscule essence you have painstakingly cultivated over countless years, if it falls into the hands of such individuals, would render all your past efforts futile," Lin Mo remarked, a twinkle in his eye. "You are threatening me." Ji Xian's body trembled slightly as she abruptly opened her eyes, her expression darkening with indignation. "Threatening is hardly the case. I have taken considerable risks to enter the Mo mountain range, and if I cannot obtain sufficient compensation for my endeavors, I shall have no choice but to utilize you to the fullest," Lin Mo replied with a light chuckle, yet his gaze remained devoid of emotion. "Even if I were to tell you, would you genuinely adhere to your promise and allow my primordial spirit to depart freely? On what grounds should I trust your words?" Ji Xian discerned the underlying meaning in Lin Mo's tone, her eyes shimmering with cold light. "Allowing your primordial spirit to depart freely is, of course, out of the question. I fear you might seize the opportunity to usurp another's body for rebirth or leak secrets if captured by others. However, I can assist you in achieving a peaceful dissolution, guiding you directly onto the path of reincarnation. As for the matter of trust, do you truly have any alternative?" Lin Mo replied cheerfully, I possess no substantial agency in this matter. However, this does not imply that I am exempt from stipulating conditions. A unique glimmer flickered in the eyes of the celestial sage as he spoke slowly and resolutely. What are your expectations, if I may ask? Do feel free to express them candidly. Lin Mo offered a slight smile, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the situation. The request is exceedingly simple. The essence of our transaction, as you have articulated, involves my revelation of the profound mysteries pertaining to my true form. In exchange for permitting my ethereal essence to dissipate freely within the cosmos, allowing it to embark on the path of reincarnation. Should there be a next life? Perhaps there lies a chance for it to transform into a being of your esteemed kind. However, the specifics of this transaction must adhere to my will, otherwise, I would rather descend into the underworld with my true self than become a mere pawn in another's game. The celestial sage appeared to have contemplated this thoroughly, articulating his thoughts in one breath. Might I inquire as to the method you wish to employ for this exchange? Lin Mo inquired straightforwardly. I shall employ my innate mystical arts to bifurcate my ethereal essence. The majority will encompass my autonomous consciousness, while the other portion will contain fragments of my memories. You will first allow the larger part of my essence to depart, and upon the remaining segment confirming your adherence to your promise, I shall divulge the secrets truthfully. Subsequently, once you have acquired what you desire, you may send my residual essence into reincarnation. In this manner, you need not worry about subsequent complications, and I can reveal the truth to you without reservations, the celestial sage stated with a calm demeanor. Chapter 621. It is utterly impossible to be devoid of concerns. You have already expended a considerable portion of your essence. What if you were to have second thoughts midway and choose not to inform me? Would I not be courting my own suffering? Lin Mo felt a stir within yet maintained a demeanor of denial. From the moment you seized me, I was already gravely wounded. Even had I not fallen into your grasp, I would swiftly have been captured by another formidable entity. Thus, there exists no profound enmity between us. I would never jeopardize a significant portion of my essence for the sake of a corporeal form on the brink of obsolescence. After all, no one can foresee the circumstances that may arise from a fractured essence's reincarnation, the celestial sage explained calmly. Lin Mo stroked his chin, scrutinizing the celestial sage before him, and suddenly nodded with a smile. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. This shall be our decision. You acquiesced so readily? Upon witnessing Lin Mo's decisive agreement, the celestial sage was momentarily taken aback, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. Do you possess a better alternative, my friend? Lin Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, there is none. I had assumed that even if you agreed, it would be after considerable contemplation. The celestial sage replied gently. In truth, there was no need for such extensive deliberation. Frankly speaking, the mere fact that I could capture you brings me immense joy. I am reluctant to add further burdens to my heart, Lin Mo stated with a profound tone. Upon hearing Lin Mo utter these words, the celestial sage's expression shifted, yet he refrained from voicing any rebuttal. Very well, since you are willing to employ the technique of splitting the ethereal essence, may I inquire how long it will take? I do not anticipate that this process will require decades, or even a century. Lin Mo inquired immediately. Naturally, it cannot take such an extensive period. However, the required time is not brief. This arcane art can be completed in approximately a year. Nevertheless, during this time, you must first lift some of the restrictions placed upon me. Ji Xian's expression turned grave as he responded with an unprecedented seriousness. A year. Very well. I can grant you this duration and will exert every effort to alleviate most of your constraints. However, I implore you to adhere to your promise and refrain from harboring any other intentions. I shall leave behind some residual restrictions, which paradoxically may render it even more extraordinary. Should you manage to escape under such circumstances, then Lin can only resign himself to misfortune. Lin Mo spoke with a calm demeanor. Before my capture, my old injuries had yet to heal, and now I can merely suppress them. I am truly incapable of further escape. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian could not help but smile wryly. Lin Mo, after listening to his words, merely smiled gently without offering any commentary. Yet, from within his sleeve, his fingertips suddenly flicked out two ethereal flowers, one gold and one silver, which swiftly shot forth. Observing this, Ji Xian's eyes sparkled with silver light, and she focused intently ahead. When she discerned that the two ethereal flowers were, in fact, a golden beetle and a miniature silver firebird, her expression changed dramatically, and she involuntarily exclaimed, "Ah, you are indeed familiar with this spiritual insect. In that case, it could not be better. Since you understand the potency of this insect, you surely will not entertain any further thoughts." Lin Imo chuckled softly, then gestured gently towards the golden beetle and the silver firebird. In an instant, these two items began to drift gracefully toward Ji Xian. Her countenance shifted multiple times. How could she be unaware of the terrifying nature of the golden devourer? The beetle before her had matured. Had it not been constrained, it would likely have long since fled. The silver firebird, forged of flames, appeared instantaneously. Although no further explanation was provided, the mere act of releasing it alongside the golden devourer suggested that its terrifying nature, while perhaps slightly lacking, was still formidable. As these two entities were about to enter her mouth, Ji Xian, after a brief moment of contemplation, resolutely opened her mouth. In an instant, the golden beetle and the silver firebird converged like lightning and simultaneously disappeared into her mouth. Lin Imo smiled slightly, and with one arm, gently grasped at Ji Xian's ethereal form. With a swift whoosh, dozens of silver threads shot forth from Ji Xian's body like arrows, vanishing into his sleeves in the blink of an eye. Following this, amidst a flurry of incantations, a vibrant array of colors surged from Ji Xian's body, transforming into variously hued talismans that quietly dissipated. Witnessing this, Ji Xian's eyes shimmered with a silver halo, his body emanating a purple glow from bottom to top, while the purple tendrils growing from his face and limbs suddenly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a form indistinguishable from that of a human. Oh, truly a wondrous manifestation of nature. Despite having endured such profound trauma in the past, I have now healed to an extraordinary degree. Lin Imo remarked with a shake of his head. Is there a medicinal garden in this vicinity? I wish to plant my true form within it. For by harnessing the spiritual essence of the surrounding herbs, I may expedite the completion of my soul-splitting secret technique. The Ji Xian inquired directly and without hesitation. Indeed, a medicinal garden does exist. Please follow me, Lin Imo replied, his anticipation palpable as he nodded in agreement. If this Ji Xian were to remain within the garden, it would allow the doll to monitor the situation closely. After all, the Ji Xian's cultivation was not particularly profound, and coupled with her visible injuries and the stringent restrictions of the cave, the doll, with its initial stage of virtual refinement, was more than capable of handling this task. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Imo rose to his feet and waved his hand, gathering the various jars and vials before him into his possession. Simultaneously, the stone door of the secret chamber glimmered with a soft white light and slowly opened by itself. Without hesitation, Lin Imo stepped forward, leading the way through the stone door, closely followed by the Ji Xian, who hesitated briefly before trailing behind. As they emerged from the stone door, a woman with an impassive expression stood to one side, exuding a faint chill. She was the spirit puppet known as the doll, summoned by Lin Imo's mental command. Upon catching sight of Lin Imo, the woman immediately bowed respectfully, before reverting to her usual expressionless demeanor. Lin Imo inclined his head slightly, choosing not to utter a word, and swiftly made his way toward the medicinal garden. Given the precious nature of the cave in Cloud City, Lin Imo's medicinal garden was not particularly expansive, measuring only 200 to 300 zhang in width. However, as the Ji Xian followed Lin Imo into the garden, a look of satisfaction crossed her face as she exclaimed, "This is indeed impressive. Though not vast, the concentration of spiritual energy here is astonishing. The location you have chosen is truly exceptional. Oh, it is not that I have specifically selected it. Rather, the distribution of spiritual energy across the entire spiritual mountain is relatively uniform. You may choose any spot as the resting place for your true form," Lin Imo replied nonchalantly. "Is that so? Then I shall no longer hesitate." The Ji Xian nodded in acknowledgement, her figure flashing as she swiftly surpassed Lin Imo and ventured deeper into the garden. Lin Imo smiled, strolling leisurely behind, accompanied by the silent doll. As the Ji Xian advanced, her gaze roamed the surroundings of the medicinal plot, and after a brief moment, an expression of astonishment appeared on her face. To her amazement, more than half of the spiritual herbs cultivated in the garden boasted growth periods exceeding 10,000 years, while the remainder were no less than a millennium old. The entire garden was suffused with a rich medicinal aroma, and any ordinary person lingering here while unable to halt the aging process immediately, would likely find themselves healed of all ailments. Overwhelmed by this revelation, the Jixien felt compelled to thoroughly inspect the garden. And thus, even after traversing the central area, she continued to move forward. Lin Mo, observing her reaction from behind, remained unperturbed, leisurely following her path. The medicinal garden was not extensive, and soon, Jixien was traversing a narrow path towards the far end of the garden. At that moment, a fleeting white shadow darted past, and suddenly, a half-foot-tall creature leapt forth from a patch of spiritual herbs nearby. It then turned and bounded into the opposite side of the path within the garden. To Jixian's astonishment, it was a colossal jade rabbit, pure white as if carved from fine jade. This rabbit was the manifestation of Lin Mo's 9 curves spirit ginseng's primordial spirit. What could this mean? As Jixien discerned the jade rabbit, her body trembled involuntarily, and she gasped in surprise, her expression a mixture of delight and bewilderment. Why are you so astonished? My friend, have you never encountered other transformed beings before? Lin Mo inquired curiously from behind. Indeed, I have not. We typically conceal our true forms in perilous and remote locations, compounded by the multitude of natural enemies, leaving us nearly defenseless, amidst millions of spiritual herbs. Who knows if any could fortuitously awaken sentience? Jixien hastily replied, her eagerness driving her to follow the direction in which the white rabbit had just departed. After traversing several dozen paces, they discovered the root of the 9 curves spirit ginseng in a secluded corner of the garden. The rabbit, born of its primordial spirit, was voraciously gnawing on a chunk of root it had found somewhere in the garden, thoroughly engrossed in its meal. Upon noticing Lin Mo and the others approaching, it merely cast a casual glance before returning to its feast, seemingly oblivious to their presence. The timid demeanor it had displayed before Lin Mo had vanished entirely. Observing this, Lin Mo gently rubbed his forehead, bemused yet amused. Beside him, Jixian's expression softened as she took a step forward, extending her hand toward the rabbit in an ethereal grasp. A burst of violet light emanated from her palm, swiftly enveloping both the rabbit and the root, drawing them before her. The rabbit remained unfazed, continuing to munch contentedly, as if unaware of any disturbance. Jixien gazed at the rabbit for a considerable time, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Finally, she could not resist the urge to reach out and touch the rabbit nestled within the luminous aura. However, before her fingers could make contact with its velvety fur, the spirit light surrounding the rabbit flickered, transforming into a blur that vanished into thin air. In the next instant, the immaculate little rabbit reappeared on the ground, but now it stood with its front legs raised high, its hind legs inverted to support its body. Its snow-white fur flared out dramatically in that moment, as it opened its mouth wide and emitted sharp cries towards Jixien. Clearly, her previous actions had provoked this spirited creature. In response, Jixien merely smiled calmly, her aura subtly shifting, as the violet glow surrounding her transformed rapidly into a vibrant emerald hue. A rich and potent wood elemental spiritual energy emanated ceaselessly from within it. The once frenzied little white rabbit, upon encountering this ethereal force, immediately ceased its antics. Its delicate pink nose twitched as it inhaled the essence, and gradually, its expression softened, revealing a glimmer of affection in its gaze directed towards Jixien. Come here, little one. Jixien beckoned gently, extending both hands and then waving one towards the rabbit. As if comprehending Jixian's intent, the little creature hesitated for but a moment before propelling itself forward, leaping gracefully into Jixian's embrace. Jixien beamed with delight, carefully caressing the rabbit's head, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The rabbit, with its eyes half closed, appeared to bask in the moment, even extending its bright red tongue to tenderly lick Jixian's fingers. How wonderful! It seems the day when it awakens its true intellect is not far off. Jixien mused. Lin Daoyu, since this fellow can roam freely within your medicinal garden, it is evident that you have shown it considerable care. Thus, allow me to assist it in further unlocking its wisdom and imparting some knowledge of arcane arts. You would not object to this, would you? While stroking the rabbit nestled in his arms, Jixien turned to Lin Mo, his tone serious. Assisted in awakening its intellect? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of contemplation illuminating his eyes. Indeed, as a spirit herb that has attained sentience, the profound arts and techniques I have grasped can only be inherited and cultivated by its kind. This way, it shall avoid the myriad trials that I once faced. Should it, like me, transform into a human form, I believe it will become an indispensable ally for you in the future, Xian explained, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. That is not out of the question, but whatever you choose to do, my puppet must be present as a witness. And it shall remain by your side at all times henceforth, Lin Mo replied after a long contemplation, finally nodding and presenting his own conditions. Absolutely no problem. Since becoming a spirit, no matter the secrets I harbor within, how could I possibly conceal them from your discerning eye? A satisfied smile graced Xian's features. Since my dear friend has consented, there shall be no further discord between us. For the next entire year, you need only focus on your recuperation and cultivation here. Should any matters arise, you may convey them through this puppet. As Lin Mo's words faded, he gestured lightly with his right hand, prompting the puppet behind him to step forward. From today onward, you are to remain constantly by Xian's side, never departing for even a moment. Lin Mo instructed with solemnity. Though the puppet possessed limited intellect and could not grasp complex commands, it was still capable of executing simpler instructions with clarity. The puppet's eyes flickered momentarily before it nodded resolutely. Upon witnessing this, the immortal, Xian, emitted a soft chuckle. With a flick of her wrist, a swirl of violet radiance enveloped her, gently placing the white rabbit onto the ground. Shortly thereafter, her own form shimmered and appeared approximately 5 feet away from the 9 curved spirit ginseng. With her feet firmly planted, a verdant luminescence engulfed her, and her limbs transformed once more into delicate lavender tendrils that burrowed deeply into the earth. At that moment, Xian's figure became as transparent as jade, radiating a resplendent emerald glow. Standing still, Lin Mo awaited the emergence of the 3-foot-tall purple giant ginseng, which, upon revealing itself, embedded its roots deep into the unknown depths of the earth. A gentle smile graced his lips as he turned to depart the medicinal garden. Although his curiosity about the enigmatic uses of the ginseng was piqued, he acknowledged the necessity of leaving. For the appointed day with the lady named Qian to restore the otherworldly armor was fast approaching. His anticipation for this magical armor was exceedingly high. However, exercising prudence, Lin Mo decided to leave the leopard scale beast and his second spirit within the cave, ensuring that all protective seals were activated before departing with a sense of assurance. A few hours later, he arrived at the storefront of the crystalline woman in a beast-drawn carriage. The shop remained tightly shut, showing no signs of business. Without hesitation, Lin Mo raised his left hand, a flicker of flame igniting from his sleeve, sending forth a fiery spark that shot through the door and vanished within. He stood patiently at the entrance, awaiting her response. Before long, the door creaked open, revealing the gentle voice of the crystalline woman. Lin brother, you truly honor your word. The fortnight has barely elapsed, and you have come to pay a visit. Lin Mo replied with a smile. I am indeed eager to restore the armor, so I have come in haste. I hope the esteemed lady does not mind. As he stepped forward, the door, after a slight tremor, closed automatically behind him. In the center of the shop stood a woman of exquisite grace and beauty, gazing at Lin Mo with a smile. She was the very lady named Qian. Upon seeing Lin Mo approach, her lips curled slightly, and without saying more, she performed a subtle hand gesture that activated the teleportation array. In a flash of radiant light, both Lin Mo and the lady vanished from the shop, directly transported into the crystalline woman's spatial rift. As Lin Mo stepped out from the array beneath his feet, his gaze swept across the space, quickly settling on a corner where a large array, exceeding 15 feet in diameter, had been meticulously arranged. The entire array was shrouded in darkness, surrounded by a dozen similarly dark crystal stones. At the core of the array stood a bronze cauldron, towering half in height, its surface intricately engraved with mysterious symbols, emanating a misty white vapor. Meanwhile, hovering a few feet above the immense copper cauldron, another object shrouded in a faint white mist appeared. It was walnut-sized, emanating a dazzling black radiance, and remained as steadfast as a rock. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo's heart quivered ever so slightly. Clearly, although the object atop the cauldron had undergone a transformation in form, the sinister magical aura it exuded had not diminished in the slightest. Without a doubt, it was the enigmatic magic core of the sacred-grade demon ape. Yet at this moment, the core had completely morphed into a crystalline state, resembling a lustrous black gemstone. How does fellow Taoist Lin perceive this? Qian smiled as she stepped out of the teleportation array, explaining, during this period, I have not been idle, expending considerable precious resources and even going to great lengths to completely eradicate the essence of the sacred-grade demon ape within the magic core, rendering the contained magical energy less frenzied and more manageable. Ah, I see. Linimo stroked his beard, inquiring with curiosity. So, you do not intend to fully integrate the magic core into the magic armor, but rather plan to refine it for your own use? Indeed, Qian replied, her surprise evident. It is true that I have contemplated this. While integrating the entire magic core into the armor could mend some of the most severe damages, it would neglect the finer imperfections. I am certain that you would not wish to engage in combat with such armor, thereby providing the enemy with any opportunity. I have merely dabbled in the art of weapon refinement, Lin Mo responded with a broad smile. You are free to pursue your ideas. Regarding the weapon refinement methods of the Crystal Clan practitioners, I am quite confident. During the restoration of the magic armor, I shall activate the seals of this place. It is possible that I may need your assistance at that time, fellow Taoist Lin. If all goes smoothly, the repair should take approximately 3 days, Lin Mo stated humbly. Upon hearing such gracious words from Lin Mo, Qian couldn't help but smile, choosing not to press further. Instead, she spoke in a calm tone. 3 days is not an excessively long time. Moreover, as the restoration pertains to my artifact, it is only natural for me to take responsibility. Faced with this situation, Lin Mo displayed no dissatisfaction. Since you have no objections, let us commence at once. Qian seemed reluctant to say more and immediately raised her delicate arm, causing a finely crafted to rise slowly from her hand, spinning above her head. In the next moment, radiant light shimmered, and vibrant magical seals shot forth from the, vanishing into the corners of the space. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the area, dark clouds gathered overhead, and the walls of the space emitted a low, rumbling hum as layers of gray mist gradually materialized. The entire realm was engulfed in darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face, akin to being trapped in a demonic realm. However, in the face of this scene, Lin Mo merely focused his gaze, then with a flourish of his sleeve, a white orb of light, the size of an egg, flew forth from his sleeve, revolving around his body incessantly. This transformed the surrounding environment, illuminating it significantly. At this moment, Qian had already darted to the edge of the grand magical array. Lin Mo, witnessing this, remained silent, yet his body moved. Seemingly taking just a couple of leisurely steps, he instantaneously appeared behind the crystalline woman, as if teleporting. Unbeknownst to her, Qian merely raised her delicate arm, casting an enigmatic incantation towards the magical array ahead. In an instant, a deep, resonant hum echoed, followed by a swirling mass of dark light within the array. Activating it instantaneously, Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly. Although he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of this array, the rich, potent demonic energy emanating from it was undeniably pure. He couldn't help but wonder where such an immense quantity of demonic energy had been amassed. Just then, Qian began to chant fervently, and a brilliant azure light erupted from her, revealing a towering azure Qilin phantom behind her. Initially, the Qilin remained still, but as the cadence of the crystalline woman's incantation quickened, it gradually opened its mouth, expelling a fireball the size of a human head. This fireball was peculiar, exhibiting both dark and azure hues simultaneously, and after a fleeting moment, it accurately struck the copper cauldron at the heart of the array. With a soft hiss, a layer of black and azure flames erupted on the cauldron's surface, igniting rapidly. Lin, please retrieve the demonic armor. The crystalline woman turned to Lin Mo, her tone somber. Lin Mo naturally complied. With a flick of his hand, a jade box approximately a foot long materialized in his grasp, its surface adorned with 2 restraining talismans. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, the lid opened, a surge of thick black mist billowing forth. Amidst the mist, a half-foot-wide purple battle armor emerged. This armor was not only terrifying in appearance, with sharp spikes protruding from the shoulders and knees, but its surface was also adorned with intricate black patterns, suffused with demonic energy. However, a prominent gaping hole marred the chest area, its edges shattered. Upon seeing the swirling black mist on the armor's surface, Qian's complexion paled slightly. Subsequently, she waved her hand, enveloping herself in a translucent protective shield, then pointed towards the box. The purple battle armor, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, floated directly towards the center of the array. Yet, Before it could reach its destination, the crystalline woman raised one hand, releasing a pale silver incantation. This incantation flickered and silently merged into the copper cauldron. Immediately, a thunderous sound akin to a great bell resonated, causing the black and azure flames on the cauldron's surface to surge violently, engulfing the dark battle armor within, drawing it into the cauldron. Concurrently, a deafening roar emanated from within, as the exquisite patterns on the outer wall shimmered with a glossy black sheen. Meanwhile, the entire magical array below writhed with dark energy, and faint silver runes began to emerge in every corner. As these runes appeared, they surged madly into the cauldron, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Following this, Qianqian softly recited an incantation, her hand forming a seal. The ground surrounding the array trembled violently, and a brilliant yellow light suddenly flashed at each corner, revealing a set of deep yellow stone platforms. Each of these platforms, standing a mere 10 feet tall, was as smooth as a mirror, with a dark banner planted atop each one. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Under the impetus of the incantation, the 4 black banners instantaneously soared to heights of 50 or 60 feet. At this moment, Qianqian ceased her chanting and turned to Lin Mo, stating, "Friend Lin, it is time to commence the restoration process. During this period, all you need to do is follow my instructions and infuse your magical energy into these 4 demonic banners at the appropriate moments." "Understood," Lin Mo replied without hesitation. Nodding in agreement, the crystalline individual smiled with satisfaction, extending her hand to lightly tap the floating magical disc once more. In an instant, a prolonged resonation emanated from the disc, followed by a multitude of magical seals dispersing into various corners. The dark clouds above churned ominously, casting a heavy shadow as the surrounding spatial barriers became infused with a gray aura. Within moments, both Lin Mo and Qianqian found themselves enveloped in dense fog, with the occasional rumble from the depths of the mist serving to indicate their whereabouts. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the shop's door creaked open, and a figure emerged with a tranquil demeanor, subsequently summoning a carriage and departing the street at a leisurely pace. Inside the shop's private quarters, Qianqian stood at the edge of the magical array, gazing contemplatively at the copper cauldron before her. The surface of the cauldron now bore countless fine cracks, while the array beneath was in disarray, with a significant portion entirely destroyed. The black crystalline stones surrounding it had also shattered into numerous fragments. The Qilin phantom above her head had shrunk to about a foot in size, flickering with light as if deep in thought. This magical armor likely possesses an extraordinary origin. Ordinary extramundane fiends could not possibly cause such conditions, she mused. After a considerable pause, the Qilin phantom sighed. Indeed, once the magical armor is restored, it inadvertently attracted the astral consciousness of creatures from other realms, nearly allowing them to coalesce into form using the demonic energy here. A flicker of dread crossed Qianqian's face. Yet she felt fortunate that this Lin friend bore the exorcising divine thunder, which dispelled the gathering demonic energy with a single strike. Otherwise, it would have led to significant complications. The Qilin spoke earnestly, however. The fact that these creatures could forcefully descend across realms demonstrates that their cultivation is likely on par with true spirits. Could this magical armor harbor additional secrets? Yet, after the restoration, I found no anomalies upon it. Qianqian furrowed her brow in contemplation. Due to the pressing nature of time, I momentarily failed to detect any anomalies. However, had I foreseen this situation, the enchanted armor would have been withheld from distribution. In truth, as soon as you completed the repairs on this armor, you could have sought reasons to retain it or even offered other precious treasures in exchange. At this moment, the azure Qilin furrowed its brow and solemnly expressed this sentiment. Chapter 623. In a state of reluctance, I once harbored such thoughts. However, after that fellow cultivator dispelled the demonic energy, he appeared outwardly calm. Yet I sensed that any hesitation or utterance of refusal on my part would provoke him into an immediate and merciless attack. His powers are nearly on par with those of a nascent saint, and the few life-preserving artifacts I crafted have been exhausted within the demon gold mountains. Faced with his ruthless methods, I possess no confidence in my ability to escape unscathed, the crystalline woman replied with a bitter smile. Regrettably, my own losses in the demon gold mountains were equally severe. Were it not for this, with the spatial restrictions here, Perhaps we could truly have a chance to retain this item, the azure remarked, appearing quite dejected. Alas, despite the extraordinary nature of this enchanted armor, it ultimately remains a demonic artifact. Even if I were to keep it, I would be unable to refine or control it, and in doing so, I would only offend this newly acquainted formidable ally, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. The crystalline woman's expression fluctuated. After several deep breaths, she resolutely stated, "Indeed, your perspective on this matter is not without merit. In that case, let this opportunity be bestowed upon that young lad. As for whether other secrets lie within, it shall depend upon his fortune." It was with a hint of regret that the Cheelant's ethereal form sighed softly. "Originally, this enchanted armor might have been a chance for you. With you by my side, how could I ever lack opportunities?" Qian seemed to have come to terms with it, laughing lightly. "Indeed, what you truly require at present is not merely opportunity, but rather the swift enhancement of your cultivation and abilities. Otherwise, no matter how many opportunities arise, they would be in vain if you lack the strength to seize them. Very well, let us set this matter aside for now. Have you made any progress regarding the task I assigned to you?" The Cheelant's ethereal form suddenly shifted the conversation. "I have yet to find it. It is said that only a few saintly beings are aware of the whereabouts of that item, rendering the search quite challenging." Qian's expression revealed difficulty upon hearing this. "Then you must search with greater diligence. If you fail to acquire that item, even if I were to guide you to that ancient relic, you would be unable to enter smoothly," the azure Cheelant stated calmly. "I am well aware of this matter. I will attempt to procure that item through other means, such as purchasing or borrowing from the disciples of those powerful beings," Qian replied, her eyes flickering as she pondered for a considerable time before speaking slowly. Just as the crystalline woman and the Cheelant's ethereal form deliberated on their respective plans, Lin Mo was on his way back to his cave dwelling. Seated upon the beast cart, he appeared outwardly composed, but deep within, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Far from tranquility, he had never anticipated that a seemingly simple task of repairing the enchanted armor could nearly precipitate a monumental crisis. Suddenly, he reached into the sleeve on the other side and encountered a cold, soft object. Concealed within the cuff was a cerulean jade box. The repaired celestial armor lay quietly within. However, the surface of the jade box was adorned with more than a dozen restrictive talismans. Lin Mo's fingertips glided gently over the box, evoking memories of the circumstances surrounding the repair. Not long ago, the process of mending the armor had progressed exceptionally smoothly. Everything had been proceeding according to plan. Yet, during the latter stages, the most critical part, various issues arose in quick succession. At times, the mysterious formation inexplicably ceased to function. At other moments, the ancient bronze cauldron developed inexplicable cracks. Nevertheless, in the face of these trials, Lin Mo and the woman named Qian worked in unison, ultimately overcoming the difficulties. Surprisingly, just as the final repair procedure of the armor was completed and it soared out of the bronze cauldron, a cold and potent consciousness forcefully pierced through the barriers of space. Without warning, it descended into the confined space and charged directly towards the armor. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Qian appeared somewhat taken aback. Fortunately, Lin Mo had previously encountered such cross-boundary consciousness attacks, prompting him to immediately unleash a dispelling divine thunder, dispersing much of the oncoming force while swiftly retreating to ensure his own safety. Typically, if this consciousness failed to achieve its purpose, it would promptly break through the spatial barriers and flee the scene. To their astonishment, however, this consciousness not only refrained from retreating, but also plunged back into the pure demonic energy within the formation, causing all the demonic essence to coalesce into a grotesque demon beast on the verge of materialization. Witnessing this, Lin Mo realized he could not allow it to come to fruition. He summoned all his strength and released the remaining dispelling divine thunder within him, unleashing a cacophony of thunderbolts that struck the demon beast with ferocity. Although the demon beast possessed unfathomable powers, even a mere fragment of its unformed demonic body could withstand numerous strikes of divine thunder. It found itself utterly annihilated as hundreds of golden arcs erupted from Lin Mo's hands, leaving it no chance to even let out a cry of despair. In that moment, both Lin Mo and Qian profoundly recognized the extraordinary nature of this armor, as its origins seemed to far exceed their expectations. Lin Mo also noted the hesitation in the crystalline woman at that moment. Thus, he maintained a calm facade while internally heightening his vigilance. closely observing whether she would renege on her promise. Ultimately, despite Qian's evident reluctance, she allowed Lin Mo to successfully place the armor into the jade box, which brought him a considerable sense of relief. After this incident, Lin Mo's fondness for the crystalline woman naturally increased a few notches. However, he did not linger there for long. After expressing his gratitude succinctly, he departed from her presence and boarded the beast cart. At this moment, he gently caressed the jade box within the envelope with his fingers, his heart brimming with curiosity about the restored enchanted armor. Yet, being on the beast cart, he could not immediately take it out for examination. Lin Mo had no choice but to suppress his inner curiosity, stow the jade box away, and devote himself to meditation on the cart. Several hours later, the beast cart arrived at the foot of Ling Mountain. Upon disembarking, Lin Mo casually tossed a spirit stone to the driver as a token of thanks, then nonchalantly made his way toward the summit. This mountain, despite its advantageous geographical location nestled beautifully on the slopes of Ling Mountain, was seldom visited. The other cultivators from different races had spent years either journeying far and wide or diligently honing their skills within their own caves, which left this area largely deserted. Thus, although the mountain was expansive, it appeared to the outside world as a desolate place. However, as Lin Mo glided down to the mountainside, he unexpectedly discovered two uninvited guests awaiting him before the cave entrance. One of them, clad in a crimson robe and appearing to be over 60 years of age, was none other than the notorious Elder Su, who had recently demonstrated formidable powers by utilizing a vermilion gourd to absorb the chaotic primordial energy of the true he had lost control over. At that moment, the gourd still hung from his waist. Upon Lin Mo's arrival, Elder Su was seated in a meditative posture before the stone door of the cave, alongside a strikingly handsome youth of about 14 or 15 years. Lin Mo couldn't help but show a hint of surprise at the scene. Sensing the return of his host, Elder Su suddenly opened his eyes, their brilliance coinciding with Lin Mo's gaze. "You must be the recently relocated Taoist Lin," Elder Su inquired with a smile. "Indeed, it is I. Has Taoist Su come specifically to seek me out?" Lin Mo replied, his expression returning to calmness, his tone humble. Knowing that Elder Su was a figure who instilled dread in all cultivators of the same rank throughout Ling Mountain, he was reluctant to provoke such a powerful individual. "Haha, indeed. I have come today to pay a visit to you, my friend. This is my direct descendant. Come and greet Taoist Lin," Elder Su responded dramatically, laughing heartily, then gestured for the handsome youth to step forward and offer his respects. "Junior Su Luanxiang, it is an honor to meet you, Senior Lin." The handsome youth stepped forward respectfully to bow to Lin Mo. "There is no need for such formalities, young nephew." Lin Mo had already used his divine sense to assess the youth's cultivation and discovered that he possessed strength equivalent to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, merely a step away from the core formation stage. Given the youth's age, his talent was indeed extraordinary. "Taoist Lin, I hope my visit today is not too intrusive." Elder Su inquired with another light chuckle. "How could I dare to presume such a thing? The esteemed Taoist Su's arrival at my humble abode is indeed a great honor for me, Lin. Had it not been for my recent engagements that took me away, I would have been prompt in coming forth to greet you. Please, Brother Su, do enter so we may converse further." Lin Mo harbored numerous doubts within, yet maintained a facade of composure as he gestured with his sleeve, guiding the venerable Su into the depths of the cave dwelling. A streak of azure radiance darted forth from within, causing the stone door to silently part, revealing a resplendent passageway adorned with exquisite jade. Su, not wishing to decline, expressed his gratitude and followed Lin Mo into the sanctuary. Upon entering, Lin Mo swiftly released his divine consciousness to establish contact with his second primordial spirit stationed there. Learning that no unusual occurrences had transpired in the past 3 days aside from the presence of the two visitors, he finally felt at ease. Leading Su and the youth leisurely to the grand hall. After exchanging pleasantries, Su and Lin Mo took their respective seats at the head of the table while the youth stood quietly behind Su, hands clasped before his chest. "As you may observe, esteemed Taoist Lin, I have been in secluded cultivation for quite some time, only recently re-emerging into the mundane world. To my surprise, upon my arrival, I discovered that you have become a new guest of the Spirit Mountain. Curiously, it seems you have been bestowed with the esteemed treatment akin to that of Elder Qianji. What circumstances have led to this fortunate connection between you and Elder Qianji?" Su, with a broad smile, posed a question that left Lin Mo momentarily astonished. Oh, I am merely a junior from another race. When have I ever forged a deep bond with Elder Chinji? A few years passed. I lent assistance to a friend from the Eternal Clan, who happens to share a unique connection with Elder Chinji, Lin Mo replied, his gaze flickering as he spoke in a measured tone. I see. Nevertheless, that is more than sufficient. The Eternal Clan holds a prestigious position among the 13 clans of Tianyun, and Elder Chinji is a significant figure within their ranks. His mere assurance would suffice to guarantee your safety in Cloud City, Su remarked with a smile. Lin Mo merely smiled softly, offering no further comment. He was acutely aware that this visit was far from coincidental. The ensuing conversation would hold greater significance. Indeed, Su's smile soon faded, and his expression grew serious as he clasped his hands respectfully and stated, in truth, I have ventured here today with a matter of utmost importance to request of you. Esteemed Taoist Lin, should I inadvertently cause any offense, I humbly ask for your understanding. Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart tightened, yet he maintained a serene smile as he replied, there is no need for such formality, Brother Su. Us practitioners often value directness in our dealings. If you have concerns, do not hesitate to share them. I assure you, I shall disclose all that I know. Since you have expressed such openness, I shall refrain from beating around the bush, Su said, finally revealing a smile as he bowed once more. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gravely continued, a few days ago, a breathtaking celestial phenomenon occurred atop my mountain, which instantaneously triggered a far more profound upheaval in the heavens and earth. Might this event be in any way connected to you, esteemed Taoist Lin? At the moment when the old monster Su inquired, a sharp gleam flickered in his eyes, which remained fixed upon Lin Mo's countenance. Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo's heart quivered, yet he maintained an exterior as tranquil as water. Even responding with a faint smile, how does Taoist Su deduce that the celestial phenomena of that day are connected to me? The reasoning is straightforward. The fluctuations of the primordial energies of heaven and earth caused by this celestial event were exceedingly intense. Yet I could still discern certain details within it. Moreover, coincidentally, at that time, I was preoccupied with trifling matters, prompting me to step outside for a stroll. It was then that I beheld a dazzling beam of golden light soaring from your residence. The old monster Su recounted without reservation. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo involuntarily furrowed his brow, but in an instant, he revealed a subtle smile and replied, since Taoist Su has already observed so astutely, there is no need for me to conceal the truth any longer. Indeed, the celestial phenomena that day were inadvertently triggered by me. In fact, I must express my gratitude to you, Taoist Su, for gathering and organizing the scattered primordial energies. Had it not been for your efforts, with my own cultivation, I would likely have expended considerable effort to mitigate the effects of that celestial event. Chapter 624. It turns out that these profound and majestic celestial phenomena were instigated by Lin Taoist, and witnessing such a grand spectacle is truly astonishing. I wonder if Brother Lin intends to attempt gathering an equivalent amount of primordial energies once more. Upon hearing Lin Mo acknowledge this matter, a wave of joy surged within Su's heart, and he immediately inquired with eagerness, gathering the same quantity of primordial energies again. Could it be that Taoist Su has misunderstood? Might I first seek to understand the reasoning behind this? Lin Mo's heart was filled with uncertainty, prompting him to voice his query. This question is, in fact, quite simple to explain. Might you divulge to me, esteemed sir, which clan you belong to? Su hesitated slightly, then with a carefree smile, candidly replied, as for this individual's identity, I regret my inability to discern its uniqueness. Lin Mo observed intently for a moment, only to let out a wry smile in resignation. At that very moment, standing before him, the old monster Su bore no distinguishing traits from an ordinary human, making it difficult to fathom what peculiarities might be concealed within. It is entirely understandable that Brother Lin cannot recognize it. After all, we of the Cloud Clan are renowned for our ability to disguise our whereabouts and alter our forms. Even those of greater power would find it challenging to uncover any clues unless they specifically sought them out. However, within our clan, I belong to a member with exceptional prowess, specializing in the cultivation of the most potent and fierce fire attribute techniques. This path of absolute power has rendered me somewhat lacking in the art of phantasmic transformation compared to others within my kin. Friends residing in this mountain range must already be well aware of my true identity, the old monster Su explained with a smile. The Cloud Clan? Is it not the branch among the 13 heavenly cloud clans that, though few in number, consistently ranks among the top 3? Lin Mo's expression abruptly changed, clearly taken aback by this revelation. He was already aware that the Cloud clan was regarded as a mysterious lineage among the 13 heavenly cloud clans. It appears that Brother Lin possesses a profound understanding of our Cloud clan. Among the 13 clans, both our Cloud clan and the Crystal clan are notably the most sparsely populated. However, in stark contrast to the Crystal clan, each individual within our Cloud clan boasts unparalleled strength, and our collective prowess has never fallen below the top 3 in the entire 13 clans. As the venerable elder Su proudly proclaimed, this truly evokes a deep sense of admiration within me. It is my first encounter with a nobleman of your esteemed lineage. Lin Mo remarked, momentarily taken aback before sighing softly. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Although our Cloud clan is relatively small in number, there are still numerous clansmen residing within Cloud City. Yet, most of them are reluctant to reveal their true identities. In fact, some who appear to belong to other clans may very well be disguised members of our Cloud clan, Elder Su said with a knowing look. Lin Mo fell into silence upon hearing this. However, despite our Cloud clan's renown for the art of transformation, what truly instills fear among the other clans is our unique innate ability. Surely, Brother Lin has heard of it? The pride that once graced Su's features vanished in an instant, replaced by a solemn demeanor. The innate cloud beast, Lin Mo exclaimed softly, interjecting before Su could continue. Indeed, it is the innate cloud beast, a being that exists between a spirit beast and an avatar. Only by cultivating one's own cloud beast can one truly lay claim to being a member of the Cloud clan, Elder Su elaborated slowly. As I understand it, the cloud beasts within the noble realm indeed possess distinct characteristics. It is said that if a noble successfully cultivates a cloud beast, it not only equates to possessing a unique ability commensurate with their own power, but in times of peril, they can merge with their cloud beast, transforming into the colossal figures depicted in myth and legend. Given this context, their cultivation would not only see a significant enhancement, but they would also be capable of casting formidable spells previously beyond their grasp. Might I inquire if your mention of this pertains to your own innate cloud beast? Lin Mo gently stroked his chin, his expression contemplative as he inquired. Brother Lin, your insight is remarkable. As you have surmised, this matter indeed pertains to a cloud beast. Though not my own, but rather to that of my grandson, Elder Su explained, gesturing towards the youth behind him with a calm demeanor. I see. May I request that you elaborate further? Lin Mo glanced at the respectful youth, feeling a surge of astonishment within. Of course, in truth, my Su family does not have many descendants, and Xiang is the sole one with potential for cultivation. Though I do not wish to boast, I must admit that my grandson's talent for cultivation is exceptionally remarkable, even among the entire Cloud clan, and it is anticipated that he will ascend to the upper clan realm within a century. Elder Su's gaze towards the youth was filled with warmth and affection, clearly harboring great expectations for him. Grandfather, you overpraise me. My qualifications are hardly exceptional and do not warrant such excessive commendation, the youth responded, shaking his head repeatedly. Seemingly a bit shy. Achieving such a realm after merely a decade of cultivation is a testament to your talent, which far surpasses my own at your age. There is no need for such humility, Elder Su laughed heartily. Upon hearing Brother Su's words, it became evident that Su Xinzi possessed extraordinary talents. Lin Mo smiled gently and nodded in agreement. The youth's cheeks flushed crimson, and he refrained from further argument. Generally speaking, it is not entirely improbable that my grandson could achieve accomplishments surpassing my own in the future. Regrettably, he harbors a significant flaw that renders this hope distant and elusive. The smug expression on Su Laogui's face vanished instantaneously, his tone turning grave. Lin Mo's gaze wavered, choosing to remain silent, for he understood that the other party would inevitably provide an explanation. Indeed, after a brief pause, Su Laogui continued. Although he possesses remarkable innate qualities, he faces a dilemma concerning his innate cloud beast, which is stagnated at the final step of its cultivation, unable to truly coalesce. Based on past experiences, it is advantageous for an innate cloud beast to be cultivated as early as possible. Otherwise, it could profoundly impact his future path of cultivation and personal strength. Thus, My visit to seek counsel from Brother Lin regarding the essence of heaven and earth is fundamentally aimed at resolving this issue. If the essence of heaven and earth could benefit your grandson Su Xianzi, then with your profound abilities, would it not be effortless for you to refine this essence? Why then would you specifically seek my assistance? Lin Mo replied with a calm demeanor. In truth, after numerous attempts, the ordinary essence of heaven and earth has proven utterly futile for the cultivation of my junior's innate cloud beast. It appears that the essence you previously conjured must contain some unique components, which may very well be the key to assisting Xianger. Su Laogui appeared rather helpless. I see. Lin Mo's expression turned contemplative. He understood well that the so-called celestial phenomenon was, in fact, a manifestation of the dispersal of true primordial crystals, distinctly different from ordinary essence of heaven and earth. Nevertheless, it was surprising that such a substance could have a certain effect on the innate cloud beasts of the Yun clan. My purpose in visiting you is to hope that you can once again gather essence of heaven and earth of the same quality as last time. If successful, I shall ensure generous rewards for you, Su Laogui said with great anticipation. It is not that I am unwilling to assist, but this matter indeed presents numerous difficulties. Lin Mo's lips twitched as he displayed a look of indecision. The true primordial is an immensely precious substance, although I cannot refine it for my own use. It is a treasure for the Ti-Hun beast to enhance its cultivation. How could I easily part with it? Even if the Ti-Hun beast possesses a multitude of true crystals, lacking just one or two could prevent it from breaking through to a higher level. Naturally, Lin Mo was reluctant to sacrifice his spiritual beast for the sake of a first-time acquaintance from a different clan. Do you, Taoist Lin, harbor any reservations that are difficult to articulate? This matter pertains to the future fate of my junior. If you are willing to lend a hand, I would not hesitate to offer a greater quantity of spirit stones, Su Laogui promised without hesitation, though he felt a slight constriction in his heart. This matter cannot be resolved merely by the quantity of spirit stones. With all due respect, I must clarify that the celestial phenomenon observed previously was not manifested through my arcane arts or techniques, but rather facilitated by a consumable artifact. The specifics of this object, however, I am unable to disclose. Nevertheless, I trust that you, my esteemed friend Su, possess a certain understanding of the value of such treasures. Furthermore, I possess but a scant few of these artifacts. After much deliberation, Lin Mo spoke with difficulty. Upon hearing these words, Su, the elder, was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Indeed, this is the case. Moreover, this item is of utmost importance to me and serves significant purposes, even with an abundance of spirit stones. I would be reluctant to part with it lightly, Lin Mo expressed apologetically. If it is truly a consumable artifact, I too would refrain from hastily expending or exchanging any spirit stones. That said, it is true that any rare treasure holds a certain value. Though I am modest in my abilities, I believe I possess sufficient assets to engage in a trade of equal worth with you, my dear Lin. Su appeared to have prepared thoroughly prior to his visit, unwavering in his resolve. The word trade caused Lin Mo's expression to subtly shift, as if he were genuinely intrigued by the proposition. Observing Lin Mo's reaction, Su could discern that the latter was not genuinely averse to the idea of trading, filling him with immense delight. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeve toward the table before him. A crimson haze arose, and instantly, 7 or 8 jade boxes of various sizes materialized atop the table. These items were among the most precious that Su had meticulously collected over the years. Particularly, 2 of them had nearly cost me my life, Su assured. Lin, my friend, I invite you to peruse these treasures at your leisure, and feel free to select anything that catches your fancy. Furthermore, consider this a substantial gesture of goodwill from me to you, Su promised with an air of grandiosity. Lin Mo smiled faintly upon hearing this, his gaze sweeping across the jade boxes on the table, while his mind rapidly churned with various thoughts. As a peak cultivator of the void refinement stage, and one with the bloodline of the Yun clan, Su's abilities were undoubtedly formidable. The rare items he presented must possess extraordinary quality. However, Lin Mo himself possessed numerous treasures, including 2 items that even cultivators of the combined body stage would find unattainable. Thus, he held no lofty expectations for the contents of the jade boxes, believing they may not pique his interest. Should these items fail to meet his needs, he would not make a hasty decision. As Lin Mo contemplated this internally, he did not voice these thoughts explicitly, merely smiling in response. Since you, my esteemed friend Su, have extended such a warm invitation, I shall graciously accept and take a moment to admire your collection, broadening my horizons. As his words fell, he extended his right hand, gently grasping the air before him. In an instant, a fiery red jade box on the table trembled slightly and, with a swift motion, was drawn into Lin Mo's hand. Feeling the faint, intense warmth emanating from the box, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, wary of any complacency. His palm shimmered with azure light, enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, while he deftly flicked a finger to pop open the lid of the jade box. Accompanied by a faint sound, the lid of the box automatically opened, releasing a wave of scorching warmth that caused the temperature in the hall to rise abruptly. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with a blue light, and he immediately discerned the contents of the box. To his astonishment, it contained a pearl-white beast egg, no larger than a chicken egg, adorned with crimson patterns and emanating a mesmerizing red glow, gently undulating as if alive. What could this be? Lin Mo, filled with curiosity, could not help but inquire. Although he sensed the egg's formidable aura, he was unable to identify its species directly, which only heightened his intrigue. Lin, with his discerning eye, had chosen among numerous treasures the singular spiritual egg. This was acquired after I defeated an exceedingly rare wild flame butterfly deep within a molten earth, resulting in this egg it had laid. The fire attribute abilities of this butterfly were no less impressive than my own. It took me an entire year to meticulously set traps before I succeeded in eliminating this beast. I am confident that, with dedicated nurturing, this egg will develop into an exceptional spiritual beast. Regrettably, I already possess my own destined beast and cannot afford to care for another, otherwise I would have hatched this egg long ago, explained the elder Su with a beaming smile. The level of this flame butterfly, capable of rivaling that of the elder Su, was truly astonishing. Alas, I too possess other spiritual beasts, otherwise I would undoubtedly covet this egg, Lin Mo remarked, retracting his gaze in admiration. Elder Su was momentarily taken aback before bursting in a hearty laughter. Indeed, I overlooked that. Given your current strength, Brother Lin, it is hardly surprising that you would have your own carefully cultivated spiritual beasts. No matter, please continue to admire the other treasures. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement, gently closing the jade box in his hands before waving once more. A flash of azure light shot forth from his sleeve, enveloping the jade box securely and placing it back on the opposite table with care. Following this, the azure light flickered and smoothly drew another jade box nearby into its embrace, delivering it to Lin Mo's hands. As time progressed, approximately a quarter of an hour later, Lin Mo had meticulously examined and studied all the jade boxes presented by Elder Su. The remaining boxes contained a diverse array of items, including precious raw materials, potent finished magical artifacts, and an entire vial of elixirs designed to enhance the cultivation of those in the void refinement stage. These items were extraordinary and exceedingly rare, capable of representing the advanced level of their respective races, with a value that could rival many auction treasures. However, much to his dismay, Lin Mo remained uninterested in any of the items, maintaining a demeanor of silent admiration and a gentle smile throughout. Upon finishing his appraisal of the final box's contents, he returned it to Elder Su without offering any comment, leaving the elder with a slightly awkward expression. Could it be that none of these items piqued your interest? Elder Su finally could not contain his curiosity and inquired. To be candid, the items you have provided are all indeed treasures, Lin Mo responded, especially that emberwing butterfly. Should it be sold to a cultivator well-versed in fire attributes, I am certain they would be willing to pay any price. Even if it were to be auctioned at the Four Clans auction house, it would undoubtedly fetch a price exceeding 10 million spirit stones with ease. However, for me, Lin Mo revealed a hint of helplessness, gently shaking his head, as if he felt an unfulfilled longing. Although Lin Mo did not articulate his thoughts fully, Elder Su clearly grasped his implication, furrowing his brow as he continued to inquire. Pray tell, what kind of treasure do you require for exchange? Even if I do not possess it, my extensive network should enable me to procure it for you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo fell into a momentary silence. To claim he had no desired item would be utterly untrue. For instance, the rare materials needed by Qing Yuanzi constituted a considerable list. However, this very fact rendered it difficult for him to voice his needs. To exchange even a few of these materials for the true Lin essence would seem unworthy in his eyes. Yet, if he were to request too many materials, Elder Su might misconstrue his intentions as an attempt at extortion, thereby jeopardizing their relationship. After all, the value of the true Lin essence was something only he truly understood. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate this to the other party, which left him feeling quite troubled. Elder Su, the items I require are rather unique. And even with your capabilities, you may not be able to easily procure them. Therefore, it is probably best not to mention it. As for the earth and heavenly vitality, Lin Mo sighed deeply, his face still clouded with hesitation. Observing Lin Mo's evident distress, Elder Su's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and determination. However, he glanced back at the youth behind him, suddenly gritting his teeth, producing another deep blue jade box from his robe, and solemnly stated, "Might Brother Lin consider this item? Its value far exceeds all the previous offerings. However, as it is urgently required by an elder of my clan, I had initially intended to present it to him while seeking other forms of compensation. Now, for the sake of my junior, I must relinquish this matter. Brother Lin, I urge you to take a look. I am confident that even if this item does not meet your needs, its intrinsic worth will suffice to compensate for your loss." In the face of Elder Su's unexpected gesture of generosity, Lin Mo did not exhibit excessive surprise. Were he to seek assistance from another, he would certainly not present his most prized possession as the initial bargaining chip. Furthermore, the so-called solution to the elder's dilemma might merely be a pretext. Of course, he did not harbor overly optimistic expectations regarding this. Thus, Lin Mo calmly nodded, gently gesturing for the blue jade box to come closer. As his fingers brushed against the box, he was immediately struck by an intense chill that heightened his vigilance. What kind of spiritual jade was this box crafted from, that it emanated such an oppressive coldness, far exceeding any kind of mysterious jade he had previously encountered? Lin Mo found himself intensely intrigued by the item concealed within the box. With a flick of his finger, the lid gradually opened. A golden radiance flickered forth, revealing a mysterious object within. It was a piece of crimson metal, glimmering like glass, no larger than a fist, yet its surface radiated a dazzling golden light. Lin Mo's gaze flickered with uncertainty, as if he recognized the origin of this object, but found it hard to believe. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his hand, a glimmering blade appeared in his grasp, a pale short sword. Measuring merely half a foot in length, it emanated an icy aura, yet it was evidently an ordinary magical artifact. With a flick of his wrist, the short sword transformed into a streak of white light, darting towards the jade box. In an astonishing turn of events, the tip of the blade plunged forcefully into the crimson metal within the box. A shocking spectacle unfolded. Without a sound, the moment the short sword made contact with the crimson metal, it melted away like a candle, swiftly dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. The essence of fiery gold. Lin Dao, my friend, has indeed unearthed such a treasure. Lin Mo's expression changed dramatically, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. Lin Dao's discerning vision is truly remarkable. This essence of fiery gold is the premier material for crafting fire attribute artifacts. Just a small addition can imbue ordinary artifacts with formidable fire attribute powers. Even if Lin Dao's consumable treasures are worth a fortune, I believe this item is worth an equal measure. Old Su gazed at the blue jade box in Lin Mo's hand, his tone calm as he remarked, "Brother Su has truly decided to be so generous. This essence of fiery gold is indeed something I urgently require. However, such a precious item cannot be given without recompense. Therefore, I shall additionally compensate Brother Su with 5 million spirit stones as a transaction fee." The astonishment on Lin Mo's face gradually faded. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly broke into a smile and replied, "Very well, let us proceed according to Lin Dao's wishes." The old monster Su, initially pained by the thought of parting with the essence of fiery gold, visibly relaxed upon hearing Lin Mo's words, nodding slightly in acceptance of the proposal. To him, while the essence was indeed valuable, it paled in comparison to the bright future he envisioned for his promising junior. "What treasures do you refer to?" Old Su inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as Lin Mo effortlessly stowed the jade box away. "Rest assured, Brother Su, take good care of this bag filled with spirit stones. Then, ascend to the mountaintop and wait. I shall activate the artifact shortly and trigger the celestial phenomenon once more. At that time, you need only gather the primordial energy at the summit," Lin Mo explained with a smile. He then gently brushed his storage bracelet, swiftly retrieving a leather pouch made of spirit stones, which he respectfully handed to Old Su. "Very well, I shall await your triumphant return," Old Su replied. clearly taken aback by Lin Mo's swift and decisive completion of the transaction. After accepting the pouch, he initially paused in surprise, followed by a broad smile of delight. He promptly rose to bid farewell, leading the youth away from Lin Mo's cave, hastening towards the mountaintop. Lin Mo personally escorted them to the cave entrance. Watching as their fleeing lights gradually faded from view, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within him, and a satisfied smile graced his face. Remarkably, he had acquired the essence of fiery gold so swiftly, with the prior acquisition of the golden essence crystal insect and blood apricot. All the primary materials required for the refinement of the sacred magical manifestation have been gathered. It merely awaits the completion of the auxiliary material arrangements before the process of materializing the magical form can commence, endowing it with a corporeal body. Lin Mo murmured softly, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. He then closed the stone door and returned to his secluded chamber, striding directly towards the main hall. The subsequent steps were exceedingly straightforward. Lin Mo summoned the soul cry once more, extracting a true source crystal grain from its being, enveloping it in spiritual fire for refinement. The outcome mirrored that of the previous occasion. The crystal grain transformed into a golden radiance that pierced through the roof, soaring towards the mountaintop, invoking a breathtaking celestial phenomenon and disturbing the surrounding primordial energies. Elder Su, who had long awaited atop the mountain, was elated at this sight. Without hesitation, he once again summoned the crimson gourd at his waist, morphing it into a fiery dragon that ascended majestically into the sky. However, within mere moments, the once captivating celestial phenomenon dissipated, as the majority of the primordial energies were devoured by the flaming dragon. The entire process was swifter than before, barely disturbing the other alien practitioners within the spiritual mountain. After retracting the fiery dragon and returning it to gourd form, Elder Su, in high spirits, led the young man back to his lair. Lin Mo observed this spectacle through a copper mirror in the main hall of the cave. Upon seeing Elder Su return triumphantly, he could not help but smile, ceasing the application of his secret technique to swiftly stow away the copper mirror. He then conveyed instructions to the doll through his spiritual intent before departing once more to commence further actions. This time, Lin Mo headed straight to several large material shops in Cloud City, sparing no expense in utilizing vast amounts of spiritual stones to purchase over 30 varieties of materials, returning to his chamber with a sense of satisfaction. Fortunately, as one of the few super metropolises of Tianyan continent, Cloud City made it feasible to gather some of the rarer materials that would have been difficult to procure in other cities. After Lin Mo re-entered the confidential chamber and began his seclusion for a month and a half, an obscure yet significant event transpired in Cloud City. The previously stringent security measures at the city gates were abruptly heightened, with the number of patrol personnel nearly doubling. Simultaneously, several newcomers to Cloud City faced rigorous interrogation by enigmatic figures, undergoing stringent scrutiny. Within a highly concealed hall in Cloud City, a dozen notable individuals from diverse backgrounds and identities convened, seated upon 2 rows of wooden benches. Among them were 3 elders from the Wangu clan, including Qianjizi, as well as Kai Luiying from the Crystal clan and Duan Tianren from the Stone Cocoon clan, all familiar figures to Lin Mo. Although the faces of the others were relatively unfamiliar, their demeanor and poise clearly indicated their standing on par with figures like Qianjizi. In this moment, numerous esteemed beings of the saintly clan level, renowned in the outside world, sat solemnly in their seats, most exhibiting expressions of caution. However, at one side of the hall, in the central position, a man and a woman sat side by side. The male was a young man of approximately 27 or 28 years, clad in white, while the female was an elderly woman with a full head of golden hair, her face etched with deep wrinkles resembling ravines, seemingly struggling to keep her eyes open. For this elderly woman, Lin Mo might still be acceptable. However, should he scrutinize the visage of the young man clad in white more closely, he would likely be taken aback. This young man is none other than the Wu surname youth who appeared at the last auction of the 4 clans, now bearing a countenance as dark as storm clouds, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. To this day, the infiltrator from the Jiao Qi clan remains unfound. It seems he has either long since fled this place or is concealed in a secret location beyond your reach. White friend, the responsibility for this matter has rested with your Shui Mei clan for some time. What is your perspective on this issue? The Wu surname youth suddenly directed his gaze towards an individual seated to the side, inquiring coldly. This individual, a man in a brocade robe with hair as white as snow, yet a visage reminiscent of youth, appeared momentarily disconcerted upon hearing the inquiry, but quickly rose, bowing slightly to respond. Senior Wu, I have mobilized all the experts in soul manipulation from our clan and conducted a comprehensive investigation into all suspicious individuals who entered Yun City over the past 6 months. We have even uncovered that the number of spies dispatched to Tianyun from various clans amounts to hundreds. However, the infiltrator who breached the offering hall remains elusive. I believe it is highly probable that he has already departed from Yun City. Otherwise, he could not have evaded our stringent search. This assertion may not be entirely accurate. That spy might also possess mastery in soul manipulation. Thus, those dispatched by may have failed to identify his true identity, missing the opportunity to apprehend him. Remarked a figure cloaked in gray light, appearing as little more than a shadow, speaking with an air of nonchalance. In other disciplines, our Shui Mei clan may hesitate to compete with the various clans. Yet in the realm of soul manipulation, we undoubtedly stand unrivaled among the 13 clans. If Kanjing believes that the Yin Yao clan surpasses us in this regard, then this matter can be entrusted to Kanjing, retorted the white-haired man without reservation. My suggestion arises from a place of caution. After all, in the mastery of soul manipulation, how could our Yin Yao clan dare to compare with the innate talents of your esteemed clan? The gray figure replied with a grin, seemingly unconcerned. The elder with white hair wore a stern expression, poised to continue his discourse, yet the Wu surname youth abruptly interrupted him, stating solemnly, "There is no need for further words. That Jiaoqi clan spy has no chance of escape." At the moment the theft occurred, I immediately ordered the closure of all exits. Recently, access has been restricted, and even insects cannot flee from Yun City. According to the soul injured guard's description, the assailant was merely at the void refinement stage, unlikely to have eluded your exploration. Therefore, it can be surmised that this individual did not infiltrate Yun City recently, but has been residing here in another guise for many years. Consequently, prior investigations did not directly point to him. Chapter 626. Upon hearing the Wu surname youth's suggestion, both the white-haired elder and the gray figure displayed expressions of respect, nodding in agreement and ceasing their discourse. If the situation is as described by the esteemed Elder Wang, matters become rather intricate. Should we expand our search to encompass 6 months prior, the difficulty of the investigation would escalate significantly. Even more concerning is the potential for external forces to become alarmed, which could exacerbate the chaos and lead to greater troubles. After a gentle cough, Qian Jizi interjected with his perspective. Indeed, what fellow Taoist Qian has articulated resonates deeply with my own apprehensions. However, the fact that this individual has purloined the schematic of the newly established defensive array of Yun City necessitates that we must do everything in our power to prevent his departure from the city. Otherwise, should the forces of the Jiaoqi tribe encroach upon us, the defensive capabilities of our city would be severely compromised. The young man named Wang stated in a calm demeanor. Elder Wang is absolutely correct. As long as the spy from the Jiaoqi tribe remains within the city, we cannot afford to let him slip away easily. Yet, if we were to conduct large-scale operations daily, we might endure for several days or even a month or two. But if that spy chooses to lie low for an extended period, it seems we cannot maintain such a heightened state of vigilance indefinitely. An elderly man with a long black beard also voiced his thoughts. I see. What insights does fellow Taoist Ning possess? The young man named Wang observed the elder's remarks with a glimmer of intrigue, then posed a counter-question. I have no brilliant strategies, but with the presence of Fairy Kai, I believe her wisdom will surely help us navigate this dilemma. The elder with the black beard shook his head repeatedly, yet he abruptly mentioned the silent figure of Kai Luyang, who had been seated nearby. Upon hearing the elder's words, the beautiful matron of the Jing clan's eyes sparkled, and she responded with a smile. You jest, Brother Ning. With Elder Wang and Lord Shashan present, there is no need for me to showcase any cleverness. I merely need to follow your esteemed guidance to the best of my ability. Fellow Taoist Kai, now is not the time for modesty. I wish to hear your opinions as a respected elder of the Jing clan. The young man named Wang stated with a serious expression, directly addressing Kai Luyang. If the esteemed elders truly wish for me to share my thoughts, I shall endeavor to do so. The beautiful matron of the Jing clan furrowed her brow slightly, but quickly regained her composure, standing to bow respectfully to the young man named Wang and the elder woman. I did not expect Fairy Kai to have such insights. Her suggestions will undoubtedly assist us in resolving our predicament. Observing the demeanor of the beautiful matron, most in attendance smiled in praise. Clearly, despite her relatively lower cultivation rank among the assembled saints, her reputation is quite esteemed. The elderly woman, who had previously kept her eyes nearly shut, slightly lifted her eyelids at this moment, gazing intently at the matron. As for the young man named Wang, his gaze towards Kai Luyang was filled with anticipation. Based on my understanding, since being overly tense or too relaxed is inadvisable, we might consider adopting a strategy of external looseness coupled with internal firmness, luring the enemy deeper in order to ensnare them entirely. Kai Luyang surveyed the surroundings before articulating her insights. Although it may appear that we are nonchalant, in truth, we must remain fully alert. The young man, named Wang, fell into deep contemplation upon hearing the plan. Indeed, regardless of the methods employed by the spy to elude our search, it appears that capturing them swiftly in the near term is a formidable challenge. Thus, in the ensuing month, we may devote ourselves wholeheartedly to a thorough reinvestigation of the city. Should we manage to locate the spy during this time frame, it would be the most auspicious outcome. However, if we remain empty-handed, we can gradually consolidate our forces, creating an illusion of our diminishing vigilance regarding this matter. In truth, we ought to augment the manpower at the 4 city gates rather than diminish it. Furthermore, we must particularly assemble an elite team to continue covert investigations into all suspicious individuals who may have departed from Yun City recently. In this manner, if the adversary is eager to relay intelligence, they will undoubtedly fall into our trap, should they choose to remain hidden within the city. Their alertness will inevitably wane as external conditions relax, ultimately leading to their exposure and capture. The elegant woman from the Crystal clan articulated her thoughts with poise. You speak most wisely. This strategy indeed presents a commendable option. However, what shall we do if that spy possesses remarkable abilities in illusion, skillfully evading our reconnaissance and brazenly escaping through the front gate? After listening to the woman's counsel, Wang initially expressed his agreement but then voiced his concerns. The others present had initially considered Kai Luoyan's proposal to be quite exceptional, yet upon witnessing Wang's partial dissent, they exchanged puzzled glances. Esteemed Senior Wang, my suggestion merely scratches the surface. There remains more yet to convey. I implore you to patiently listen to my forthcoming remarks. The Crystal Clan woman replied with a smile. Subsequently, her lips moved slightly, yet no sound emerged. Instead, she communicated directly with Wang through a sound-transmitting technique. Initially surprised, Wang's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he absorbed her words, culminating in a look of delight after a few moments. This exchange persisted for nearly the duration of a tea ceremony before the woman ceased her communication. Indeed, it is as you say. Wang inhaled deeply, then turned to Kai Luoyan, directing his gaze toward Qianjizi. As a junior, I would never dare to jest about such a critical matter, the Crystal Clan woman solemnly replied. Observing the enigmatic expressions shared between Kai Luoyan and Wang, the other esteemed individuals present exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a variety of emotions. Yet, they exhibited great wisdom, refraining from inquiring about the specifics of the transmitted conversation. Well, since Fairy Kai has spoken thus, I shall naturally place my utmost trust in her words. Madam Shah, I presume you also heard the transmission from fellow Taoist Kai. What is your perspective on this? Wang suddenly turned to a seemingly drowsy old woman beside him, respectfully inquiring. I harbor no objections. At my age, I am truly reluctant to expend excessive effort on this venture, she replied. Whenever I encounter formidable adversaries, I shall exert myself to assist these young disciples. As for other matters, I shall refrain from interference, lacking the energy to concern myself with them. Now that you have made adequate arrangements, I shall take my leave to rest for a while. Friend Wang, you may deliberate on the subsequent affairs at your discretion. The elderly lady, known as Lady Shah, smiled faintly before tremblingly rising to her feet, weakly uttering her words. Upon hearing her proclamation, the young man of the Wang lineage wore an expression of helplessness. Yet, before he could respond, she made her way directly to the side door of the hall, seemingly intent on leaving the young man to his own devices. The expressions of the other members of the Holy Clan present morphed into one of peculiar astonishment. In truth, this Lady Shah, a being of the great ascension stage, harbors an exceedingly secretive identity. Although it is widely acknowledged that such a formidable presence exists among the 13 clans, None are privy to her exact lineage or the nature of her formidable powers that have allowed her to transcend to the great ascension realm. Moreover, according to widely circulated legends, Lady Shah is reputed to be the longest-lived amongst the existing great ascension beings of the 13 clans, with a lifespan that far exceeds common comprehension. At the very least, those holy practitioners present became aware of her existence when they first made strides in their cultivation journey. Thus, despite Lady Shah appearing frail as if a mere breeze could topple her, even the young man of the Wang lineage, also a being of the great ascension stage, maintained a demeanor of humility befitting a junior in her presence. The other members of the holy clan in Yun City naturally held Lady Shah in great reverence, daring not to exhibit any semblance of negligence. However, after the young man watched her disappear through the side door, he could only sigh in resignation and withdraw his gaze. With Lady Shah's departure, discussions on this matter reached a conclusion. Henceforth, we shall act in accordance with the counsel of Friend Kai, Fairy Kai, and Friend Bai. You two shall be entrusted with full responsibility for this matter, and the rest must cooperate wholeheartedly. After a brief contemplation, the young man of the Wang lineage resolutely issued his command. All present expressed their agreement, readily pledging their compliance. Now, let us deliberate on the matters concerning the Guanghan realm. Qianjizi, please provide a detailed account of the situation for everyone. With a sudden shift in focus, the young man of the Wang lineage called out. Upon hearing the term Guanghan realm, the countenances of all present involuntarily altered. Friend Qian, what do you mean? Is the Guanghan realm on the verge of opening? Some impatient individuals could no longer contain their curiosity and posed direct inquiries. Upon hearing this news, Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren unconsciously exchanged glances, but quickly averted their eyes with an air of nonchalance. The Guanghan instrument we placed within the Spirit Communing Hall reacted 2 days ago. Based on past experiences, it is estimated that the opening of the Guanghan realm may occur within 3 to 4 years, or perhaps even within a few months. Qianjizi replied with calm composure. So soon? At this moment, when the Jiaoqi clan is invading our Tianyun, we cannot afford to be fully focused on this matter. However, the opening of the Guanghan realm undoubtedly presents an exceptional opportunity for the various clans of the thunderous continent to enhance their strength, and we must remain vigilant. Therefore, the preparatory work for this matter requires the collaboration and deliberation of all esteemed friends alongside Senior Wang. Qianjizi spoke with a grave demeanor. Indeed, what Qiandao stated holds great truth. The offensive from the Jiaoqi clan has already consumed a significant portion of our energy in Yun City. Nevertheless, this is not the first instance of the Guanghan realm's opening. Even though this occurrence is ahead of schedule, there is no need for alarm. The young man from the Wang clan nodded in agreement. In truth, the initiation of the Guanghan realm hinges upon the talents and opportunities of the younger generation themselves. What we can do is swiftly establish the list of candidates and meticulously arrange the large teleportation array required to enter this realm. This time, our 13 clans have received only a meager number of Guanghan orders, with merely 2 remaining in Yun City. Thus, we only need to prepare 2 arrays. As for the other Guanghan orders, the responsibility will naturally fall to personnel from other regions, so we need not overly concern ourselves. A robust man, as dark as coal, smiled in agreement. Indeed, however, the number of young individuals at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage in Yun City is considerable, making the determination of this list potentially challenging. We must remain vigilant against spies from the Jiaoqi clan who may seize the opportunity to create chaos. These 2 teleportation arrays must be fortified. The attendees displayed a mix of joy and furrowed brows as they expressed their opinions. The young man from the Wang clan listened to the discussions of these exalted beings with a subtle smile. Once all had spoken, he turned to the beautiful woman of the Crystal clan and inquired, Fairy Kai, do you have any additional insights to share? The esteemed friends have articulated the matter comprehensively. I have nothing further to add, the Crystal clan matron replied, momentarily taken aback before smiling. Then, we shall proceed with the preparations for the Guanghan realm as per the customary practices of previous years. Please return to your respective territories to arrange the specific list of candidates, ensuring they are at least of the continuous late-stage pinnacle. Additionally, the vigilance of the teleportation arrays must be increased to over 3-fold, and a 10-mile radius surrounding the arrays shall be designated as a restricted zone, prohibiting strangers from approaching without permission. The setup of the arrays can only be executed by the Wangu clan, and I entrust all of this to the 3 of you. Qiandao Yu, the young man from the Wang clan declared after a moment of contemplation. Qianjizi and the two other elders seated beside him accepted the orders respectfully, promising to execute them. By the way, have you finalized the candidates for the activation of the Guanghan orders? The young man from the Wang clan suddenly recalled another matter and inquired curiously. One candidate has been determined, while the other requires no preparation as it has already been activated. Qianjizi hesitated before responding. As far as I understand, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, the candidates for activating the Guanghan orders are typically selected through rigorous scrutiny, with the activation ceremony held at the last moment. Why has it occurred so prematurely this time? The young man from the Wang clan's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Please do not be angered, senior. This particular Guanghan order is quite special, and it had already been activated upon acquisition. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Qianjizi recounted Lin Mo's circumstances with great care. It was indeed astonishing to learn that this individual did not originate from our Tianyun, nor did he belong to this continent at all. The young man with the surname Wang, upon hearing this, was taken aback. It was indeed the case, and moreover, our several major races had consented to lend him the continent's teleportation array once the matter was concluded. However, the spirit stones required for the formation must be prepared by him independently. Qianjizi responded earnestly. Chapter 627. Regarding the safety of this continent's teleportation array, I harbor no concerns. The crux lies in whether this practitioner is truly reliable. The young cultivator, named Wang, gradually regained his composure. Yet a hint of uncertainty lingered in his expression as he inquired further. Rest assured, Senior Wang, this practitioner should be trustworthy. Moreover, we are merely utilizing his power to enter the Guanghan realm, and the entire process will be conducted under our vigilant supervision. How could he possibly find the opportunity to meddle? Qianjizi replied firmly. Given your confidence in this matter, and since the Guanghan decree has been successfully activated by him, we shall set this issue aside for now. I will inform the others to discreetly monitor this practitioner, the young man named Wang concluded, finding little cause for concern, and he nodded in agreement. Qianjizi readily acquiesced. News had just arrived from Daoist Liu and others that the Jiaoqi tribe was rapidly amassing forces ahead, even bolstering their ranks with 5 or 6 Holy Realm experts in one go. Caught off guard, we had already lost 3 cities to their assaults, and we now found ourselves in a distinctly disadvantageous position. It appeared that the Jiaoqi tribe intended to escalate the scale of this conflict. Just as Qianjizi, the young man named Wang, and another holy tribe cultivator with a skin tone resembling deep green had only just seated themselves. Another holy tribe cultivator stood up to report an urgent matter to Wang. Immediately mobilize 5 Holy Realm experts and over 1,000 mid to high-tier cultivators from within the city to the front lines for support. If they wish to escalate this battle, our Tianyun will spare no effort to confront them to the end, Wang commanded without hesitation. Understood. In the ensuing moments, other holy tribe cultivators began to report various significant matters. This gathering, which convened the most elite forces of Yun City, lasted nearly half an hour before concluding. Once all the Holy Realm experts departed, they promptly turned to return, preparing thoroughly for the impending conflict. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained within his cave dwelling, diligently engrossed in his cultivation. On a certain day, a year later, Lin Mo emerged from his retreat and departed Yun City. Yet, merely half a day later, he mysteriously returned to the city and once again entered his secret chamber to continue his focused practice. Time flows inexorably, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have slipped away unnoticed. Within the dimly lit chamber of Lin Mo's cave dwelling, 3 figures are seated upon cushions. One figure is clad in resplendent golden armor, their body adorned with shimmering golden scales, reminiscent of a creation forged from pure gold. Another figure is shrouded in a cloak of black mist, their silhouette obscured and almost indecipherable. The final figure emanates a violet radiance, their skin exhibiting a vibrant green hue. All 3 are silently engaged in intricate hand seals, maintaining an unwavering posture. After an indeterminate passage of time, the figure in golden armor trembles slightly, their eyes snapping open to reveal 2 brilliant orbs of blue light that burst forth. What has brought this individual here? The figure muses softly, a flicker of uncertainty and concern evident in their gaze. Swiftly, they wave their expansive sleeves, and a dazzling beam of white light erupts from within, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, before settling firmly upon the ceiling, creating an area of luminous brightness. Instantly, the void is illuminated. The white light cascading down like radiant sunlight, clearly revealing the three figures, including Lin Mo positioned at the center. The pale yellow figure is undoubtedly Lin Mo. His countenance serious, with a hint of deep contemplation etched upon his brow. The silver-clad figure to one side bears an uncanny resemblance to Lin Mo, their clear, water-like eyes fixated on him, brimming with curiosity. At that moment, a solemn, resonant chant emanates from the black mist, which gradually disperses to unveil a colossal creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, a being that straddles the line between demon and deity. Towering at an impressive height of 2 zhang, this creature is enveloped in golden light, yet only 2 of its faces are distinctly visible, while the third is devoid of features, instilling a sense of dread. Suddenly, the eyes of the 2 discernible faces snap open, their pupils deep and cavernous, as if capable of drawing in the very souls of those present. A distinguished guest has arrived. You may continue your cultivation here, while I proceed to greet them. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Mo issued his command to the other 2 before transforming into a streak of golden light, swiftly darting towards one wall of the chamber. In an instant, the golden light seamlessly melded into the wall, vanishing without a trace. After a brief interval, the previously sealed entrance of the cave shimmered with a cerulean glow and gradually swung open. Lin Mo stepped out with an air of composure. I pay my respects to Senior Kai. Might I inquire what brings you to my humble abode? Lin Mo greeted the elegant woman who had been awaiting him within the cave, his tone respectful. This noble lady, with her refined and graceful demeanor, was none other than Kai Luyan of the Crystal Clan. Are you perhaps unwilling to welcome me, dear Taoist Lin? Kai Luyan replied with a smile, her tone teasing. You jest, Senior. It is truly an honor for me to host your esteemed presence. And who might this esteemed companion be? Lin Mo offered a faint smile and responded politely, his gaze shifting to the individual standing behind the colorful stream of mist. Behind Kai Luyan stood a slender woman adorned with a white hooded cloak, her face obscured by a translucent glow that rendered her true appearance indistinguishable. She was a recent addition to my disciples. Kai Luyan briefly elaborated, withholding further details. The woman merely nodded gently, maintaining her silence. Observing this, Lin Mo refrained from pressing further and invited the 2 esteemed guests to rest within his cave abode. Before long, the trio found themselves seated in the hall of Lin Mo's dwelling, engaging in conversation. A lifelike humanoid puppet, summoned by Lin Mo's consciousness, promptly presented delectable spirit fruits and several cups of spirit tea rich in ethereal energy. The enchanting woman from the Crystal Clan eagerly savored the spirit tea in her hands, astonished by the potent energy it contained, reminiscent of leaves harvested from ancient tea trees aged over millennia. Even more remarkable was the rarity of the tea tree itself, making such a brew a rare find, even in the bustling Cloud City. After a few sips, Kai Luyan could not help but express her admiration. Since you hold such affection for this tea, I happen to have some left. Allow it to serve as a token of my respect for you, esteemed elder. Lin Mo responded with a smile, gently waving his sleeve, causing a delicate, milky white box to silently materialize on the table. As you are so generous, I shall not decline, but gladly accept. To be honest, I am quite fond of this tea, replied the beautiful woman from the Crystal Clan, her eyes sparkling and a smile gracing her lips. With that, Kai Luyan raised her slender jade finger, retrieving the jade box from the air, where it instantly vanished from sight. Lin Mo, observing this, smiled slightly, and then engaged Kai Luyan in discussions regarding cultivation, refraining from inquiring about the purpose of her visit. The woman from the Crystal Clan noted Lin Mo's demeanor, her smile unwavering, and chose not to disclose her intentions, opting instead for casual conversation. This exchange continued for a full hour, with both maintaining their composure, as if they could converse for several more hours. The mysterious woman in the white hood remained taciturn, yet her restlessness became apparent. Her gaze flitted between Lin Mo and the Crystal Clan woman, revealing her growing agitation. Noticing this, Kai Luyan furrowed her brow slightly, but ultimately cast a glance at Lin Mo, chuckling softly. Lin Dao friend, in merely a few years, your composure has evolved significantly. You have yet to inquire about my purpose. Have you recently cultivated some unique secret method, or perhaps your proficiency has advanced? Senior jesting, Lin Mo replied respectfully. How could I dare to claim such composure? It is simply that you have not disclosed your intentions, and I would not presume to ask. Ah, I see. It seems I have misjudged you, Lindau friend. Yet, even without my words, one might assume you have your own speculations, Kai Luyan remarked with a gentle smile. Indeed, I do harbor some conjectures, Lin Mo admitted. May I inquire whether your visit is related to the affairs of the Guanghan realm? Lin Mo asked candidly. Haha. My friend, you truly possess a remarkable foresight. My disciple and I have indeed come for that very purpose. I believe that soon. Daoist Duan will also arrive with another companion, replied Kai Luiying with a cheerful clap of her hands. By this statement, your disciple must be. Lin Mo paused, his gaze settling on the cloaked woman, displaying an expression of astonishment. Indeed, my disciple is the individual I previously mentioned to you, the one possessing the Yuan magnetic body. The crystalline beauty confirmed with ease. According to my recollection, the person you referred to last time should be a guest of your esteemed family. Why have they now become your disciple? Lin Mo inquired, perplexed. What is so peculiar about this? In truth, I only accepted this disciple last year, Kai Luiying responded, her smile radiant. I see. It appears my oversight has led to this misunderstanding, Lin Mo said, a faint tremor at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. Do you think I took this disciple due to the matters of the Guanghan realm? The crystalline beauty asked with a hint of depth in her voice. How could I dare to speculate such a thing? Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly. Such thoughts are permissible. However, I can assure you that my disciple's decision to join me was entirely voluntary and sincere, with no coercion involved, Kai Luiying remarked nonchalantly. I genuinely chose to follow my master of my own accord, without any pressure. The cloaked woman finally spoke, her voice slightly husky yet imbued with an indescribable allure. Quite melodious. At this moment, Lin Mo felt an uncommon flush of embarrassment grace his features, prompting him to chuckle awkwardly, refraining from furthering the conversation. Indeed, my intention in visiting is rather straightforward. I wish for you to become acquainted with my disciple in advance, as it will be essential for both of you to work together through the trials that lie ahead when the Guanghan realm opens. Kai Luiying elaborated slowly. Are you suggesting, then, that the Guanghan realm is on the verge of opening? Lin Mo could not help but counter. Your conjecture is accurate, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The Guanghan realm is scheduled to officially open in 1 month. The crystalline beauty's smile gradually faded. In just a month? How swiftly? Lin Mo expressed his astonishment. Does Daoist Lin have unfinished matters to attend to? Kai Luiying asked, her eyes flickering with curiosity. Indeed, none at all. However, if I were granted a few more decades, I might aspire to elevate my magical prowess to its peak, potentially seizing the opportunity to break through then. Lin Mo grinned, speaking with a sense of resigned acceptance. This truly is a missed opportunity. Yet, your current cultivation is merely at the 7th tier of the upper clan. Even if you reach your pinnacle state, with a little effort, overcoming the bottleneck should not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, my brother Duan and I have committed to providing you with numerous advantages, which you ought to find satisfying. The crystalline beauty responded casually. Rest assured, even if I were tempted to flee at the last moment, the esteemed Qianji would undoubtedly not permit it. Lin Mo felt a tightening in his heart, yet he maintained a smile on his face as he replied. It is good that you understand, my friend. The purpose of my visit is not only to introduce my young disciple to you, but also to inform you of the myriad dangers associated with the Guanghan realm and the forbidden ruins therein. Additionally, there are several matters I must clarify with you. Before we embark, we need to prepare some essential magical tools and treasures. Kai Luiying nodded in agreement, then shifted the topic, saying, I humbly request your guidance, esteemed senior. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was filled with delight and responded with utmost sincerity. The beautiful matriarch of the Crystal Clan, satisfied with his response, began to elaborate in detail. As for the taboos of the Guanghan realm, I shall not belabor the point. When the time comes to depart, there will be individuals present to provide a thorough explanation. What I share with you are personal experiences and the inherent risks involved. Firstly, once you enter the Guanghan realm, you must avoid extremely cold or hot areas. These regions may harbor ferocious beasts with icy attributes or powerful restrictions set by others. Venturing into them with your current cultivation is tantamount to courting disaster. Secondly, should you encounter. The matriarch's expression grew serious, and she spoke for what seemed like an eternity. Chapter 628. Both Lin Mo and the cloaked woman listened intently, for this directly pertained to their own safety, leaving no room for carelessness. Let me convey one crucial message. When you see a bizarre red cloud appear in the distance, run as far away as you can without hesitation. Any delay may lead to calamity. As for the specific reasons, I need not elaborate. You will understand when you witness it with your own eyes. That concludes my discourse. Has Lin Daoist committed this to memory? Kai Luing finally paused, turning her gaze to Lin Mo. I have etched it in my mind. Thank you for your teachings, esteemed senior. Lin Mo replied respectfully. Excellent. Now that matters have been settled, my disciple and I must take our leave. The next time we meet will likely be on the day we set foot in the Guanghan realm, the matriarch said with a smile, gradually rising from her seat. Seeing this, the cloaked woman also stood. I bid farewell to both esteemed seniors. Lin Mo hurriedly stood, seemingly intending to escort them to the door. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Lin Daoist. My disciple and I can depart on our own to avoid drawing attention, Kai Luing instructed. Yes, I have overstepped, Lin Mo acknowledged as he noticed the firmness in her tone and did not press further, merely bowing slightly in apology. Kai Luing nodded and, with the cloaked woman, walked directly towards the hall's entrance. However, just as they reached the doorway, she suddenly appeared to recall something and turned back to Lin Mo, saying, I truly neglected to mention one more thing to you. Please, esteemed senior, go on, Lin Mo responded, slightly taken aback but immediately attentive. This item you must keep safe. It contains records of a combined secret technique. While it is not infallible, it would be best to master it before our departure. Thus, once the three of you enter the Guanghan realm, do not act hastily. First rehearse this technique of coalescing the Yuan magnetic divine light into a singular form. This arcane technique is not only essential for dispelling the prohibitions in this place, but it also serves as an exceedingly powerful divine ability during combat, ensuring your safety. I had originally hoped you would practice in advance, but considering the multitude of onlookers near Cloud City, to prevent the theft of secrets, we must wait until we enter the realm of Guanghan to familiarize ourselves with the necessary cooperation. As Kai Luing spoke, she extended her jade hand, and a beam of white light shot towards Lin Mo. Slightly taken aback, Lin Mo reached out to grasp it, and in an instant, a hazy mist of light surged forth, drawing the white light into itself and capturing it within his palm. Upon looking down, he discovered it to be a pale white jade piece, a combined attack secret technique. Lin Mo murmured to himself, his curiosity piqued. As he probed his consciousness into the jade, he was well aware of such arcane techniques. Typically, these specialized combined attack methods require the collaboration of multiple individuals, their potency often surpassing that of ordinary joint efforts, rendering them among the rarest of secret arts. After a brief moment, Lin Mo withdrew his consciousness, only to find the hall deserted. Kai Luing and the cloaked woman had vanished without a trace. Showing no sign of surprise, Lin Mo's expression remained impassive as he waved his sleeve. Immediately, a brilliant blue radiance erupted from him, swirling rapidly until he disappeared within the azure glow. Moments later, a golden light flickered in the void of the secret chamber, and Lin Mo's figure flashed past, materializing from the emptiness as he surveyed his surroundings. There, the three-headed, six-armed golden creature and Lin Mo, radiating a violet glow, sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes shut in meditation. However, they soon seemed to sense Lin Mo's arrival, opening their eyes to gaze in his direction. I had intended to wait until your cultivation reached completion before venturing into the Guanghan realm, but it appears time may not permit that. I need to prepare some essential items and commence the refinement of the UNC Polar Mountain within the UNC 5 Extremes Mountain. Lin Mo murmured to himself, then gently waved his sleeve towards the three-headed, six-armed golden creature. A dazzling golden light instantly enveloped the area. An astonishing scene unfolded. As the golden light descended, a solemn sound of sacred chanting emanated from within the creature's body, followed by its gradual disintegration into countless golden runes of varying sizes and a swirling mass of pitch-black energy. As the golden runes flickered, they were completely absorbed into Lin Mo's body, while the black energy, after churning violently, swiftly condensed into a dark, ink-like yuanying, merely a few inches tall. This marked Lin Mo's second yuanying, the demonic infant. At this moment, the demonic infant wore a radiant smile, its form shimmering with violet light, clad in a miniature outer celestial demonic armor. Lin Mo regarded the demonic infant with a gentle smile, extending a hand to beckon it. Instantly, the spiritual light surrounding the demonic infant flickered, transforming into a dark essence that merged into Lin Mo's body. Initially, after Lin Mo successfully condensed the Dharmakaya using various precious materials, he unexpectedly discovered that the ethereal nature of the demonic infant allowed it to effortlessly attach itself to the golden body. It could continue cultivating the previously halted Xian Yin demonic energy through the demonic aura within the golden form. Furthermore, during the practice of its magical arts, the infant could continually refine itself with the expelled demonic energy, significantly benefiting the condensation of the Dharmakaya. Thus, Lin Mo was more than willing to allow the demonic eagle to dwell within his golden body. After all, the second primordial infant was tantamount to an independent entity, requiring little of his energy for cultivation or manipulation of the golden form. Regrettably, the cultivation level of this demonic infant remained relatively low. Should it reach a state where its essence overlapped with Lin Mo's own, it could then engage external foes while residing within the golden body, transforming into an almost external manifestation and exponentially enhancing Lin Mo's power. For ordinary individuals, ascending from the primordial infant stage to the void refinement realm is undoubtedly an arduous endeavor. However, Lin Mo's primordial infant could directly impart advanced cultivation experiences to the second infant. Coupled with a continuous supply of various precious elixirs, the second infant's cultivation speed would undoubtedly surpass that of its progenitor. Though the obstacles to cultivation do not entirely vanish for the demonic infant, its breakthroughs would certainly become less challenging compared to typical practitioners. The insights gained from previous breakthroughs would play a significant role at this juncture. This explains why, upon reaching a certain level, human cultivators and other exotic beings often resort to training in secret arts derived from great mystical powers, such as external manifestations or second souls, when they find further advancement difficult. However, regardless of the method employed to nurture a second self, the resources expended are immense and extraordinary, typically requiring a lifetime of dedication to anticipate any achievements. Thus, even with the numerous advantages of external manifestations, most individuals still prefer to cultivate only one or two avatars, whose strengths often pale in comparison to their true selves. After being nourished by the demonic aura of the golden body and an abundance of spiritual elixirs, Lin Mo's second primordial infant has currently reached the pinnacle of the mid-primordial infant stage, poised to enter the later stage at any moment. With the Guanghan realm now opened, he is not in a hurry to continue the infant's cultivation. Instead, he plans to wait until they enter the Guanghan realm before allowing the second primordial infant to attempt to break through to the later stage. Considering the dense spiritual energy within that realm, which is sufficient to elevate void refinement beings to the combined body stage, it would undoubtedly prove more effective than any elixir for a mere primordial infant cultivator. As Lin Mo contemplated these strategies, his gaze shifted towards another version of himself, his face illuminating with an unusual brilliance, soon replaced by fervent intensity. It was truly unexpected that the body of the Ji Immortal was an exquisite material for crafting external manifestations and substitutes. Even more astonishing was the ability of the ripening spiritual liquid to be directly absorbed and transformed into pure spiritual power by the Ji Immortal, causing the magical prowess of this body to increase at an astonishing rate. In a mere span of a few years, one has been forcibly elevated to a new realm of magical prowess, achieving the mid-stage of void refinement without encountering any bottlenecks, which is truly astonishing. Upon further contemplation, however, this phenomenon may be explicable. Such ethereal entities, transformed from spiritual herbs, inherently require extensive periods of cultivation to attain sentience. To regenerate formidable magical energy and metamorphose into human form would presumably necessitate hundreds of thousands of years. This process can only be gradually enhanced through the accumulation of time, and the presence of a bottleneck during this progression would indeed be exceedingly unjust for such spiritual beings. Yet, curiously, despite being akin to other celestial entities and similarly infused with ripening elixirs, why does the nine-curve spirit ginseng merely restore vitality without enabling ascension? Is it that only beings like the immortal ginseng possess the capacity to absorb such elixirs? Or must these spiritual herbs attain the threshold of transforming into human form to acquire this extraordinary ability? Lin Mo murmured to himself, his brow furrowed, and after a moment, he shook his head in solitude. Regardless of the reasons, what lies before me is an immense opportunity. although ensuring that his true self's cultivation progress remains unaffected while creating an external incarnation might pose some challenges. Forging it into a substitute body is entirely feasible. In the future, he could command this spiritual form using his nascent soul in combat. Ever since discovering that the mysterious liquid in the small vial could enhance the cultivation of the immortal ginseng's body, Lin Mo's thoughts have been rather straightforward. He merely wishes to continue utilizing the ripening elixir to nurture this spiritual form and observe if it can ultimately reach the astonishing magical prowess characteristic of the integration stage. Though it may merely possess magical energy without a defined realm like the semi-holy tier, once the nascent soul descends upon this vessel to confront formidable adversaries. Armed with an array of profound abilities and the inexhaustible magical energy inherent within the spiritual body, he would certainly have no cause for fear against any threats posed by integrated entities. More importantly, this substitute spiritual body might still have the potential for continued growth in magical energy. Should it ultimately attain a level of celestial power comparable to that of a great ascension being, he would then find himself nearly invulnerable within the spirit realm. However, all of this must hinge upon the realization of his conjectures. For reasons unknown, he vaguely senses that such a miracle may not genuinely come to fruition. Perhaps this spiritual form can only elevate its magical energy to the level of integration or even the peak of void refinement. After all, he had utilized the elixir from the small vial to hasten the growth of the golden thunder bamboo for an entire millennium without witnessing any transformation. Given the existence of this exceptional case, Lin Mo naturally cannot ascertain whether the immortal ginseng's body is similarly constrained in its absorption of such elixirs. Moreover, once the pure spiritual energy derived from the elixir accumulates to a certain degree within this vessel, it must be refined using magical energy. Yet, this immortal ginseng body cannot autonomously complete these processes. Fortunately, in a moment of urgency, an epiphany struck him, leading to the conception of an alternative solution. Upon reaching this thought, Lin Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he commanded the Lin Mo enveloped in purple light. Chewer, you have worked diligently over these days. Now, you may temporarily extricate yourself from this corporeal form and need not continue refining the spiritual energy within. For the next month, I shall cease the cultivation of other spiritual herbs, directing all spiritual liquid into this surrogate spirit body first. Afterward, you may gradually refine this energy. At your command, Master. A delicate, youthful voice emanated suddenly from the shell of the Ji-Xian, followed by Lin Mo in the purple hue gently tapping the crown of his head, his eyes slowly closing. Simultaneously, a sphere of white light surged forth from within, swirling momentarily in the air before transforming into a girl of merely 6 or 7 years. Clad in a pristine white dress, with 9 small, dark braids adorning her head, she appeared exceedingly adorable. Upon witnessing the girl manifest, Lin Mo smiled gently and remarked, "On this journey to the Guanghan realm, you shall accompany me. I shall carry your true form along as well. For now, return to the cave and rest well." "Master, may I truly accompany you?" the girl exclaimed with unrestrained joy, her face radiant with innocent delight. "As I venture to the Guanghan realm, the uncertainties that await me remain unknown, and now that your primordial spirit has assumed a human form, I find it difficult to leave you here alone. Should any external threats invade the cave while I am away, the consequences would be dire," Lin Mo explained patiently. "How wonderful. I do not know why, but ever since I transformed into this form, not only has my mind become sharper, but I also possess an even greater yearning for adventure." The girl chirped gleefully. "Indeed, it is entirely natural for one who has recently awakened their consciousness to harbor such aspirations. However, during this time, you must remain in the medicinal garden, ensuring that you are not discovered by others. My cave may soon find itself embroiled in relentless disputes," Lin Mo warned with a serious expression. "Understood. I shall immediately proceed to the medicinal garden for rest and training," Chewer replied, her demeanor shifting to one of alarm upon hearing of potential visitors to the cave. She quickly became exceedingly timid in her response. Subsequently, her figure began to blur, transforming once more into a radiant white light that swiftly descended, vanishing in an instant as she melded into the ground. Chapter 629. It was evident that this girl was a manifestation of the mysterious primordial spirit derived from the 9. The Ji-Xian had previously stated the importance of awakening the wisdom of the 9 early on, and imparting some special abilities to it. However, what Lin Mo did not foresee was that after the Ji Xian's reincarnation, within just a year, this sentient being had remarkably transformed its primordial spirit from that of a small white rabbit to the current youthful form. This suggests that beyond imparting knowledge, the Ji Xian must have granted her considerable blessings, enabling such an unexpected breakthrough. Naturally, Lin Mo welcomed this development with great joy. Thus, he named the newly awakened Nine Chuer. Subsequently, he discovered that as both were ethereal beings of heaven and earth, Chuer could directly enter the vessel left by the immortal Ji and harness the formidable magical powers within. During the process of refining spiritual energy, Chuer was also able to reap substantial benefits under the nurturing embrace of the rich spiritual aura. Hence, he resolved to entrust the task of refining the spiritual energy of Ji's corporeal form entirely to Chuer. The results over the past 2 years were exceedingly remarkable, leaving him immensely satisfied. At this moment, Lin Mo observed Chuer suddenly vanish. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he extended his right hand and gently waved towards the distant vessel. In an instant, a cascade of grayish light enveloped the spiritual body. The corporeal form of Ji, bathed in violet radiance, swiftly diminished in size, ultimately shrinking to mere inches. As the gray light receded, the spiritual body was ensconced and drawn back to Lin Mo, vanishing within the folds of his robe. Once all matters had been addressed, Lin Mo surveyed the vacant chamber before resolutely turning and striding towards the grand entrance. In the ensuing month, Lin Mo frequently traversed the various shops of Cloud City, diligently gathering an assortment of required materials and rare magical artifacts. In the days that followed, friends such as Duan Tianren and Qianjizi indeed paid him visits. They engaged in conversation with Lin Mo, the specifics of which remained undisclosed. However, after a fortnight, they departed with expressions of satisfaction. Although the month was brief, it passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, Lin Mo sat in the hall of his cave dwelling, meditating with closed eyes, when a sudden flash of crimson light shot in from outside the chamber, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. He furrowed his brow, extending his hand to capture the red light, probing its essence with his mental energy. At last, it had begun. Lin Mo murmured to himself, rising abruptly and making his way towards the cave's exit. Outside the cave, a dozen individuals of foreign descent awaited him. The foremost 4, clad in yellow robes, were all of the refinement void stage, while the remaining figures, armed with silver long halberds, stood at the ready, exuding an air of vigilance. Lin Daoyu, we, your brothers, have come at the behest of the esteemed Qianjizi to escort you for a meeting. One of the yellow-robed men declared with a fist clasped in greeting upon spotting Lin Mo emerge from the cave. Then I am grateful for your assistance, my friends. Lin Mo replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Previously, only a select few high-ranking members of Cloud City were aware of the circumstances surrounding his activation of the Guanghan Order. Yet now, as the Guanghan realm was about to be opened, it was likely that many more were privy to his identity. Naturally, Qianjizi feared that there might be attempts at abduction or assassination at such a critical juncture, hence the formidable assembly. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the yellow-robed man smiled, gesturing to the soldiers behind him. Instantly, the previously aligned soldiers parted, revealing a shimmering spiritual carriage. Pulling the carriage were 2 magnificent azure-feathered birds, resplendent in their beauty. It was evident that this carriage was no ordinary vehicle. Observing this, Lin Mo did not hesitate to step into the spiritual carriage. The 4 individuals clad in yellow robes gracefully ascended and alighted upon the divine carriage, skillfully positioning themselves at each corner, effectively encasing Lin Mo within their protective formation. With a few melodious calls from the azure birds, their wings unfurled and propelled the carriage skyward. The silver-armored soldiers promptly released silver discs, and those adept in the use of magical artifacts soared after them. Moments later, the azure carriage soared to several hundred feet above the ground, racing towards a particular location in Cloud City. At this juncture, it was evident that the entirety of Cloud City was on high alert. The streets were eerily devoid of pedestrians, and numerous squads of variously armored soldiers patrolled both the ground and the skies. Lin Mo noted that certain areas, typically of considerable significance, emanated faint waves of restrictive energy, suggesting that various formations had been activated. It was clear that the higher echelons of Cloud City regarded the opening of the Guanghan realm with utmost seriousness. As the carriage flew uninterrupted, It soon approached the vicinity of the inn where Lin Mo had activated the Guanhan order. This area was now thoroughly ensconced in layers of dense restrictions. In the distance, dozens of towering pillars, each reaching a height of 100 feet, rose majestically, forming a circle that encompassed everything within a radius of several miles from the inn's center. These pillars radiated a kaleidoscope of spiritual light, creating an ethereal canopy that obscured everything within, rendering it invisible to outsiders. However, as one drew near this region, it became starkly apparent that the guarding soldiers here outnumbered those in other areas by a factor of 10, effectively encircling the entire vicinity. Additionally, over 100 unknown puppets, each standing 7 or 8 feet tall, some as dark as ink and others as fiery red as flame, remained motionless in various positions. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo's face registered a fleeting expression of astonishment. The soldiers stationed at this defensive stronghold possessed cultivation levels equivalent to at least the core formation stage, with a significant number being at the nascent soul stage. A mere cursory scan of the area with his spiritual sense revealed no fewer than 20 or 30 practitioners of the refinement void stage. Moreover, the surroundings were intricately woven with layers of restrictive formations, illustrating the exceptional rigor of the defenses in place. The azure carriage bore no insignia to denote its identity. However, throughout their swift journey, they encountered neither inspection nor obstruction. Yet, upon nearing the luminous barrier, several soldiers mounted on peculiar spiritual beasts resembling giant wolves with wings emerged from the light, racing toward Lin Mo and his companions. "Captain Tai, has fellow Taoist Lin arrived?" A man clad in azure armor, appearing to be in his 50s, called out loudly from atop one of the winged wolves upon spotting the azure carriage. "Oh, I presume Senior Qian sent Brother Hua to welcome us. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Lin is currently within the carriage. Brother Hua, please disable the restrictions." The burly man in the yellow robe smiled as he responded from within the spirit chariot. "If all goes well, that would certainly be splendid. I shall lift the restrictions now." Upon hearing this, the man riding the giant wolf displayed a look of delight. He and several companions swiftly produced items from their bosoms, revealing a series of restriction tokens. With delicate gestures, they waved the tokens towards the luminous barrier that had just emerged. In an instant, brilliant beams of color flashed from the tokens, shooting towards the barrier and forming a light array spanning several feet in width. As the nearby barrier trembled slightly, a fissure opened with a resonant hum, creating a passageway leading inward. However, despite the enchanting, flickering colors within the passage, the burly man in the yellow robe showed no hesitation as he urged the azure spirit bird forward, guiding the chariot directly into the mysterious expanse. The welcoming party and armored soldiers swiftly followed suit. Initially believing this to be a mere layer of luminous barrier, they soon found themselves traversing the passage for nearly the duration of a meal before finally arriving at the exit. Witnessing this, Lin Mo could not help but feel astonishment. It became evident that the barrier concealed spatial restrictions. Any unsuspecting individual attempting to infiltrate would, regardless of their adeptness in evasion techniques, likely find themselves ensnared and unable to escape swiftly. Given such a prolonged delay, those within had already detected the intrusion. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Mo began to meticulously contemplate countermeasures. At that moment, the azure chariot leapt from the exit, revealing an expansive vista before them. Below stood 2 enormous arrays, each with a diameter of several dozen feet, their surfaces embedded with countless fist-sized crystals. The edges were inscribed with intricate, arcane patterns, shimmering with hues of delicate light, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Between the 2 arrays stood a newly constructed hall occupying several acres, devoid of any other structures. Yet, both the surroundings of the arrays and the grand hall were teeming with a multitude of individuals, numbering in the thousands and hailing from diverse races. Most were vigilant soldiers, while several hundred others donned various distinctive attires, each undoubtedly possessing formidable prowess. These individuals encircled the 2 arrays and the hall, maintaining an eerie silence. Nevertheless, as the azure spirit chariot descended from the sky, the crowd below immediately took notice, raising their gazes skyward. The robust man in the yellow robe, however, remained unfazed by the glances of the surrounding throng. He maneuvered the chariot in a graceful circle before gently landing it on the designated space in front of the hall. As Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, he was struck by the sight of another chariot nearly identical to his own, save for its pristine, jade-like whiteness. Taoist Lin, spoke a voice, the esteemed Qiankong and other seniors await your arrival within the hall. Our task is complete. We can only escort you to this point. As the grand figure in yellow robes awaited the funeral carriage to come to a halt, he respectfully offered a bow to Lin Mo. Expressing gratitude for Brother Tai's escort throughout the journey, Lin Mo reciprocated the gesture with equal courtesy, smiling as he replied. Subsequently, he gracefully leaped down from the carriage, and as his feet gently touched the ground, he strode purposefully towards the hall without hesitation. The dozen or so armored guards stationed outside the hall observed Lin Mo's descent with curiosity, yet none approached him for inquiries. Acknowledging their indifference, Lin Mo understood and proceeded into the hall. He traversed a long corridor flanked by numerous guards, eventually arriving at an expansive chamber. Within the hall, approximately 40 to 50 individuals were seated or standing, arranged in 2 rows. At the center, on a prominent chair, sat a young Caucasian man in his 20s, the one known as the youth of the Wang surname. Meanwhile, several formidable beings, including Qian Jizi, Duan Tianren, and Kai Luing, were scattered among the lower section of the hall. Behind them stood a diverse group of male and female cultivators, all possessing formidable auras, evidently masters of the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. As Lin Mo stepped into the hall, the majority of those present turned their gazes towards him. Junior pays respects to all esteemed seniors. Upon noticing the youth of the Wang surname, Lin Mo felt a slight tremor within, yet maintained an outward composure, bowing deeply to the venerable individuals present. Taoist Lin, you have finally arrived. Excellent. The Guanghan realm will commence in a few hours. Shortly, I will introduce you to your companions, Qian Jizi remarked with a smile. Yes. Junior shall follow the arrangements of the esteemed senior, Lin Mo replied, fully aware that dissent was not an option in this moment. Are you the Lin who inadvertently activated the Guanghan order? The youth of the Wang surname scrutinized Lin Mo for a moment, seemingly uncovering some astonishing truths. And a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes as he politely inquired. In response to Master Wang, that is indeed me, Lin Mo replied, cautious not to appear disrespectful as he bowed in deference. It seems you remember me, the youth remarked, somewhat astonished. Years ago, I had the fortune to witness your esteemed presence at the Four Clans auction, Lin Mo candidly responded. Ah, that explains it. We indeed share a connection. I have observed that although your cultivation is merely at the 7th tier of the upper clan, your magical prowess and spiritual awareness far exceed your peers, even several times over. Consequently, I possess a treasure known as the Tian Gang Seal, which I have decided to bestow upon you. The youth of the Wang surname appraised Lin Mo once more, and after a moment of contemplation, he uttered words that astonished everyone present. Before the echoes of his voice faded, he waved his sleeve, and in an instant, a shimmering silver object soared through the air, heading directly towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but then a wave of joy and gratitude washed over him as thoughts raced through his mind. He quickly expressed his thanks, extending his right hand to grasp the approaching item. A surge of azure light erupted from his fingertips, enveloping the object in a luminous embrace before it was drawn into his hand. He focused his gaze and discovered a small silver seal, roughly 5 or 6 inches square, adorned with an ancient and simplistic design. As he gently turned the seal over, he noticed 3 tiny purple characters engraved at its base. These were the 3 archaic symbols of the Tian Gang seal. Such script is exceedingly rare, belonging to the era of antiquity. Fortunately, his extensive studies in the past had equipped him with the knowledge to recognize these characters at a glance. Although Lin Mo was quite taken aback by the gesture of receiving a rare treasure from this eminent figure at their first encounter, he naturally did not decline such a generous gift. Without hesitation, he accepted the treasure, while his mind began to ponder the deeper implications of the other's actions. Qian Jizi and the others, witnessing this scene, were struck with astonishment, exchanging glances of surprise. Initially, they had anticipated that the young man with the surname Wang would provide further explanations to Lin Mo. However, he merely leaned back, closed his mouth, and ceased to speak. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qian Jizi quickly regained his composure and, with a beaming smile, addressed Lin Mo. To earn the favor of Senior Wang is indeed a tremendous blessing for you, Taoist Lin. With this treasure at your side, I trust you will navigate the Guanghan realm safely. However, time is of the essence. Allow me to introduce you to your companions for the journey. Thank you for your concern, Senior Qian, Lin Mo replied respectfully. First, let me introduce you to Moon Fairy. Like you, she has also been chosen through the Guanghan Order and will lead another team into the Guanghan realm. While the likelihood of your two teams being transported to the same area is quite low, should you happen to encounter one another inside, mutual support would be essential. Qian Jizi gestured towards a pale-skinned woman clad in a blue palace gown standing beside him, introducing her to Lin Mo. This is Moon Fairy. Lin Mo turned to glance at the woman but could not immediately discern her race. Thus he smiled and offered a slight bow. The Moon Fairy simply nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from speaking. This is Shikuan of the Shijian clan, whose defensive abilities are unparalleled among you. Standing alongside him are the brothers Feng Xiao and Yunting of the Qing clan. Renowned for their cooperative combat skills, Qian Jizi detailed, pointing to the peak cultivators of the Lianshu realm who stood beside him. He kept the introductions succinct, providing just a few words about each individual and swiftly completed the introductions in a matter of moments. However, in the presence of Lin Mo, an alien with only a 7th-tier cultivation, the reactions of those present varied. Some remained indifferent, while others appeared aloof, with only a few offering polite smiles. This was hardly surprising, as they were all 9th-tier powerhouses from esteemed clans, most of whom were the Armée de las Armées of their respective lineages, merely a step away from breaking through to the Saint tier. Why would they pay undue attention to an alien whose cultivation fell 2 tiers below their own? Even if he had received commendation from the young man with the surname Wang, perhaps this was merely due to the unique nature of the cultivation method he practiced. The many cultivators present were engulfed in speculation. Upon observing this situation, Qian Jizi could not help but furrow his brows slightly. While others might be unaware, he knew that Lin Mo had single-handedly slain several opponents of equal caliber. Although his techniques and powers might not surpass everyone, his prowess certainly ranked among the top 3 of this assembly. Yet, Lin Mo remained unfazed by the attention, instead greeting each individual with a courteous nod. Among those present were the disciples of Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren. The Stone Kuan of the Shijian tribe was indeed a prized student of Duan Tianren, and the cloaked woman, who had just listened attentively, was named Lu Shuer. Initially, a single Guanghan order could only transport 13 individuals through the teleportation array into the depths of the Guanghan realm. However, through the collaborative efforts with several esteemed array masters from the Crystal clan, this array has now been enhanced to accommodate up to 15 individuals simultaneously. Thus, all 30 cultivators present could now enter the Guanghan realm without issue. I shall now elaborate on this process in detail. First, those whose names I call will accompany the Moon Fairy for the teleportation, while the remaining individuals should heed Lin Daoyu's instructions. Mo Sha and Feng Xiao. After Qian Jizi concluded his introduction, he promptly began to call out the selected individuals one by one. In a brief span, all cultivators were divided into 2 groups, standing respectively behind Lin Mo and the woman in blue robes. While Lin Mo appeared calm on the surface, his mind was awash with contemplation. He was uncertain how Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren had managed to sway Qian Jizi. Lu Shuer and Shikuan had indeed been assigned to his group. However, both seemed remarkably composed, as if it were their first encounter with Lin Mo. Given the multitude of ruins and forbidden zones awaiting exploration within the Guanghan realm, he felt compelled to take the risk and venture forth. Once all cultivators had been duly arranged, Qian Jizi signaled for another unfamiliar elder from the sacred clan to rise and commenced the explanation of the various taboos and precautions necessary within the Guanghan realm. Although Lin Mo and the others had previously acquired this information through various channels, they remained utterly focused, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. Upon the elder's conclusion, Qian Jizi gently waved his hand, releasing a cascade of white light from his sleeve, which instantly materialized in the void before him, revealing an array of 50 or 60 distinct treasures. These treasures included circular bracelets, golden bowls, small banners, and staffs, among a diverse assortment, each radiating splendid energy. However, it was peculiar that the most common artifacts, such as flying daggers and swords, were conspicuously absent. Upon witnessing these treasures, the assembly felt dazzled, their faces reflecting surprise and curiosity. Some could not restrain themselves from glancing at Qian Jizi, eager to inquire, but at that moment, Qian Jizi suddenly let out a hearty laugh and proclaimed, "What are you all hesitating for? These treasures have been meticulously selected from the secret vault within the city, generously bestowed upon you to ensure the seamless progression of your adventurous journey. Each artifact requires no refinement. They can manifest their powers instantaneously. However, each individual is permitted to claim only one, as the remainder will be reclaimed in due course. Upon hearing this proclamation, the gathered practitioners were momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of exuberance. In an instant, numerous cultivators began to weave intricate spells or reached into the void, eagerly vying for the treasures that stirred their hearts. Among them, several artifacts emanating formidable auras garnered fervent attention from many practitioners. In a brief span, these treasures shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, swaying and drifting in the void, leaving the outcome of who would ultimately grasp them to be determined by individual prowess and fortune. In the blink of an eye, most of the treasures had already been snatched up by the majority of the cultivators. However, a few remained, with some practitioners observing the remaining artifacts closely, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. For such practitioners, while the potent aura of a treasure undoubtedly signifies great power, it does not imply that those with milder auras cannot fulfill their needs. In fact, at times, an artifact that complements one's personal cultivation method can exponentially enhance their strength. At this moment, Lin Mo was among the many cultivators who had yet to acquire any treasure. Nevertheless, he did not linger in place for long. A flicker of blue light ignited in his eyes as he swiftly raised his right arm, reaching towards the sky like a bolt of lightning. Above one particular treasure, a vibrant azure light suddenly flared, and a colossal, ethereal hand materialized from the void, swiftly grasping downward, transforming into a swirling mass of azure mist that surged towards Lin Mo. In an instant, Lin Mo's vital energy erupted, dispersing the azure mist, which was replaced by a resplendent blue jade fan. Its surface was intricately carved with a breathtaking mountain scene, emanating an intensely frigid force. A subtle smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he nodded in satisfaction. However, in the next moment, he sensed an anomaly and calmly looked across the way. He discovered a woman named Yu Xianzi, her gaze flickering as she fixated on the blue jade fan in his hand. Yet, upon noticing Lin Mo's returned gaze, she swiftly averted her eyes, redirecting her focus to the void. This woman was also among those who had failed to acquire a treasure until now. A faint smile lingered on Lin Mo's lips, yet a glimmer of contemplation danced in his eyes. Ultimately, Yu Xianzi succeeded in retrieving a treasure shaped like a ruler, entirely white and exuding a similarly chilling aura. Once the final practitioner successfully claimed their desired artifact from the air, Qianjizi gently waved his sleeve, and in that instant, a brilliant white light flickered. All remaining treasures in the air transformed into streaks of radiant light, swiftly vanishing into the folds of his ample sleeve. The moment had arrived. All may now proceed to make their preparations. After obtaining permission from the youth of the Wang surname, Qianjizi issued his commands with unwavering composure. Consequently, the individuals within the grand hall began to spring into action, surging toward the entrance. Lin Mo stood in the plaza outside the hall, casting a casual glance at the sky, where the sun blazed fiercely, indicating that it was indeed midday. He then shifted his gaze to the two colossal magical formations not far away. Within these formations, over 100 armored soldiers stood ready, clutching array plates and banners, poised for action. The densely embedded spirit stones within the formations began to emit a faint spiritual glow. Everything was prepared, awaiting the decisive moment. However, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly directed his gaze to the high altitude at the center of the formation he was observing. Suspended in that void was a luminous sphere, roughly the size of a human head, its surface flickering with radiant, multicolored spiritual light, seemingly concealing some arcane mystery. A jolt of realization coursed through Lin Mo. Through his mental perception, he immediately recognized that the sphere contained the Guanghan Ling, which he had inadvertently triggered. Yet, it seemed that this token was temporarily sealed within the colorful sphere, rendering him unable to harness any of its power. At that moment, Qianjizi and the others emerged from the hall, pausing briefly at the entrance before simultaneously gazing upward at the sun, their eyes shimmering with intensity. The timing of the activation was critical. There could be no deviations. He swiftly issued a command to the nearby soldiers. Yes, came a resolute response. Instantly, several armored guardians transformed into streaks of dazzling silver light, hastening into the magnificent hall. In the blink of an eye, these guardians re-emerged, sweat-drenched, carrying an exceptionally large object back to the plaza. This object stood over 10 zhang tall, exuding a deep bronze hue, resembling a colossal bronze bell. Remarkably, its surface was adorned with over a dozen intricately carved dragon heads, eyes tightly shut, imbuing the entire structure with an aura of enigmatic mystery. With a thunderous roar, the mysterious object known as the Guanghan was placed firmly in the center of the expansive plaza, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Qianjizi furrowed his brow, forming a one-handed seal before gently waving his hand. A pure, immaculate incantation swiftly flew forth, silently merging into the interior of the Guanghan, vanishing without a trace. Immediately, the surface of the bronze bell burst forth with myriad rays of brilliance, while countless azure runes surged forth like a tidal wave. The vividly lifelike dragon head sculptures began to writhe slightly before swiftly returning to tranquility. At this moment, only the mysterious runes flickered intermittently upon the bell's surface. Elusive and unpredictable, the onlookers, including Lin Mo, could not help but cast curious glances at this enigmatic object, yet they were unable to discern any clues from it. Just then, it seemed that Qianjizi and his companions had shifted their focus away from the Guanghan, engrossed in their own discussions. Only that young man with the surname Wang remained inexplicably inside the grand hall. While the other alien practitioners preparing to enter the Guanghan realm were either meticulously observing the colossal formation or fixating anxiously on the Guanghan instrument, their expressions betraying profound concern. Despite the Guanghan realm being hailed as an exceptional venue for breaking through cultivation bottlenecks, each entry has resulted in a significant number of unfortunate fatalities. The talents and strengths of these individuals were undoubtedly comparable to those about to step into the Guanghan realm, which naturally stirred unease among them. Lin Mo stood calmly in a corner, neither gazing at the formation nor the Guanghan instrument, but instead tilted his head upward, squinting at the several blazing suns in the sky, remaining motionless in his contemplation. As time slipped away, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly echoed across the square. Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly as he lowered his gaze. The Guanghan instrument now emanated a rich azure light, and the dragon heads adorning its surface had opened their eyes, gleaming with a strange golden radiance as they raised their heads and let out a long cry. Everyone present, be they guards or other alien beings, was taken aback by this spectacle, enveloping the scene in a moment of stunned silence. The Guanghan domain had been activated, prompting the immediate initiation of the formation and the activation of the teleportation channel. A cold, detached voice seemed to drift from the opulent hall, imbued with a chilling and sinister essence. The speaker was none other than a young member of the Wang family from the Longji mountain range. This command resonated with authority, compelling all present to respond. The various alien practitioners, who had already taken their designated positions within the formation, promptly began to manipulate their formation flags and discs. A multitude of colorful magical seals erupted from the artifacts, merging seamlessly into the formation. The two formations emitted a fierce buzzing sound as the myriad of spirit stones began to flicker wildly, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. Under the influence of the formation's power, darkness suddenly enveloped the area beneath the multicolored light screen above as a mass of dark clouds materialized, completely shrouding the sky. In quick succession, howling winds swept in, silver bolts of lightning flickered within the cloud layers, and thunderous roars reverberated continuously. Black whirlpools of varying sizes rapidly formed, devouring one another in a chaotic spectacle. In an instant, the phenomena of heaven and earth left an indelible impression on the heart. Amidst the formation and the celestial phenomena, the radiant orb encircled by the five-colored light began to shatter, revealing the gleaming gold and silver tokens within. Lin Daoyu, Moon Fairy, please lead everyone into the formation and activate the Guanghan order, called out Qianjizi without hesitation. Lin Mo and the Moon Fairy, recognizing the gravity of the moment, promptly advanced toward the two formations, followed closely by the others, all bearing serious expressions. At this juncture, the alien practitioners controlling the artifacts began to withdraw from the formation. Yet the magical seals in their hands continued to flow forth from the formation flags and discs without any signs of abating. As Lin Mo stepped into the radiant boundary of the magical formation, he felt a profound tremor deep within his heart, and the connection with the celestial command in the air intensified manifold. The once flickering celestial command emitted a deep, resonant hum, as if it rejoiced at Lin Mo's arrival. Qianjizi had previously imparted detailed instructions on how to activate this artifact. Lin Mo positioned himself at the center of the formation, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals, his fingers whirling like the wheels of a chariot. Waves of magical inscriptions shot forth, and within mere breaths, they struck the floating token. Instantly, the celestial command radiated with brilliant golden light, and countless golden and silver runes erupted from its surface. These runes encircled the token, coalescing into a luminous array with a diameter of 10 feet, with the celestial command nestled at its core. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo halted the flow of his magical inscriptions but extended a finger, solemnly pointing towards the heavens. With a sharp whoosh, a cerulean beam of light surged forth, racing towards the token. The token emitted an unusual cry, causing the entire luminous array to tremble. Under the illumination of golden and silver light, the formation began to rotate, releasing a thick beam of light as robust as a barrel. This beam shot into the sky, vanishing in an instant into a dark vortex above. Showing no signs of pause, a thunderous rumble cascaded from the heavens, as the black vortex appeared to be struck by a formidable force. In an instant, the black mist within churned violently, expanding rapidly. The surrounding vortices, once caught in its grasp, were torn asunder, paradoxically contributing to its burgeoning size. In a matter of moments, the multitude of remaining vortices dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind two colossal entities in the sky, continuously spewing forth billowing black smoke. After an unexpected bolt of lightning struck the token within the luminous array, it transformed into a dazzling intermingling of gold and silver lightning, quietly vanishing within the array. However, in the next moment, it reappeared at the core of the vortex. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the gold and silver lightning erupted like the dawn's first light, gradually revealing a radiant fusion of colors that surged deeper into the vortex. Following this, a cataclysmic wave of spatial energy suddenly radiated from the black vortex. The entire vortex, along with the encroaching black smoke, collapsed into chaos, leaving behind a rift of interwoven gold and silver in the void. Though merely 7 or 8 feet wide, it eerily remained motionless, as if it had been sketched into the fabric of the void itself. At this moment, Lin Mo sensed the power of divine thought from his mind being fervently siphoned by the rift in the air, the speed of loss astonishing. His expression shifted dramatically, and he cried out sternly, "What are you hesitating for? Now is the time. I cannot hold on much longer." Upon hearing Lin Mo's urgent call, the alien beings around the formation, who had been persistently activating the array flags, swiftly responded. They unhesitatingly hurled their artifacts into the air, then formed seals with their hands and chanted mysterious incantations. In an instant, these artifacts transformed into radiant orbs of light, cascading into the formation. The entire magical array radiated an unparalleled brilliance, with enormous runes gradually materializing in various locations. As the incantation grew increasingly resounding, these colossal runes began to whirl rapidly within the array, their speed intensifying until they transformed into a vibrant cascade of colorful light, enveloping Lin Mo and the others tightly before soaring skyward, directly entering the golden and silver fissure high above. Simultaneously, the team led by the Moon Fairy traversed another golden and silver crack. Just as the two luminous streams vanished into the fissure, two spatial rifts suddenly flickered and then disappeared without a trace, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Qian Jizi and his companions had been closely observing the entire process from before the hall, and upon witnessing the scene, they collectively exhaled in relief. However, at that moment, the cold, unfeeling voice of the youth with the surname Wang echoed once more from within the hall. In 1 year, the Guanghan realm will open again. At that time, we shall activate the array once more to guide them back to their original place. In the meantime, ensure that these two arrays are vigilantly guarded. Any attempts to approach are to be met with lethal force. This must be strictly adhered to. The crowd in the square bowed in unison towards the hall, responding in chorus. Subsequently, those responsible for manipulating the array flags and discs withdrew from the magical formation, replaced by ranks of silver-armored soldiers and towering puppets, which surrounded the two arrays tightly. As soon as Lin Mo stepped into the golden and silver fissure, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him, plunging him into darkness, nearly causing him to faint. However, moments later, a sharp pain suddenly surged in his head, restoring clarity to his vision, and he hurriedly surveyed his surroundings. Finally discerning the environment nearby, he found himself suspended in a lofty expanse, with nothing beneath his feet. As he gazed around, he was met with endless blue skies, white clouds, and the vast, rolling ocean, as if the edge of the world lay just ahead. They had indeed arrived in an unknown maritime realm. Mr. Shirkuin, along with Miss Lu Shuai and 14 other cultivators, had also appeared within a radius of several dozen feet. Yet, most appeared dazed, seemingly still recovering from the impact of crossing the spatial fissure into the Guanghan realm. Haha, we have finally arrived at the blessed Guanghan realm. Here, I am confident that I will soon break through to the Saint realm, declared an elderly man with silver hair, his face alight with joy as he surveyed the surroundings. He then waved his sleeve, releasing a dazzling spiritual light that transformed into a silver streak, soaring into the void. In just a few breaths, the old man's figure vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, the other cultivators exchanged glances, and soon 3 of them silently activated their escape light, darting off in different directions until they too disappeared at the horizon's edge. The remaining 10 or so individuals lingered in place, their expressions varied, hesitating to take any immediate action. Esteemed fellow cultivators, although the Guanghan realm serves as an exceptional venue for transcending one's limitations, a mere few months suffices for completion. During this period, we must not squander our precious time, but rather seize every moment to its fullest. Therefore, I propose that we act in unison to seek treasures, thereby providing mutual support along our journey. The speaker was a peculiar individual, his head shaped like a triangle and his stature exceedingly diminutive. United action, he suggested. While I share this sentiment, I am reluctant to ally with Brother Jean, among the comrades of our Tianyan continent, who is unaware of Brother Jin's character. Even if we were to uncover treasures, I fear the treachery that may ensue. Brother Feng, Brother Yun, let us embark as well. A robust man of unremarkable appearance, adorned with multiple thick golden rings on his arms, coldly dismissed the proposal and invited the 2 gentlemen from the Qin clan. The 2 seemed to have already reached a consensus with the man, unhesitatingly releasing their spiritual light, transforming into 3 astonishing beams of radiance that sped away. In the blink of an eye, the number of individuals present dwindled to a mere 6 or 7. Esteemed friends, let us also set forth. Lin Mo, witnessing this scene, exhibited no signs of surprise. Rather, he smiled and extended an invitation to Shirkuin and Lu Shuai. Indeed, we shall advance together, Shirkuin replied cheerfully. The cloaked mysterious woman merely nodded in agreement. Thus, under the curious gazes of the remaining cultivators, the 3 of them simultaneously activated their escape light. Moving towards a specific direction, Lin Mo was indifferent to the remaining individuals' choice of either joining forces or acting independently. All 3 possessed remarkable speed, and in a fleeting moment, they had distanced themselves from their original position by 1,000 miles. At this juncture, for reasons unknown, Lu Shuai suddenly spoke amidst the escape light. Lin Dao friend, according to my master's instructions, we ought to first locate a hidden place to practice the combined technique of manipulating the Yuan magnetic divine light. By doing so, we can enhance our self-preservation capabilities should we encounter perilous situations. Why complicate matters? With the combined strength of the 3 of us, as long as we do not encounter true beasts of the realm, we can ensure our safety. Although we will be transported back to our original world in a year, we currently cannot ascertain our location. To find the restricted area of that relic, coupled with our own breakthroughs in cultivation, time is undoubtedly of the essence. There is no need to create further complications. Shirkuin, a formidable man with skin as gray and rough as stone, shook his head in dissent. Dao friend, this technique of the Yuan magnetic divine light was specifically tailored by my master for our endeavor today. After years of meticulous research, its power is nothing short of astonishing. Prior to this, I strongly advocate for practicing this martial art skill to prevent regrets when faced with formidable foes. Beneath her cloak, Lu Shuai's tone grew cold and indifferent. Is that so? However, it seems to me that expediting our arrival at the location of the forbidden ground and striving to break through our own cultivation bottlenecks should take precedence. In the past, I had not engaged in any combined techniques, yet I still attained the achievements of today. Shirkuin emitted an odd laugh, his stance unwavering and devoid of any inclination towards compromise. Lin Daoyu, what are your insights on this matter? The gaze of Lu Shuai, concealed beneath her cloak, grew increasingly frigid as she turned to Lin Mo for his thoughts. In my humble opinion, since both of you hold differing views, It would be unwise to proceed without the involvement of either party. Perhaps it would be prudent for both of you to take a step back. Let us dedicate a mere fortnight to study this combined technique, regardless of whether we achieve the desired results. We shall promptly embark on a quest to uncover the location of that enigmatic forbidden realm. In doing so, we shall gain an understanding of the technique. And I trust that Brother Sure can afford to wait for a mere 15 days, Lin Mo proposed after careful consideration. Very well, let us adhere to your suggestion, Dao Yu. After a moment's hesitation, the cloaked woman acquiesced to Lin Mo's proposal, while Shikuan, after a brief contemplation, expressed his unequivocal agreement. Given that all parties have reached a consensus, my objections would serve no purpose. Let us execute this plan. With a resigned nod, Lu Shuier accepted the decision. Thus, our first task is to find a suitable place to reside, after which we shall commence our research and practice, Lin Mo stated with a smile. Shikuan and Lu Shuier expressed no dissent, and in an instant, the trio's speed of evasion surged to more than double, unleashing a formidable sense of awareness, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky as they darted through the nearby void. They had anticipated swiftly discovering a small island. However, to their astonishment, after an entire day and night of flight, they finally espied a small island, approximately 10 miles in circumference, on the distant horizon. At that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky above the island was ablaze with vibrant clouds, while the surrounding waters appeared inky black, shimmering with a faint ethereal glow, resembling vast swathes of spilled black paint. Chapter 632. As they beheld the island, Lin Mo, Shikuan, and Lu Shuier gradually reduced their speed, revealing their forms several miles away, and began to observe intently. The island seemed peculiar, as their senses could not penetrate its depths, and the waters below were permeated with a pungent, fishy odor. It appeared that this place might be inhabited by some manner of monstrous beast. Shikuan remarked gravely, "Indeed, I have detected a sea creature beneath, though its cultivation level is not particularly high, approximately on par with our own," Lin Mo responded, his eyes glimmering with blue light. "Lin Dao Yu, are you capable of discerning the situation beneath the island?" Lu Shuier inquired, astonished. Previously, when she had attempted to utilize her senses to probe the waters surrounding the island, she found her awareness becoming muddled, as if subjected to immense suppression. "I am fortunate to have cultivated certain special techniques, granting me heightened perception beyond mere reliance on spiritual awareness," Lin Mo candidly replied. "That is splendid news. If Brother Lin possesses such abilities, we can circumvent many potential dangers," Shikuan exclaimed with elation, his address to Lin Mo becoming more intimate. However, Lin Mo merely smiled gently, offering no further commentary. Indeed, if Lin Dao Yu can truly sense the depths of the island, it undoubtedly enhances our chances for this journey. Given that the island has already been claimed by marine beasts, it would be prudent for us to seek refuge elsewhere. After all, there is no need to expend excessive energy in pursuit of a mere resting place. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shuier offered this suggestion. This time, Shikuan seemed to deeply resonate with her words, immediately nodding in agreement. However, after pondering for a moment, Lin Mo shook his head. "I fear that even if we continue our search for other locations, the situation may not improve." Shikuan appeared perplexed by this assertion. Lu Shuier, too, regarded Lin Mo with a questioning gaze, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. This perspective certainly carries some weight. Since Brother Lin has proposed it, we shall proceed as you suggest. With the combined strength of the three of us, confronting marine beasts of a similar rank should pose no problem. Shikuan shrugged, his face displaying earnest agreement. "Indeed, I concur that your suggestion is more prudent," Lu Shuier thoughtfully affirmed. "Since there are no objections from my fellow Taoists, let us commence our endeavor forthwith. To ensure absolute certainty and to avoid alarming the surrounding marine beasts, I intend to first establish a temporary formation, allowing us to obscure the commotion created when we eliminate this creature." Lin Mo spoke with a steady tone. Upon hearing this, Shikuan and the cloaked woman naturally raised no objections. Thus, Lin Mo gently flipped his hand, revealing a stack of formation flags, which he hurled into the sky. He then formed intricate hand seals and recited incantations. In an instant, a myriad of colorful lights flickered forth, racing toward the ocean and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yet, in the next moment, several enormous beams of light erupted from the surrounding waters. As the radiance dispersed, it transformed into a nearly imperceptible white light shield, enveloping the entire island in its embrace. To exercise caution, I am also willing to lend a hand, the cloaked woman remarked, her brows slightly furrowed upon witnessing the unfolding scene. She then waved her hand, summoning a pale yellow circular artifact that soared into the sky, ascending to a height exceeding that of the white light barrier. Subsequently, Lu Shuier extended a finger as pure as jade, concentrating intently on the sky. The yellow disk spun gracefully, releasing a layer of yellow light that radiated outward in all directions, ultimately encompassing the white shield formed by Lin Mo's flags. With this layer of restriction in place, it is assured that even if we engage in a tumultuous battle within, we shall not draw the attention of others, the cloaked woman stated in a calm tone. "Haha, splendid," Sher Kuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh, feeling liberated to showcase his abilities without reservation. In a flash, a golden light enveloped him, revealing a deep yellow battle armor that enveloped most of his form. As the yellow brilliance flickered once more, Sher Kuan, undeterred, plunged headlong between the two layers of restrictions, hurtling towards the island below. From a distance, he resembled a yellow meteor plummeting from the heavens. With a resounding crash, the yellow light descended upon a grove at the heart of the island, unleashing concentric waves of visible yellow ripples that radiated outward from this epicenter. Regardless of the mountains or trees, anything touched by these yellow waves silently disintegrated, turning to dust. In an instant, the once mighty island was stripped bare, all towering structures obliterated, leaving behind a stark expanse of plain. In the midst of this flattened area, Sher Kuan stood proudly within a crater several feet deep, having just retracted his yellow-tinged fist from the ground. This remarkable display was the result of his formidable punch striking the island's surface. Witnessing such a staggering scene, the cloaked woman trembled slightly, while Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Sher Kuan was not inclined towards practicing combined secret techniques. Brimming with confidence in his own strength, certainly, there was substance to these claims. I had initially believed that the might of the Sher Jiao clan lay in their physical prowess. However, this particular Sher friend exhibited astonishing power even at the upper realm, suggesting that the techniques he practiced were indeed extraordinary. The cloaked woman murmured softly, as if conveying a message to Lin Mo while simultaneously engaging in introspection. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo remained as composed as ever, seemingly unfazed by the events. Below, Sher Kuan appeared quite pleased with his recent strike, raising his head to communicate with Lin Mo and Lu Shuer hovering above. Just then, the island began to tremble violently, and the surrounding sea roiled, the black waters boiling as if in a cauldron. Suddenly, with a series of swift sounds, several thick, ebony appendages surged from the depths of the surrounding sea, towering over 200 to 300 feet, resembling colossal pillars reaching for the clouds. However, upon closer inspection, these so-called pillars were not solid entities, but rather extraordinarily robust tentacles. Adorned with dark green patterns, these tentacles bore massive, wheel-like flesh discs that instilled a sense of dread. Observing this, Sher Kuan wasted no time, propelling himself forward like an arrow, and in an instant, he stood before one of the tentacles, his arms sweeping gently. A beam of yellow light, extending over 10 feet, sliced through the air in an instant. With a piercing sound, the yellow light, razor-sharp, effortlessly severed the tentacle in two, causing a copious amount of green liquid to erupt from the severed end, drenching the nearby sky in a rain of green ichor. Delighted by the spectacle, Sher Kuan let out a triumphant laugh and, with a quick motion, prepared to launch an assault on another tentacle. Yet at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the island, reverberating through the surrounding sky with a resonant buzz. The figure of the great man froze, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The severed tentacle, previously cut in half, suddenly lashed out, causing the green blood to cease its flow from the wound. Instead, a dense plume of pungent green gas erupted forth. As an experienced warrior, Sher Kuan quickly retreated over 30 paces to avoid any unforeseen consequences from this noxious vapor. However, his decision proved to be misguided. The ascending green gas coalesced in the air, transforming into a complete tentacle identical to its predecessor. Sher Kuan's expression darkened, but without a hint of hesitation, he struck once more with a decisive slash. A blade of light, several feet long, shot forth again. Yet this time, the surface of the newly formed tentacle contracted and expanded, releasing torrents of black light. When the yellow blade met it, A sharp sound akin to metal clashing resonated. Though it dispelled some of the black light, the blade ultimately vanished just inches away from the tentacle. At that moment, the roar from below the island intensified, and the tentacle plummeted downward, charging at Shirkuin like a mountain pressing down. Before it truly landed, a fierce wind arose, making it nearly impossible to maintain balance amidst the tempest. Shirkuin's expression sharpened, and with a fierce roar, he swung his arm, sending a yellow-tinged fist hurtling into the air. In this skirmish, Lin Mo and Lu Shuier keenly observed the fierce battle unfolding. As Shirkuin struck, his fist suddenly swelled like a balloon, expanding to nearly 5 or 6 times its original size, adorned with several flickering yellow runes that spun before erupting into dazzling light. Soon, a deep yellow radiance spread outward, forming concentric waves of light. At the moment the colossal tentacle made contact with the yellow light, its surface twisted violently, as if agitated by an invisible, formidable force, beginning to disintegrate. The falling flesh and green blood were once again pulverized into dust by the waves of light, ultimately vanishing without a trace in the air. This powerful punch from Shirkuin seemed to surpass the might of his previous attack on the island. Even Lin Mo could not help but feel a jolt of astonishment at the sight. However, this act undoubtedly incited the unknown sea beast beneath the island, which let out a deafening roar, prompting the remaining tentacles to thrash about, transforming into countless black shadows that surged towards Shirkuin. These tentacles were so immense that their movements conjured a gray whirlwind, engulfing the entire island. In an instant, shadows intertwined with the tempest, completely swallowing Shirkuin within their grasp. It seemed that there was no need for further assistance. Dao, you could easily contend with this sea beast alone, Lu Shuier remarked, exhaling gently as she observed the scene below. Indeed, Shirkuin's physical prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Even if the sea beast possessed some capabilities, it would ultimately meet a fate of destruction. However, this beast seems to possess the extraordinary ability of an indestructible body. It would be prudent for us to infiltrate the depths of the ocean directly and eliminate its true form. After all, the longer we delay, the less favorable it is for us. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before responding accordingly. You make a compelling point. Conveniently, I practice a water-based technique, so I shall confront this sea creature myself. The cloaked woman contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. Since you, my lady, have stated thus, I shall no longer contest this task. Lin Mo felt somewhat surprised, but soon wore a smile of approval. Lu Shuier refrained from further comment, swiftly forming a hand seal. Her body enveloped in a radiant blue glow as she transformed into a streak of blue lightning, vanishing beneath the surface of the sea in the blink of an eye. Almost simultaneously, on the small island shrouded in shadows of the hurricane and tentacles, a continuous cacophony of colossal sounds erupted anew. Lin Mo could not help but turn his gaze. There, on the island, blinding yellow light forcefully tore through the hurricane, revealing its true form. At the same time, an astonishingly intense heat surged skyward, causing even the surrounding barriers in the void to tremble slightly under the pressure of this heat wave. Amidst the deafening roar, the manic laughter of Shirkuin could be faintly heard, as if he were relishing the battle. Is this the legendary madman of combat? Although I had only heard tales of such figures before, I now bear witness to one. Lin Mo chuckled wryly to himself, then waved his arm toward the void. A dazzling array of vibrant light surged forth, plunging into the milky white barrier. The previously wavering barrier stabilized after a brief flicker. Thus, Shirkuin showcased his might upon the island, shattering the tentacles one after another, yet they continuously emitted green mist and swiftly reformed. For a time, both sides were locked in a stalemate. However, moments later, the roars of the creatures beneath the island grew increasingly tragic, and the nearby waters began to churn violently. Towering walls of water, reaching heights of 100 feet, surged downward, launching a fierce assault on the small island, renowned as a place of flourishing growth. Should such a breathtaking tsunami truly strike the island, it would likely obliterate a significant portion of it in an instant. Observing this scene from the heights, Lin Mo's expression darkened, and without hesitation, he thrust a hand, pure and flawless as exquisite jade, from his voluminous sleeves. His 5 fingers spread wide, fiercely grasping at the void below. In an instant, a sharp sound of air being sliced echoed through the atmosphere, and 5 streams of colorful icy flames erupted from his fingertips. They vanished in a flash, merging seamlessly into the milky white barrier enveloping the entire island. The barrier swayed gently, its colors subtly shifting to gradually transform into a delicate spectrum of hues. Chapter 633. In the midst of this tempestuous onslaught, the surging waves crashed against the seemingly fragile barrier as fiercely as a ravenous tiger. The once delicate film, appearing as thin as paper and easily breakable, suddenly shimmered with a vibrant array of colors. Following a violent tremor, the seawater abruptly solidified, transforming into a crystalline ice. As the barrier pulsated with its kaleidoscopic glow, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Surrounding the entire island, a colossal azure ice wall materialized out of thin air, steadfastly repelling the relentless ocean waters behind it. Remarkably, the island itself remained unscathed. Lin Mo observed this extraordinary scene, nodding in satisfaction before retracting his hand. Although the towering waves repeatedly struck the ice wall, they ultimately vanished into thin air. In the wake of the dissipating waves, the sea surface regained its tranquility. Just as Lin Mo's expression brightened with contemplation, a deafening roar shattered the silence, and a figure leaped from the island, swiftly suspending in midair. What had transpired? Why had the sea creature ceased its assault? Could it be that Taoist Lu had come to assist? The figure was none other than Shirkuan, who cast a glance in Lin Mo's direction, revealing a hint of surprise. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled faintly, preparing to explain, when suddenly, a vast, pitch-black vortex appeared on the surface of the sea beside the island. The water swirled around this whirlpool, and a massive, mountain-like black beast carcass slowly emerged from the depths. It turned out to be an enormous octopus, entirely shrouded in darkness. Not only was it colossal, but one side of its head also bore a faint resemblance to the visage of a fierce man. More astonishingly, flanking its body were two robust arms, each wielding a crimson spear-like weapon. With a swish, a beam of blue light shot forth from the creature's corpse, performing a graceful spiral in the air before suddenly materializing beside Lin Mo. As the radiance gradually dissipated, the elegant figure of Lu Shui came into view. Indeed, it was the divine power exhibited by the celestial maiden. Impressive, indeed, her prowess had swiftly vanquished the beast's core in such a brief span of time. Shirkuan's face displayed astonishment, filled with admiration. In truth, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Were it not for Brother Shir drawing most of the creature's attention, I could not have easily succeeded. Instead, it is my companion Lin Taoist who possesses remarkable abilities, managing to condense such vast waters into glaciers. The cloaked woman spoke with a calm demeanor, her gaze shifting downward to scrutinize the immense ice wall encircling the island. Why must you two be so modest? Lin Mo replied with a smile. Now that the creature has been vanquished, let us promptly lift the restrictions and proceed to the island. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Shirkuan and the cloaked woman expressed no dissent. Consequently, Shirkuan soared directly towards the island. As Lin Mo and the cloaked woman effortlessly cast their spells, the barriers in the air were swiftly dispelled. Brother Lin, should we address these ice walls? They stand so solitary and conspicuous, Lu Shui suggested, gesturing downward. Of course, I shall dissolve them immediately, Lin Mo replied, seemingly having anticipated this, with a calm demeanor. He then opened his mouth and exhaled a silver fireball. This silver flame spun in the air for a brief moment before suddenly expanding, transforming into a silver firebird, approximately 1 foot in length. Go, Lin Mo commanded, waving his sleeve with a low call. In an instant, the firebird spread its wings and dove downward, emitting a crisp cry as it plunged into one of the ice walls. A peculiar sight unfolded. The once impenetrable ice wall began to melt into liquid at the moment the firebird passed through, transforming into flowing seawater that receded rapidly. In just a fleeting moment, all the ice walls vanished without a trace. Lin Mo then gestured downward, and the silver firebird promptly took flight, flickering a few times before silently disappearing into his sleeve. Friend Lin possesses the rare ability to wield both ice and fire, a truly extraordinary feat. Lu Shui exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with astonishment as she witnessed the spectacle. These are merely trivial tricks. I apologize for the spectacle, Lu Daoyu, Lin Mo replied with a slight smile, gradually descending towards the small island. Lu Shui furrowed her brows, swallowing her inquiries, and similarly descended like a blue phoenix. At that moment, Shirkuan had been waiting at the center of the small island for quite some time. He had witnessed Lin Mo's earlier display of magic to dissolve the ice walls. Yet his expression remained impassive, contrasting sharply with the fervor he had shown during their previous battle. Lin Mo felt a jolt at this sight. Time is of the essence. Let us begin practicing our combined secret technique, Shikuin said as Lin Mo and Lu Shuir landed. Certainly, but this secret technique requires a leader. Depending on the strength of each person's yuan magnetic divine light, it is best for the strongest among us to take charge, so we can maximize the technique's potential. Let us each demonstrate the power of our yuan magnetic divine light first. Then we can decide who will lead and who will assist, Lu Shuir proposed with a nod. I fully concur. It is said that Lu Xianzi is a natural yuan magnetic body, but I wonder how it compares to my acquired yuan magnetic physique, Shikuin remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Perhaps each has its own merits. While the innate yuan magnetic body is adeptly controlled, its cultivation is exceedingly challenging. In contrast, your acquired physique can easily reach peak levels with external assistance, Lu Shuir replied in a calm tone. However, the innate yuan magnetic body still holds potential for further cultivation, which cannot be matched by acquired means. Moreover, in the pursuit of refining my being, I, sure, have endured countless hardships. Taoist Lin, I have heard that your approach differs from mine, necessitating the aid of a precious magnetic artifact to unleash this divine radiance. Is this indeed true? A smile graced Shikuin's lips as he turned to inquire of Lin Mo. Indeed, it is as you say. My magnetic divine light cannot possibly compare to that of the two esteemed individuals, hence I shall refrain from participating in this contest. Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile. Dismissively, since you express it thus, I shall not press the matter. Fairy Lu, shall we engage in a contest of our own? Upon hearing Lin Mo's response, Shikuin gazed intently for a moment, ultimately refraining from any coercive intent. Lu Shuir, upon receiving the cue, moved without hesitation, gracefully ascending to hover at an altitude of over 20 zhang above the ground. Lin Mo found himself perplexed by the depths of her inner world. Yet, her expression seemed to reveal immense curiosity and interest towards Shikuin's innate magnetic form. With a low, resonant shout, Shikuin's skin darkened, resembling a figure of solid stone. He swiftly formed a seal with his hands, causing the yellow light enveloping him to transform into a misty gray radiance, unmistakably signaling the emergence of magnetic divine light. Fairy Lu, do exercise caution, Shikuin cautioned, raising his arm and gently grasping towards the empty space where she hovered. A thunderous sound erupted. From his palms surged a gray beam of light, which immediately dispersed into countless minuscule rays upon its release. The air filled with a soft hissing sound, echoing throughout the vast sky. Lin Mo, witnessing this spectacle from below, narrowed his eyes, revealing a contemplative demeanor. In contrast, Lu Shuir remained composed, deftly forming a seal with one hand. Suddenly, brilliant light erupted from behind her elegant figure, summoning a colossal halo of gray radiance, approximately 3 to 4 zhang in diameter, which began to spin gracefully. In the blink of an eye, a surge of gray light surged forth from the halo's center, charging directly towards the incoming beams. The moment they collided, a fierce explosion ensued. Given that both parties wielded similar foundational powers, the extraordinary capabilities of the magnetic divine light could not be fully realized, leaving only sheer force to determine the victor. However, as the explosion in the sky subsided before Lin Mo, Shikuin, and Lu Shuir, both the beams and the gray radiance had vanished, revealing a stalemate. Excellent. Prepare to accept my challenge once more, Shikuin exclaimed with exuberant laughter, thrusting his arms towards his chest, channeling all his strength into this moment. In an instant, the originally dark figure trembled violently, its surface radiating a brilliant gray luminescence, transforming into a suspended gray sun in the air, emitting a stellar brilliance that compelled onlookers to avert their gaze. Faced with such a spectacle, Lu Shuir's expression, concealed beneath her mask, grew grave, a rare display of solemnity. She refrained from uttering further words, swiftly gesturing with her hands to cast an unknown spell while reciting an intricate and lengthy incantation. Ultimately, the gray halo behind her became slightly indistinct, beginning to spin wildly, as countless mysterious runes surged forth, only to shatter and reform in rapid succession. Within mere seconds, an unprecedented colossal rune gradually took shape at the center of the halo. Go! Shikuin bellowed, simultaneously swinging his arms to conjure numerous phantasmal images that launched ferocious assaults forward, as if unleashing hundreds of punches in an instant. Each time a punch's shadow was released with tremendous force, it morphed into a gray sphere the size of a basketball, hurtling forth with a piercing brilliance. In an ephemeral moment, thousands of these gray spheres, akin to a dazzling constellation, emitted intense radiance as they surged toward the cloaked woman, their howling akin to a tempest. A spectacle so grand that it left one astounded. Nevertheless, in the face of such a breathtaking offensive, Lu Shuer merely let out a disdainful snort, extending a finger resembling a delicate jade stalk to gently point at her adversary. Immediately, the gray halo behind her emitted a resonant hum, quivering to a halt. A massive rune erupted from its center. The ensuing scene was nothing short of astonishing. As the rune was unleashed, it burst forth in a blinding gray light, swiftly expanding with the wind, transforming in an instant into a colossal entity towering dozens of feet high, nearly obscuring half the sky, and then charging directly at the oncoming gray spheres. The entire process unfolded in silence. When the hundreds of thousands of gray spheres collided with the rune, they merely flickered momentarily before merging into it, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, leaving no trace of their presence. Witnessing this, Shirkuan, with his hands aglow in gray light and poised to initiate a second wave of assault, stood frozen in disbelief. After a considerable pause, he shook his head with a wry smile. I concede, as one possessing the innate body of primordial magnetism, your strength far surpasses that of us postnatal practitioners. With this single move, you have secured an insurmountable advantage. Shirkuan displayed a commendable spirit, readily acknowledging his defeat upon realizing the futility of his efforts. He then shimmered and returned to the ground. There is no need for distress, fellow Taoist. Had your previous attack not been so formidable, I would not have resorted to this newly comprehended divine ability. In truth, considering the essence of the primordial magnetic divine light, your earlier strike was not inferior to mine. Lu Shuer chuckled softly, then once again directed her finger towards the massive rune. The rune flickered with gray light, gradually disintegrating into countless wisps of spiritual radiance, which then spiraled back and reintegrated into the gray halo. Subsequently, with a gentle wave of her arm, the luminous halo behind her vanished without a trace, and she gracefully descended to the ground. Dear Lu, there is no need to embellish my capabilities. I possess a clear understanding of my own circumstances. I have already exerted my utmost effort, and I dare say your primordial magnetic divine light has only manifested at most 60 to 70% of its potential. As for Lin, his primordial magnetic divine light draws upon external forces, thus its might pales in comparison to that of Miss Lu, Stone candidly remarked, unfazed. Since Brother Stone perceives himself as no match for Miss Lu, it follows that my primordial magnetic divine light, reliant on external assistance, is indeed negligible. Lin Mo replied with a smile upon hearing Stone's words. Naturally, both Lu Shuer and Stone Kuan harbored doubts regarding Lin Mo's statement. However, given that he could wield formidable primordial magnetic powers through what appeared to be an ordinary object, it was evident that the true worth of this treasure far surpassed their own. Chapter 634. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, neither party took further action nor sought to evaluate Lin Mo's prowess. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Mo possessed an entire primordial magnetic mountain. Had they been aware of this secret, their perceptions would have surely shifted. During this bout of sparring, they successfully honed a collaborative technique for the primordial magnetic divine light, led by Lu Shuer, with Lin Mo and Stone Kuan providing support. They promptly set up a vast illusionary array nearby, partially concealing the chaotic scenes on the island, rendering it seemingly ordinary, and then embarked on their shared path of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a mere span of over 10 days had passed. During this time, no other cultivators or sea beasts traversed the small island, and thus, no unforeseen incidents occurred. However, just 3 to 4 days later, the illusionary array enveloping the island abruptly dissipated, and 3 figures soared into the sky, pausing momentarily at a great height. The trio consisted of Lin Mo, Lu Shuer, and Stone Kuan. The cloaked woman's eyes sparkled with joy. Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor, while Stone Kuan appeared indifferent. Clearly, their training on the island had proceeded exceptionally smoothly. I never anticipated that mastering the cooperative technique of the primordial magnetic divine light would be so seamless. We have become proficient in just a handful of days, Lu Shuier expressed with heartfelt sentiment. Hehe. This is primarily due to your profound understanding of the primordial magnetic divine light, which far surpasses our own. This collaboration has indeed been immensely beneficial for both Lin and me, Stone Kuan responded with a smile. Indeed. I too did not foresee such a rich array of transformations within the primordial magnetic divine light. I am truly grateful for Miss Lu's meticulous guidance, Lin Mo remarked. His expression also bright with a smile. You two are far too gracious. I merely benefited from the innate advantage of having a primordial magnetic body, which facilitated my insights. Were either of you to possess such a condition, I am certain the knowledge you would glean would far exceed my own. Lu Shuer gently laughed. We need not engage in excessive pleasantries. It is imperative that we swiftly locate the forbidden ruins. Adrift in this vast ocean, we are unable to ascertain our position. Only upon reaching solid ground can we devise our subsequent course of action, Stone Kuan declared nonchalantly. In response to his words, Lin Mo and Lu Shuier expressed no dissent. Thus, the trio simultaneously channeled their magical energies and surged forth in a particular direction. Since embarking on their cultivation journey, they had traversed for an entire 4 days and nights, encountering merely a handful of small islands along the way. Remarkably, each of these islands was inhabited by formidable sea creatures, each exuding an aura of immense power. Although this presence had yet to reach a level that would compel them to flee in terror, it was evidently far superior to that of the powerful octopus they had previously encountered. Even in unison, they found it challenging to prevail. Lu Shuier and Stone Kuan felt a profound sense of gratitude for their current predicament. Had they not heeded Lin Mo's invaluable counsel, they might still be languishing in these waters, awaiting the day they could finally touch solid ground to continue their cultivation. However, the quest for a safe land was no simple endeavor. At dawn on the 5th day, a dark line finally emerged on the distant horizon, heralding the imminent sight of land. Joy illuminated the faces of the three. Stone Kuan exclaimed with excitement. At last, we are free from this bizarre ocean. Lu Shuier, equally relieved, cautioned, Stone Taoist, it is wise to remain vigilant. Based on the experiences of those before us, the dangers on land far surpass those of the sea. Once we reach the shore, it is prudent to restrain our energies to avoid alarming the ancient and ferocious beasts that dwell there. Stone Kuan replied confidently, do not worry. Lu Fairy, while I may be combative, I possess a clear understanding of my own strength. Upon hearing his words, the cloaked woman felt her tension ease somewhat. Given Stone Kuan's cultivation and insight, such reminders were unnecessary. It was merely his penchant for combativeness that prompted her to speak. Lin Mo observed the unfolding scene with a slight smile, poised to speak when suddenly, a tempest arose from the distant sea, and a dense mist began to manifest over the water, rapidly expanding outward. What could this be? Lin Mo, momentarily taken aback, found his words altered. Lu Shuier and Stone Kuan also noted the anomaly, exchanging bewildered glances. In an instant, the three materialized together, their gazes fixed on the shoreline ahead. Just as they took action, a muffled sound echoed from the distant beach, and the white mist, now expanded to several acres, churned violently, while the surrounding waters erupted into a grand tumult of waves. Simultaneously, a primal, ferocious, and powerful aura surged skyward from beneath the mist. Following this, a colossal beast, several times larger than the previously encountered octopus, leaped from the depths of the sea, resembling a gigantic, fur-covered monkey with a single horn atop its head. As this creature broke the surface, it let out a sharp, piercing scream that was utterly unbearable. However, upon hearing the piercing cry, Lin Mo and his companions were instantly struck by a wave of dread, their faces paling as they promptly summoned their inner spiritual energy. Enveloping themselves in a formidable protective barrier, they exchanged anxious glances, for the sound had penetrated their ears with a jarring intensity, causing a profound ringing that reverberated within their skulls, accompanied by an unprecedented pain in their eardrums. It felt as if their very blood was boiling, rendering their limbs weak and powerless. This scene undoubtedly instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this was merely the inception of a nightmarish ordeal. In the next fleeting moment, the creature, resembling a colossal ape, shifted the nature of its cry, transforming it into a thunderous roar. This roar cascaded like a relentless torrent, shaking the very heavens above and resonating with a deafening hum. Under the weight of this soul-stirring bellow, not only did the dense fog surrounding them dissipate, But the nearby waters were also set into motion by the sonic waves, giving rise to numerous swirling eddies of varying sizes. Even more astonishing was the multitude of fish, countless in number, that were expelled in a frenzy from the depths, some tragically succumbing to the sheer force of the monstrous roar. In an instant, the sea surface within 100 miles bore witness to a scene of devastation, strewn with the remains of various marine life. At that moment, Lin Mo, Lu Shuier, and Shi Kuan, who were equally ensnared within the roar's range, found their protective shields violently shaking as if struck by an unseen force, their expressions darkening in response. Lu Shuier, hidden beneath her cloak, turned pale as a ghost, her body trembling involuntarily, as if she were on the verge of plummeting from the sky. Meanwhile, Shi Kuan, though maintaining a steadfast stance, revealed a face taut with strain, his eyes wide in an effort to withstand the onslaught. In contrast, Lin Mo appeared relatively composed, his complexion merely tinged with pallor. Strangely, despite the overwhelming pressure exerted by the roar, the trio seemed inexplicably anchored in midair, unable to move a single step. The beast's roar grew increasingly formidable, erupting forth with a visible wave of translucent energy that rapidly expanded outward in all directions. The nearby sea was instantly drawn into a depression, creating a vast pit over 10 fathoms deep, its edges spreading at a terrifying pace. A towering tsunami formed in an instant, as if propelled by a mighty force, surging outward with reckless abandon. Even though Lin Mo and his companions stood several dozen miles away, it felt as if they would be engulfed in the next heartbeat. Faced with such a dire situation, terror was etched across Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan's faces, yet they remained rooted in place, unable to budge an inch. As the translucent sound waves flickered ominously closer, now merely a stone's throw away, Shi Kuan opened his mouth, emitting a series of incomprehensible hissing sounds. His towering form flickered with a yellow glow, yet he remained utterly immobile. Thus, an expression of anxiety suddenly emerged on Shi Kuan's face, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like raindrops. Lu Shuier's gaze was equally filled with dread, yet she found herself equally powerless, as the two could only watch helplessly as the transparent waves in the distance surged closer, threatening to engulf them entirely. A sudden flash of golden light flickered across Lin Mo's face, followed by a sharp, cold grunt, though seemingly faint. This sound jolted both Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan, causing their auras to shimmer with renewed vigor, and expressions of euphoric relief bloomed upon their faces. Shi Kuan abruptly stepped into the void beneath him, transforming into a streak of yellow light that sped away into the distance. Meanwhile, Lu Shuier waved her hand decisively, conjuring a spell that rendered her form momentarily indistinct before she vanished without a trace. When she reappeared, she found herself over 100 yards away. Through this instantaneous transformation, she successfully escaped over 10 miles, surpassing Shi Kuan's position. As for Lin Mo, with his cold grunt, he had already transformed into a golden flash, soaring away into the void. After the trio had fled a distance of 30 to 40 miles, they finally slowed, the luminous aura around them gradually dissipating as they paused to look back. They observed that the surging transparent sound waves had lost their potency about 7 or 8 miles behind them, eventually fading into nothingness. However, unbeknownst to them, the monstrous sea beast resembling a giant ape, in the distance, bore down on them with its lantern-like eyes glinting with a ferocious light. It slightly turned its head, casting a glance in the direction they had fled, before nonchalantly returning its gaze to the shore. Despite the thunderous roars emanating from its mouth, there were no signs of it ceasing its pursuit. What manner of sea creature possesses such formidable powers, capable of binding both our bodies and internal energies merely through its roar? Could it truly be the legendary true spirit mountain giant ape? Shi Kuan exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the distant beast, a tremor of fear in his voice. It cannot possibly be the mountain giant ape. If it were such a true spirit, we would have surely perished in its first roar, unable to endure until now. Even if it is not a true spirit-level entity, it is certainly not something we can confront lightly. I believe it resembles the fearsome beast known as the Zhenhai ape from ancient legends, Lu Shuier interjected, her composure seemingly restored. The Zhenhai ape, the one said to be able to tear apart dragon serpents and devour beings of the sacred rank. Upon hearing this, Shi Kuan involuntarily gasped. It indeed seemed highly plausible for such a beast to be present, given that the Zhenhai ape's heavenly roar was renowned in ancient times. The reason we managed to escape with our lives may very well be that the beast's earlier attack was not directed at us, but rather a case of collateral damage from a distant calamity. Lu Shuier remarked with a wry smile, if that is the case. It is indeed our utmost fortune to have retained our lives. However, had it not been for Brother Lin's sudden invocation of magic to provide assistance, both I and Fairy Lu would have likely remained ensnared in our misfortunes. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Kuan's expression shifted dramatically as he turned towards Lin Mo. Indeed, it is quite astonishing that Brother Lin possesses such formidable abilities, capable of unraveling the heavenly roar's secret technique of the sea-subduing ape. Lu Shuier, too, gazed intently, inquiring with an air of intrigue. In truth, there is nothing particularly remarkable about it. I merely had the fortuitous opportunity to cultivate a certain mental secret technique, which allowed me to somewhat withstand the beast's roar. This was also due to our considerable distance, as we were only lightly affected. Otherwise, I would have been unable to protect myself, Lin Mo replied calmly. Upon hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of his words. Regardless, Brother Lin ultimately saved my sister and Shi Kuan's life. This kindness shall be repaid in due time, Lu Shuier mused before breaking into a radiant smile. Indeed, this debt of gratitude is one I, Shi Kuan, am willing to bear. In the future, I shall certainly find a way to assist Brother Lin once. Shi Kuan responded earnestly. There is no need for the two of you to dwell excessively on this matter. In this vast realm of Guanghan, danger lurks everywhere. Beasts like the sea-subduing ape are likely just the tip of the iceberg, with countless others hiding in the shadows. Perhaps at some point in the future, it will be I who requires your assistance, Lin Mo remarked with a slight smile after listening to their exchange. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Lu Shuier chuckled lightly, intending to say more. However, at that moment, amidst the distant roars, another peculiar, melodic cry suddenly joined the fray, akin to a celestial symphony that tugged at the heartstrings. This unexpected shift caused Lin Mo and the others to tense up, promptly ceasing their conversation and redirecting their gaze towards the distant horizon. Chapter 635. It seemed that from the shore across from the sea-subduing ape, a magnificent raptor of purple and gold soared into the sky, emitting a resonant and melodious call. Although the distance was great and the vision unclear, the raptor's presence was no less impressive than that of the massive sea ape. Even more astonishing was its unwavering form as it faced the thunderous roars of the sea ape, resolutely racing towards it. This is dire. This creature must possess strength comparable to that of the sea ape. We must evacuate immediately, or our situation will be precarious. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Shuier's expression changed dramatically, and without hesitation, she formed a hand seal, transforming into a brilliant blue light that shot forth into the void. Without the need for her warning, Lin Mo and Shi Kuan understood that once these two ancient beasts engaged in fierce combat, the energy they unleashed and the potential area of effect would far exceed that of the previous sonic assault. Thus, they swiftly followed the cloaked woman, becoming two dazzling streaks of light as they soared towards the horizon. The three beams of light vanished in an instant at the edge of the sky. Just as they departed from their original location, a deafening roar erupted from the distant coastline. This was swiftly followed by the clash of thunder, the howling of fierce winds, and the earth-shattering cacophony that overshadowed the furious roars and shrieks of the Zhantai ape and the unknown raptor. Almost simultaneously, a towering wave, soaring over 1,000 zhang, surged from the sea, engulfing the very spot where Lin Mo and his companions had just stood in mere moments, completely submerging it beneath the tumultuous waters. However, at this moment, Lin Mo and his two companions had successfully retreated several hundred miles away. They swiftly altered their course, tracing a vast arc as they sped once more towards the mainland. The Guanghan realm indeed concealed numerous ancient ferocious beasts long extinct in our spiritual realm, just as the legends foretold. If their journey continued to be fraught with such peril, the task of seeking the ruins and their prohibitions would likely become unattainable, and they might even meet their demise along the way. Once the trio safely touched down on solid ground, Shi Kuan let out a slight sigh of relief, though he muttered a few words under his breath amidst their escape. Despite the softness of his voice, Lin Mo and Lu Shuier, with their cultivation, heard him distinctly. While it was true that some ancient ferocious beasts existed in this world, they were not ubiquitous. Perhaps they had merely encountered a misfortune, inadvertently stepping into the conflict between two beasts. Lu Shuier shook her head, calmly elaborating on the situation. Misfortune? This undoubtedly marks a highly challenging beginning. Shirkuan shrugged nonchalantly, embodying an air of indifference. For cultivators, defying the heavens was the very essence of their path. Though one could not fully rely on omens of fortune and misfortune, neither could they afford to be complacent. Lu Shuier smiled gently, responding with poise. Let us hope for the best. Shirkuan grinned widely, observing the giant's continued nonchalance. Lu Shuier refrained from further comments and turned to Lin Mo, speaking softly. Brother Lin, we urgently need to ascertain our geographical position within the spiritual realm. I beseech you to cast a protective spell for us. Following the recent harrowing encounter, Lu Shuier displayed evident respect towards Lin Mo, her tone softening. This request was not unreasonable. Filled with curiosity, Lin Mo nodded without hesitation. He then transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring skyward, reaching an altitude of over 100 zhang in an instant. After a brief pause in the air, his radiant light gradually coalesced, revealing his physical form once more. Expanding his consciousness, he encompassed all within a radius of several dozen miles, conducting a thorough surveillance. Da was sure, it is now our turn, Lu Shuier remarked with satisfaction, nodding slightly before turning to Shirkuan. Indeed, I am fully prepared, Shirkuan replied without hesitation. Subsequently, Lu Shuier and Shirkuan swiftly diverged, racing towards opposite sides. After a few flickers, their radiant lights abruptly halted several dozen zhang away, forming a vast triangle with Lin Mo at its apex. Unlike Lin Mo, the cloaked woman and Shirkuan each waved their sleeves gracefully, gently shaking them into the void. In an instant, a white disc and a yellow scroll simultaneously soared from their hands. Lu Shuier and Shirkuan, with a single hand forming intricate gestures, chanted incantations. The disc quivered slightly before expanding to more than 10 times its original size, transforming into a colossal object reminiscent of a luminous full moon. Meanwhile, the yellow scroll unfurled gradually, revealing a warm, golden radiance within, as if concealing some enigmatic entity. Shortly thereafter, the golden light coiled, and the entire scroll vanished without a trace. Moments later, countless yellow lights appeared in the vastness of space, and all the luminous points erupted with a brilliant glow, merging into an expansive yellow curtain of light that obscured the sky. Observing this, Shirkuan emitted a low, resonant call, directing his finger towards the radiant moon in the void. The moon's luminous beams began to circulate, and with a swift motion, they integrated into the yellow curtain of light. The incantations uttered by Lu Shuier and Shirkuan rose in intensity. Remarkably, a humming sound resonated from within the yellow curtain, revealing mountains and rivers appearing densely like stars scattered across the sky. Although they appeared no larger than grains of rice, each peak was vividly lifelike, distinguishable by its unique characteristics. These miniature landscapes were transmuted into towering square panels, the intricacies of which were truly beyond verbal description. What kind of marvelous spell was this? Standing aloft, Lin Mo beheld the entire curtain of light with clarity, narrowing his eyes as he inquired with curiosity. This grand cold map was meticulously compiled by my master and elder Duan, gathering remnants left by the ancestors who ventured into the grand cold realm over the years. Though it cannot claim to encompass every region of the grand cold realm, it at least records 7 or 8/10 of its areas. Lu Shuier elucidated with a melodious voice. However, whether we are indeed situated at the location indicated on the map requires further verification. If we are not within any of these positions, we may encounter significant challenges, Shirkuan added, extending his finger once more to gently tap the luminous curtain above. In an instant, the entire map radiated a resplendent glow. Yet amidst the warm yellow light, a white sphere, no larger than an egg, slowly ascended from one corner of the map, then hovered motionless about a yard above a specific square panel. Found it. It appears we are currently at the fringe of the Wanqin Ridge. Thus, the sea we traversed previously is indeed the Nine Fiends Sea. Lu Shuier discerned the territory illuminated by the white sphere, her voice trembling slightly. Wanqin Ridge, 8 Fiends Sea. We have unwittingly ventured into such a perilous area. Shirkuan's expression grew serious in response. Lin Mo, intrigued, observed the white sphere below, and upon hearing their words, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Nestled beside the majestic peaks and soaring ridges, 2 legendary regions emerged, Wanqin Ridge and 8 Fiends Sea. Their names were derived from their unique natural landscapes and distinct historical relics. According to legend, the Eight Fiends Sea is home to 8 ancient and enigmatic beasts, from which its name is derived. In contrast, the Wankan Ridge serves as a paradise for a vast array of wondrous birds, including 3 formidable avian species that were once renowned in ancient times, their status rivaling that of the legendary sea-subduing monkey. However, these two regions are closely intertwined, and for any unfortunate beings from the thunderous continent who stray into their midst, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Lin Mo and Shirkuan furrowed their brows, while Lu Shui fell into silence. I truly hesitate to venture into Wankan Ridge. Even if we manage to escape the perils of the Eight Fiends Sea, there is no guarantee we would be fortunate enough to survive in Wankan Ridge. Shirkuan stated gravely. Indeed, Wankan Ridge is fraught with unknown dangers. Although we narrowly escaped the Eight Fiends Sea, it does not imply we will find the same fortune in Wankan Ridge. It would be prudent for us to avoid this area altogether, Lin Mo thoughtfully concurred. It seems we have no choice, Lu Shui sighed in resignation, her gaze shifting between Lin Mo and Shirkuan before finally nodding in agreement. Observing Lu Shui's assent to Lin Mo's suggestion, Shirkuan's expression softened somewhat. Yet, as he scrutinized the immense luminous screen once more, the furrow in his brow did not immediately ease. To the left and right of Wankan Ridge lie the vast expanse of the Blue Sun Desert on one side, and the deep, terrifying dark beast forest on the other. The Blue Sun Desert is best left unmentioned for those of us who have yet to attain the saintly realm. Its environment is far more inhospitable than that of Wankan Ridge. According to historical records, the bizarre sunlight there allows us to endure only half a day of exposure at most. Otherwise, we would surely disintegrate into dust. As for the dark beast forest, it is said to be inhabited by the dark beasts, a species long extinct in the spirit realm. At night, their powers surge dramatically, rendering the area equally perilous. However, apart from these two regions, we have no alternatives, Lu Shui explained in a calm tone while pointing at the luminous screen. That is not an option. Although historical texts provide scant information about the dark beasts, the implications within their descriptions suggest that these creatures are exceedingly difficult to contend with. Entering the dark beast forest would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. We should strive to avoid this area altogether, Shirkuan firmly countered Lu Shui's analysis. There is no evading it. The restricted site is already a great distance from us. Even if we exert ourselves to the utmost and proceed at full speed without impediments, it would still take at least 3 to 4 months. Should we encounter any difficulties along the way, the time required will likely multiply. Additionally, to evade both Wankan Ridge and the even larger dark beast forest may necessitate an extra 1 to 2 months. Furthermore, we must also allocate sufficient time to break through our own cultivation bottlenecks. By this calculation, we simply cannot arrive at our destination on time to lift the restrictions, Shirkuan asserted, challenging Lu Shui's stance. In the face of Shirkuan's objections, Lu Shui remained unyielding, coldly stating the facts. Despite the dark beast forest's air of mystery and danger, it does not mean that no one has traversed it in the past. Regardless, from the records of the Zhongzhuan, we have gleaned several strategies to confront the dark beasts, thus granting us a greater confidence in traversing this land than those who came before us. Moreover, if Daoist Shi were to return empty-handed as a result of this trial, has he not considered the repercussions of facing the stern punishment from Senior Duan? Lu Shui, with her slender arms crossed and eyes sharp as blades, cast a cold glance at Shirkuan, slowly beginning to speak. Shirkuan, his expression grave and lost in contemplation, soon raised his gaze toward Lin Mo in the sky, cautiously inquiring, "Brother Lin, what are your thoughts on this matter? We have been invited by the 2 esteemed elders to assist their companions and have already received a considerable reward. As long as we share a unified opinion, are aligned in direction, and the destination is not a place of life and death, then I shall accept whatever decision you all make." Lin Mo, his eyes slightly narrowed, responded with an inscrutable demeanor. "Well, since both Brother Lin and Fairy Lu harbor no fears, I too am willing to venture into the fabled dark beast forest. What harm could it bring?" After careful deliberation, Shirkuan finally burst into hearty laughter, consenting with enthusiasm. Hearing Shirkuan's reply did not disappoint Lu Shui. A gentle light flickered in her eyes, and her tone softened slightly, now that Daoist Shi has made a decision. The The three of us must unite our efforts to traverse the dark beast forest together. I am confident that with our combined strength, we shall successfully complete our mission. Heh, let us hope so, Shirkuan replied with a low chuckle. Thus, the trio conferred once more before hastening toward the coastline. In an instant, the once bustling area fell silent, devoid of any human presence. However, shortly after Lin Mo and the others departed, a flicker of light appeared on the distant sea, followed by two vividly colored figures resembling phoenixes, who swiftly reached the shore within a few breaths. As the brilliance faded, two peculiar beings emerged. Their appearances were strikingly unique. One was diminutive and stout, clad in an enormous suit of armor, entirely black, nearly concealing his head. The other was tall and emaciated, resembling a desiccated corpse, yet draped in an excessively large robe, appearing exceedingly bizarre. These two figures were among the Tianyun who remained steadfast at the original location after Lin Mo and the others had left. Upon their arrival, they were covered in dust, their faces expressing profound anguish. The short, stout being even wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken as he remarked. Chapter 636. This is truly bizarre. We encountered two ancient ferocious beasts at once. Had they not been engaged in fierce combat, we might not have survived. Even so, merely being caught in the energy waves of their battle forced us to abandon several precious treasures to escape with our lives. The words of the stout being were laden with deep regret. Humph, to preserve our lives amidst the onslaught of two ancient ferocious beasts is already a stroke of fortune. The waters we traverse are undeniably peculiar. We have been ensnared by a mysterious fog upon the surface for over 10 days. Just as we managed to extricate ourselves from this predicament, we encountered two ancient and fearsome beasts. The tall, slender foreigner wore a grave expression and spoke in a hushed tone. Fortunately, we have finally escaped this treacherous domain. The stout, short foreigner cast his gaze towards the mountains ahead, his uncertainty palpable as he remarked, "Surely, this range should offer us some semblance of safety. The positioning disc we possessed in the sea has become utterly ineffective. Let us attempt to utilize it here once more to ascertain our current location," proposed the tall, slender foreigner after a moment of contemplation. "Indeed, let us commence the incantation," the stout foreigner concurred with a nod. He then parted his lips, and a smooth, lustrous jade disc erupted forth from his mouth. After a brief rotation in the air, it expanded dramatically, enveloped in a veil of ethereal white light, as if some enigmatic entity were gradually manifesting. Suddenly, the stout foreigner's countenance turned ashen. Without hesitation, he expelled a drop of his vital essence, which swiftly transformed into a mist of blood in the wind. His fingers moved with astonishing speed as he formed intricate seals, ultimately directing his focus toward the blood mist and striking it with force. In an instant, the mist swirled like a vortex, merging into the jade disc and vanishing without a trace. Concurrently, the blood light upon the disc intensified, rendering its previously obscure surface exceedingly clear, revealing faint images within. The two foreign members widened their eyes, fixated intently upon the white jade disc. However, after a brief interlude, their expressions darkened. "What has transpired? This positioning disc cannot accurately ascertain our location," murmured the tall, slender foreigner. "It may be due to the unique nature of this region that the disc fails to function properly. Or perhaps the ancient beasts have caused a tumultuous shift in the surrounding vital energies, affecting the environment here," the stout foreigner replied thoughtfully. "Though this positioning disc is indeed remarkable, it pales in comparison to the legendary treasures of lore." The tall, slender foreigner's countenance revealed his dissatisfaction. "Had I known this would be the case, I would not have expended such exorbitant resources to acquire it at the auction house, nearly depleting our entire store of spirit stones. Even in the glacial realm, its efficacy fluctuates. Yet, without it, we would be utterly lost in this world. Others too have gritted their teeth to procure such an item. It is said that only the Crystal Clan possesses the ability to forge these devices, and each opening of the glacial realm allows them to profit immensely. Rumor has it that the Crystal Clan can fabricate even more advanced positioning treasures, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain." The stout elder shared in the sentiment of frustration. "Alas, what is done. Further discourse will yield no remedy. Since the positioning device remains unusable in this vicinity, we must hasten our departure from this area." The stout, diminutive member of the foreign race meticulously scanned the nearby mountains with his spiritual sense before remarking, "It seems we have no choice. After a moment's hesitation, the tall, elderly figure ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, the two foreign members simultaneously activated their escape techniques, transforming into two radiant streaks of red and yellow, swiftly racing towards the horizon. In mere moments, they vanished at the mountain's edge, leaving no trace behind. However, from that point onward, these two foreign entities completely disappeared from the sight of the onlookers, never to be seen again. Above a dense forest, three members of the celestial cloud race united their efforts, morphing into a dazzling tricolored spiritual light, desperately fleeing. In pursuit, a dozen peculiar creatures with heads resembling those of elk and bodies akin to lions relentlessly chased after them. In a more distant locale, amidst a glacier engulfed by swirling snow and wind, several bizarre figures cloaked in a foot-long mantle of white fur leisurely soared just 10 yards above the ground. The ethereal snowflakes and the biting cold winds that could instantly freeze a person seemed to have no effect on these strange beings, who swiftly disappeared into the tempest. In a secluded part of the dense forest, two men clad in green robes, their skin an ashen hue reminiscent of withered wood, each brandished a small crimson banner, vigorously waving it towards a colossal tree towering several dozen yards high. This majestic tree stood tall and lush, its trunk bearing a chilling visage of a demonic face. Yet at this moment, the great tree found itself engulfed in fierce flames, emitting piercing and shrill cries from its bark, continuously spewing forth streams of vibrant green liquid in a desperate attempt to fend off the encroaching fire. Simultaneously, the tree boasted a multitude of robust roots that writhed beneath the soil like tentacles, creating deep pits in the ground, showcasing its immense strength. Should the flames have been ordinary, they would have surely succumbed to these roots with ease. However, as the tentacle-like roots endeavored to combat the surrounding inferno, they appeared to encounter an unquenchable blaze. No matter how the roots swept above the flames, the fire remained undisturbed, akin to an illusory image. After a brief struggle, the once proud tree's emerald sap gradually weakened and thinned. Ultimately, it could no longer withstand the fiery onslaught. The cries emanating from its bark ceased abruptly, transforming into a heap of black ash. Witnessing this scene, the two men with ashen complexions promptly retracted their banners, their figures flickering as they traversed the considerable distance to stand before the ashes. Each bent down and retrieved two exceptionally vibrant green crystalline objects from the remnants. Upon seeing these crystals, their eyes lit up with a fervent joy, as if they had glimpsed boundless hope. In a remote corner of the Guanghan realm, amidst an expanse of endless desert, a group of individuals adorned with bizarrely shaped horns encircled a young man, attentively absorbing his words. Each face bore an expression of profound terror, evidently shaken by the gravity of his descriptions. The young man, distinguished by 3 golden horns upon his forehead, cast a gaze that compelled the others to bow their heads in reverence. You all should have grasped the true objective of this operation. To ensure its success, several elders of our clan have expended considerable vitality, personally employing the Xiantian treasures to forge 5 extraordinary artifacts for us. They have also mobilized numerous hidden pawns within the Tianyun to divert the attention of its higher echelons. Should we accomplish this task, it will undoubtedly herald a significant transformation and prosperity for our clan, a fact that I trust is clear to all. Thus I shall refrain from further elaboration. Spoke the young man in a calm tone. Rest assured, esteemed envoy, we shall exert every effort to fulfill our mission. The assembly responded in unison. Their spirits ignited once more. Excellent. Although my time in the Tianjiao Sacred Mountain has limited my acquaintance with you, I firmly believe that in this pivotal moment concerning our clan's destiny, each of you will wholeheartedly engage in this battle. Our clan has dispatched several teams into the Guanghan realm, but only the 5 teams wielding the artifacts constitute the core force responsible for executing this mission. The remaining teams are tasked primarily with providing support and creating diversions to prevent detection by other clans. Now, in accordance with our established plan, I shall commence my journey to the designated location. The young man nodded with satisfaction and issued the command for action. Under his guidance, the contingent of horned warriors swiftly ventured deeper into the desert. Above a serene lake, 2 individuals, possessing fish tails below and human forms above, stood side by side. In stark contrast, on the opposite shore loomed a terrifying creature, a colossal whale, extending over 10 zhang in length, its forehead adorned with 9 golden eyes, exuding an overwhelming presence that astonished onlookers. The two factions appeared to confront each other from a distance. The male of the non-human pair exhibited silver-hued irises, while the female's eyes shimmered with a golden brilliance, reminiscent of the unusual whale. In that moment, the whale emitted a series of deep roars. Its 9 eyes fixated on the two non-human beings, emanating an aura of menace and hostility. Observing this scene, the expressions of the two members of the alien race turned grave. After a hushed exchange, the woman, bearing fish-like traits, allowed a flicker of golden light to shine in her eyes, subsequently producing a sound strikingly similar to the whale's roar. Upon hearing this voice, seemingly kin to its own, the whale's 9 eyes blinked simultaneously, revealing a hint of hesitation. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, the mermaid woman felt an unexpected sense of relaxation. Yet, the roar that erupted from her lips remained unabated, even crescendoing to a louder pitch than before. The colossal whale's bellowing abruptly ceased, and under the flickering golden radiance, its immense form swayed gently, revolving around the two foreign individuals multiple times. Eventually, it returned to its original position, letting out another roar. This time, as the mermaid woman heard the whale's call, an expression of sheer ecstasy illuminated her face. With a graceful motion, she soared above the whale, gently descending onto its back. This seemingly invincible whale exhibited an astonishingly docile demeanor, revealing no trace of anger. Under the mermaid woman's command, its azure luminescence flickered, propelling it swiftly into the distance. The male non-human, also bearing fish-like traits, immediately followed suit. While the dark beasts were not the most formidable creatures within the realm of the cold moon, even ancient ferocious beasts were reluctant to confront a group of adult dark beasts that had suddenly amplified in power during the night. The uniqueness of the dark beast forest lies in its perpetual darkness for the majority of the day, with daylight being relatively brief. The population of dark beasts residing in this realm numbers in the thousands, and the proportion of adult dark beasts is notably significant. Consequently, even powerful factions like the ancient beasts of Wanqin Ridge and the Eight Fiends Sea, which dominate the surrounding areas, have never contemplated invading this territory. Within this forest, dark beasts reign supreme as if they were the masters of their own backyard, while other creatures dwelling therein are reduced to mere prey. Only a select few exotic beasts, capable of enhancing their transformations under the cover of night, stand a chance against the dark beasts, posing a modicum of threat. Nevertheless, in terms of both quantity and actual combat prowess, these exotic beings pale in comparison to the dark beasts. On this day, merely 100 miles from the edge of the dark beast forest, a gigantic serpent, measuring approximately 70 to 80 feet and adorned with emerald scales, glared with chilling eyes as it faced off against the dark beast. Though this serpent appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary python, it was, in truth, one of the rare exotic beasts capable of contending with dark beasts, the azure night python. True to its name, each nightfall bestowed upon the already formidable azure night python even more extraordinary powers, allowing it to undergo a transformation akin to a frenzy. Fueled by the energy of the night, in its transformed state, the azure night python's strength rivaled that of an adult dark beast, becoming exceedingly bloodthirsty and frenzied in combat. However, this transformation came at a considerable cost. Its power would significantly diminish for several years following the transformation, and it would also deplete a substantial portion of its lifespan. Thus, the azure night python would never resort to such a transformation unless faced with a life-or-death situation. Notably, the inner core of the azure night python possessed precious restorative properties highly valued by dark beasts. Whenever these two creatures encounter each other in the shadow beast forest, they find themselves immediately entangled in a life-and-death struggle, a situation of irreconcilable opposition. At this moment, the two extraordinary beasts have unexpectedly met at the fringes of the forest. The azure night python stands tall and proud, continuously spewing forth a blackish-purple venom. Its scales, resembling inverted blades, emit a chilling aura. It confronts the opposing shadow beast with a fierce demeanor, poised to strike. In contrast, the shadow beast appears as a colossal gray wolf, magnified 3 to 4 times in size. Its body is cloaked in a deep black hue, while its tail, akin to that of a leopard, is elongated, offering a visually captivating blend of elegance and mystery. Judging by its physique, this shadow beast has undoubtedly just entered adulthood, appearing somewhat slender compared to its peers. Yet, its starkly contrasting black and white eyes coldly fixate on the azure night python, radiating an insatiable ferocity. Curiously, despite the shadow beast's predatory glare upon the python, it refrains from immediate aggression. The battle between an adult shadow beast and a frenzied azure night python typically concludes with the former acquiring an inner core, though there are rare instances where the shadow beast is consumed by the python. In this moment of sudden encounter, the shadow beast's heart swells with elation, yet it does not hasten to attack. While the frenzy of the azure night python significantly amplifies its power, it also reveals its vulnerabilities for a fleeting moment. Should this opportunity be seized, a lethal strike may be possible. Although the python adopts a posture suggesting impending frenzy, it is, in truth, reluctant to act rashly. Thus, both parties find themselves ensnared in an uncanny stalemate. In the shadow beast forest, various creatures have adapted to foraging at night while resting in caves during the day. Moreover, the towering trees within the forest obscure the sunlight, rendering even the periphery nearly shrouded in darkness, with only faint glimpses of blackness visible through the gaps in the foliage when one gazes upward. At this moment, it is the darkest hour of the night. Were it not for the faint glow emitted by some lowly flora nearby, this place would be engulfed in utter obscurity. Time passes silently, and the standoff between the python and the shadow beast endures for an entire meal's duration, the tension growing increasingly oppressive. After a prolonged wait, the shadow beast ultimately succumbs to impatience, letting out a low growl as it begins to move, slowly circling around the python. Though its movements appear silent, they seem to render its form nearly intangible. In response, the azure night python's tongue flickers with mounting urgency, accompanied by a hissing threat. Meanwhile, the shadow beast's eyes blaze with fervor as its sharp claws make slight movements, revealing razor-like extensions of darkness stretching about half an arm's length. Simultaneously, its slender black tail whips through the air, producing a sound that rends the space around it. The azure night python's head swivels in tandem with the shadow beast's movements, capturing every action of its adversary. Upon witnessing the shadow beast's tail swing, the python seems to be provoked, and its hissing becomes increasingly rapid. Before one's eyes, the dark, azure-scaled serpent shimmered momentarily, its body beginning to undulate erratically as if inflated like a balloon. In an instant, the entirety of its serpentine skin tightened to the utmost limit. With barely a breath, a sharp tearing sound echoed. The serpent's skin erupted, rupturing inch by inch, revealing a serpent's form that was nearly 1.5 times larger than before. It retained the same deep azure hue, yet the patterns upon its scales had transformed into a lustrous silver, interwoven to form various runes that glimmered with a faint silvery light. As one's gaze ascended towards the serpent's crown, a singular, pure white horn akin to jade emerged, its spiraling patterns winding upwards with an air of sharpness. At this moment, the serpent's once emerald eyes blazed a vivid crimson, filled with boundless fervor and fury. Just as it completed its metamorphosis, a lurking dark creature, concealed in the shadows, launched an unhesitating assault. A flash of black light flickered, and the creature's form vanished into the night. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the serpent's head tilted to one side, and the same black light flickered again, revealing the dark creature from the depths of the night. Simultaneously, several black claws shot forth like lightning, targeting the serpent's vulnerable spot just beneath its neck. This area, regarded as the serpent's Achilles heel, was adorned with a few scales that glimmered with a faint reddish sheen. This marked the serpent's exposed weakness following its transformation. Even a mere strike from an ordinary flying sword would inflict severe damage upon these scales. Should the dark creature's razor-sharp claws make contact, it would likely plunge the serpent into a state of irreparable injury. However, this frailty existed only briefly after the serpent's transformation into the azure night serpent, soon to revert to a hue similar to its other scales. Furthermore, thereafter, the hardness of these scales would surpass that of other parts of its body. A series of dull thuds resounded as the claws landed firmly upon those scales, causing the azure night serpent's body to tremble involuntarily. Nevertheless, the claws merely grazed the area beneath the 7-inch mark, as the serpent instinctively executed a swift evasive maneuver, deftly avoiding the lethal strike. Only faint red scratches marred its neck, with the blood seeping out appearing trivial and the wound seemingly shallow. Such a sudden assault undoubtedly incited the already frenzied serpent to wrath. A thunderous roar erupted as the serpent's tail swung upward with ferocity. In an instant, azure tail shadows materialized in the air, sweeping across with the might to vanquish legions, enveloping the dark creature in their wake. The howling resonated throughout the sky. In the face of an unsuccessful attack, as retaliation loomed, the dark creature exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, it swayed slightly and unleashed two beams of black light from within. As they spiraled, these beams transformed into two pitch-black monstrosities. The two creatures, resembling shadows, bore an uncanny resemblance to dark beings, their forms slightly blurred and shimmering with a black-gray luminescence. Once revealed, they unfurled their sharp claws and surged into the air alongside the dark entities. The sound of their claws slicing through the air grew increasingly intense, immediately colliding with the azure shadows above. Following a series of astonishing explosions, both the claw marks and the azure shadows dissipated, as if engaged in a contest of equal might. Subsequently, a burst of azure light erupted above one of the black monsters, from which a colossal serpent's head leapt forth, striking with lightning speed to swallow the black creature whole. It then twisted its neck to launch a ferocious assault on the other black entity, seemingly intent on devouring it as well. Yet at that moment, the dark creature shot out from an unexpected angle, its mouth gaping wide, expanding to a size capable of engulfing several yards, filled with razor-sharp teeth, and it lunged toward the serpent's body. Should this massive maw seize its target, even a creature as formidable as the Azure Knight Serpent would struggle to withstand such destructive force, likely to be torn asunder. However, the transformed Azure Knight Serpent reacted with equal swiftness, retracting its head and twisting with fearless resolve to meet the oncoming attack with its own cavernous mouth. Meanwhile, its original target, the other black monster, contorted its form, extending into a robust length akin to a thick rope, racing toward the serpent. With a thunderous roar, a fierce battle erupted between the two formidable beasts, neither yielding an inch, the intensity reaching a fervent climax. Yet, in a mysterious region over 10 miles from the battlefield, an unassuming ancient tree concealed a remarkable secret. Within its trunk lay a massive hollow, measuring 2 yards in diameter. At that moment, 3 enigmatic figures sat cross-legged within this mysterious space, surrounding a floating mirror suspended in the low air, intently observing the constantly shifting images within. The back of the mirror shimmered with dazzling silver light, while its surface displayed a soft azure glow, reflecting an extraordinarily clear scene. The tableau depicted the fierce struggle between the dark beast and the Azure Knight Serpent, every detail and distant view replicated with precision, albeit minuscule in scale. The 3 mysterious figures were Lin Mo, clad in a green robe, Lu Shuer, adorned with a white cloak, and Shirkuan, whose skin bore a deep yellow hue. After enduring a grueling journey lasting half a month, they had finally arrived at their destination. Their expressions were grave, eyes fixated on the mirror, not once blinking. Approximately half an hour later, the dark beast within the mirror suddenly transformed into hundreds of black bats, ultimately overpowering the battered Azure Knight Serpent and consuming its beast core, departing in triumph. At this moment, Lu Shuer gently sighed, waved her hand, and cast a spell towards the mirror. In an instant, the image within the mirror vanished completely. Esteemed guests, you have witnessed the formidable power of the dark beasts. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter? Lu Shuer inquired, her tone brimming with curiosity. Shirkuan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, I am confident I could gain the upper hand within 10 breaths and slay it within 30. Lu Shuer smiled slightly, and then asked, but what if 3 to 4, or even more dark beasts appeared before you simultaneously? How would you respond? Shirkuan's expression grew more serious. After a brief hesitation, he candidly replied, if these dark beasts possess the strength of the one we just encountered, I cannot guarantee victory if their numbers exceed 3. If there are 5 or more, I would surely be defeated. As for 10 or more, I would unhesitatingly choose to flee. Lu Shuer nodded and continued to explain, according to the information I have gathered, the number of dark beasts in the dark beast forest reaches into the tens of thousands, with significant variations in their powers. Historical texts indicate that the dark beast we just encountered is likely below the standard level of an adult dark beast, as it struggled for such a long time against the Chinya python. Above the ordinary dark beasts, there exist 2 higher-tier varieties. One is the 3-eyed dark beast, which not only far surpasses ordinary dark beasts in strength, but also possesses a 3rd eye that can emit a peculiar beam. If struck by it, one's body would rapidly decay, presenting a formidable challenge. The other is the king-level dark beast. Its fur is no longer black, but a pure gold, and its true strength remains an enigma. It is said that among the predecessors who ventured into the dark beast forest, only one had ever witnessed such a creature, leading hundreds of adult dark beasts racing through the forest. Lin Mo joined the discussion, slowly articulating, "I too have perused relevant texts. As for the three-eyed dark beast, I believe I could manage only one at most. Encountering two simultaneously would likely be overwhelming. Regarding the golden dark beast, given its ability to command a herd, its powers must undoubtedly surpass those of the three-eyed dark beast. Even if the three of us joined forces, we would likely struggle to contend with it. However, since it is a king-like entity, there cannot be many within the entire dark beast forest. Thus, we need not overly concern ourselves with this issue. Indeed, you make a valid point. In truth, we had no intention of provoking those aberrant beasts. We merely hoped to traverse the forest discreetly over the next month. Regrettably, if we could soar above, we would successfully cross the entire forest in just a few days. Conversely, traveling on foot would require more than 10 times that duration," Lu Shuer lamented softly. "Nevertheless, this time frame is still acceptable for us. Moreover, we have no other alternatives. Should we choose to traverse the skies, we would undoubtedly face an assault by dozens, if not hundreds, of dark beasts," Lin Mo replied with a wry smile. "Little sister is well aware of this," he added. "According to the experiences of those who have traversed the dark beast forest, the strength of the dark beasts cannot be fully exerted during the day. Consequently, the vigilance within the dark beast forest is even more pronounced in daylight. Numerous advanced dark beasts, characterized by their three eyes, deliberately patrol during the day. As night falls, however, their power significantly increases, and the defenses tend to relax. The advanced dark beasts retreat to their lairs to cultivate and rest." Lu Shuer nodded slightly in agreement. "I see. It seems we must travel at night and rest during the day. I had assumed it was the opposite," Shirkuan remarked, somewhat astonished. "I wholeheartedly concur with Miss Lu's perspective. Aside from the fact that advanced dark beasts venture out during the day, our concealment techniques would also be somewhat diminished, making it difficult to evade the gaze of those three-eyed dark beasts. After all, most multi-eyed creatures possess the ability to see through illusions and concealment. Whether by day or night, once surrounded by hundreds of dark beasts, the situation remains perilous for us. Thus, we are inclined to choose nighttime for our journey," Lin Mo suggested after careful consideration. "Oh, the insights shared by both of you are indeed profound. Very well, let us proceed with our plans tonight," Shirkuan responded, seemingly moved and devoid of any dissent. Chapter 638. Since both of you have no objections, we shall set off shortly. Leaving this dark beast forest at the earliest will allow us to breathe easier. By the way, do you possess suitable concealment techniques? Lu Shuer inquired, first nodding with satisfaction before posing the question. "What does Miss Lu imply?" Lin Mo asked. "Do you perhaps possess more exquisite techniques that could aid us in the art of invisibility?" Lin Mo, being astute and quick-witted, instantly discerned the intention behind her words. "Indeed, Brother Lin, your intelligence is remarkable. Before this journey, I specifically borrowed 3 illusory masks from my esteemed mentor. With these treasures, one can transform into the desired form. And unless someone employs divine consciousness to deliberately probe, there is no need to worry about being detected without taking any action. I understand that both of you must possess other superior methods of concealment. However, to achieve the effect of confusion, utilizing these treasures is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Thus, even if we are unfortunate enough to be discovered by other dark beasts, we can cleverly obscure our presence," the cloaked woman explained with a soft smile. Then deftly revealed 3 shimmering silver sheets in her palm. "The illusory masks. This item is already renowned far and wide. It is said to be a precious artifact forged by the unparalleled skill of your master. Miss Lu's generosity in offering it is truly commendable," Shirkuan expressed gratefully, no longer refusing the gift. Upon seeing the 3 sheets, Shirkuan's face lit up with joy as he eagerly reached out, grasping one of the sheets and examining it closely. Although Lin Mo's stay in Cloud City was brief, it was the first time he had heard of such a treasure. Nonetheless, this did not impede his judgment. The sheer excitement radiating from Shirkuan was sufficient to affirm that the illusory masks were indeed extraordinary items. Thus, he respectfully expressed his gratitude, and with a curious grasp, he retrieved a thin sheet, observing it intently. This so-called ever-changing facade was remarkably delicate, akin to silk. However, upon contact, a chilling aura enveloped him. Even with Lin Mo's extensive experience, he found it impossible to discern the material's true essence. More striking was the array of silver runes, varying in size, intricately etched upon this facade, resembling tiny beans, imbued with profound mystery. Upon discerning these silver runes, Lin Mo's countenance subtly shifted. Though fleeting, this alteration did not escape the keen gaze of the cloaked woman. A hint of astonishment flickered across her face, and she inquired, "Brother Lin, have you encountered such an item before? Since it is a unique treasure of Senior Kai, how could I be fortunate enough to behold it?" Lin Mo's heart tightened, yet he managed to restore his expression to its original state. The cloaked woman, seemingly unwilling to let the matter rest, continued her probing. "The material of this treasure is quite extraordinary. Despite my extensive knowledge, I find myself utterly unable to ascertain its origin, which is indeed a source of great shame." Lin Mo replied with a slight smile, downplaying his ignorance. "I see. Although my sister is unfamiliar with the crafting methods, I have heard my mentor mention that this ever-changing facade is meticulously forged from the hides of 7 exceedingly rare spiritual beasts found throughout the continent. No wonder you could not identify it," Lu Shuer gently elucidated, appearing genuinely convinced. "I have greatly benefited from your insights." Lin Mo feigned a demeanor of navet, lightly tracing his fingers over the silver runes on the sheet, while his mind raced with thoughts. The silver runes on this facade bore striking resemblance to the silver characters on the Golden Pavilion's jade script. The unexpected appearance of such writing filled Lin Mo with astonishment. If this treasure is indeed a unique artifact of Kai Luiying, could it be that she also possesses a page from the Golden Pavilion's jade script? He pondered in silence for a long while. At that moment, Lu Shuer spoke again. "Although this treasure possesses extraordinary magical properties, it cannot simply be donned to immediately activate its transformative capabilities. To assume a biological form, one must first acquire some of its blood, muscle, or hair. Should one obtain the complete hide of the beast, the transformation process would be flawless, without a trace of imperfection. Hair, that should not pose a problem. We merely need to seek out a few isolated dark beasts and eliminate them." He chuckled. "The one we just encountered fits the criteria perfectly. Given the brief time that has passed, it likely has not escaped too far." Upon hearing this, Shirkuan's expression twisted into a menacing grin, and soon, the ground beneath him shimmered with a yellow glow as he silently sank into the earth. Lu Shuer's gaze flickered several times, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Subsequently, Shirkuan utilized the Earth Escape technique, vanishing without a trace from this space. "Is it all right to let Brother Sher venture alone?" Lu Shuer glanced at Lin Mo before quietly inquiring. "Since Miss Lu has not voiced any objections, it seems you have reached a conclusion in your heart. I too believe there is little cause for concern." Prior to this, a meticulous examination of the surrounding environment had been conducted, revealing that there were absolutely no lurking beasts within a 100-mile radius. Furthermore, with Daoist Sher's keen intellect and unyielding resolve, he would undoubtedly be able to subdue any threat with ease. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he responded with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing Lin Mo's reply, Lu Shuer ceased to speak further. Merely half an hour later, a flash of yellow light illuminated the ground where Shirkuan had vanished, and a figure suddenly leaped forth from the earth. It was none other than Shirkuan himself. As he emerged completely from the ground, he flashed a smile at Lin Mo and the cloaked woman, and with a gentle wave of his sleeve, a pitch-black object shot forth. It was revealed to be a dark fur pelt of a beast. "Lu Daoist, please examine whether this pelt is suitable for my shape-shifting technique." Shirkuan inquired with evident pride. "It is utterly unharmed. In that case, there is no doubt it will suffice. I shall impart the incantation to both of you. My senior brother may wish to attempt it first," Lu Shuer replied with a charming smile after a brief inspection of the pelt. Subsequently, she casually tossed the beast's skin back and, parting her lips slightly, began to convey a mysterious incantation to Lin Mo and Shirkuan through a method of sound transmission. The two men were utterly focused, committing every word of the incantation to memory without a hint of negligence. Moments later, as Lu Shuer's transmission abruptly ceased, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Shirkuan's eyes. He suddenly tossed the beast's skin skyward and, with a single hand, waved once more. The myriad transformations coalesced into a swirl of silver light that merged with the pelt, and in an instant, silver runes began to manifest. The entire dark beast's hide enveloped the burly man, and as the silver light scattered, he was instantaneously transformed into a vividly lifelike dark beast, bearing the same ebony fur and sharp claws, almost indistinguishable from the original creature. What an ingenious marvel, although I was unaware of it myself. This transformation is strikingly evident in appearance. Shirkuin, now in beast form, raised his forelimb and, after a careful inspection, erupted into a fit of boisterous laughter. Were it not for the wondrous effects of the myriad transformations, my sister would not have presented these treasures to you both. It truly amuses me. Lu Shui'er explained with a smile. Thank you immensely for your generous gift, Lu Daoist. With this treasure at our disposal, our journey will undoubtedly be rendered much safer and more discreet. The dark beast expressed its gratitude in human language, its face aglow with joy. Linimo, having witnessed Shirkuin's transformation firsthand, felt a surge of confidence in the mask, yet after a moment's contemplation, he expressed his heartfelt thanks to the cloaked woman and proposed. Although neither Lu Fairy nor I have yet acquired a beast's skin, we cannot afford to linger any longer. It would be prudent to set out at once and seek out those isolated dark beasts, eliminating them as we proceed. Brother Lin's suggestion resonates deeply with me. With the urgency of time pressing upon us, we must seize every moment, Lu Shui'er affirmed without hesitation. Shirkuin, too, voiced no objections. Thus, as night fell, the three of them quietly departed from the hollow of the tree. Shirkuin directly transformed into the form of a shadow beast, exhaling a plume of yellow smoke that enveloped his body, instantly morphing him into a faint wisp of yellow mist. The shadowy forest at night was already shrouded in obscurity. After employing this technique, he became nearly undetectable unless one scrutinized within 10 paces. Lu Shui'er retrieved a peculiar talisman resembling a jade pendant from her waist. Casting it lightly into the air, where it transformed into a pristine white jade mouse, measuring a yard in length. She gracefully leapt onto the mouse's back, which radiated a soft white glow, enveloping both her and the creature in its luminescence. As the white light gradually became translucent, they merged into an ethereal silhouette, barely discernible. Linimo, on the other hand, employed a simpler method. The purified Qingzhu Fengyun sword had evolved into a pure wood attribute treasure, and as it soared through the wood's spirit-infused forest, it became the most clandestine means of travel. Linimo merely waved his sleeve, and a small azure sword, only a few inches long, darted forth. With a slight rotation, it swiftly elongated into a several-yard-long azure rainbow that entwined around his form. Moments later, a barely perceptible azure light surged forth. Thus, the three of them concealed their figures through various means and embarked on their journey into the depths of the shadow beast forest. Days later, a slender shadow beast gracefully traversed the thick branches, moving slowly. Suddenly, brilliant blue light erupted from an ancient towering tree nearby, enveloping its form entirely. The female shadow beast was struck with terror, emitting a sharp cry as its claws glimmered with darkness, attempting to seize the blue light. However, the blue luminescence merely twisted slightly, transforming instantly into a colossal orb of light that completely encased the female shadow beast. The creature's scream was barely half-formed before it diminished to a whisper, and when its seemingly razor-sharp claws made contact with the blue light, they merely caused a slight ripple, failing to rend it asunder. At that moment, a flash of white light shimmered across the surface of the ancient tree, revealing a graceful figure, none other than the woman named Lu Shui'er, with one hand forming a seal and the other cradling a fist-sized blue crystal sphere. She faced the azure radiance, murmuring indistinct phrases. A wondrous phenomenon unfolded. Following her guidance, the blue orb gradually expanded outward. In a brief span, the original sphere transformed into a vast blue luminous curtain, covering several acres. Lu Shui'er swiftly rotated her palm, retracting the blue crystal sphere, and with a sudden shake of her shoulder, became a white shadow that seamlessly merged into the luminous veil. The shadow beasts within, witnessing this spectacle, wasted no time in launching themselves toward her, twisting in mid-flight and splitting into 3 additional dark silhouettes. Yet, Lu Shui'er remained composed, uttering a gentle phrase. With a soft whoosh, a slender beam of blue light shot forth. Upon dispersing, it formed a blue net of light that descended upon the shadow beasts and their dark manifestations. The dark beast, upon witnessing the scene, did not show any signs of weakness as it opened its mouth, and unleashed a beam of black light. In response, the shadowy figure brandished its sharp claws, conjuring countless claw-like phantoms to counter the expansive blue net. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted within the azure barrier, resembling a tempest. The clash of black and blue lights intertwined, and the explosions reverberated incessantly. It was evident that the blue barrier possessed isolating capabilities, for the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy and the deafening sounds, once transmitted beyond the barrier, diminished to an almost imperceptible whisper. Thus commenced the fierce battle between Lu Shu'er and the dark beast. Outside the blue barrier, flashes of azure and yellow momentarily flickered, revealing the silhouettes of Lin Mo and Shi Kun, who both gazed intently at the unfolding drama within the azure enclosure. Their expressions distinctly varied. Lu Daoyu's approach is truly perplexing. She insists on locating a female dark beast before intervening. Shi Kun sighed, shaking his head. Since Lu Xinzi has chosen this course, she must have her reasons, Lin Mo replied calmly. Oh, as a woman, Lu Daoyu must harbor certain concerns. Then why did Lin Daoyu abandon that dark beast 2 days prior? This query had long plagued Shi Kun. Upon hearing this, he cast a mildly astonished glance at Lin Mo. Actually, it was not out of any ulterior motive. The dark beast was severely injured, covered in wounds. Even if I had procured its hide, transformation might still pose challenges. Thus, I resolved to seek other suitable targets, Lin Mo explained with indifference. Ah, I see. I had thought that when Lin Xiong beheld the injured dark beast alongside its young, he had acted out of compassion. It seems we cultivators should not entertain such superficial sentiments, Shi Kun remarked boisterously. Lin Mo simply smiled faintly at this, offering no retort. Just as their hushed conversation unfolded, a sudden dull thud resonated from within the blue barrier, causing the entire membrane to tremble slightly before swiftly returning to normal. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened instinctively, while Shi Kun displayed a look of astonishment. Chapter 639. The blue barrier abruptly began to fracture layer by layer, ultimately dissipating into ethereal motes of spiritual light. In the center of the now-dissolving barrier stood Lu Shu'er, serene and composed, with the female dark beast lying motionless at her feet. Aside from the dampness of its fur, there were no visible wounds. A mere flicker of Lin Mo's consciousness revealed the beast had indeed lost all signs of life. Indeed, an exceptional display of skill. Lu Daoyu's water attribute techniques are truly awe-inspiring, surpassing even my own efforts on that day. Shi Kun's astonishment gradually faded, giving way to continuous praise. There is no need for such flattery, Shi Xiong. Your resilience is unparalleled. We all witnessed your contest with Lin Daoyu. Lu Shu'er raised her hand, drawing the fierce dark beast into her grasp with a smile. If Lu Xinzi's abilities are mere trivial techniques, then what of my own methods? Which would surely be deemed insignificant. Lin Daoyu, now the three of us have acquired the skins of the dark beasts, leaving you as the only one yet to complete your task. As we delve deeper into the forest, the likelihood of encountering swarms of dark beasts will only increase. You must prepare yourself promptly. Shi Kun suddenly turned his head and meaningfully addressed Lin Mo. Rest assured, Brother Shi, I have made my decision and would never jest with my own life. Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. 3 days later, beside a winding brook in the dark beast forest, a colossal dark beast, far larger than the ordinary variety, was ensconced within a shimmering azure barrier. Lin Mo hovered above the barrier, his eyes slightly closed, hands swiftly forming intricate seals, seemingly invoking a mysterious spell that caused the azure barrier to flicker between brilliance and dimness. The cloaked woman and Shi Kun stood on one side of the barrier, one with eyes flickering uncertainly, while the other's brow was furrowed, both filled with astonishment. This azure barrier was not only thick as if it were a solid entity, preventing them from glimpsing the situation within, but any attempt to probe its surface with their consciousness would be ruthlessly rebuffed. This was the spring dawn sword array meticulously arranged by Lin Mo. Suddenly, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his hand movements ceasing abruptly. With a gentle wave of his sleeve downward, he commanded, "Gather." In an instant, the azure barrier radiated light, transforming into dozens of gleaming azure flying swords, each about several feet long, suspended in the air and swaying slightly. With a mere flick of his hand, all the flying swords shrank to mere inches in length amidst the azure glimmers, then surged downward, all vanishing into his body. Beneath the ground once covered by the sword array, the massive dark beast had already bled from its 7 orifices, lifeless on the spot. Witnessing this scene, the cloaked woman and Sure Kuan exchanged glances, reading a profound sense of wariness in each other's eyes. Lin Mo, noticing this, descended calmly, his feet firmly planted beside the carcass of the dark beast. Fellow Taoists, now that we possess the skin of the dark beast, we can proceed deeper into the forest without concern, Lin Mo said with a relaxed smile. Having acquired the beast's skin, there is indeed no cause for alarm. However, it is truly astonishing that Brother Lin's most formidable ability is the legendary sword array. Though we cannot discern the details within, the power to sever the connection of our consciousness alone attests to the array's profound nature, Lu Shui remarked with a slight, wry smile. Indeed, from the moment you cleverly guided that dark beast into the array until you successfully vanquished it and dismantled the formation, although it took more time than us, there was not a single sound throughout the process. This speaks volumes of the array's miraculous qualities. If you possess such powers, I suspect you would find few rivals below the saint level, Sure Kuan sincerely praised. Why the need for such flattery, my friends? While my Spring Dawn sword array holds a degree of power, as envoys sent by the Elder, I am certain your true capabilities are merely hidden beneath the surface. How could they possibly be compared to a mere sword array? Lin Mo responded with a slight smile, his tone unassuming. As Lin Mo articulated his thoughts, Sure Kuan was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon responded with a broad smile, saying, "Your abilities far surpass what I and Fairy Lu could ever achieve. So there is no need for excessive flattery between us. Let us return to the subject at hand and continue discussing the deeper matters concerning the dark beast forest ahead. After 1 or 2 more days of travel, we shall reach the core of the dark beast forest, a region typically inhabited by the majority of dark beasts. To navigate this area successfully, we must be fully committed and remain exceedingly vigilant. During our passage through the heart of the dark beast forest, it is imperative that we refrain from attempting to hunt any solitary dark beasts. Although the barriers we have set can handle ordinary dark beasts, we would be unable to evade the perception of a higher-tier 3-eyed dark beast should it attack. Furthermore, deep within the forest, we will be unable to employ our mental energies for extensive searches. The dangers of a confrontation are, as you can imagine, considerable. Lu Shui's tone grew serious. Even if we are compelled to engage in battle, we cannot afford to prolong the encounter as we currently are. The 3 of us must unite decisively to defeat our adversaries in the shortest time possible, thereby minimizing risk. After pondering for a moment, Sure Kuan added, "Indeed, with the combined strength of the 3 of us, dispatching a mere ordinary dark beast would pose no challenge. However, should we encounter a higher-tier dark beast, the situation could become significantly more intricate." Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "If we indeed find ourselves targeted by a higher-tier dark beast, the combined technique of the Yuan magnetic divine light may prove beneficial." Lu Shui smiled slightly. "You are correct. I nearly overlooked that secret technique. With this method, even a lone higher-tier dark beast would not be a cause for concern." Sure Kuan's eyes instantly brightened, and he clapped his hands in delight. "However, unless absolutely necessary, this divine ability should be reserved as a last resort. I do not wish to be besieged by numerous higher-tier dark beasts." Lin Mo shook his head, appearing somewhat apprehensive. "Rest assured, this matter is well understood by both myself and Brother Sure. Once we have successfully acquired the skins of the dark beasts, we shall set forth immediately. During our journey, it is prudent to maintain a suitable distance to avoid drawing too much attention." Lu Shui offered her suggestion. "Fairy Lu's words are indeed wise. I shall take my leave first," Sure Kuan replied, revealing a radiant smile. He then formed a hand seal, causing a dark, shadowy beast hide to materialize around him. A burst of silver light shot forth from his sleeve and merged with the beast hide. The burly man somersaulted, instantly transforming into a black dark beast. And with a surge of its limbs, it dashed off like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Mo and Lu Shui, witnessing this, promptly invoked their spells, each morphing into 2 additional black dark beasts, spreading out to either side and following closely behind. As they soared through the air, all 3 activated their magical artifacts, concealing their forms once more. Thus, in this dense, shadowy environment, locating the traces of the 3 of them would undoubtedly prove exceedingly challenging. Throughout the ensuing journey, whenever Lin Mo and his companions detected any signs of the aberrant beasts or sensed unusual disturbances in the surroundings, they would silently retreat, ensuring no contact with the other creatures. In the initial days, encounters with the shadowy beasts were relatively infrequent. However, these creatures seldom acted alone, typically appearing in pairs or trios. As the days progressed, they found themselves truly immersed in the heart of the forest, where some of the dark beasts began to emerge in groups of 5, 6, or even a dozen. Faced with this spectacle, Lu Shuer, and Shirkuin could not help but feel a tinge of astonishment, their caution heightened to unprecedented levels. Fortunately, armed with exceptional evasion techniques and formidable powers that far surpassed those of ordinary shadow beasts, they successfully evaded any potential missteps. Yet, they remained uncertain whether their fortune was genuine or if some unknown transformations were occurring within the depths of the dark beast forest. During this journey, they had not encountered the fabled advanced three-eyed shadow beasts, which allowed them to delve deeper into the core of the dark beast forest with relative ease. Should they maintain this state of safety over the next 3 to 4 days, they would have the opportunity to traverse the most perilous areas of the forest, thereby allowing themselves a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, at this moment, Mo and his companions did not let their guard down. Rather, their expressions grew increasingly grave. As seasoned practitioners, they had witnessed countless failures, and the persistent absence of the advanced shadow beasts in this forest left them both relieved and perplexed. As they continued onward, the number of ordinary shadow beasts began to dwindle, having seen fewer than a dozen in the past 2 days. A weightiness settled over Mo and his companions, compelling them to act with even greater caution. Mo moved through the thicket with a ghostly swiftness, despite a towering tree obstructing his path. The azure shadow he had become merely leaped lightly, passing through as if an intangible entity, making no sound whatsoever. This enigmatic evasion technique undoubtedly rendered his speed remarkably unusual. Yet, his brow was furrowed tightly, his eyes glimmering with a faint blue light as he scanned the surroundings. Unable to employ his divine sense deep within the forest, he relied solely on the clarity of his spiritual vision to locate the shadow beasts and preemptively avoid them. He could not fathom how Lu Shuer and Shirkuin managed their reactions. Whenever a shadow beast appeared, their response seemed to rival his own. This perplexed Mo immensely. Had they also cultivated some extraordinary sensory technique like him? Or did they possess some unknown magical artifact? Such thoughts deepened his admiration for his companions. Contemplating this, Mo's gaze shifted to either side. With the assistance of his spiritual vision, he could clearly see that Lu Shuer and Shirkuin had transformed into shadow beasts, positioned 100 paces away, advancing with remarkable speed. As he observed that the two individuals encountered no issues, his brow relaxed slightly, and he redirected his gaze forward. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen event transpired. A golden shadow suddenly surged forth from the darkness ahead, racing towards them. In an instant, it traversed dozens of yards, colliding violently with the concealed figure of Shirkuin. Despite Shirkuin's frantic attempts to evade, the swiftness of the assailant rendered him unable to escape. In desperation, he relinquished his disguise, emanating a brilliant golden light, channeling all his magical energy into his protective aura. A deafening roar erupted as the golden light clashed with the yellow radiance, causing the golden shadow to stagger back several steps before regaining its composure. Meanwhile, the dark beast form of Shirkuin was sent flying, crashing heavily against a massive tree several dozen yards away, snapping the enormous trunk that required several individuals to encircle it before finally coming to a halt. Yet, the dark beast, transformed from the burly man, lay half reclined amidst the shattered wood, his face etched with agony, seemingly unable to recover. Mo and the nearby cloaked woman witnessed this scene, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had previously borne witness to the formidable strength of Shirkuin's physical form. Yet, this seemingly indestructible body had been reduced to such a pitiful state by a mere unexpected collision with the golden shadow. The power of that golden figure was nothing short of terrifying. A blue glimmer flickered in Mo's eyes, and in an instant, he discerned the distant golden shadow, observing it in exquisite detail. However, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. The true form of the golden shadow was that of a dark beast, less than a yard in length, yet adorned with resplendent golden fur, its eyes gleaming with intensity, as deep and dark as the abyss. This was, indeed, the legendary king-level dark beast. Mo could not help but ponder. Could he truly be this unfortunate? Before setting off, He had speculated that encountering a king-level dark beast within such a short span was improbable. Yet here he was, having not yet encountered a high-tier three-eyed dark beast, now facing the most terrifying entity in this forest. Though he remained unaware of the beast's formidable abilities, its power undoubtedly surpassed the saint level. Lin Mo's spirits plummeted, his body momentarily pausing in place, his gaze fixed intently on the golden dark beast, unwilling to show the slightest sign of weakness. Simultaneously, several rare treasures within him began to tremble slightly in response to his thoughts. On another branch, transformed into a dark beast by Lu Shuer, she too remained perched, observing the golden dark beast with a demeanor akin to that of facing a formidable adversary. Chapter 640. This king-level dark beast, evidently startled by Shirkuan's sudden appearance, shook its head a few times before locking its fierce gaze onto Shirkuan, who was temporarily unable to rise. Accompanied by the gentle sway of its forelimbs, a sharp claw suddenly manifested at the forefront with a swift motion, as if preparing to launch a ferocious attack. Lin Mo and Lu Shuer, witnessing this scene, felt a tightening in their chests. The thought of rushing to aid Shirkuan surged in their minds. At that moment, Lin Mo and Lu Shuer exchanged glances, revealing their confusion and unease. Shirkuan, lying on the ground in excruciating pain, finally mustered the strength to rise. With a face full of fury, he communicated telepathically with Lin Mo and Lu Shuer, inquiring about the unfolding events. What on earth is happening? Why is a royal-level dark beast appearing here alone? I must be incredibly unfortunate to have stumbled upon such a formidable creature. Sure, brother, are you all right? Lu Shuer asked with concern, her voice laced with worry. Thank heavens, it was merely a brief loss of consciousness. I have now fully recovered, Shirkuan replied, suppressing his pain, and his voice gradually returned to normal, appearing not to be gravely harmed. However, upon hearing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, about to inquire further when an unsettling noise echoed from the distance. In an instant, the cries of myriad beasts erupted. The roar was akin to a thunderclap, deafening and disorienting, causing the surrounding trees to tremble violently, as if awakened in an instant. What on earth is happening? Lu Shuer exclaimed in shock. Lin Mo and Shirkuan also displayed expressions of astonishment and confusion. Yet, at that very moment, the cacophony ceased abruptly, replaced by a surge of powerful auras emerging from the source of the roars, racing towards them at an astonishing speed. Within mere moments, Lin Mo and the others heard a continuous rustling sound. This is urgent. We must evade at once, Lin Mo thought to himself, and with a pale visage, he quietly conveyed to Lu Shuer and Shirkuan before leaping onto a nearby large tree. With a flicker of azure light, he vanished without a trace. Shirkuan and Lu Shuer reacted with equal swiftness. Almost simultaneously with Lin Mo's warning, they realized the gravity of the situation. One individual suddenly stomped the ground, a flash of yellow light enveloping him as he sank into the earth. The other exhaled a sphere of blue radiance, gradually becoming indistinct within the light before disappearing entirely. Just as the three executed their escape, dark light flickered in the distance, and countless dark beasts surged forth from the woods like a tidal wave, their sheer numbers astounding. It seemed as though the majority of the dark beasts from the entire forest had converged in this location. Lin Mo, channeling his magical energy, swiftly distanced himself by several miles within a few breaths. Glancing back, he immediately noticed that among the dark beasts, many were of considerable size, sporting a peculiar gray vertical eye on their foreheads. These were indeed the high-tier, three-eyed dark beasts. They had not appeared during their previous journey, revealing that they had all been gathered here. As these dark beasts emerged, countless threads of consciousness expanded in all directions, encompassing hundreds of miles around them. In contrast to Lin Mo, the two cultivators showed no signs of slowing down, as if they had grown accustomed to navigating the rugged mountainous terrain. Their presence was exceedingly faint, seemingly merging with the surrounding environment, gradually vanishing from sight. They had already distanced themselves over 10 miles away. Clearly, their approach diverged sharply from Lin Mo's, while he chose to conceal his tracks as much as possible in place. They opted for a swift escape before the high-ranking dark beasts could detect them. The efficacy of such a strategy is undoubtedly debatable. Should those high-ranking dark beasts fail to perceive the existence of these two cultivators in a timely manner, their decision to depart early would undoubtedly be prudent. However, If their use of advanced evasion techniques rendered their previously effective concealment spells ineffective, thereby alerting the dark beasts to their presence, the situation would become exceedingly perilous. Lin Mo's choice to initially hide his tracks stemmed primarily from his possession of top-tier concealment treasures, such as the Tai transformation talisman and the Black Veil, which effectively masked his aura, making him difficult to detect. Among the multitude of high-ranking dark beasts, their gazes converged, and a terrifying mental presence descended from above, sweeping past Lin Mo's vicinity. Although this mental presence did not inflict any tangible harm upon Lin Mo or his companions, it undeniably heightened their vigilance. Lin Mo appeared to sense something unusual, his eyes flickering momentarily, fear evident upon his countenance. He suddenly caught sight of a golden figure darting through the throng of beasts like a bolt of lightning, its entire form radiating a dazzling golden light, undoubtedly another royal-level dark beast. This royal dark beast was noticeably larger than the one encountered previously, accompanied by 7 or 8 other three-eyed dark beasts. The third eye of these high-ranking beasts was not the ordinary grayish-white, but instead reflected a faint silvery glow. The emergence of the golden dark beast not only stirred unrest within the beast horde, but also imposed immense pressure upon the other dark beasts, which instinctively retreated, clearing a vast space for the sovereign to reside. At that moment, the beast horde ceased its movement, some perched upon trees while others hid underground, all regarding the golden dark beast with awe in their eyes. The golden dark beast surveyed its surroundings, emanating a formidable aura that swept through the area like a tempest, instantly suppressing the mental fluctuations of the other high-ranking dark beasts. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo's heart tightened, and he decisively halted his flight, quietly concealing himself behind a large tree, refraining from any further movement. In the distance, Lu Shui'er and Shikuan similarly sensed this overwhelming wave of energy, their faces paling instantaneously. They too ceased their flight, attempting to suppress their auras to evade the probing gaze of the other. However, the current situation was evidently more dire than before. Although Lin Mo successfully evaded this powerful mental presence, when it fell upon Lu Shui'er and Shikuan, their whereabouts were immediately laid bare. "We must leave this place at once." Shikuan felt a profound shift in the power of divine consciousness, and his countenance instantly paled to a ghostly hue. With a low roar, a flash of yellow light enveloped him as he unleashed his full strength, transforming into a brilliant beam of yellow light that soared into the heavens. Lu Shui'er, acutely aware of the peril, silently summoned a jade mouse emanating white light at her feet, which swiftly morphed into a dazzling radiance that enveloped her entirely, propelling her forward like a rocket. This sudden turn of events alerted not only the other golden shadow beasts, but also all ordinary and advanced shadow creatures, inciting a tumultuous stir among the beast horde. The golden shadow beast's eyes glinted with a piercing coldness, a palpable aura of menace surging skyward as it subtly moved its lips, seemingly preparing to issue a command. Yet, in the next moment, the creature's expression transformed dramatically as it turned its gaze toward the fleeing golden shadow beast, raising its head to unleash a thunderous howl that resonated through the air. The howl, clear and resounding, seemed to harbor a mysterious power. Upon hearing this cry, the shadow beasts, both ordinary and advanced, collapsed weakly to the ground. The advanced shadow creatures, though they struggled to remain upright, swayed perilously. Shortly after the echo of this howl faded, a similar cry resonated from a distant location. The two howls, while strikingly alike, carried an unmistakable tone of unbridled fury in the first. Upon hearing this sound, the golden shadow beasts within the horde exhibited expressions of extreme ferocity, accompanied by a low, rumbling growl. The previously stagnant horde surged forward once more, their sights evidently set on the position of the golden shadow beast ahead. However, the king-level shadow beast leading the pack did not abandon the pursuit of Lu Shui'er and Shikuan. It turned to a few silver-eyed shadow beasts nearby and emitted several commanding roars. The silver-eyed beasts promptly responded with respectful low growls, then transformed into streaks of silver light, racing toward Lu Shui'er and Shikuan. The king-level shadow beast then leaped into the air, rejoining the horde, pursuing another golden shadow beast. In an instant, the horde swept past like a tempest, the silver-eyed shadow beasts along with Lu Shui'er and Shikuan vanishing into the torrent. Lin Mo remained motionless within the giant tree, undisturbed, until an hour had passed, confirming the absence of other shadow beasts. Only then did he stir, dispelling the magical effects of the Tai hucking talisman and stowing the black veil away. Despite the time limitations of the Tai hucking talisman, the seemingly light black veil consumed an astonishing amount of magical energy. He certainly would not allow these two items to remain active without retrieval. A flash of green light heralded the emergence of Lin Mo's shadow beast form from the giant tree. He cast a cold glance in the direction where the horde and Lu Shuer had vanished, pondering briefly before letting out a resigned sigh. Subsequently, he expelled a small green sword from his mouth, which spun and transformed into a cascade of green light that arched downward. Following this, a streak of green light, a full yard in length, shot forth, pursuing the latter with unerring precision. In the beginning, the azure light dazzled brilliantly, yet it soon dimmed to a mere faint shadow of blue. Lin Mo's speed of escape could be likened to lightning. However, after half a morning of pursuit, he had yet to catch even the slightest glimpse of his target, were it not for the secret treasures they had crafted, which obscured the perception of their locations. One might have truly believed that he had lost track of Lu Shuer and the others. Ultimately, it became evident that Lu Shuer and Shi Kun were exerting their utmost to evade their pursuers, rendering Lin Mo's mastery of sword-based evasion ineffective in closing the distance. Nonetheless, despite the rapid pace, the silver-eyed dark beasts managed to closely trail behind them, underscoring the gravity of the situation. In a flurry of thoughts, Lin Mo resolved firmly within himself, and suddenly, his form shimmered with silver light, transforming back into human shape. He stowed away the beast skins that covered him, and with a single hand gesture, a deep rumble of thunder resonated through the air. A pair of crystalline wings materialized behind him. Lin Mo had summoned the wind and thunder wings. With a gentle wave, arcs of azure and white electricity crackled across the surface of his wings. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward as a streak of azure and white light, traversing a distance of 70 to 80 zhang in silence, appearing instantaneously from one end of the horizon to the other. This peculiar speed of escape rivaled that of beings from the Holy Clan, allowing him to stand unrivaled among those beneath such celestial ranks. At last, Lin Mo began to draw closer to the fleeing figures of Lu Shuer and Shi Kun. Fortunately, it appeared that all the dark beasts in the vicinity had been summoned away by the Dark Beast King, permitting him to fly boldly without encountering any further obstructions. After more than an hour of relentless effort, he finally caught up to his targets, spotting the silhouettes of the two ahead. In truth, he had not entirely closed the gap. By the time he arrived, Lu Shuer and Shi Kun had been forced to halt their escape. Engaging in fierce combat with several silver-eyed dark beasts, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, clearly perceiving everything from several miles away. At that moment, Shi Kun was clad in resplendent yellow armor that shimmered like the dawn, standing firm in the air with unwavering stability. In his hands, he wielded a pair of crimson hammers, which, when swung, summoned an array of flames the size of fists that swirled around him incessantly. Waves of searing heat coalesced into a faintly discernible crimson fire dragon, spiraling around him with a menacing ferocity. Above the warrior's head, a red jade vial spun continuously, unleashing torrents of crimson beams that rained down in wild attacks in all directions. It became apparent that Shi Kun's true expertise lay not in earth-based techniques, but rather in the formidable offensive capabilities of fire-based divine powers, a revelation that took Lin Mo by surprise. Surrounding Shi Kun were three silver-eyed dark beasts, unyielding in their ferocity, unleashing all their doppelgangers, transforming into over a dozen indistinguishable shadows that launched frenzied assaults from every conceivable angle. Countless black rays and crimson lights collided, unleashing a cacophony of deafening sounds. Although Shi Kun wielded his dual hammers with immense power, the silver figures moved with an uncanny grace and astonishing speed, often evading his strikes and forcing him to focus solely on self-defense. More critically, the three silver-eyed dark beasts not only participated in the assault, but the third one, with its vertical pupil, emitted an exceedingly perilous silver beam. Shi Kun dared not allow these beams to penetrate his defenses and strike him. He could only rely on his hammers to withstand their relentless onslaught. Lin Mo observed keenly as the silver rays released from the dark beast's ominous eyes met the crimson hammer. Upon impact, the area would immediately plunge into darkness, and even though the surrounding red light would rebound swiftly, it required considerable time for the colossal hammer to regain its original form. Chapter 641. Fortunately, the silver-eyed beasts could not sustain such a formidable blue beam attack for long. Thus, despite their combined efforts against Shirkuan, they failed to breach his defenses, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Conversely, the battle involving Lu Shui, and the other four silver-eyed dark beasts unfolded quite differently. At some point, this female cultivator had summoned a dazzling set of silver shuttle artifacts. Though each was merely a few inches in size, they comprised 8 shimmering shuttles that emitted twinkling silver light as they soared, reminiscent of stars scattered across the night sky, exuding an overwhelming aura. Moreover, a peculiar silver figure appeared behind Lu Shui, resembling a graceful woman clad in silver armor. As she gently waved her arms, countless indistinct arm shadows manifested, as if she possessed hundreds or even thousands of limbs. With each sweep, a similarly blurred silver longsword would materialize in her grasp, releasing streams of white sword energy. As her arms continued to dance, an unrelenting torrent of sword energy cascaded forth, intertwining with the silver stars formed by the shuttles, enveloping everything within a radius of 100 feet. Despite the furious assaults of the 4 silver-eyed dark beasts, who recklessly hurled themselves at Lu Shui, they could not breach her defenses. At this moment, it was evident that Lu Shui, held the upper hand. Lin Mo, witnessing this, felt a momentary relief, yet could not help but sigh. Previously, both had solemnly declared that they lacked confidence in facing more than 3 ordinary dark beasts. Yet now, they not only confronted the mightier 3-eyed beasts, but one side maintained a competitive balance, while the other even gained the advantage. This revelation rendered their earlier assertions rather unreliable. Nonetheless, such circumstances were not unexpected. After all, in initial encounters, individuals often conceal their true capabilities. The Golden Dark Beast, although it had seen through the cultivation levels of Shirkuan and Lin Mo at a glance, had likely underestimated them, presuming they were merely ordinary late-stage void refinement cultivators. Hence, it dispatched only a few silver-eyed dark beasts to pursue them. Had they indeed been ordinary late-stage void refinement cultivators, they would likely struggle to withstand the combined onslaught of these silver-eyed beasts. However, the current situation does not necessarily indicate that Lu Shui's abilities surpass those of Shirkuan, nor that the prowess of the several silver-eyed dark beasts is inferior to theirs. Both the dark beasts and Lu Shui's group have yet to unleash their full potential, instead engaging in a seemingly fierce exchange of offense and defense while searching for a lethal opportunity. Only at the critical moment of life and death can the true strengths and weaknesses of their abilities be revealed. Yet, under Lin Mo's keen perception, he noted that both Shirkuan and Lu Shui bore expressions of grave seriousness, tinged with a hint of apprehension. This was entirely reasonable, for they were situated in the heart of the dark beast forest. Although it appeared that all the dark beasts had been drawn away by the king-level dark beasts, who could predict when they might suddenly return? If the beast hordes surged back, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, they could hardly escape calamity. However, if they were to exert their utmost strength at this moment, the combined power of the 7 silver-eyed dark beasts would certainly match theirs. Even if they unleashed their ultimate moves to vanquish the foe, they would inevitably suffer severe injuries. In such a predicament, how could they hope to exit the dark beast forest unscathed and evade the impending pursuit? Driven by this conflicting mindset, Lu Shui and her companion naturally felt a surge of anxiety. They could only hope for Lin Mo's swift arrival. With the 3 of them united, they would stand a greater chance of victory, thus securing an easier triumph. Lin Mo's mind raced, swiftly grasping the dire predicament faced by Shirkuan and the others. Understanding the urgency, he realized that the battle must be resolved quickly. They could not afford to be ensnared in a stalemate with these malevolent creatures, lest the situation spiral into unpredictability. Resolutely flicking his robe, his concealed hands deftly produced an object. With another swift motion of his arm, a dark spherical entity was propelled forth, vanishing into the air without a trace. Simultaneously, his other hand transformed, becoming as black as ink, with ethereal rays of light emanating from his fingertips. His body shimmered with golden light, and golden scales emerged, manifesting the true essence of the venerable saint's demon art. Following this, he raised one hand, and a piece of black silk swiftly surged forth, spiraling around him before enveloping his form. His figure gradually became transparent and intangible, ultimately disappearing without a trace in the distance. Moments later, amidst the battlefield where Shirkuin stood, a dark beast. Frantically brandishing its claws amidst the dense sword and silver light, suddenly sensed a reduction in the force of its attacks, revealing a glimmer of surprise and confusion in its eyes. At that instant, a disturbance rippled through the void behind it, and a snow-white object abruptly shot forth, hurtling directly towards the beast. The silver-eyed dark beast reacted swiftly. Before its head could turn, it instinctively extended a claw to strike back. Accompanied by a flicker of black light, several black claw strikes were unleashed. With a resounding boom, the black strikes collided with a burst of white light from the white object, resulting in a heart-stirring explosion. Seizing this moment, the beast's body became momentarily blurred, and it abruptly turned its head, finally discerning the object that had launched the surprise attack. It was a serpentine creature, extending several yards in length, its scales glistening with an ethereal sheen, emanating a chilling aura that instilled dread. Its unfeeling eyes fixated upon the dark beast before it. The dark creature, upon witnessing this, erupted in a furious rage. Yet, before it could respond, a minuscule peak, scarcely an inch in size, materialized above its head, whirling before transforming into a colossal entity towering over 100 yards, descending silently. The surface of this peak was etched with colossal silver runes, inscribed in argent glyphs. Due to the peak's peculiar emergence and its noiseless descent, the dark creature remained oblivious until the moment it began to exert pressure. At that instant, the white serpent opposite it also unhinged its jaw, releasing a blue jade fan that it wielded vigorously against the dark beast. A torrent of azure light surged forth, hurtling towards its adversary, causing the creature to be momentarily paralyzed with shock. The other two dark beasts, witnessing the unfolding chaos, let out furious roars, abandoning their pursuit of Shirkuin and redirecting their charge towards this new threat. Shirkuin erupted into laughter, and the two red iron hammers in his grasp suddenly slipped from his hands, transforming into formidable projectiles of considerable size, hurtling towards the two dark beasts with commanding presence. Before they even touched the ground, two invisible forces enveloped them, momentarily halting their movements, compelling them to retaliate with blasts of dark energy against the impending lethal strike from above. The dark beast, being pressed down by the immense mountain, in a state of desperation, felt its fur bristle, subsequently transforming into a multitude of black rays that hissed as they surged towards the encroaching blue light. Following this, the great beast raised its head, unleashing a vast and dark beam from its base, aimed directly at the mountain. It did not harbor any illusions that this hasty assault could counter the dual onslaught. However, it was certain that by slightly alleviating the pressure from both sides, it could successfully evade this peril. In the next moment, a fierce black light erupted from its surface, and its form disintegrated into hundreds of black butterflies. Darting in all directions, the black beam collided with the mountain, causing it to tremble ever so slightly. This brief pause allowed numerous black butterflies to swiftly retreat to a distance of 20 to 30 yards, poised to evade the mountain-esque grasp with a mere flicker. Yet, at that moment, a voice, cold and laced with disdain, resonated from the nearby void. The seemingly unremarkable black butterflies faltered at the sound, nearly plummeting from the air. Almost simultaneously, the silver runes upon the surface of the black mountain blazed with an extraordinary brilliance. Following this, a flash of gray light erupted from the mountain's base, accompanied by a piercing sound as countless gray threads shot forth. In an instant, the sky below illuminated, and the densely woven gray threads pierced through the stunned black butterflies. Those butterflies trembled violently, as if confronted by an existential threat, shattering once more into innumerable fragments of black light. At this moment, the mountain peaks slowly rotated, a powerful gravitational force transforming into a gray radiance that surged forth, enveloping all the dark specks within it. Following a piercing howl, it re-entered the depths of the mountain, vanishing without a trace. The dark beast was inexplicably absorbed by the Yuan magnetic divine mountain. Whether it met its demise or not, only the heavens could ascertain. The black radiance emanating from the hard fur of the colossal creature, along with the three shadowy avatars attacking Shirkuin from afar, dissipated entirely once deprived of their original magical essence. Nearby, two other gigantic beasts had just utilized beams of light from their mouths to strike down Shirkuin's oversized fire hammers. Upon witnessing this turn of events, they were filled with astonishment and fury. After exchanging a glance, they suddenly let out a deep roar, their surfaces flickering with unstable black light as their forms began to swell uncontrollably. In an instant, the two dark beasts, previously only a few zhang in size, transformed into towering figures exceeding 10 zhang, their pelts shifting from black to a faint silver, their aura amplifying more than double. The shadowy avatars also experienced a significant surge in power, their sizes increasing correspondingly. Observing this transformation, Shirkuan's expression shifted slightly, yet he boldly bellowed, his yellow battle armor radiating brilliantly. He raised his arm high and forcefully pointed at the two crimson hammers in the air. The red fire serpent that had been swirling around him emitted a clear, dragon-like cry and merged into the hammers. The twin hammers blazed with red light, striking fiercely towards the two colossal beasts. Before even nearing their target, a torrent of scorching flames surged forth. The beasts, now emboldened by their enhanced strength, lifted their heads and let out a long howl, their foreclaws lightly grasping the distant void. With a series of soft thuds, four elongated claw lights shot out, merging into a singular, imposing black crescent. This dark crescent swiftly and sharply dispelled the oncoming flames while accurately slicing down upon the two crimson hammers. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens and earth. The clash of black and red lights intertwined, revealing an equal contest, locked in a stalemate. Subsequently, both dark beasts opened their massive jaws in unison, unleashing two thick black beams that shot forth at great speed. Simultaneously, the shadowy avatars seized the moment, launching a fierce assault on Shirkuan. Undaunted, Shirkuan revealed a fierce grin, clenching his fists tightly. In an instant, brilliant yellow light erupted from his hands, and with a swift motion of his arms, countless fist shadows exploded from his form like a meteor shower, racing towards the beams and shadows. Just as the two ferocious beasts re-engaged in a fierce battle with Shirkuan, a white giant python shimmered with radiant light, suddenly transforming into an elegant woman clad in white. Her beauty resembled that of a celestial being from a painting, exuding grace and poise. As soon as the woman made her appearance, she performed an ethereal grasp toward the azure jade fan, causing it to tremble slightly before it shot back into her hand. With a gentle flick, the blue jade fan began to swing toward the two ferocious beasts in rapid succession. Time and again, streams of azure radiance soared forth, intertwining to form a straight line that ultimately coalesced into a towering wave of blue, standing over 10 zhang high, surging majestically toward the two beasts. Simultaneously, the black mountain suspended in midair trembled slightly and vanished without a sound. Yet, in the next instant, a flash of gray light illuminated the sky above the beasts, and the black mountain bizarrely reappeared. It spun around, enveloped by a misty gray glow that swiftly descended. Having witnessed the dire fate of their companion, the two beasts were not oblivious to the hidden assailant, and they let out furious roars. The black light on their bodies flickered as they leaped toward the center. An astonishing scene unfolded. The two colossal beasts, illuminated by the black light, merged in midair, transforming into a silver giant with two heads. This fused creature was of immense size, exceeding 20 zhang, and between its twin heads, a third vertical eye emerged, its size magnified several times, resembling two radiant silver lanterns. As this giant revealed itself, both heads simultaneously swung, and the third eye abruptly opened, shooting forth a silver beam as thick as a thumb. One beam raced toward the blue wave, while the other targeted the black mountain above. In a fleeting moment, the silver beams struck their marks with unerring precision. Despite their slender appearance, these beams harbored unimaginable power. The blue wave and the black mountain trembled violently, then became suspended in midair as if frozen, no longer moving an inch. A voice, slightly surprised, suddenly emanated from the void near the giant. Chapter 642. The original two-headed giant, elated by the efficacy of its own powers, was momentarily taken aback by the seemingly nearby sound of astonishment. In an instant, its expression shifted, and an extraordinarily large forelimb swung toward the source of the voice like lightning. Given the giant's massive form, even a single paw was of considerable size, reaching about a zhang. As the claw shimmered, it swiftly covered a vast area. Concurrently, the giant's head turned, and its silver eyes flashed briefly, unleashing another beam of brilliant silver light. Since the fusion of the giant, its third eye had acquired the ability to emit silver light multiple times. Those who had previously battled these dark beasts with silver eyes, caught off guard, would surely find themselves vulnerable to such an attack. A deafening explosion erupted suddenly, revealing a figure in the seemingly empty void, radiating a dazzling golden light. With a casual wave of his hand, he unexpectedly unleashed a radiant silver seal, which, amidst a swirling motion, transformed into a cascade of silvery brilliance, effortlessly repelling the colossal claws of the two-headed beast. In response to the fleeting silver light, the figure merely snorted coldly, and a translucent shield materialized before him, swiftly expanding to a height of 10 feet, standing resolutely in his defense. As the silver light made contact with the crystal shield, it bizarrely flickered and slipped past, circumventing the golden figure's neck without producing any effect. The two-headed beast was momentarily taken aback. The golden figure was none other than Lin Mo, who had just unveiled his true identity by removing the black veil. The white python was, in fact, a spirit puppet. Upon witnessing the beast's massive claws approaching, he had promptly summoned his newly acquired celestial seal, not merely for protection but to test the artifact's formidable power. Now, witnessing the seal effortlessly withstand the beast's assault under the shimmering silver light, he felt a surge of joy, a slight smile gracing his lips as he chuckled softly. With a sudden flap of his wings, the figure instantly transformed into a streak of azure white lightning, vanishing from sight. The beast, startled, frantically searched with its 6 eyes. However, a thunderous roar erupted from above, and Lin Mo's silhouette materialized atop a motionless black peak. Coldly surveying the treasure beneath him, he stretched out a foot, gently pressing against the mountain's surface. The once still peak erupted with dazzling silver runes, which then surged tenfold in brilliance, seemingly penetrating its outer layer, flickering erratically. Almost simultaneously, the peak began to sink, distorting the surrounding void, the sound of tearing fabric unmistakably resonating. The mountain, along with Lin Mo atop it, vanished without a trace. A flicker of gray light enveloped the beast as the black peak appeared as if it had always existed there, firmly pressing down upon it. The two-headed monster let out a terrified roar, yet before it could react, it was crushed under the weight of the mountain like a shooting star. During the descent, the silver runes on the peak flashed once more, and both the black mountain and the beast below vanished into the void. Soon after, the ground trembled with an earth-shattering force. The black peak reappeared as if teleporting, and simultaneously, a massive pit, 200 feet in diameter, emerged beneath it. The two-headed beast lay deeply embedded in the pit, with only its 2 heads protruding, blood streaming from its 7 orifices, unable to move a muscle. Lin Mo stood firmly atop the highest point of the peak, observing the scene with a glint of cold light in his eyes. Suddenly, with a flick of his sleeve, 2 flying swords, mere inches in length, soared from his expansive robes. After a brief flutter in the air, they elongated into 2 resplendent beams of light, each spanning 70 to 80 feet. In the blink of an eye, these luminous streaks, moving with the swiftness of lightning, reached the foot of the mountain. The azure glow surged like a tidal wave, as 2 colossal heads plummeted to the ground, akin to rolling boulders. Astonishingly, the point of rupture on the massive beast's neck exhibited an inky darkness, seemingly devoid of any blood. Yet, Lin Mo's expression remained impassive. He merely lifted his foot and stepped once more upon the peak beneath him. A thunderous roar echoed, causing the mountain to tremble slightly under his weight, deepening the chasm below by a third and expanding its area by nearly half. The lifeless body of the giant beast below disintegrated instantaneously, scattering countless shards of black light like a meteor shower. However, before these dark specks could drift more than 10 paces away, they were suddenly engulfed by a vast expanse of gray light released from the mountain, drawn back into its depths. At this moment, Lin Mo revealed a faint smile, soaring into the air once again, while his obsidian palm gently grasped at the void. The mountain emitted a dull rumble before rapidly diminishing in size, ultimately transforming into a black beam of light that returned to Lin Mo's hand, restored to its original few-inch stature. From the emergence of the white python conjured by the spirit puppet to Lin Mo's extraordinary display of skill that swiftly vanquished 3 silver-eyed dark beasts, what seemed like an eternity was, in truth, but a fleeting instant. On the other side, Shirkuan, who had been fervently wielding a pair of fiery hammers, found his adversary suddenly vanished the very next moment. All the powers unleashed by the giant beast dissipated into nothingness. In his moment of bewilderment, he hurriedly retracted his hammers, gazing at Lin Mo with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation, acutely aware of the doll's presence. Nevertheless, Lin Mo returned a serene smile, beckoning to the doll. Instantly, the spirit puppet stowed the blue jade fan into its possession and transformed into a white beam of light that sped away. In a flash, it metamorphosed into a diminutive white serpent, silently slithering into Lin Mo's sleeve. Lin Mo retrieved the puppet, unhesitatingly unfurling his wings, and amidst the thunderous roars, he became a dazzling arc of lightning, propelling himself forth. After a resounding crack of thunder, he found himself hovering above another battlefield. At that moment, Shirkuin comprehended the situation, his own golden light flickering as he too vanished, appearing beside Lin Mo within a few breaths. His eyes glinting with fierce intensity as he gazed downward. The battle below had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Once in a position of dominance, Lu Shuer now found herself ensnared in a life-or-death struggle. The four silver-eyed dark beasts opposing her had merged into a singular silver giant with four heads, stretching an imposing 40 to 50 fathoms in length, its aura nearly rivaling that of a saintly powerhouse. The four eyes of the beast's head gleamed, and the third silver eye unleashed torrents of silvery threads, cascading forth with unparalleled speed, ceaselessly showering forward. Meanwhile, Lu Shuer, who was desperately evading this onslaught, clearly summoned all the arcane powers and treasures at her disposal. In addition to the set of silver needles, she also conjured a white banner and a small golden drum. The white banner transformed into swirling clouds of luminous mist, its internal runes churning and shifting in endless variation. The golden drum spun rapidly, unleashing waves of golden light that surged towards the colossal beast like tumultuous seas. As for Lu Shuer herself, beyond the manifestation of the thousand-armed deity behind her, she expelled radiant blue lotuses from her mouth, each one crystalline and extraordinarily beautiful. The might of these ice lotuses was truly astonishing. Those silver threads that managed to breach other defenses and occasionally approached were swiftly struck down by these ice lotuses, vanishing without a trace upon impact. However, it was evident that casting these ice lotuses drained her significantly. With each lotus she conjured, her complexion would instantly pale, and within a short span, she had unleashed hundreds of them, enveloping her in shimmering light, causing her to sway precariously. It was only upon seeing the timely arrival of Lin Mo and Shirkuin that she resolved to persevere. Otherwise, she would have fled the moment the four-headed beast emerged. Now, witnessing Lin Mo and Shirkuin finally arrive, a smile of relief graced her face as she urgently called out, "Fellow Taoists, this beast is exceedingly formidable. Please, unleash your combined secret technique at once." Lin Mo, who had been preparing to strike at the beast below, was momentarily taken aback by her words. But he soon nodded gently. With a deft gesture of his dark hand, the hazy light behind him erupted skyward, forming an expansive luminous curtain. Meanwhile, Shirkuin, after a brief hesitation, emitted a deep shout, his surface aura transforming into a profound black. With arms outstretched, countless gray beams shot forth. Lu Shuer, in turn, altered her hand seals, causing the divine form behind her to suddenly vanish, replaced by a slowly materializing gray halo. The halo flickered slightly, spinning at an astonishing speed, as myriad runes surged forth, rapidly shattering and recombining. In the blink of an eye, a mysterious colossal rune began to take shape at the center of the halo. Lowering her gaze, Lu Shuer recited intricate and esoteric incantations. The four-headed beast, sensing an impending danger, roared in fury, its silver eyes unleashing beams of silver light. Thicker than usual, these beams converged, forming a massive light beam, approximately the size of a bowl, shooting directly towards Lu Shuer. Simultaneously, the enormous shadowy figures split into two groups, fiercely lunging towards Lin Mo and Shirkuin in the air. They had not yet approached, yet they had already unleashed beams of light, their forms twisting eerily in the embrace of dark mist, morphing into vast black nets that descended ominously upon Lin Mo and Shirkuin. However, to Lin Mo, these were merely embodiments of the silver-eyed dark beasts, and he regarded them with indifference. With a cold smirk, without even lifting a hand or foot, a sphere of silver flame erupted from within him, swirling momentarily before suddenly doubling in size, transforming into a towering silver fireball. In the midst of this battle, the fireball spun and then detonated spontaneously, releasing an endless cascade of silver sparks that scattered like countless stars across the sky. The dark beam of light evidently collided with Lin Mo's defensive crystal shield, causing it to flicker momentarily. Yet, the beam merely brushed past him, oddly gliding by without inflicting any harm. As for the massive net formed by the shadow, before it could completely envelop them, it was bombarded by the dense silver sparks, igniting a fierce blaze. The silver flames spread rapidly, consuming the black net in the blink of an eye, turning it to wisps of blue smoke that vanished into nothingness. Simultaneously, although Shirkuin did not effortlessly dissolve the enemy's attack as Lin Mo did, he suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a crimson copper mirror. The mirror trembled violently, emitting three colored flames that not only easily obliterated the black beam of light, but also lifted the encroaching black net, preventing it from descending even a fraction. Faced with the imposing silver beam, Lu Shueyer's expression shifted slightly, yet without hesitation. She formed an unusual hand seal with one hand while extending a slender finger towards the approaching silver beam with the other. Immediately, the gray halo behind her emitted a resonant hum and detached from her hand, racing towards the silver beam. The silver beam flickered and powerfully struck the central rune of the halo. The enormous rune within began to spin rapidly, ultimately becoming blurred and indistinguishable. Then, astonishingly, the beam appeared to become ensnared in a quagmire, silently merging into the rune before vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, before the colossal beast, a grayish light flickered and a towering rune materialized, its surface radiating brilliant silver light. A silver beam, identical to the one before, erupted forth from it, racing towards the giant beast. It turned out that Lu Shueyer had just performed an incredible divine technique, directly drawing the silver beam into the void and skillfully reflecting it back. However, such a technique evidently exacted a tremendous toll. Lu Shueyer's previously pallid complexion now bore an unusual flush of vibrant red, yet her body remained as steady as a mountain. Moreover, the hue on her face quickly faded into oblivion. Upon witnessing their attack rebound, the four-headed beast was momentarily stunned, quickly succumbing to an overwhelming rage. Yet they found themselves powerless, merely releasing another 4 beams of silver light amidst the glimmer of the silver eyes. Chapter 643 with a resounding boom. 2 streams of silvery light collided violently, creating a dazzling explosion of brilliance. The immense silver waves radiated outward, causing a slight distortion in the surrounding space, accompanied by a resonant hum. In this fleeting moment of respite, Lu Shueyer flicked her 10 fingers towards the sky in rapid succession. A series of colorful incantations shot forth, shimmering as they vanished into the luminous halo. "Go!" Lu Shueyer exclaimed, her voice ringing with authority as her fingers resolutely pointed at the gray light wheel before her. The wheel trembled violently, and the runes at its center flickered furiously, transforming into a gray beam of light that surged forth. At this very moment, Lin Mo and Shirkuin maintained their impassive expressions as they simultaneously invoked their spells. The gray light mist and thin gray threads shot towards the heads of the 4-headed colossal beast with instantaneous speed. In a mere flash, the 3 elements seamlessly converged, forming an enormous light sphere exceeding 10 zhang in diameter. The sphere's surface was shrouded in gray light, yet it displayed countless runes the size of fists, each radiating a brilliant glow. Following a deep, resonant sound, the light sphere began to shatter at an astonishing pace, with the dense runes cascading forth like a surging tide. By the lakeside, Lin Mo, Lu Shueyer, and Shirkuin observed this sudden spectacle, immediately responding with practiced precision as if they had rehearsed it 1,000 times. They used their other hands to weave spells, reciting incantations once more. In the sky above, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The runes erupting from the light sphere began to spiral slowly in the air before descending like a torrential downpour upon the giant beast below. The sheer number of runes resembled a rain of destruction. The colossal beast, sensing the formidable power contained within these runes, roared in fury, with all 4 of its heads pressing together in a fierce convergence, ultimately merging into a single, even more fearsome visage. This newly formed giant not only sprouted 2 sharp antler-like horns atop its head, but also possessed 2 elongated tusks, each a yard long, protruding menacingly from its mouth, glistening ominously like massive blades. Even more terrifying were the 4 silver eyes aligned on its forehead, some scanning incessantly, while others remained still. As the runes cascaded from the heavens, all four silver eyes of the beast turned skyward, their pupils swirling with silver light. Subsequently, numerous silver orbs appeared above its head, each no larger than a thumb, swiftly transforming into beams of silver radiance racing upward. Simultaneously, the beast took a deep breath and opened its mouth, gradually expelling a pitch-black sphere of light. As the sphere left its maw, it expanded dramatically, in the blink of an eye enveloping the entire body of the giant in a curtain of darkness. The luminous curtain loomed thick and solid, its surface intermittently flickering with an erratic brilliance, exuding an air of enigma. From his vantage point high above, Lin Mo beheld this spectacle, his eyes narrowing slightly as a glimmer of icy light flashed within them. At that moment, silver beams of light collided with runes in midair, erupting into a dazzling explosion of spiritual radiance. Instantly, the surrounding atmosphere descended into chaos, the spiritual pressure oscillating violently. A towering whirlwind, reaching heights of over 100 feet, emerged, rampaging uncontrollably, seemingly intent on devouring everything in its path. Even Lu Shuier and Shikuan could not help but change their expressions, retreating over 10 paces while simultaneously summoning their defensive artifacts to shield their bodies. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lin Mo, who had been floating in the high skies, unfurled his wings with a sudden surge, transforming into a bolt of azure-white lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, amidst the rippling spatial fluctuations beside the black luminous curtain, Lin Mo reappeared, enveloped in a cocoon of azure-white lightning. Within the curtain, a colossal beast was lowly growling, its four eyes gleaming with a silvery light. Black scales began to emerge across its body, and long, dark whiskers sprouted from either side of its jaw. Coupled with its previously slender tail, which now appeared robust, and a pair of enormous eyes reminiscent of lanterns, it bore the unmistakable visage of a Chilan spirit beast. Dark light flickered from the beast's mouth, emanating a chilling aura that instilled a sense of dread. Lin Mo's heart momentarily stilled, yet his face betrayed no shift in emotion. His lips merely twitched slightly. Suddenly, a golden radiance enveloped his form, and a phantom of 3 heads and 6 arms soared forth from within him. The apparition extended an arm, and with a casual sweep, conjured a resplendent broken sword, which it then gently traced against the black luminous curtain. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo and his companions, thousands of miles away, a golden-hued magical beast was swiftly traversing through the dense forest, trailed by several dozen 3-eyed divine beasts. Abruptly, a golden glow erupted from its body, halting it atop a tree branch as it turned its gaze toward the source of a sound, its eyes revealing a mix of surprise and confusion. Mere moments later, this king-level magical beast emitted a series of furious low growls toward a trailing 3-eyed divine beast. The latter responded with a roar, respectfully retreating a few steps before swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Upon witnessing this, the king-level magical beast turned its attention forward, resuming its relentless dash. To it, the intruders who had unwittingly trespassed into the dark beast forest were utterly detestable. However, they paled in comparison to the target it was currently pursuing. Thus, despite sensing the demise of several silver-eyed dark beasts, it merely issued a command to reorganize and continued onward without hesitation. The other 3-eyed divine beasts closely trailed behind the golden monster. In the dense forest surrounding them, the rustling of leaves echoed, indicating that numerous other dark beasts were also in pursuit. However, upon careful listening, one could discern that some of the rustling sounds gradually diminished, as many dark beasts seemingly chose to retreat, distancing themselves from this place. Lin Mo, with his arms crossed, quietly floated in the low air. Beneath him lay the remains of a colossal beast with 4 heads, cleaved in 2, its body now a shattered relic, with countless black glimmers dissipating from its surface. Lu Shuier and Shikuan gazed at Lin Mo in a state of astonishment, although they endeavored to maintain their composure. The flicker of their eyes betrayed a hint of fear. Just moments ago, the combined force of the Yuan magnetic secret technique and the silver radiance unleashed by the 4-headed beast had been overwhelmingly powerful, compounded by Lin Mo's remarkably swift movements, leaving them unable to comprehend how he had vanquished the beast. They only caught a fleeting glimpse of an exceptionally bright golden light flashing below. Subsequently, the beast, along with its protective black barrier, was effortlessly cleaved in two before succumbing to its demise. This beast possessed strength comparable to that of a nascent saint, yet it was so easily slain, an utterly incredulous feat. Furthermore, at the instant the golden light had ignited, both of them felt as though the surrounding vital energies of the world were drawn by a tremendous force, surging fervently towards the golden light, only to vanish without a trace alongside its disappearance. This left them in profound astonishment. The ability to mobilize the energies of the world is not an uncommon phenomenon. However, for beings of their caliber to achieve such a feat, they typically required extensive time to recite incantations, with a significant risk of failure. Yet, the opponent executed this with remarkable ease, as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. Could it be that the opponent's powers were so formidable, rivaling those of their master? If that were indeed the case, it would be utterly unfathomable. Lu Shuier and Shikuan pondered this, their gazes towards Lin Mo becoming increasingly unnatural. Nevertheless, Lin Mo remained composed, his expression devoid of any tumult. After he summoned his true demonic form and instantaneously vanquished the enormous beast with the Xiantian cleft blade, he swiftly retracted his form back into his body, preventing Lu Shuier and Shikuan from discerning any clues. The reason Lin Mo was willing to expend additional power to wield the Xiantian cleft blade was undoubtedly to assess the efficacy of the newly refined Brahmin saint form, as well as the potency of the blade itself. Perhaps due to the actual consumption of the Xiantian cleft blade being significantly lower than anticipated, or because the true form of the Brahmin saint inherently possessed a remarkable ability to regulate the consumption of its power. The strike that absorbed the vital energies of the world to slay the beast was not only several times easier than before, but also consumed only about 1/3 of the power previously required. Although Lin Mo had intentionally moderated the majority of the blade's might during this process, the outcome still left him quite satisfied. Nevertheless, even so, after the last utilization of the Xiantian fruit in the Magold Mountains, his manifestation of power had suffered considerable depletion. Had it not been for the diligent cultivation he had undertaken in Cloud City over the years, restoring a significant portion of his strength, he might have hesitated to recklessly employ his manifested power once more. As thoughts swirled in Lin Mo's mind, his ink-black palm suddenly reached out toward the lifeless body of the colossal beast below. In an instant, a grayish light radiated forth, engulfing the black specks of the corpse entirely, yet leaving behind four glistening, thumb-sized orbs that shimmered like silver. These were indeed the inner cores of the three-eyed dark beast. Lin Mo raised his brow slightly. Just as he was about to extend his hand to collect these inner cores, a sudden low growl of excitement emanated from his sleeve. He paused momentarily in surprise, but after a brief contemplation, he swiftly waved his robe. A golden silhouette transformed into several indistinct shadows that darted forth from his sleeve, and in a flash, it coalesced into a small beast adorned with golden patterns. This was the leopard Lin beast. Ever since its elevation to the transformation stage, it had been diligently training within Lin Mo's spirit beast ring, and with the nurturing of various elixirs provided by Lin Mo, it had now advanced to the mid-transformation stage, on the verge of reaching the later stage. However, despite this progress, the beast's strength had become insufficient to offer substantial assistance to Lin Mo, whose powers had been greatly enhanced. Hence, throughout previous battles, Lin Mo had refrained from summoning this creature. At this moment, the leopard Lin beast displayed such excitement within the spirit beast ring that Lin Mo was naturally filled with curiosity and decided to release it. As soon as the leopard Lin beast appeared, it leaped forward, swiftly darting toward the front. In a blur of afterimages, it devoured all four dark beast inner cores in one bite, then executed a graceful turn to land once again upon Lin Mo's shoulder. It gently nudged Lin Mo's neck with its soft head, emitting a series of cheerful grunts, clearly expressing its affection for him. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly. With a flick of his hand, a flash of silver light revealed three identical round orbs in his palm. The small beast's eyes instantly glowed with brilliance, and without hesitation, it leaped upward once more, transforming into a vague shadow as it swiftly darted forward, consuming the three silver-eyed dark beast inner cores in a single gulp. It then hovered above Lin Mo's palm, roaring joyfully, seemingly filled with delight. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Although he was unaware of the reason behind the small beast's particular fondness for the silver-eyed dark beast inner cores, while showing no interest in the previously acquired ordinary dark beast core, It was undoubtedly beneficial for the leopard-Lin beast to devour such a bounty. Without further ado, Lin Mo gently waved his sleeve again, and a surge of azure light shot forth, enveloping the small beast within. In a blink, the creature vanished mysteriously into the azure glow, returning to the spirit beast ring. As for the wondrous effects these inner cores might impart upon the leopard-Lin beast, it would only be revealed once the beast had completed its refinement. At this moment, Lu Shuier and Shikuan witnessed the entire process of the leopard-Lin beast devouring the inner core. They exchanged glances and ultimately decided to approach Lin Mo. When they were merely a few zhang away, they halted in their tracks. The cloaked woman, her eyes shimmering with mirth, remarked, "This time, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Brother Lin for his assistance. Had it not been for him, those three-eyed dark beasts would have proven exceedingly difficult to contend with, allowing them to merge freely. I fear that both Shikuan and I might have perished here." Indeed, Shikuan sighed with a bittersweet smile. Brother Lin's prowess is truly beyond our reach. Were it not for the absolute prohibition of outsiders above the saint level entering this world, I would almost suspect you to be a transformed predecessor. Both Lu Shuier and Shikuan unconsciously imbued their demeanor and tone with a hint of reverence. Observing their expressions, Lin Mo swept his gaze over the two, smiling as he said, "Why must you both be so humble? Had it not been for your efforts in restraining the majority of these beasts, I would not have achieved victory so effortlessly. However, even with their complete annihilation, it is unwise to linger here. Surely, other dark beasts will continue to pursue us. It would be prudent for us to depart swiftly. Brother Lin speaks wisely. We should set off without delay." Lu Shuier's countenance shifted slightly upon hearing this, yet she promptly expressed her agreement. Shikuan, too, had no objections, nodding fervently in affirmation. After a brief discussion, the trio transformed into 3 dazzling streaks of light and soared into the expanse. 5 or 6 days later, deep within a lush forest, Lin Mo, his expression impassive, executed a single-handed seal, summoning dozens of azure flying swords that coalesced into a blooming azure lotus, which then descended upon the head of a 3-eyed dark beast with ferocious intent. In an instant, the sword's brilliance cleaved the beast into countless fragments. Behind him, a doll-like figure wielding a blue jade fan relentlessly struck at another ordinary dark beast. The azure glow emanating from the fan surged forth, and in a mere flicker, it encased the beast and its 2 shadowy splits in a towering blue iceberg, rendering them utterly immobile. In the distance, the air was filled with the deafening roar of battle, accompanied by the explosive bursts of spiritual light. There, Lu Shuier and Shikuan showcased their formidable might, diligently exterminating the remaining dark beasts. This marked the 7th wave of interception they had encountered since departing the core area. Each wave comprised at least 5 or 6 beasts, with the most formidable reaching 7 or 8. Fortunately, the silver-eyed dark beast from that day was absent, at most. There were merely a few 3-eyed dark beasts leading the assault, not to mention the forms they could assume upon merging. Consequently, Lin Mo and his companions found themselves unable to resist, suffering relentless slaughter without exception. However, this time, the situation was markedly different, as the number of dark beasts had surged to over a dozen. Had Lin Mo and his companions not unveiled some concealed powers, victory would have been exceedingly difficult to achieve. With a single wave of his hand, Lin Mo summoned a humming azure lotus, which instantaneously transformed into dozens of azure threads that surged forth, piercing the dark beasts on the blue ice mountain, leaving them riddled with wounds. He then shifted his gaze, expressionless, towards the battlefield where Lu Shuier was engaged. The sound of slicing air resonated once more as the azure threads shot forth densely. 10 days later, at the edge of the dark beast forest, 3 figures hovered in midair, motionless, their eyes fixed on the woods before them. There, more than 30 dark beasts had gathered, a significant portion being 3-eyed creatures. Lu Shuier and Shikuan wore grave expressions, while Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Such a multitude of dark beasts, each possessing formidable powers not less than the void refinement stage, was daunting. Even Lin Mo and his companions, who were no ordinary beings, felt a weight in their hearts. Lin Mo, however, remained relatively composed, well aware of the powerful cards he held. He knew that, should he be willing to pay a certain price, be it with the golden-eating insects or the Xiantian fruits, eliminating this batch of dark beasts would be trivial for him. Thus, he maintained an air of calm. Lu Shuier and Shikuan, Upon witnessing the sheer number of dark beasts, understood that the two of them could not confront them head-on. Even if they were fortunate enough to emerge victorious, they would surely suffer injuries, and excessive depletion of their vitality could hinder their subsequent journey. How could they then discuss searching for relics or deciphering restrictions? Fortunately, although these dark beasts unexpectedly obstructed Lin Mo and his companion's path, they were well aware of the disastrous fates that had befallen their earlier comrades. In their fury, they approached their adversaries as though facing a formidable enemy, refraining from initiating an attack. Clearly, their intent was merely to temporarily restrain them while awaiting reinforcements. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Shuier lightly arched her brows and, parting her lips, conveyed her thoughts to Lin Mo and Shi Kun. Fellow Taoists, we are not far from the exit of the dark beast forest. Faced with such a multitude of dark beasts, we need not engage directly. Let us temporarily split up to break through and regroup once we reach the forest's periphery. Agreed. As per the fairy's words, Shi Kun expressed his concurrence without hesitation, sharing the same sentiment. Lin Mo's gaze flickered for a moment before he nodded lightly. Seemingly sensing the unusual behavior of Lu Shuier and her companions, the leading three-eyed beast, far larger than its kin, suddenly emitted a low growl. The other dark beasts stirred restlessly, and in unison, they opened their mouths, unleashing dozens of black beams that surged toward them. While a myriad of claw lights materialized in an instant, enveloping Lin Mo and his companions entirely. The combined assault of dozens of dark beasts was undoubtedly awe-inspiring, leaving onlookers astounded. However, Lin Mo and his companions had previously vanquished many dark beasts and had developed certain countermeasures against such attacks. With faint spiritual light flickering across their skin, the three simultaneously cast spells and employed escape techniques to flee the scene. Lin Mo maintained his single-handed gesture, revealing a pair of translucent wings from his back. With just a few gentle flaps, he transformed into a slender azure-white beam of light, dashing forth. During the course of flight, light flickered several times, creating arcs that gracefully curved before mysteriously weaving through the dense beams and claws, ultimately appearing high above the throng of beasts, only to vanish into the void, leaving no trace behind. Lu Shuier employed a method that was relatively straightforward. She opened her mouth and expelled a blue crystal sphere, while a flash of white light illuminated her feet, revealing the jade-like mouse once more. As the two lights intertwined, the woman transformed into a luminous orb of blue and white, darting forth with great speed. The black beams that collided with the orb dissipated as silently as a stone sinking into the sea. Following this, accompanied by a hissing sound, the blue and white orb became slightly blurred before shooting forth over 100 yards, departing from the horizon at another angle. In stark contrast, Shi Kun's prowess exuded a more commanding presence. He merely let out a cold snort, his battle armor radiating brilliance as he struck his hands fiercely against each other before his chest. With a resounding boom, points of yellow light immediately materialized around his form. These lights swiftly coalesced, forming a peculiar luminous shield that enveloped the robust figure entirely. This shield was deemed peculiar due to the myriad spiral runes that adorned its surface. As the black beams struck the shield, they emitted a deep rumble, only to be rebuffed by the flickering runes. Seizing this opportunity, Shi Kun twisted his body, and the yellow light propelled him headlong into the ground, racing madly beneath the surface for over 10 yards, at a speed that rivaled Lu Shuier's previous velocity. The dark creatures, however, were not so easily deterred from pursuing the trio. With an enraged roar from the leader of the three-eyed dark beings, the beast horde divided into three factions, ascending into the air and trailing after Lin Mo, Lu Shuier, and Shi Kun, each following the lingering traces they left behind. Lin Mo, unburdened and fully committed to his flight, left the weaker dark entities trailing far behind. In the span of a single meal, the light he embodied had distanced him from his pursuers. Yet, due to his conspicuous escape light, several more dark creatures sprang forth from the forest below, attempting to launch an assault against him. However, Lin Mo merely waved his sleeve lightly, unleashing dozens of azure beams that surged forth like a tempest. No longer concealing the true power of the Qingzhu Fengyun sword, all dark entities that stood in his way were instantaneously cleaved into countless fragments. Although one or two of the dark beings reacted swiftly, brandishing their claws to release a flurry of claw strikes in defense, the azure flying swords proved intangible. merely flashing momentarily before effortlessly piercing through the claw strikes and directly severing the dark beings at their core, ensuring their swift demise. Thus, throughout the journey, Lin Mo spared no effort in wielding his magical powers, maintaining a relentless pace. After soaring for nearly half a day, he burst forth from the impenetrable darkness of the dense forest, successfully escaping the territory of the shadowy creatures. As he gazed into the distance, a breathtaking panorama unfolded before him, revealing a vast expanse of verdant grassland. Although night was still descending, the rich fragrance of the grass wafted through the air, invigorating his spirit. Nevertheless, Lin Mo's radiant escape did not falter. The ethereal light flickered and surged forward with unwavering momentum. After traversing nearly 100,000 miles, he spotted a hill towering several tens of feet high ahead. The luminous glow gracefully arced through the air before gently descending. In an instant, amidst the shimmering radiance, Lin Mo's tranquil visage emerged. His blue pupils sparkled as they scanned the surroundings. In the face of such desolate terrain, his spiritual perception flourished. Within the blink of an eye, the entire landscape within 100 miles became vividly clear in his mind. Yet, as he peered further afield, the sights grew indistinct and hazy. No threatening presence was detected in this vicinity, prompting Lin Mo to exhale softly. He then released his consciousness once more, surveying the area thoroughly before swiftly retracting it. With a thunderous roar, the crystalline wings behind him gradually dissipated into the void. He then turned slowly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed intently towards the direction of the dark beast forest for an extended moment. At such a distance, even if those beasts were filled with rage, it seemed implausible they could traverse this vast terrain to pursue him further. However, should they dare to attempt it, Lin Mo would not hesitate to eliminate the dozen or so dark beasts in one fell swoop. His previous reluctance to engage with them was not born of fear, but rather from a desire to avoid attracting more of their kind and risking encirclement. With his hands clasped behind him, he stood quietly atop the hill, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his form, causing his garments to flutter like a figure from a celestial realm. Suddenly, with a deft motion of one hand, a blood-red talisman materialized, shimmering with silver threads. Lin Mo scrutinized the talisman intently, his brow furrowing in concern. Since the two individuals had successfully converged and were not far from this spot, why had they yet to reunite? Had they encountered some unforeseen difficulties? He murmured softly to himself. Then with a flick of his wrist, the item vanished without a trace. Raising his head, he cast a penetrating glance in a particular direction. A fleeting azure light enveloped his form, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring into the sky. After circling momentarily, he sped towards the horizon. Although his speed was not as instantaneous as before, it remained astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo had traversed several tens of thousands of miles, reaching the skies above the far side of the grassland. In the luminous haze, Lin Mo's eyes flickered with a cerulean light, and an unusual expression graced his countenance. The sound of the azure rainbow slicing through the air gradually diminished, and Lin Mo's figure ultimately manifested in the void over 100 miles away. Upon his appearance, he gazed forward with an impassive demeanor. A short distance away, two factions faced off against each other, one of which comprised the duo of Shirkuan and Lu Shu'er. Lu Shu'er's eyes, concealed beneath her cloak, shimmered with an uncertain glint, evidently maintaining a heightened state of vigilance. Meanwhile, Shirkuan wore a sardonic grin, his fists clenched tightly, his battle armor flickering ominously, seemingly poised to launch an assault at any moment. Opposite them stood a man and a woman side by side. The man sported a full beard, his upper body adorned with silver-scaled armor, and slung across his back was a massive weapon resembling a trident, exuding an air of unrestrained boldness. The female cultivator, with eyebrows like willow leaves and luminous black eyes, radiated an enchanting beauty. Her skin bore a pale and translucent quality, and she wore a green leather outer garment that accentuated her voluptuous figure, quickening the heartbeat of onlookers. However, what struck one as peculiar was the white mist enveloping the lower limbs of both cultivators, as if a rhythmic stream flowed from within. The Sea King clan. Lin Mo swiftly discerned the identities of the newly appeared male and female cultivators, his expression shifting subtly as he murmured to himself. Although the Sea King clan did not share a direct territorial border with the Tianyan continent, it was well known that a close alliance existed between them and the Horned Demon clan. Thus, The atmosphere often turned tense and fervent when these two factions encountered each other. Upon Lin Mo's rapid arrival at the scene, the reactions of the two parties were starkly contrasting. Lu Shuer's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy, and her heart settled instantaneously. Shirkuan's inner thoughts remained a mystery, yet a radiant smile illuminated his face as he respectfully greeted Lin Mo. In contrast, the pair of Sea King cultivators opposite them suddenly hardened their gazes, scrutinizing Lin Mo with palpable hostility. However, upon realizing that Lin Mo was merely a cultivator of the 7th rank of the upper clan, they exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting surprise and confusion. Could it be that you are also a member of the Tianyan continent? The man exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. At least for now, one could assume so. May I inquire whether you two esteemed friends harbor intentions of instigating an attack against my companions? Lin Mo swiftly regained his composure and responded with a nonchalant inquiry. Instigate an attack? If that were indeed the case, I doubt we would be able to stand here so comfortably. The Sea King man retorted with a mocking sneer, his tone dripping with derision. What did you just say? Such bravado. Shirkuan interjected with a hearty laugh, undeterred by the provocation. Though my strength may be mediocre, I am quite eager to witness the true prowess of the Sea King clan, one of the 3 great sea tribes. Upon hearing this, Shirkuan not only refrained from anger but instead chuckled heartily, stepping forward with a darkened expression. Upon witnessing Shirkuan's actions, the male member of the Sea King clan's expression darkened. With a swift motion of his hand, he grasped the air before him, and instantly, a brilliant blue light flickered as the trident, which had been resting on his back, materialized in his grasp. Following this, a thunderous roar echoed, and arcs of silvery electricity danced at the weapon's tip, emanating an aura of sheer terror. Please, wait a moment. Brother Shirkuan, remain calm. At almost the same instant, the strikingly beautiful woman from the Sea King clan and Lu Shuer exclaimed in unison. Soon after, a clear voice reached the male Sea King's ear, sounding from his companion. Elder brother, have you forgotten the true purpose of our visit? Now is not the opportune moment for conflict. We bear an important mission. We need only release the 9-eyed sacred whale. These 3 pose no real threat. Although the Sea King male hesitated, he ultimately heeded his companion's advice and ceased his actions. However, his lips moved slightly as he responded telepathically, clearly dismissing Shirkuan and the others. While I have indeed managed to persuade the 9-eyed sacred whale, it would be unwise to release it unless absolutely necessary. If it were to intervene too frequently, it could provoke its ire. After all, my royal bloodline is not particularly strong, allowing me only a tenuous connection with the sacred whale. Furthermore, although we are allies with the Horned Devil clan, we have no direct conflicts of interest with the Tianyan continent. Hence, jeopardizing our clan's significant plans for the sake of others would be a most imprudent choice. The Sea King woman patiently counseled. Upon hearing the male Sea King's words, Shirkuan found himself in a quandary. Concurrently, Lu Shuer's gentle and clear voice resonated in his mind. Brother Shirkuan, we have just escaped from the pursuit of dark beasts, and our magical energy is significantly depleted. The 2 individuals from the Sea King clan are formidable. Even with Brother Lin's assistance, we cannot guarantee our safe retreat. Our primary objective is to lift the restrictions of the ruins. It is best to avoid unnecessary complications. Even if we wish to refrain from confrontation, we must secure the other party's consent. Nevertheless, Shirkuan's countenance grew increasingly somber, and he scoffed coldly. Rest assured, I will first attempt to communicate with them. If they indeed come at us with hostility, then the 3 of us, in concert with Brother Lin, shall not fear them. Lu Shuer's tone turned frosty. She then whispered a few words to Lin Mo. Upon hearing her, Lin Mo's eyes flickered with uncertainty before he gave a subtle nod. Seeing Lin Mo's response, Lu Shuer felt a measure of relief and smiled faintly at their opponents. Her melodious voice resounding. It appears that there are no direct conflicts between our Tianyan 13 clans and your esteemed tribe. Why must we resort to a life-or-death struggle? I doubt that you 2 possess absolute confidence in defeating the 3 of us. If that is indeed the case, it would be far wiser to disregard each other and pursue our respective paths. Indeed, my sister speaks wisely. We, as siblings, are not of the Horned Devil clan, so there is no need for us to draw our weapons from the outset. Since my sister has suggested this, we shall take our leave. Upon hearing Lu Shuer's words, the smile on the face of the Sea King clan woman blossomed like a flower, as she responded with enthusiastic agreement. Subsequently, she cast a glance at the Sea King clan man, and a surge of white mist enveloped him in a swirling embrace. After a brief moment of hesitation, he displayed no signs of dissent. Thus, the white mist beneath their feet intertwined, transforming into a dazzling orb of light that surged forth, swiftly disappearing into the distance after a few flickers, ultimately fading from sight. Lin Mo stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the direction of their departure. A hint of concern inadvertently etched upon his brow. For reasons unknown, the woman from the Sea King clan emanated two distinctly different, yet vaguely unsettling auras, instilling within him a profound sense of threat. Perhaps this woman had cultivated some formidable divine ability or possessed a fearsome artifact. Such conjectures filled Lin Mo's mind, momentarily eclipsing considerations of spiritual beasts. After all, under normal circumstances, unless one belonged to a sect specializing in the training of spiritual beasts, ordinary spiritual creatures typically fell short in terms of divine abilities compared to their masters, serving merely as auxiliary means in combat. However, the trio did not linger in that place. Following a brief discussion, they activated their escape lights and sped off in another direction. Meanwhile, within the orb of white light that had traversed thousands of miles, a pair of Sea King clan members engaged in a grave conversation. What? That seventh-tier cultivator from the upper clan is even more dangerous than the previous two? The man's face was a canvas of surprise and confusion. Indeed, this was another significant reason I vehemently discouraged conflict earlier. However, the circumstances at the time did not permit me to explain it in detail to my brother. The Sea King clan woman replied, gently stroking her dark tresses, her tone resolute. What you mention must surely have some basis. Pray, enlighten me further, so that I may assist in resolving your concerns. The man's expression of shock dissipated instantly, his gaze sharp as he pressed for answers. Just now, the imitation of the Xiantian sacred artifact within me unexpectedly reacted in an unusual manner, the woman stated, her demeanor serious for a moment before she ultimately chose to respond honestly. What? The Xiantian sacred artifact reacted. Could it be that individual also possesses a Xiantian sacred artifact? The Sea King clan man nearly leaped from the white light, his face betraying extreme astonishment. Perhaps so, but it may not be entirely the case. The reaction of the artifact within me was extraordinarily intense, standing out markedly compared to encounters with other artifact bearers within our clan, she articulated slowly. If it is not an artifact, then it is highly likely to be a Xiantian treasure. This is simply incredible. How could such a precious item be in the hands of one who is merely a seventh-tier cultivator of the upper clan? Haha, I fear that perhaps your perception, dear sister, has led you astray. The Sea King clan man's eyelids twitched slightly before he burst into laughter. As a member of the royal lineage within the Sea King clan, they possessed a profound understanding of the power of Xiantian treasures. Perhaps it is indeed my lack of proficiency in controlling the artifact that has led to a misperception. The elders, after much deliberation regarding this expedition, have graciously bestowed upon us this sacred artifact of the Xiantian, specifically designated for exploration. Even with a mere 1 in 1,000 chance, should our adversary indeed possess the Xiantian treasure, the dire consequences of a life-and-death confrontation with my companions would be all too evident to my brother. The princess of the Sea King tribe sighed softly. The disparity between the sacred artifact and the treasure of Xiantian is akin to that between heaven and earth. Even with the assistance of the nine-eyed sacred whale, our chances of victory remain utterly bleak. In retrospect, it seems we narrowly escaped catastrophe just moments ago. The prince of the Sea King tribe shook his head with a wry smile. Yet, we must not be overly dogmatic. The possession of the Xiantian treasure and the ability to wield it are worlds apart. Generally speaking, ordinary cultivators from esteemed clans could never hope to activate the Xiantian treasure. Nevertheless, there exist rare and obscure secret techniques that might allow practitioners at such levels to tenuously unleash the feeble powers of the Xiantian treasure. However, in my humble opinion, it is more likely that our opponent harbors not the treasure itself, but rather an exquisitely crafted imitation of the supreme Xiantian artifact. This possibility far outweighs that of the treasure being present. If this is indeed the case, to confront such individuals would be an exceedingly imprudent choice. The woman hesitated for a moment before articulating her thoughts. Your reasoning is sound. It is highly probable that the latter is the case. The prince of the Sea King tribe nodded in agreement. Regardless, it is evident that this group has objectives distinct from ours, rendering the likelihood of a subsequent encounter exceedingly slim. We need not dwell excessively on our concerns. We must focus on fulfilling our clan's mission, which will undoubtedly be deemed a significant achievement. Upon our return, we shall be richly rewarded. Reflecting on our ordeal, we are indeed fortunate, for it is due to the immense efforts of our predecessors who ventured into the Guanghan realm that we have been afforded the opportunity to accomplish such a feat. The woman smiled once more at her brother. That is indeed true. No matter how perilous this individual may be, ultimately, it is of no concern to us. We must prioritize our important matters. Speaking of which, I recall encountering several members of the Jiaoqi tribe recently. Their demeanor was rather enigmatic, suggesting they harbored some ulterior motives. The direction they were headed seemed to coincide with that of the Tianyan people's escape. Could it truly be mere coincidence that we might cross paths with them? The prince of the Sea King tribe pondered briefly before responding with a cryptic expression. As for this matter, the truth remains elusive. However, considering the vastness of the Guanghan realm, the likelihood of these two races encountering one another should be quite low. Yet, should they indeed cross paths, they would not retreat as we have, inevitably plunging into a struggle for survival. If we were present, we might discern the true nature of the treasures concealed within that individual. A curious gleam flickered in the eyes of the princess of the Sea King tribe, her lips curving slightly upward. Alas, we cannot witness this firsthand. Let us proceed. With approximately one more month of travel, we should reach our destination. The prince of the Sea King tribe chuckled lightly, and before the woman could respond, he abruptly accelerated his escape light. In an instant, the white radiance surged forward at a speed thrice greater than before. The princess of the Sea King tribe expressed no dissent, her own spiritual light flashing as she similarly intensified her pace. Lin Mo was entirely oblivious to the situation at hand. He never imagined that the serendipitous encounter with a member of the Sea King clan today would lead to the revelation of some of his concealed secrets. Of course, even the Sea King woman was unaware that the treasure she sensed at that moment was merely the Xiantian remnant blade that Lin Mo carried with him. As for the Xiantian fruit sealed within his arm, it was beyond the capabilities of the sacred artifact within her body to detect. At this moment, he was gliding gently across the grassland alongside his two companions. Lin's intention was to pause here for a brief respite, allowing them to recuperate for several days before continuing their journey. However, was this truly necessary? Although I had indeed expended considerable magical energy alongside my companion Shur in the Dark Beast Forest, a slight reduction in our traveling speed would enable us to gradually absorb the energy from spirit stones and restore our strength autonomously. Lu Shuier expressed her surprise to Lin Mo. Your words hold great merit, fair Lu, he replied with a knowing smile, his tone imbued with significance. Indeed, Brother Lin possesses a discerning eye. Yet, the prospect of delaying our journey for this matter has cast a shadow of doubt upon Lu Shuier. Fair Lu, what Brother Lin states is profoundly accurate. Continuing onward without fully replenishing our magical energy would undoubtedly be an imprudent course of action. I too require a few days to recuperate, Shirkuan interjected. Upon hearing Shirkuan voice a similar sentiment, Lu Shuier furrowed her delicate brows for a considerable time before finally exhaling softly in agreement with the proposal. Nevertheless, they were not far from the location where they had parted ways with the two members of the Sea King clan, making it inadvisable to rest here. Should those two cultivators alter their decision or attract other ferocious beasts or foreign entities, Lin Mo, Lu Shuier, and Shirkuan would find themselves in grave peril. Consequently, the trio continued their flight for approximately half a day until they finally spotted a faintly azure hill in the distance, where the spiritual energy was notably abundant. Exercising caution, they meticulously scanned every inch of the hill with their spiritual senses. After thorough verification, they felt reassured. Chapter 646. Though this hill was not particularly lofty, it was inhabited by a pack of gray wolf beasts, whose cultivation levels were generally low, with the strongest barely reaching the foundation establishment stage. Given this, the three did not hesitate to land upon the ground and effortlessly vanquished all the wolf beasts. Nestled within the mountainside where this pack resided was a cave, permeated with rich spiritual energy, albeit tinged with a slight, unpleasant odor. However, Lu Shuier employed a simple water-based spell to cleanse the cave, instantly refreshing the air within. Thus, the three decided to occupy this cave, each claiming a corner to begin their meditative practice. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Lin Mo completed a grand cycle of his internal magical energy, he sensed a subtle change, and slowly opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. At that moment, the cloaked woman across from him also happened to open her eyes, their gazes meeting. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, clearly indicating that her magical energy had fully restored. "Congratulations, Fairy, on your complete recovery," Lin Imo said with a smile. The young lady, Lu Shuier, felt a wave of shame wash over her. "I have caused Brother Lin trouble." She sighed softly. If it weren't for Fairy Lu single-handedly restraining those 4 high-level dark beasts in the dark beast forest, how could she and I have made it out unscathed?" Lin Imo replied, appearing unconcerned. "Haha, Brother Lin, your words humble me," Shi Kuan interjected with a smile. "Given the unfathomable powers you demonstrated, perhaps you might not have been able to vanquish those dark beasts alone, but creating a perimeter should have been well within your capabilities. Fairy Lu and I barely expended any energy and successfully escaped the perilous dark beast forest, which was indeed a delightful surprise." Shi Kuan, sitting on the other side of the cave, opened his eyes and chimed in with laughter. "You both are too kind in your praise of me. I do possess some formidable abilities, but most are one-time use. Whether I could truly preserve my life when besieged by numerous dark beasts remains an open question." Lin Imo stroked his chin and gave Shi Kuan a wry smile. "Perhaps so. Now that Fairy Lu has regained her magical prowess, we should set forth immediately. The sooner we locate that forbidden relic site, the sooner we can relieve ourselves of this burden." Shi Kuan chuckled softly and straightened his posture. Lin Imo and Lu Shuier exchanged glances, finding no dissent between them. After a brief silence, 3 vividly colored phantoms suddenly burst forth from the mountainside, swirling in the air before vanishing into the void. After 6 or 7 days of arduous travel, the trio encountered a flock of peculiar birds with 4 wings sprouting from their backs, encircling them and unleashing razor-sharp wind blades. Each of them activated their magical artifacts, and amidst a dazzling display of light, the air was soon filled with droplets of blood as they swiftly eradicated the flock in the span of a few moments. Half a month later, at the edge of a vast and boundless lake on the expansive grassland, Lin Imo and his companions cautiously transformed their escape light into faint shadows, flying silently in the high sky, not daring to reveal a hint of their presence. Below, on the shores of the lake, a group of colossal creatures that resembled neither horse nor fish floated and frolicked upon the water's surface. These mountain-sized beasts occasionally spewed forth water columns as thick as barrels, playfully splashing one another. However, when the water columns collided, a flash of blue light would momentarily flicker before dissipating into nothingness. Occasionally, a few jets of water failed to strike their intended targets, crashing onto the land with a thunderous roar, swiftly creating deep craters, each several dozen yards in diameter, that left onlookers astounded. Fortunately, Lin Imo and his companions were well versed in the art of concealment, and the colossal beasts were engrossed in their frolic, completely oblivious to the 3 minuscule figures that soared above them. This allowed the trio to traverse the expanse above the lake with ease. A month later, amidst the desolation of a barren wasteland, a fierce battle erupted between Lin Imo and his companions and 4 otherworldly beings enveloped in a shroud of dark mist. Surrounding Lin Imo were countless azure blades of light swirling protectively around him, while he simultaneously dismantled the black, rope-like artifacts unleashed by 2 of his adversaries. However, under the guidance of their incantations, these artifacts astonishingly restored themselves and reformed into dense phantoms, launching a relentless assault on Lin Imo once more. Meanwhile, Lu Shuier radiated a blue luminescence, tightly encased in a mysterious liquid, skillfully wielding a set of silver needles that enveloped her opponent in a cascade of starlight. Yet, her adversary, concealed in darkness, commanded an array of monstrous birds ablaze with black flames that danced through the air, showing no signs of faltering amidst the collision with her silver projectiles. As for Shi Kuan, he emanated a golden glow, transforming into a towering giant of 10 yards, his skin adorned with a peculiar layer of grayish stone, from which protruded sharp spikes over a foot long. As he swung his arms, stone projectiles, akin to giant crossbow bolts, shot forth and detonated upon impact, forcing the last of the otherworldly beings to retreat repeatedly. Despite the opponent's persistent efforts to shield himself with layers of black energy coalescing into massive black shields, he managed to maintain his precarious safety. Lin, sure. It is time to act. With the night drawing near, those from the Night Clan will gain tremendous power akin to shadowy beasts, Lu Shuier urged anxiously. her voice rising above the clamor. Lin Mo, upon hearing her words, felt a shift in his expression and gazed skyward. The twilight of this world was gradually descending, heralding the arrival of night. Haha, is it too late to realize this predicament? One of Lin Mo's adversaries let out a piercing, chilling laugh. In due time, we shall extend a warm welcome to you, fellow denizens of Tianyun. Lin Mo responded with a calm demeanor, then extended his right hand from his wide sleeve. A hazy light bursting forth instantaneously. Simultaneously, Lu Shuier formed intricate seals with her hands, conjuring a gray halo. Shikuan, abruptly halting, threw back his head and unleashed a resonant howl, his fingers flicking in succession. After a brief moment, from a distant vantage point, Lin Mo and his companions beheld a colossal sphere of light suddenly materializing above the battlefield occupied by the foreign beings. This orb shimmered with a gray luminescence, its surface adorned with countless mysterious runes flickering in and out of visibility. In an instant, the gray sphere erupted with a thunderous explosion, unleashing a torrential downpour of runes that enveloped everything within a radius of several miles. Although the four foreign entities were taken aback and desperately summoned their powers to resist, the might of each rune far surpassed their wildest imaginations. Amidst a cacophony of deafening detonations, the four beings ultimately vanished without a trace. It was only then that Lin Mo and his companions withdrew their celestial magnetic light, exchanging knowing smiles. 3 months later, high above a rolling mountain range, Lin Mo and his companions transformed into 3 dazzling beams of light, weaving through a throng of countless ferocious beasts as they raced forward with fervor. Several miles behind them, a tumultuous wave of silver mist surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Wherever it passed, whether trees upon the ground or the myriad of hidden creatures, everything was swept away in its wake, leaving naught but desolation, a truly terrifying sight. As time progressed, the number of fleeing creatures and fierce birds escaping the mountains increased exponentially, creating a dense mass that blotted out the sky, all of them engulfed in sheer terror and fleeing in all directions. The urgency of the situation demanded that they swiftly evade the pursuit of these silver-tide insects. It was said that the strength of these insects rivaled that of the voracious, gold-devouring worms, and once they locked onto a target, they would pursue relentlessly. It was astonishing that such a multitude thrived in this realm. During their frantic dash, Shikuan, with a grave expression, communicated telepathically with Lin Mo and Lu Shuier. Indeed, it was rumored that the endurance of the silver-tide insects was remarkable, capable of pursuing their prey for months on end. Even the ancient ferocious beasts would choose to evade the onslaught of this silver tide. Lu Shuier's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety that she could not conceal. Their concerns were not unfounded. Just imagine being relentlessly chased for 3 days and nights by an army of terrifying insects. With one's magical energy nearly depleted, who would not feel a sense of dread? At this juncture, the only viable strategy lay in hoping to encounter a few ancient ferocious beasts ahead, thereby diverting the attention of the pursuing insects. Lin Mo's complexion mirrored a sickly gray, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he responded. However, according to the map, the nearest region inhabited by ferocious beasts was approximately a month's journey away. Initially, for the sake of safety, they had deliberately chosen a route seldom frequented by ancient beasts, Shikuan replied with a bitter expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo fell into silence, the furrows on his brow deepening. Just then, a buzzing sound emerged from the edge of the horizon, followed by a radiant green glow illuminating the sky, revealing a multitude of green mist. Countless wisps surged toward Lin Mo and his companions with great haste. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo felt a surge of astonishment, yet the blue glimmer in his eyes allowed him to discern the true nature of the distant green clouds. It turned out that those clouds of mist were, in fact, monstrous butterflies the size of a fist, adorned with shimmering green powder, presenting an exceedingly fearsome visage. The blood transformation butterfly. We have found our salvation. Lin Mo was no longer the naive and fearless individual who had just stepped into the spirit realm. Upon discerning the true form of these green butterflies, he could not help but exclaim in a voice filled with exhilaration. Indeed, it is this dreadful butterfly. How fortunate! These butterflies are the natural nemesis of the silver tidal worms, and upon encountering each other, a fierce battle to the death is inevitable. Lu Shuier, having employed her secret arts to unveil the true identity of these green butterflies, was equally elated. There is indeed a possibility of successful escape. However, We must proceed with caution and ensure we do not inadvertently become entangled in their conflict. Otherwise, our very lives may be at stake. Shirkuin's spirit was also invigorated by this revelation. At this moment, it was inadvisable for the three of us to remain together. Being too conspicuous would likely result in simultaneous attacks from both types of ferocious insects. With less than half the distance to the Forbidden Ruins remaining and having gained some understanding of the map, it would be wiser for us to split up and seek our own paths to safety. In 2 months, I shall await your arrival at the ruins, Lin Mo calmly suggested. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the other two were momentarily taken aback. Yet Shirkuin was the first to regain composure. Unhesitatingly expressing his agreement, Lin Daoist is right. At this moment, the smaller our target, the more advantageous our escape will be. By following this method, we can only rely on luck to preserve our lives. Faced with such a dire predicament, Lu Shui felt a fleeting moment of hesitation, but after careful contemplation, she resolutely nodded in agreement. In this critical juncture, the three swiftly communicated through thought, formulating their respective escape strategies. Meanwhile, in the distance, the green mist had rapidly encroached upon their vicinity. Even without employing supernatural powers, the advancing tide of green butterflies was vividly visible to the naked eye. Without warning, these ferocious butterflies altered their buzzing tone, with the majority of the green mist rushing back toward the silver tide, while a minority directly lunged toward Lin Mo and the other beast kin. Observing this, the silver tide did not retreat. Rather, it adopted a similar strategy, directing the bulk of its silver flow to confront the green mist, while the remaining streams, akin to small brooks, relentlessly pursued the beasts ahead. The beasts fleeing alongside Lin Mo fell into chaos. However, some of the more intelligent spirit beasts immediately recognized that the moment to escape had arrived. Amidst the furious roars of the strongest of the extraordinary beasts, all the creatures scattered in a frenzy, some transformed into whirlwinds, vanishing in an instant, while others surged forth in waves of demonic energy, racing in all directions. Hurry, Lin Mo called out in a low, resolute voice, as the thunderous roar behind him erupted, revealing the wind and thunder wings. With a mere flick of his hand, he transformed into a streak of azure white light, departing at an exhilarating speed. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Lu Shuier and Shirkuin instinctively accelerated their escape, racing in divergent directions with fervor. With Lin Mo propelling the wind and thunder wings at an astonishing velocity, he swiftly positioned himself among the foremost, outpacing countless other beasts with mere flickers of movement. In an instant, he reached the horizon's edge before halting his retreat, glancing back at the unfolding scene. Chapter 647. The sight before him was enough to send chills down one's spine. Hundreds of flight-challenged beasts, hindered by their sluggishness, fell victim to the onslaught of 2 voracious insect armies. A verdant mist intertwined with silver waves, engulfing these creatures before they could even emit a cry of despair. They were swiftly consumed by the ephemeral tempest, vanishing without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. As the green clouds and silver tides were on the verge of colliding, countless green butterflies came to an abrupt standstill in the void, their wings commencing a frenzied flutter towards one another. In the blink of an eye, a series of eerie green tempests erupted from the swarm, surging powerfully into the silver tide. The cacophony of strange sounds escalated to a deafening roar as numerous diminutive, silver glimmering winged insects plummeted from the silver waves. A cluster of green clouds surged forth, consuming the fallen silver insects entirely. Upon dispersing, these creatures had vanished without a trace. Lin Mo's gaze flickered with a blue light, observing intently. Among the butterflies that had devoured the silver insects, many displayed blood-red spots upon their bodies. Despite the formidable potency of the venomous winds released by the blood butterflies, the sheer number of silver insects was overwhelming, with many robust specimens exhibiting a certain resistance to their toxins. Thus, following the toxic gusts, thousands of silver insects recklessly charged into the butterfly swarm, initially meeting a fate of no return. However, as the influx of silver insects into the green clouds surged, the inevitable collision between the silver tide and green storm transpired. A symphony of buzzing and screeching filled the air as green butterflies and silver insects rained down like a torrential downpour, only to be engulfed entirely by the advancing green clouds and silver waves. Evidently, the silver insects possessed a superior capacity for consumption compared to the green butterflies. Yet these vicious butterflies, laden with toxins, could render their foes dazed and defenseless with just a few frenzied flaps of their wings. Both sides, fierce and unyielding, disregarded their own safety, resulting in a stalemate. As for the two insect species pursuing the beasts, upon noticing the creatures scattering in panic, they too split into numerous smaller squads, relentlessly giving chase. These insects appeared to share an unspoken understanding, ensuring they never pursued the same prey simultaneously. Many of the beasts had not escaped far before they were ensnared by the relentless onslaught of the two swarms, forced to retaliate with all their might in a life-or-death struggle. The air was filled with a cacophony of beastly roars and insect chirps, punctuated by the thunderous sounds of explosions. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, observing as Lu Shuier and Shikuan had already fled to a considerable distance, each trailed by a small stream of silvery light and a wisp of green cloud. However, Lin Mo could only take a fleeting glance in that direction before he had to press onward. As his gaze swept past, he immediately noticed a wave composed of silver flying insects, which seemed oblivious to the other pursuing beasts, rushing directly towards the direction he was avoiding. This swarm of silver insects numbered at least in the thousands. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo vigorously flapped his wings behind him, transforming into countless beams of light and soaring forward once more. This time, he dashed for nearly half an hour before daring to look back again. To his relief, the area behind him was empty, devoid of any sign of the insects. Yet, his expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, his brow furrowed deeply. Just a few days prior, while fleeing with Lu Shuier, they had also unleashed their maximum speed and successfully evaded these ferocious swarms for a time. However, it seemed that these insects possessed some mysterious ability, as they would immediately resume their pursuit the moment their speed waned. Regardless of the concealment techniques employed by Shikuan and others, they appeared utterly ineffective against this relentless pursuit. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Mo suddenly let out a cold snort. In an instant, a flash of black light enveloped him, and a layer of black gauze materialized, causing his form to vanish without a trace. Once he had hidden his presence, he floated leisurely forward. Yet, merely half an hour later, while he was gliding at a slow pace, Lin Mo suddenly sensed an anomaly. His expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly turned to look back. Moments later, a buzzing sound echoed from the horizon. A colossal silver insect, exceeding several yards in diameter, abruptly materialized in the sky above, with a mere flap of its wings. It emitted a piercing shriek and, as if teleporting, darted 100 yards away, hurtling directly towards Lin Mo's concealed position. As Lin Mo's complexion paled, he utilized the power of his clear and perceptive vision to discern the true nature of the creature. It was, in fact, a massive entity formed by the aggregation of thousands of silver flying insects. Although he did not comprehend why even the extraordinary concealment of the black gauze could not elude these ferocious insects, allowing them to relentlessly track him, Lin Mo was acutely aware that if he could not eradicate this small cluster of insects, he would never be able to leave this place safely. Yet, the terror of the silver tide was not solely due to their staggering numbers. Their inherent strength was equally formidable. Their bodies were exceptionally resilient, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary treasures. The fangs in their mouths were akin to metal, capable of shattering any solid object. Moreover, their forelimbs could effortlessly tear through defensive treasures, instilling a deep sense of dread. Faced with these silver monstrosities, employing ordinary treasures would likely yield little effect. Contemplating this, and with the giant insect nearing, a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he suddenly raised his arm towards the sky. In an instant, a similar buzzing sound arose, and suddenly, hundreds of golden flowers erupted from his sleeves. After a brief whirl, they transformed with a flash of golden light into enormous beetles, each half a foot in size, radiating a resplendent golden glow. "Go," Lin Moyen commanded succinctly, swiftly waving his wide sleeves to strike fiercely at the colossal silver beetle before him. In that moment, the horde of golden beetles emitted a resonant buzz, surging forth like a tidal wave towards the giant insect. The once formidable silver beetle, exuding an aura of power, trembled in fear upon witnessing the mature golden beetles. It let out a piercing scream and, in a panic, hastily turned to flee. However, Lin Moyen, having unleashed such a multitude of golden beetles, clearly sought a swift resolution to the battle. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted behind him, and he vanished into a bluish-white arc of electricity. Instantly, above the silver beetle, a flash of azure lightning illuminated the scene, revealing Lin Moyen's enigmatic figure as he deftly flipped his hand. A small black hill soared into existence, rapidly growing into a towering peak, which then descended with great force. As this artifact spun briefly, a wave of gray light surged forth from its base, enveloping the silver beetles within its grasp. The giant beetle, just as it prepared to take flight, found itself paralyzed and sluggish, momentarily restrained by the magnetic divine light. An enraged scream erupted as the massive creature radiated a blinding silver light. After a quiver, its body began to disintegrate. In the blink of an eye, the giant beetle reverted back into thousands of silver insects, rushing in unison toward a singular direction, voraciously consuming the surrounding light. The magnetic divine light around them dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. Yet, suspended in midair, Lin Moyen remained unfazed by the unfolding events, his expression betraying no hint of concern. For during this fleeting interruption, the hundreds of golden beetles had already darted forth like arrows, arriving at the base of the black peak. At that moment, a blinding flash of golden light surged forward, as the golden beetles fearlessly charged toward the softly glowing area ahead. They collided violently with the thousands of silver insects, plunging both sides into a fierce melee. Although the number of golden beetles constituted merely a tenth of the silver insects, their individual size was several times greater. Beyond their sheer mass, the golden beetles significantly outmatched their foes in terms of physical prowess and formidable devouring capabilities. The silver insects, in their desperation, attempted to assail the golden beetles with frenzied strikes and sharp bites, yet their efforts left no mark upon the golden beetles' resilient exoskeletons. Conversely, the golden devouring insects swiftly tore their opponents into countless pieces, rapidly consuming them entirely. Despite the simultaneous assault launched by the silver-flying insects, attempting to besiege a singular golden devouring insect, the majority of the silver insects vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The remaining silver insects, having lost their fighting spirit, began to flee in all directions. Yet, beneath the encompassing aura of the primordial magnetic divine light, whither could they escape? Ultimately, the devouring insects pursued them one by one, consuming all the remaining silver insects completely. Just as the last silver insect was on the verge of being devoured, it suddenly emitted a radiant glare before exploding spontaneously. Illuminated by the silver light, a faint ethereal shadow flickered through, attempting to flee the scene. For an ordinary person, it would be exceedingly difficult to perceive the shadow's peculiar movements. However, from his vantage point high above, Lin Mo caught a fleeting glimpse of the blue light and, without hesitation, extended a hand downward. As his jade-like fingers gradually spread apart, a vibrant cold flame surged down like lightning, precisely ensnaring the ethereal shadow that had escaped some 10 yards away. Bound by the cold flame, the shadow trembled violently, revealing its true form as a silver figure with a human face and insect body. Under the searing embrace of the cold flame, the silver figure struggled desperately, its visage grotesque and terrifying. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo's countenance darkened abruptly, his fingers seemed to curve casually. Immediately, the cold flame below transformed into myriad multicolored beams of light, converging uniformly towards the center. The immobilized human-faced insect shadow was swiftly ensnared by these beams. Subsequently, the beams contracted violently, and under a brilliant radiance, they forcibly sliced the encapsulated insect shadow into countless fragments. Lin Mo then exhaled a long breath, waving his hand, causing the multicolored beams to dissipate into nothingness. Following this, he gestured gently towards the cluster of golden, devouring insects below. The golden insects once again transformed into hundreds of golden flowers, rushing towards that direction. Within mere breaths, they burrowed into Lin Mo's sleeves, vanishing without a trace. Lin Mo reached downward with one hand, causing the black mountain peak to shrink and fly into his grasp. At last, he could exhale a sigh of relief. From the release of the devouring insects to their swift consumption of all the ferocious insects, and then their immediate retrieval, the entire process transpired in a fleeting moment. Thus, although the number of devouring insects released was considerable, the expenditure of Lin Mo's mental energy was negligible, imposing no significant burden upon him. Naturally, he had long since prepared adequately for this moment. If he could not eradicate these flying insects swiftly, he would unhesitatingly retract them, ensuring his mental energy did not become excessively depleted. Otherwise, such actions would yield more losses than gains. However, as he had previously anticipated, the golden devouring insects proved to be the quintessential weapon against these ferocious insects, effortlessly obliterating them in the blink of an eye. If one were to employ alternative artifacts, it would likely be arduous to achieve such a pristine and seamless effect. Lin Mo lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance towards the tumultuous battle between the two colossal demonic insects, and in an instant, his form shimmered with emerald light, transforming into a radiant brilliance that vanished into the heavens. Within mere moments, he had completely disappeared without a trace at the horizon's edge. Simultaneously, approximately 100,000 miles away, in the core region of the Silver Tide, an enormous entity, far exceeding the dimensions of an ordinary silver worm, suddenly raised its drooping head, peering towards the direction Lin Mo had departed. Bathed in a faint silver luminescence, the creature's head bore the visage of an aged man. His expression was tense, brows furrowed in deep contemplation, eyes betraying profound confusion and astonishment. His countenance was solemn, as if silently challenging the unfathomable world before him. He widened his eyes, endeavoring to pierce through the thick atmosphere and the chaotic entanglement of myriad silver flying insects and green gas to locate Lin Mo's presence. However, in the distance of several miles, countless silver insects surged violently against the green gas, rendering the outcome indecisive for the moment. After a brief hesitation, the human-faced silver worm finally emitted a protracted and piercing shriek. Upon hearing this cry, the surrounding silver insects surged forth like frenzied beasts towards the source of the sound. In a fleeting moment, centered around this silver worm, a colossal silver monstrosity gradually took shape. Soon thereafter, every silver insect within a radius of several miles was devoured, leaving a gigantic creature, over 100 feet in length, standing proudly in this space. This behemoth flapped its wings, generating two fierce storms, its immense form soaring into the sky, racing forward with great speed. Although Lin Mo was unaware of the origins of the mysterious primordial spirit he had just vanquished, he was acutely aware that this situation would undoubtedly yield no favorable outcome. Thus, upon departing from his original position, he immediately altered his course several times during his descent and employed the Tai transformation talisman for a period of concealment, only resuming his journey once he had confirmed his safety. Despite being alone at this moment, he firmly believed that even when faced with a powerful adversary in the early stages of integration, he possessed the strength to contend, feeling no overwhelming fear within. The light he had transformed into continued to race along a meticulously chosen path towards the far end of the Guanhan realm. 2 months later, above a desert in the Guanhan realm, suffused with yellow dust, a radiant brilliance erupted as 3 uniquely designed azure war chariots, accompanied by streaks of azure lightning, sped forth from the distance. In but a few breaths, these 3 azure chariots had arrived before them, coming to an orderly halt at an altitude of over 100 feet above the ground. At this moment, the true appearance of these chariots became discernible. They were fashioned in an ancient style, adorned with exquisite patterns, and under the flickering azure light, variously sized azure runes danced incessantly upon the surface of the chariots. Before the war chariots stood 2 imposing creatures resembling water buffalo, clad in azure armor. Their eyes burned with a vivid crimson hue, and from their nostrils billowed wisps of azure smoke. As this smoke enveloped the surroundings, the temperature soared dramatically, imparting an extraordinary sensation of searing heat. On each of the 3 chariots, 2 diminutive figures and a towering puppet, similarly encased in azure armor, held their positions. The puppet, towering at an impressive height, bore a sharp blade at its waist and grasped a rein leading to one of the massive buffalo-like beasts. Through its azure mask, one could discern an eerie red glimmer in its eyes. The 6 diminutive figures atop the chariots were also garbed in battle armor, yet their faces were marred by gray spots, with exposed fangs presenting a grotesque visage. At that moment, they remained motionless, gazing down upon the rolling yellow sands, occasionally engaging in hushed discussions. After a brief deliberation, one of them raised a hand, producing a bronze ancient mirror, which he hurled towards the sands below. Amidst the howling winds, the mirror spun, emanating a halo of azure light that swiftly expanded outward. The once tumultuous sands stilled under the mirror's azure illumination, revealing an exceptionally clear scene. A vast expanse of palace ruins stretched endlessly before them. Upon witnessing this sight, the hovering diminutive figures could not contain their elation, exchanging greetings as they prepared to drive their chariots into the ruins below. However, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the sky in another direction. Subsequently, an azure lightning sphere materialized on the horizon, bursting forth with a series of muffled thunders. The azure brilliance zipped through the air, traversing hundreds of yards before arriving beside the three chariots. The six diminutive beings were taken aback. Yet their astonishment soon transformed into recognition of the object within the lightning sphere, a colossal puppet resembling a bird, exceeding 20 yards in size, adorned in golden plumage, with a silver head and azure wings. This puppet was none other than the famed Thunderpong, though the puppet bore numerous scars. With most of its feathers shed and one claw missing, the dazzling layer of azure arcs surrounding it still inspired trepidation, dissuading any thoughts of underestimation. An icy dread gripped the hearts of the six diminutive figures. One among them let out a piercing howl, and the three chariots responded with a deafening roar, transforming into three streaks of azure light that charged toward the colossal puppet. Before they could make actual contact with the Thunderpong, the towering azure-armored puppets simultaneously brandished their reins. The six buffalo-like creatures unleashed a fierce roar, opening their massive jaws to spew forth torrents of azure flames, engulfing the area in a raging inferno. At nearly the same moment, the six diminutive men emitted a deep, resonant call, followed by a subtle tremor in their shoulders as the silver wheels behind them shot forth like arrows released from a bow. These extraordinary treasures, propelled by arcane forces, suddenly increased in size, transforming into six dazzling, radiant orbs that hurtled through the air towards the thunderous puppet, akin to unstoppable weapons of triumph. The Thunderbird puppet, upon perceiving this spectacle, experienced a fleeting glimmer of silver in its eyes. Its azure luminescent aura intensified, and its remaining colossal claw surged upwards into the sky. A phantom of the massive azure claw materialized in the heavens, casting an imposing shadow as it lunged fiercely towards the trio of bronze chariots. In the face of the incoming silver crescent and the onrushing azure inferno, the puppet seemed utterly unfazed, exhibiting an indifference that startled the six diminutive beings, who were now engulfed in panic. Nonetheless, accustomed to collaborative maneuvers, they swiftly adapted, exchanging silent signals of coordination. Amidst one individual's furious shout, the six altered their arcane gestures, pointing continuously into the air. In an instant, the six lunar orbs resonated with a hum, converging beneath the azure claw to amalgamate into a colossal disk, measuring several dozen feet in diameter, fearlessly counterattacking upwards. With a resounding crash, the claw's phantom collided with the disk, unleashing a breathtaking display of azure and silver brilliance. At that moment, the azure flames surged forward, engulfing the Thunderbird puppet and intertwining with its protective bolts of lightning, which occasionally erupted in deep, thunderous roars. Despite the ferocity of the azure flames, which raged intensely, they only flickered slightly, failing to disturb the puppet in the slightest. After a brief stalemate, the vast claw shadow ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of the silver disk formed from the six silver wheels, shattering and dissipating in the shimmering light. Unimpeded, the massive disk emitted a resonant hum, hurtling directly towards the puppet's head, poised to deliver a decisive strike. Before it could reach the ground, the void below began to warp and twist with flickering brilliance, releasing an eerie oscillation as if on the verge of being cleaved in two. The Thunderbird puppet, witnessing this, opened its formidable maw. A stout azure arc surged forth, morphing into a serpentine bolt of lightning, baring its fangs as it lunged towards the disk. Following a thunderous explosion, silver and azure intertwined in a dazzling spectacle. The silver disk spun relentlessly, trembling with a mournful wail as fissures appeared upon its surface. Subsequently, with a flicker of light, it resplit into six silver wheels, cascading back towards the six diminutive beings. In quick succession, the electric arcs enveloping the Thunderbird surged once more, its form erupting with a resounding roar as it transformed into a luminous arc, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, a flash of light appeared above the three chariots, and the silhouette of the Thunderbird materialized, unfurling its wings and descending with the force of a tempest. Upon witnessing this turn of events, the six diminutive beings were certainly taken aback, yet their response remained composed and unflustered. 6 individuals simultaneously raised an arm, swiftly pressing a palm against the front of the azure-armored puppet. In an instant, a flicker of crimson light flashed in the eyes of the 3 puppets, and their surfaces radiated a resplendent azure glow, their forms suddenly towering incomparably. In the blink of an eye, the masks of the puppets fell away, revealing 3 grotesque, colossal demons exceeding 10 zhang in height. Simultaneously, 6 massive clawed appendages swept through the air, unleashing a flurry of blackish-blue claw strikes that darted towards the tempestuous thunderbird above. Following this, the demons abruptly grasped backward with a single hand. 12 similarly enlarged silver short spears transformed into 12 beams of silver light, vanishing without a trace. In the void, the cacophony of wind and thunder erupted. The thunderbird, upon witnessing this spectacle, maintained an impassive expression as it opened its maw, releasing another azure arc and applying immense, invisible pressure with a single claw. At that moment, the 6 diminutive foreign beings retracted their arms, murmuring incantations as their bodies swiftly expanded several-fold. Subsequently, a cascade of various treasures surged forth from their forms, transforming into radiant auras that joined the onslaught. The air resonated with a continuous barrage of explosions, waves of force rolling outward, and a myriad of lights flashing in a dazzling display. This fierce battle raged on for a full hour. When the explosions abruptly ceased and the ethereal brilliance ultimately faded, the Thunderbird puppet, reduced to a mere half of its former self, plummeted from the sky, disappearing into the ruins below in an eerie fashion. The 3 battle chariots suspended in midair, along with the 3 azure-armored puppets, were similarly battered and bruised. One puppet bore a gaping wound the size of a basin, having pierced through its heart. Had it not been for its puppet form, such an injury would have surely claimed the life of an ordinary foreigner. The 6 foreign beings themselves fared little better. Not only were most of the myriad treasures surrounding them obliterated, but their battle armor was charred and pockmarked, nearly rendered completely unserviceable. In stark contrast, the 6 water buffalo-like creatures remained unscathed, though they were all panting heavily, drenched in sweat. In summary, while the 6 foreign beings emerged victorious against the Thunderbird puppet, the cost was substantial. Nevertheless, upon witnessing their triumph over the Thunderbird puppet, expressions of joy illuminated their faces as they hastily revived their chariots and sped downward. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from a nearby cloud of mist. "Very well, indeed. Esteemed friends of the Black Confucian clan, you have successfully vanquished this puppet, thereby sparing us further troubles." No sooner had the words been spoken than the mist erupted in a brilliant radiance, revealing a dozen figures clad in diverse attire. At the forefront stood an individual in a yellow robe, seemingly in his 20s, yet adorned with 3 gleaming golden horns sprouting from his forehead, capturing the eye with their brilliance. Behind him stood a diverse assembly of over a dozen individuals, ranging in age and gender, all adorned with horns of varying colors and shapes. Upon sighting this motley group, the expressions of the 6 diminutive foreigners darkened considerably. One among them, seemingly the leader, emitted a harsh, rasping voice. "Horned chieftains, what brings you to this place? Have you been covertly tracking us?" "Tracking? How dare you presume? Yet, since you have discovered this location, you shall not leave alive. Attack! Let us send them on their way." The golden-horned youth scoffed, issuing commands to his companions. In unison, the horned chieftains responded, their escape light coalescing like a halo, forming a fan-shaped array as they surged towards their foes. "Retreat!" The 6 adept members of the Black Confucian clan were taken aback, their leader roaring in fury. The power of the wind and fire surged beneath the hooves of their bovine beasts, which leapt into action, while 3 war chariots transformed into brilliant azure beams, racing in another direction. Within the azure light, flickering arcs and a resounding roar could be perceived, a spectacle of astonishing speed. However, the prowess displayed by the horned chieftains was even more remarkable. Several among them shimmered with spiritual light, instantaneously transforming into resplendent rainbows. Others executed hand seals, vanishing from sight with a mere shift. Some waved their sleeves, releasing spirit beasts or flying artifacts, swiftly mounting them and pursuing with incredible velocity. The golden-horned youth, however, remained suspended in midair, hands clasped behind his back, utterly still, exuding confidence in his companions. It was no surprise that he felt such assurance. Although the Black Confucian clan was not to be underestimated on the Thunderous continent, their kin were not adept in the art of flight. Typically, In engagements with others, they relied on various flying chariots crafted within their clan. Under ordinary circumstances, or when holding an advantage in combat, this shortcoming might not be so severe. Yet now, the diminutive Lu Ming's alien race had just suffered a heavy blow, and a formidable new foe had emerged, one clearly beyond their capacity to contend with. This undeniably became their Achilles heel. Chapter 649. The final outcome revealed that all subsequent events bore striking resemblance to his earlier analyses. The three war chariots had barely traversed 1,000 zhong when a sudden eruption of dazzling spiritual light burst forth ahead, followed by fleeting figures appearing in a flash. These figures were the very horned chieftains who had earlier vanished into the void using their teleportation technique. Without hesitation, they raised their arms, unleashing torrents of lightning and flames that surged forth like a raging tide towards the three war chariots. Despite the ferocious demeanor of the 6 formidable oxen beasts harnessed to the chariot, they were compelled to pause momentarily, exhaling azure flames as they valiantly defended against aerial threats. However, during this fleeting cessation, more than a dozen of their kin, commandeering various spirit beasts and magical artifacts, swiftly encircled the three chariots. Weapons such as swords, axes, and staffs erupted from the ranks of the Horned Chi tribe, transforming into a vibrant cascade of colors that enveloped the scene. Witnessing this tableau, the 6 black scholars atop the chariot were overtaken by profound despair. Nonetheless, they were resolute in their unwillingness to capitulate easily. In unison, they shouted commands, striking the battered azure-armored creature before them, compelling it to revert to its colossal demonic form. Simultaneously, they executed arcane gestures, amplifying their own stature as a silver wheel emerged from their backs, instantaneously transforming into countless silver moons that surged forth in all directions. Driven by their desperate determination, the 6 black scholars engaged in fierce combat with the Horned Chi tribe, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, both the Horned Chi and the diminutive alien beings understood that such a condition could only endure for a brief moment. Once the magical energies of the 6 black scholars were depleted, their fates would be sealed. Unbeknownst to these outsiders, including the golden-horned youth, a third force lurked nearby, hidden from their view. This force resided within a dilapidated loft several hundred miles away, wielding a peculiar artifact to closely monitor the unfolding events. The artifact, a translucent white crystal, displayed vivid scenes of the struggle between the Horned Chi and the 6 black scholars, though the perspective seemed to be from a significant height. Observing from over 10 miles away, seated cross-legged before the crystal were 2 individuals. One exuded calm composure, while the other wore a face of perplexity. What could be the reason behind the Horned Chi's presence here? Had they also been drawn by the allure of the ancient ruins? The woman, adorned in a pristine white cloak and possessing a statuesque figure, was Lu Shuer. Her voice, barely audible, was clearly directed at her companion. The other, a young man clad in a blue robe with an unremarkable appearance, was Lin Mo. Though Lin Mo's demeanor was as tranquil as a placid lake, his gaze remained fixated on the images within the crystal, unwavering. Upon hearing Lu Shuer's inquiry, his lips twitched slightly before he responded with measured calm. There is no need for concern, Lady Lu. Your brother Lin's insights are indeed reassuring. Should we not consider relocating to a safer refuge, away from these Horned Chi? Once our companionship arrives, we can collectively harness the formidable power of our 3 cultivators to attempt to dismantle the barriers of this forbidden place. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shuer proposed this course of action. Indeed, that plan is certainly feasible. Before taking action, we must ascertain the true intentions of the Jiao Qi tribe. Originally, achieving this was quite challenging. However, the esteemed Kai generously lent the renowned Yinging crystal of the Jing tribe for the fairy's use. Thus, we can glean the movements of the Jiao Qi people from 1,000 miles away. Lin Mo gazed at the crystal in his hand, gently stroking his beard, and spoke slowly. Although this Yinging crystal possesses remarkable concealment capabilities, even eluding the perception of those at the saint level, it can only reveal ordinary scenes. Should the opposing party employ a certain restriction to obscure their tracks, the crystal would cease to function effectively. Lu Shuer furrowed her brow slightly, her expression betraying a hint of concern. At that moment, whether by coincidence or due to the keen perception of the golden-horned youth, he suddenly lifted his head to the sky and waved one hand, causing a dark, round basin to rise and hover in the air. Subsequently, the youth chanted incantations, his fingers deftly casting various colored spells towards the basin. These spells streaked across the sky like shooting stars, all merging into the basin. With a long, resonating sound, the basin's surface emanated a brilliant black light that quickly expanded. In an instant, it transformed into a structure towering over 10 zhang, resembling a massive house floating in the air. Then, the lid of the basin soared upwards, releasing countless plumes of ink-black mist that spread in all directions. A dark veil descended, enveloping much of the sky. The crystalline screen before Lin Mo and Lu Shuer was instantly engulfed in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Both their expressions shifted simultaneously, but before they could speak, the black light on the screen flickered several times before returning to its original state, revealing the scene once more. The image displayed was nearly indistinguishable from before, with even the distant clouds retaining their former shapes. However, the Jiaoqi people and the golden-horned youth, who had been floating in the air, had vanished without a trace. Lu Shuer's gaze shifted as she extended a slender finger towards the crystal screen. As the light shimmered, the screen transformed once again, illuminating the landscape below. Yet, upon seeing the yellow sands once more, they found no trace of the Jiaoqi people. It appeared that they had employed an illusion, concealing all their movements. Unless we forcibly manipulate the Ying crystal to probe into their restrictions, we may not be able to unravel this conundrum. However, doing so would inevitably expose our whereabouts, a risk not worth taking. Lu Shuer sighed in resignation. As Lin Mo gently waved his sleeve towards the crystal, its light began to flicker rapidly, and a wispy, milky white smoke gradually emerged. Soon after, the image dissipated like a shattered dream, leaving only an unremarkable milky white crystal, which was then tucked away into his sleeve. Alas, given the meticulous nature of these members of the Jiaoqi tribe, it seems inappropriate for us to intentionally disturb them. However, it is evident that their intentions must be of considerable significance. I wonder how this might impact our plans, Lin Mo pondered, murmuring to himself. The vast expanse of thousands of miles is but a fleeting moment for us to traverse. Indeed, we must exercise caution. Do you have any clever strategies, Brother Lin? Lu Shuer inquired slowly, her heart tightening. The adversaries' numbers are substantial, and their abilities are not inferior to ours. Naturally, no perfect solution has yet emerged. We can only set multiple layers of formations to obscure the fluctuations caused by our attempts to dismantle the restrictions. Furthermore, despite the Jiaoqi tribe employing illusions to conceal their movements, we can still manipulate the surroundings of the illusion array. We may dispatch puppets or spiritual beasts to conduct continuous covert surveillance. Should they exhibit any significant movements, we shall be prepared. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo responded thus. For now, this appears to be our only course of action. Lu Shuer also reflected for a while, ultimately nodding in reluctant agreement. Since the fairy has no objections, we might as well commence our preparations immediately. This is not a place for lingering. It is prudent to head towards the restricted area as soon as possible, Lin Mo declared without hesitation. Naturally, I only wonder when Daoist Sure will arrive here, lest he encounters unforeseen circumstances along the way. Lu Shuer nodded gravely, revealing a trace of concern. Since we have managed to arrive here with such ease, I believe Brother Sure's strength will see him through without issue. Moreover, with 2 months remaining before the agreed deadline, it is quite normal for him to arrive a few days later if he has chosen a longer route, Lin Mo remarked with a slight smile, seemingly confident in Shikuan. Let us hope so. The cloaked woman, hearing Lin Mo's words, felt it inappropriate to voice further concerns. Lin Mo smiled, and with a subtle motion of his sleeve, a white shadow shot forth, swirling in the air before transforming into a woman clad in white. Her expression devoid of emotion as she stood before them. This was the spirit puppet doll. Go, keep a close watch on those Jiaoqi tribesmen, avoid any conflict, and merely observe from a distance, Lin Mo commanded in a detached tone. Upon hearing this, the doll's eyes flickered with a spark of light, and she bowed slightly, preparing to take flight, but Lin Mo, with a thought, halted her once more. Wait, take this magical artifact and this talisman with you. Ensuring your concealment is of utmost importance. As he spoke, Lin Mo extended his right hand, and with a flash of light, a piece of black gauze and a purple talisman appeared in his grasp. The talisman, shrouded in a hazy purple glow, was the Tai transformation talisman. The doll's face remained expressionless, yet she obediently reached out, grasping the black gauze and the talisman, which she then absorbed into her hand. With a flash of white light enveloping her form, she transformed into a white shadow and departed into the void. Brother Lin, you certainly take great care of this puppet. However, it is hardly surprising that such a high-level spirit puppet would evoke a sense of envy even in my younger sister. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Shuier could not help but smile charmingly. Hee, the fairy is indeed overly modest. With your immense wealth and capabilities, procuring a spirit puppet would undoubtedly pose no challenge at all. However, if I may speak candidly, while such puppets are exceedingly splendid, they often appear rather ostentatious, and their efficacy frequently pales in comparison to that of comparable spiritual beasts. The one I possess was also a gift from another. Lin Mo responded with a serene smile. Indeed, that is the case. Controlling such puppets in battle incurs a significant consumption of top-tier spirit stones, which can be quite burdensome. Since Brother Lin has dispatched a spirit puppet, I shall also release a spiritual beast to collaborate with it in monitoring those Jiaoqi individuals. Observing Lin Mo's reluctance to delve deeper into the matter of spirit puppets, Lu Shuier deftly shifted the topic. She then gently pressed a button at her waist, and in an instant, a dazzling rainbow flashed forth, vanishing into the void like a bolt of lightning. Even with Lin Mo's keen eyesight, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of what appeared to be a winged creature resembling a small marten, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Lin Mo was taken aback by the mysterious speed of this little beast and cast a deep glance at the cloaked woman. Yet, Lu Shuier immediately rose and declared, "Let us depart. We need only wait for Daoist shirt near the restricted area." Lin Mo naturally had no objections. Thus, both of them emanated a glow of spiritual energy, transforming into two faint beams of light that soared skyward, racing away from the Jiaoqi individuals. Throughout their journey, the landscape beneath remained unchanged, revealing a vast expanse of yellowish sand and wind. Ruined structures intermittently emerged and faded within the swirling sands. Lin Mo, having arrived in this area several days prior, had already conducted a preliminary observation of these ruins. The area spanned a considerable expanse, approximately 2 to 3 million miles. Many places evidently retained restrictions, exuding an aura of danger. Fortuitously, prior to his arrival, Lin Mo had received warnings from Kai Luyang and others, allowing him to steer clear of these regions. Otherwise, ancient mechanisms like the Lei Peng puppet would surely number more than one in this area. As for the restricted ruins that Kai Luyang and others yearned for, they represented one of the most perilous locations. After flying cautiously for tens of thousands of kilometers, the two finally halted their luminous escape. Lin Mo squinted slightly, gazing forward. There, beneath the distant ground, a sphere of white radiance, measuring 100 feet in diameter, spun slowly amid the sands. Regardless of how fiercely the winds raged, it remained steadfast. Even more chillingly, around this radiance lay scattered heaps of beast bones. Most of these were buried beneath yellow sands, with only a few exposed skeletal remains displaying a charred, yellowish hue, as if they had endured countless ages. Others appeared pristine white, indicating that they belonged to beasts that had only recently perished. Chapter 650. At this moment, Lu Shuier held in her hand a peculiar array disc, approximately the size of a palm, her eyes fixated upon it with meticulous attention. It was indeed here. This appearance unmistakably corresponded to the forbidden zone mentioned by my master and senior Duan. After a period of observation, Lu Shuier finally let out a deep sigh, and then murmured to herself, "Based on my assessment, the situation here is intricate and fraught with peril. However, given the immense effort expended by the two seniors to gather us three here, they must have acquired some method to unravel this predicament." Lin Mo swiftly scanned the surrounding beast bones and then spoke in a measured tone. "Although the circumstances are dire, I hope that is indeed the case. According to my master, the barrier here is the manifestation of the Tai Qingguang, a force renowned alongside the primordial magnetic divine light from ancient times. To break this, one must harness the opposing primordial magnetic divine light. I believe that with our three bodies imbued with primordial magnetism, we should be able to successfully dismantle this barrier." Lu Shuier's comprehension of the current barrier was evidently more profound than Lin Mo's, her words imbued with confidence. Tai Qingguang. The previously composed Lin Mo suddenly gasped, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face, though it quickly vanished. "Lin brother, could it be that you have developed a keen interest in this extraordinary light?" Lu Shuier seemed to sense Lin Mo's unusual reaction, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired. As one who possesses the primordial magnetic treasure, I naturally have some understanding of other remarkable lights that stand alongside it. It is said that the Tai Ching Guang is celebrated as the Void Blade, incredibly sharp. Once unleashed, its power rivals that of an invisible sword Qi at the perfected realm, capable of slaying foes unseen. I wonder if such extraordinary properties are indeed true. Lin Mo responded softly, quickly regaining his composure. So, Lin brother is well versed in the Tai Ching Guang. According to my master, while this light possesses formidable power, it is not as terrifying as legends suggest. However, the barrier constructed from this extraordinary light is indeed unyielding and nearly insurmountable. Were it otherwise, my master would have likely dared to attempt to forcibly breach this barrier and seize the treasures within long ago. Furthermore, the Tai Ching Guang cannot be acquired through postnatal cultivation. It can only be naturally generated by the forces of heaven and earth. In our spirit realm, this type of extraordinary light is even rarer than the primordial magnetic divine light. While practitioners of the primordial magnetic divine light are somewhat known, those who cultivate the Tai Ching Guang have not been heard of since ancient times, Lu Shui'er elaborated. If that is the case, then there must be a supreme treasure capable of harnessing the Tai Ching Guang concealed within the barrier below, or perhaps a rare item containing this light. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and he couldn't help but retort. Although my master has not explicitly detailed it, this is most likely the situation. Lu Shui'er slightly nodded in agreement. Indeed, I had not anticipated that this expedition would afford me a glimpse of the illustrious Tai Ching Guang. Even if we do not manage to acquire other rare treasures today, it can still be considered a fruitful endeavor. Lin Mo inhaled gently, a faint smile blossoming at the corners of his mouth. Lu Shui'er, however, remained focused on the pristine, colorful radiance below, her eyes revealing a deep contemplation. Suddenly, Lu Shui'er deftly flipped her hand, and in an instant, a fiery red flying fork materialized within her grasp. With a powerful sweep, the fork transformed into a blazing beam of light, soaring towards the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the crimson radiance reached the ethereal white glow above, seemingly on the verge of plunging into it. However, at that precise moment, the red light began to tremble violently, and the flying fork let out a piercing wail, instantaneously shattering into 7 or 8 fragments. It was as if it had been simultaneously struck by several invisible celestial weapons, effortlessly severing it into countless shards. The remnants of the broken fork, upon descending to the ground, were met with a barrage of relentless attacks, ultimately dissolving into myriad flickering red lights, completely vanishing from existence. Lin Mo witnessed the entire sequence unfold before his eyes. The smile that once adorned his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. He had just released his divine sense to probe below, but had failed to perceive the tangible form of the Tai Ching Guang. Fortunately, he had previously activated the Mingqing Lingmo, and at the moment of the fork's explosion, he vaguely glimpsed dozens of slender phantoms striking towards the fork. These mysterious entities remained indistinct even under the gaze of the spiritual eye, appearing in a translucent state. Thus, it became evident that these were the true manifestations of the Tai Ching Guang, which was exceedingly enigmatic. Lu Shui'er, in a peculiar manner, seemed to sense the existence of those shadowy lights, and she could not help but exhale a soft sigh. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's brows twitched ever so slightly. He lifted his arm, and a beam of azure light shot forth from his sleeve. After a brief rotation, this object sped downward. To his surprise, it was a flying sword, the Zhongqing Zhu Fengyun sword, measuring just over a foot in length. The descent of the sword was remarkably swift, and in the blink of an eye, it was already less than 10 zhong from the white glow. The blue light in Lin Mo's eyes flickered slightly as his gaze remained fixed below. There, dozens of fine, thread-like phantoms eerily emerged around the flying sword, and in an instant, they all struck towards it. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, the azure light on the sword flickered incessantly, momentarily preserving its integrity through its keen edge, yet it continued to plummet rapidly. Just as it was about to make contact with the white glow, the number of phantoms surrounding the sword suddenly surged to hundreds, even thousands, all converging upon it. Ultimately, the Zhongqing Zhu Fengyun sword could not withstand such overwhelming pressure. Emitting a low, mournful cry before shattering completely, bursting forth in a dazzling explosion of azure light. Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly, but without hesitation. He extended his right hand and grasped at the void. The azure light coalesced at a single point, and a complete flying sword astonishingly reformed. Lu Shuai, observing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Lin Mo, however, merely shook his head gently. With a wave of his hand, the flying sword vanished without a trace. Though he possessed other treasures with defensive capabilities far exceeding that of the Zhengqin Zhu Fengyun sword, he was unwilling to take the risk of employing them to test this formidable barrier. However, despite his efforts to maintain composure, his heart was awash with excitement and anticipation. The Tai Azure light was the unique radiance emanating from the Tai Azure mountain, which served as the principal material in forging one of the 5 extreme mountains. Although treasures possessing the Tai Azure light were not exclusively confined to the mountainous shape of the Tai Azure mountain, considering the formidable restrictions in this place, which may have been left behind by true immortals, it was conceivable that only the Tai Azure mountain, capable of continuously emitting the Tai Azure light, could reach such an extent. Therefore, should he succeed in acquiring this mountain, the realization of the second extreme mountain would be imminent. Lin Mo pondered silently in his heart, then calmly addressed the woman. Indeed, the Tai Azure light possesses extraordinary power, beyond the capabilities of either of us to unravel. It is prudent to await the arrival of Taoist Shikuan, and together as 3, we shall endeavor to break the restrictions. Lu Shuai concurred, saying, I too share this sentiment. Let us seek a nearby refuge, where we may first recuperate and gather our strength for the subsequent actions. Thus, after a brief discussion, the two swiftly maneuvered their escape light toward a certain direction. Moments later, they descended from the skies, having traveled 1,000 miles. Despite the raging sandstorms in the area, Lu Shuai elegantly waved her hand, summoning a dimly yellow sphere. As the sphere spun, it radiated a warm yellow glow, enveloping both Lin Mo and herself. The surrounding sandstorms vanished instantly under the brilliance of the yellow light. Lin Mo and Lu Shuai gently alighted, finally resting within a dilapidated hall, mostly in ruins with only a small portion remaining intact. Half a month later, at the horizon, a flicker of light appeared, and a faint streak of escape light emerged, rapidly approaching their location. After several flashes, the spiritual light above the hall where Lin Mo and his companion were concealed condensed, revealing the silhouette of a robust man, none other than Shikuan of the Stone Cocoon clan. Yet, at that moment, Shikuan's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his eyes lacking their usual luster, as if his vitality had been severely depleted. Rather than hastily descending into the swirling sands below, he exhibited a heightened vigilance, scanning his surroundings for any anomalies. Once assured of the absence of danger, he deftly produced with unwavering focus, he observed a flash of yellow light illuminating his form as he silently descended. The yellow sands clashed against the protective spiritual light encasing the sturdy man, producing a sound akin to metal rubbing against metal, yet inflicting no harm whatsoever. However, as Shikuan reached the location of the hall, Lin Mo and Lu Shuai had already been awaiting his arrival for some time. Brother Shi, your complexion appears rather poor. Did you encounter difficulties along the way? Lu Shuai inquired, astonished at Shikuan's appearance. Difficulties? I have faced life and death, Shikuan replied, his expression relaxing upon seeing Lin Mo and Lu Shuai, followed by a wry smile. With a slight shift of his form, he suddenly appeared before them. Did Taoist Shi fail to successfully evade those ferocious insects? Lin Mo asked in a calm tone. He vividly recalled the menacing swarm that had pursued the robust man, resembling the silver-tide insects that had chased after him earlier. Had it not been for my relentless efforts to eradicate them completely, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape their relentless pursuit. These ferocious demonic insects, though formidable, were no match for the esoteric spells imparted to me by my master, which allowed me to navigate the situation with relative ease. In truth, I encountered members of the Snow Howl clan during my journey, who pursued me relentlessly for a fortnight, and it was only by a stroke of luck that I managed to preserve my life. The burly man recounted through gritted teeth. The Snow Howl clan. They are the fanatical race that can only wield ice-based powers, fervently believing that ice is the very essence of all mystical arts, harboring intense animosity towards practitioners of any other disciplines. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuai could not help but be taken aback. Indeed, it was this group of zealots, Although the overall strength of this race is not particularly formidable and their individuals often perplexing, their combat prowess is not in the least inferior to the higher echelons of powerful races like the Ocean King's horned beasts. Historically, this clan resided in the most northern reaches of thunderous continent, and due to their remote geographical location, few have heard of their acquisition of the Guanghan Order, which allowed them entry into the Guanghan realm. However, this time, they not only succeeded in entering this world, but also led me to unfortunate encounters with them. Shirkuan expressed his indignation. Lin Mo had perused relevant literature and was thus acquainted with the peculiarities of the Snowhowl clan. Upon hearing this, he exchanged glances with Lu Shui, both feeling a profound sympathy for the burly man. Given the current state of the robust man, it was evident that he could not immediately collaborate with them to unravel the restrictions. After a brief discussion, the three decided to wait an additional 5 to 6 days for Shirkuan to regain his vitality before officially commencing their operation. Of course, Lin Mo also took the opportunity to inform Shirkuan that the horned beasts were merely tens of thousands of miles away. Upon hearing this, the burly man's lips twitched slightly, seemingly resigned. The fleeting days of 5 or 6 passed swiftly. During this interval, neither Lin Mo's puppets nor Lu Shui's spirit beasts detected any unusual activities from the horned beasts concealed beneath the illusion. It was as if, once the horned beasts had set their illusions in place, they ceased any major actions, appearing to lay low. Although Lin Mo and Lu Shui were unclear about this race's intentions, they undoubtedly wished for this situation to persist, allowing them to unravel the restrictions and depart quietly. Thus, on this day, the three silently ascended from the ground and sped towards the location of the restrictions. In a matter of moments, 3 streaks of light re-emerged near the white radiance, revealing the figures of Lin Mo and his companions, who then momentarily blurred before mysteriously dispersing, forming a vast triangle suspended above the edge of the restrictions below. I trust you are all well versed in the steps required to dismantle these restrictions. The restrictions below are primarily composed of Tai's azure light, divided into 3 major sections with a total of 11 minor tiers, each tier's potency increasing by 30%. We must strike while the iron is hot and dismantle all the restrictions in one fell swoop. If one encounters setbacks within a certain level of restrictions, resulting in a slight delay in action, the previously lifted constraints will immediately revert to their original state, rendering our efforts futile. In the past, before advancing to the Sacred Clan, Senior Duan relied on his astonishing defensive capabilities and formidable physical strength to break through the first 7 layers of restrictions in one breath. The 3 of us, united with the power of Yuan magnetic light to effectively counteract the Tai Ching Wang, should theoretically be able to dismantle all 11 layers of restrictions. However, this remains merely my master's conjecture. The actual outcome will only be revealed in due course. Therefore, my esteemed companions must proceed with utmost caution. Lu Shuier cast a serious glance at Lin Mo and Shirkuan, solemnly articulating her thoughts. It was evident that the task of lifting the seal was primarily in the hands of this woman. After listening to Lu Shuier's words, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile faintly, then countered, "Both Shi Daoist and I have expended great effort to reach this point. We shall certainly give our all to ensure our endeavors are fruitful. However, regarding the agreement established by our esteemed predecessors that day, I trust that both Lady Lu and Daoist Shi are already well aware." Chapter 651. Rest assured, Lin brother, both of us have received our master's solemn promise. Aside from the items required by our master and Senior Duan, any rare treasures discovered thereafter will be determined by personal fortune. No additional demands will be made. Shirkuan, listening nearby, laughed heartily and nodded in agreement. Lin Mo, hearing this, displayed a satisfied expression and nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, seeing that Lin Mo and Shirkuan had ceased further exchanges, Lu Shuer gently tapped her storage bracelet. In an instant, a vibrant, resplendent small umbrella appeared in her hand, shimmering with an array of colors. This umbrella measured merely half a foot in length, yet its brilliance was captivating. Shirkuan seemed to recognize this artifact, his expression shifting slightly. With a serious demeanor, Lu Shuier tossed the umbrella upwards. In an instant, it transformed into a swirl of multicolored spiritual light, soaring into the clouds. And after a few flickers, it vanished without a trace in the high sky. Shortly thereafter, a cascade of 5-colored radiance descended from above. enveloping the surrounding area within a 10-mile radius. Within this luminous haze, various runes of differing sizes flickered into view, only to dissipate into nothingness shortly after. As the entire light mist gradually became transparent and blurred, it ultimately vanished completely. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, swiftly extending his spiritual sense. However, as he approached the spot where the light mist had disappeared, he was immediately met with a rebound of invisible force. This realm had been entirely sealed by the five-colored small umbrella. Nevertheless, Lu Shu'er did not halt her actions. A flash of brilliance emanated from her, and over a dozen golden array flags surged forth from within her. Each flag was exquisitely crafted, its surface intricately engraved with profound array symbols. After swirling and dancing in the air, these flags transformed into golden beams of light, merging into the surrounding void. Instantly, a multitude of golden pillars shot skyward, only to flicker out of existence. A peculiar wave of energy quietly emerged, faint yet distinctly present. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Shu'er felt a slight sense of relief and smiled as she explained to Lin Mo and the others. This void umbrella is a proud creation of my master, capable of concealing the fluctuations of spiritual pressure generated during our efforts to dismantle the restrictions. Furthermore, the array of array flags forming the Golden Capital's spirit-restraining formation was meticulously crafted by my master for our expedition, serving purely as a defensive mechanism. Even an early-stage saint could not easily breach this formation. Excellent. Since Fairy Lu has made such arrangements, I shall also prepare a few trinkets, Shikuan remarked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Subsequently, this robust figure exhaled a dozen or so gray orbs, each containing a gray circular ring-like object, totaling 13, which hummed ominously before vanishing into thin air. The Een Soul Mother Rings. I can't believe Senior Duan entrusted this treasure to Brother Sure. Lu Shu'er recognized the rings at a glance, her expression tightening. Though lacking any extraordinary effects, this set of rings excels at inflicting harm upon the soul and spirit. If caught off guard, even a member of the sacred clan could suffer injuries. They serve as an excellent auxiliary measure to the restrictions set by the fairy. Shikuan explained nonchalantly. That is indeed splendid. With these preparations, should the Horn Chi clan dare to disrupt us, our defenses will suffice for a time, Lu Shu'er mused. Regaining her composure after a moment of silence, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with thoughtful contemplation as he gently stroked his chin and calmly remarked, "Since both of you have prepared for various scenarios, let us proceed to dismantle the restrictions without delay. For some reason, I feel an urgency to act swiftly to prevent any complications." "Ha, Brother Lin speaks wisely. Fairy Lu, please commence your actions," Shikuan responded with a cunning smile, expressing his agreement. "Now that both of you are ready, I shall exert my utmost efforts," Lu Shu'er replied softly with a smile. With that, she waved her hand, and a small gray banner appeared at her fingertips. The banner bore a misty gray hue, with the faint outline of magnetic divine light shimmering through. The cloaked woman tossed the small banner forward, forming a hand sign and reciting an incantation. With a resounding boom, a gray halo materialized behind her. The central rune subtly rotating, its brilliance surging like tumultuous waves. As the gray banner seemed to respond to some unseen force, it began to tremble violently, emitting a deep humming sound. Noticing that Lu Shu'er had successfully activated the magnetic divine light, Lin Mo and Shikuan exchanged glances before casting their spells. This time, Shikuan radiated a powerful gray light. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, a token-like treasure flew forth. This token, too, was a dull gray, yet bore the ancient characters for essence and light engraved on its front and back. The token gradually rotated, its size increasing until it reached about 10 feet in diameter. Without hesitation, the burly man extended a hand, spreading his fingers wide, and firmly pressed them against the back of the token. As the 5 fingers of brilliance flickered, the token instantly emanated a powerful gray light, with the ancient characters on its surface appearing remarkably resplendent. The imposing figure of the Han, enveloped in a swirling gray radiance akin to clouds, exuded an astonishing aura of primordial magnetic divine light. At this moment, Lin Mo had extended his ink-black palm from his sleeve. His expression shifted slightly, fingers curling gently, as a miniature peak, scarcely an inch high, materialized in the palm of his hand. It was the meticulously refined primordial magnetic extreme mountain. Without Lin Mo needing to execute any specific incantation, the mountain autonomously soared into the air. In a fleeting moment, the small mountain rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal entity exceeding 10 zhang in height. The surface of the peak shimmered with silver patterns, while layers of gray waves continuously surged forth. Almost simultaneously, the gray wheel behind the woman trembled, unleashing a beam of gray light that accurately struck the flag before her. In an instant, the gray banner quivered, unfurling to reveal a multitude of intricate runes, from which a more robust pillar of light erupted forth. The enormous token before Shirkuan fluctuated with radiant splendor. As strands of gray light shot forth from one side of the token, Lin Mo, with an impassive demeanor, channeled his incantation, pointing a single finger towards the black peak. The primordial magnetic extreme mountain spun gracefully, unleashing a torrent of gray waves from its base. The three forms of primordial magnetic power instantly converged below, forming a colossal rune with a diameter exceeding 10 zhang. Under the guidance of Lu Shui'er, this gigantic rune was enveloped in tumultuous gray mist, and in a mere flash, it plunged into the underlying white haze. A deep, resonant boom reverberated. The white mist and azure light briefly intertwined, the seemingly slow-spinning white haze resembling delicate paper, effortlessly torn apart by the rune, dissipating into ethereal glimmers. However, beneath this layer of white mist, another expanse of pale azure light suddenly emerged. The immense rune, undeterred, resolutely continued its descent, crashing upon this layer of azure light. Yet, this collision was utterly silent. Upon contact with the gray rune, the light curtain merely flickered and then vanished, as if instantaneously devoured. Following this, the gigantic rune plummeted once more, revealing an intricate web of intertwining crimson crystalline threads below, densely woven like an enormous spider's web. This time, before the rune could touch these formidable restraints, the web burst forth with a flash of red light, releasing billowing crimson clouds that surged upwards. The rune plunged headlong into this sea of red clouds. In stark contrast to the previous encounter, a series of thunderous booms erupted in succession. The gray light of the colossal rune blazed forth, and the red clouds churned tumultuously, ultimately swept away by the gray radiance. The crimson crystalline threads below, ensconced in the gray light, swiftly dissolved and vanished, akin to spring's thawing snow. The brilliance of the rune diminished momentarily, continuing its rapid descent, aimed at breaching the fourth layer of restraints. Yet, the luminescence of the rune, transformed by the primordial magnetic divine light, appeared significantly dimmer than at its inception. The initial layers of the restrictions were shattered with such ease that Lin Mo found himself somewhat astonished. The Taiji Qingguang, which the trio had initially regarded with considerable trepidation, was rendered ineffective from the outset due to the suppression of the Yuan magnetic divine light, failing to directly obstruct the onslaught of the runes. This was the pivotal factor that enabled them to effortlessly dismantle the earlier prohibitions. In an instant, as Lin Mo bore witness, the colossal rune, coalesced from the Yuan magnetic divine light, pierced through 9 distinct layers of restrictions. Yet, at this moment, the might of the colossal rune had nearly been exhausted. With a mournful groan, its surface suddenly cracked, revealing numerous fine fissures, and it appeared on the verge of collapsing into oblivion. What are my two companions waiting for? Why do they not prepare for the final strike? Lu Shui'er suddenly exclaimed, and in the next moment, the gray halo behind her shot forth, transforming into a robust beam of light that plunged into the crumbling rune. Remarkably, the cracks on the rune's surface healed instantaneously, revitalizing its brilliance and allowing it to surge forth with renewed vigor. Lin Mo and Shirkuan each unleashed their spells. A massive talisman was gently struck, darting downwards like a crossbow bolt, while a black mountain silently descended at the touch of a finger. Together, they transformed into 2 immense balls of gray light, akin to gray meteors plummeting swiftly. The 10th layer of restriction was, astonishingly, a curtain of deep yellow sand particles. The moment the gray rune made contact with this sandy veil, its entire form momentarily froze. Under Lin Mo's keen observation, the Taiji Qingguang that had long been suppressed by the Yuan magnetic divine light re-emerged in dense clusters nearby. As the power of the rune's magnetic force significantly diminished, this light finally displayed its potency once more. With a sweeping motion upwards, the colossal rune emitted a deep, resonant sound, shattering into countless fragments. the grayish light. After a tumultuous tremor, forcefully dissipated a substantial portion of the transparent phantoms formed from the Taiji Qingguang. At that moment, the massive talisman and the black mountain, now radiating gray light, were met with a fierce agitation from the golden-hued sand particles. Each minute grains suddenly swelled to the size of a human fist, surging wildly towards the two mysterious artifacts, attempting to crush them into dust. These yellow grains were clearly no ordinary substance. Had they merely been commonplace treasures, they could not withstand such a formidable impact. However, both the Yuan Magnetic Extreme Mountain in Lin Mo's possession and the Gray Talisman were invaluable treasures imbued with the power of Yuan magnetism. Under the pressure of these grains, although their brilliance slightly diminished, they appeared even more resplendent. Despite the extraordinary capabilities of these grains, once they entered the gray light, it was as if they were burdened by an immense weight, unable to advance even a fraction further. At this juncture, the silver runes on the Yuan Magnetic Extreme Mountain and the ancient inscriptions on the colossal talisman flickered simultaneously, allowing their might to be fully unleashed. Silver runes shimmered on the mountain's surface, swirling dreamily around the black peak, forming several black holes with diameters spanning several yards. Within these black holes, a hazy light swirled and rolled, generating an immense gravitational pull. The surrounding yellow sand grains were swept away by the gray light, uncontrollably spinning before reverting to their original form, all rushing towards these black holes. This phenomenon cleared a substantial area of the enormous sand grains nearby. After the ancient script on the colossal token flickered, it suddenly trembled, and a robust gray beam shot forth from its apex. In an instant, the token transformed into the hilt of a sword, with the magnetic divine light serving as the blade, materializing into a gray sword of 7 to 8 yards in length. The sword's radiance swept through the vicinity, immediately distorting and shaking the surrounding space, shattering the massive sand grains into fragments. The power of this sword was truly astonishing. Despite the yellow sand grains numbering in the millions, the combined formidable might of these two mystical treasures absorbed most of them, leaving only a fraction to be shattered and dissipated by the sword's strike. The 10th layer of restriction was finally forcefully breached, revealing the last layer. A colossal scroll composed of azure light slowly ascended from below. Within this scroll, verdant mountains appeared lush and dripping with vitality, countless spirit birds soaring and fluttering about, overlapping in various sizes, seemingly infinite. Simultaneously, the tallest azure peak within the scroll flashed with brilliance, scattering ethereal light across the entire canvas, erupting in an explosion. Vividly colored bird silhouettes came to life amidst the azure glow. Some spread their wings, while others raised their proud necks, leaping from the scroll. These spirit birds expelled torrents of blazing fireballs. Some flapped their wings, unleashing white wind blades. Others roared with thunderous claws, sending silver arcs of lightning slithering like serpents. Chapter 652. At this moment, Lin Mo beheld the scene before him, narrowing his eyes slightly, as his spiritual energy surged and accelerated, striving to channel greater power into the magnetic divine mountain in his grasp, thereby unleashing even more formidable might. However, at this critical juncture, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the heavens, followed by massive gray lightning bolts, thick as a bowl, descending fiercely onto the verdant giant net. This overwhelming force caused the net, transformed from the tiny azure light, to flicker erratically, appearing quite beleaguered. Observing this, Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings and soon discovered that the gray lightning was pouring forth from the banner position before Lu Shuo. Upon witnessing the final layer of restriction, she realized that the treasures wielded by Lin Mo and Shikuan alone could not easily breach it. Without hesitation, she activated her own artifact to bolster the battle. However, the spectacle of that cerulean peak is truly remarkable. Although the ethereal azure light it emanates cannot rival the combined might of the Yuan Magnetic Extreme Mountain and the gray lightning, it continuously emits strands of emerald silk, diligently mending the already damaged colossal net. Despite being at a disadvantage overall, this great net does not collapse immediately. Consequently, while Lin Mo and Lu Shuo hold the upper hand, they find themselves unable to breach the 11th prohibition forthwith. As time progresses, the previously unraveled constraints will gradually revert to their original form, thereby presenting them with an even greater predicament. Lin Mo and Lu Shuier are acutely aware of the stakes involved and thus exert all their efforts to activate their respective treasures. However, regardless of the ferocity of the gray waves of light or the lightning's relentless assault, the verdant colossal net, bolstered by the enduring support of the Tai Azure Mountain, maintains its astonishing resilience, always falling just short of utterly shattering the adversary's defenses. The expressions of Lin Mo and Lu Shuier gradually grow grave. Yet, at that moment, Shikuan suddenly takes action. The robust figure inhales deeply, causing his body to expand to several zhang in height. With a powerful clasp of his massive hands before his chest, he radiates a dazzling gray light. Subsequently, with a gentle wave of his arms, countless dense shadows of fists manifest before him, which, following a tremor, transform into a barrage of gray orbs hurtling towards the ground. These luminous spheres, coalesced from the Yuan magnetic divine light, upon entering the fray, become the final straw that overwhelms the emerald colossal net. Under the dual pressure of the Yuan magnetic extreme mountain and the gray lightning, the net, barely holding together, ultimately disintegrates into scattered spiritual light under the combined onslaught of the three forces of Yuan magnetism. Gray light, lightning, and luminous orbs surge in like a tide, cascading upon the azure peak and the scroll below. In an instant, the entire scroll erupts with a vibrant azure glow, followed by a series of muffled detonations, gradually shattering inch by inch, until it too vanishes in a flash of light. The first prohibition is declared to have collapsed. Below, in the void, as the scroll disappears, a vast aperture materializes, measuring over 10 zhang in diameter, mysteriously suspended in midair, its edges emanating a faint milky glow. Undoubtedly, this marks the location of a mysterious entrance. However, Lin Mo does not fixate on the aperture as Lu Shuier and Shikuan do. Instead, his gaze, sharpened with focus, shifts towards another object. It is the cerulean hill that still hovers above the entrance, despite being struck by the trio's combined force. Having lost the amplification of the scroll, the Tai Azure Mountain now measures merely a zhang in size, its azure light significantly dimmed, appearing as if it could collapse at any moment. Lin Mo's eyes narrow slightly, and he gently raises his arm, pointing towards the Yuan magnetic extreme mountain below. The once stalwart black peak quivers slightly before silently vanishing from sight in the distance. Immediately thereafter, the spatial fluctuations above the Azure Mountain intensified dramatically, revealing the colossal form of the Yuan magnetic peak. Following a flicker of light at its base, a torrent of gray radiance surged downward like a tempest, completely enveloping the Azure Mountain. The Tai Azure Mountain emitted a mournful wail, its surface shimmering with a vibrant azure hue as it endeavored to resist the formidable power of the Yuan magnetic divine light. However, having already sustained grievous injuries, how could this mountain withstand the full might of the Yuan magnetic peak, propelled by Lin Mo's relentless force? Within the gray radiance, a series of faint silver runes quietly emerged, swirling around the Azure Mountain momentarily before adhering to it like a relentless curse. After a resigned roar, the Tai Azure Mountain was ensnared by countless runes and drawn towards the base of the Yuan magnetic peak, ultimately vanishing in a flash of azure light. Swallowed into the mountain's core, a satisfied smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he waved his hand, causing the Yuan magnetic peak to emanate a dazzling gray light, rapidly shrinking to mere inches in size as it soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the black mountain vanished into Lin Mo's sleeve. The speed at which Lin Mo executed this series of treasure-collecting maneuvers was astonishing. By the time Lu Shuier and Shikuan regained their senses, the Tai Azure Mountain had firmly settled in his grasp, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances, their minds filled with questions. Given their extensive experience, it was evident to them the true origins of the Tai Azure Mountain. It was inconceivable that they had no desire for such a treasure. Yet, they had not anticipated Lin Mo's swiftness. He had unabashedly claimed the treasure almost instantaneously upon the dispelling of the barrier. The expressions of both individuals appeared rather peculiar. This treasure is immensely beneficial to me, and surely the treasures hidden below contain numerous rare items. I trust my esteemed friends would not mind my taking this treasure first. Lin Mo remarked with a smile, his gaze flitting between them. Since this treasure is of assistance to Brother Lin, please feel free to take it. My sister has no objections. Lu Shuier quickly regained her composure, presenting a radiant smile. though I am also quite intrigued by this item. Since Brother Lin has claimed it first, I shall defer, Shirkuan said, his expression shifting before he ultimately chuckled wryly. Then I extend my heartfelt thanks for your generous concession, Lin Mo replied with a respectful gesture, his face beaming with gratitude. This matter is but a trifling effort. Now that the barrier has been lifted, we should seize the opportunity to enter and search for treasures. If we can truly assist Master and Senior Duan in locating those items, we shall undoubtedly be rewarded handsomely upon our departure, Lu Shuier stated solemnly. Upon finishing her words, she retracted the gray banner into her being, transforming it into a streak of blue light that darted towards the opening below. Observing this scene, Shirkuan did not dare to relax for a moment, swiftly transforming into a brilliant yellow light to closely follow Lin Mo exhibited an air of confidence, raising his head to survey his surroundings with narrowed eyes. Upon confirming that no danger lurked nearby, he swiftly descended to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Shuier and Shirkuan had already utilized a fleeting escape technique to slip into the cavern ahead. As Lin Mo silently entered the vast, milky white aperture, a dazzling array of radiant light encircled him. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through him, and a shimmering azure glow enveloped him in a translucent shield. However, after a brief pause, the vibrant rays swiftly coalesced into a myriad of symbols, which began to whirl around Lin Mo, ultimately forming a small, colorful light formation. He found himself at the very heart of this luminous array. With a resonant hum, the formation unleashed a powerful wave of spatial energy. Observing this phenomenon, Lin Mo's expression relaxed, his hands resting naturally behind him, showing no intention of disrupting the array. Indeed, in the next moment, the formation erupted with a kaleidoscope of ethereal light. Lin Mo felt the scenery around him blur slightly, a fleeting dizziness washing over him before he vanished from the array. Soon after, Lin Mo's eyelids fluttered, gradually opening to reveal that he stood upon an unfamiliar high platform. The entire structure was constructed from massive blocks of blue stone, adorned with simple yet striking carvings that imparted a raw and rugged beauty. Beneath his feet lay a teleportation circle, merely 2 yards in diameter, while not far away. A sloping stone staircase led down from the platform. Briefly glancing at the teleportation array and the platform, he lifted his gaze to carefully scrutinize his surroundings. At that moment, he felt as though he had been transported to another realm. The sky was radiant with sunshine, unmarred by clouds, and resplendently blue. The ground around him flourished with an array of exotic flowers and plants, occasionally caressed by a gentle breeze that carried the rich fragrance of blossoms. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the towering hill nearby, rising hundreds of feet into the air. Though not particularly lofty, the hill spanned over 10 miles in width. Its unique contours breathtaking. The peak of the mountain appeared as if sculpted by a razor, presenting a sheer facade, and it radiated a delicate white hue. Atop it stood a magnificent palace, bathed in silvery light and wreathed in purple mist, nearly encompassing the summit of the hill. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened as he conducted a thorough examination of the palace before shifting his focus back to the grassy expanse below the staircase. There, Lu Shuier and Shirkuan stood motionless, seemingly engrossed in their observation of the purple palace atop the mountain. A subtle change crossed Lin Mo's features as he prepared to take flight from the high platform. However, just as his feet left the ground by a few feet, an unexpected force jolted through him, sending him crashing back to the earth. As his feet stepped into the array, a resounding thud reverberated, causing the entire stone platform to tremble. Lin Mo felt as though his body was weighed down with lead, an unbearable heaviness enveloping him. He attempted to raise his arm, waving it through the void, yet felt no unusual fluctuations of power. A look of astonishment spread across his face, but he soon recalled something, and his body emanated a layer of azure light, gradually lifting him into the air. However, just as his feet ascended mere inches above the ground, an immense pressure descended upon him without warning, causing his form to sway slightly. Nevertheless, Lin Mo swiftly regained his composure, though his countenance involuntarily shifted. He spoke little, relying on his formidable physical strength to continue his slow ascent into the heights. When his feet left the ground by more than 2 feet, his form trembled once more, the azure glow around him flickering violently. Despite the absence of a marked change in his expression, his brow furrowed tightly, and a flash of blue light sparkled in his eyes as he began to scrutinize his condition through the lens of his spiritual vision. he discovered that his body was enveloped by faint yellow rays of light, which had unexpectedly encircled him. Even his powerful protective spiritual light could not fend off the encroachment of these luminous strands. At this moment, Shirkuin, standing below the platform, turned to him with a resigned smile, saying, "Brother Lin, you must have realized it by now. The restrictions here differ from ordinary ones. With each foot ascended, the force of the restriction doubles. I can barely manage to fly to 7 or 8 feet. Beyond that, I cannot endure such pressure. Indeed, this restriction is quite domineering. If one hopes to ascend several zhang above, even those of the Holy Clan would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such immense force." Lin Emo spoke slowly. Then a flash of azure light enveloped him as he descended back to the ground. The yellow rays encircling him vanished inexplicably the moment his feet touched the earth again. With Shi Daoyou's formidable physical prowess, he can only barely reach 7 or 8 feet. For us ordinary upper clans, 3 or 4 feet is likely our limit. Lu Shuier remarked without turning her head, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the distant palace atop the mountain. Upon hearing the words of his companions, Lin Mo's expression grew grave. Yet after a brief contemplation, he chose not to say more. Instead, he stepped out of the array, descended the stone steps, and joined Shirkuin and Lu Shuier. "It seems the palace at the summit is indeed the place where treasures are stored. What are you two still hesitating for?" Lin Emo inquired with a tone of calm directness. "The presence of other restrictions here necessitates a more cautious approach." Lu Shuier finally turned her head, her gaze serious as she looked at Lin Emo. "The existence of further restrictions only serves to affirm that this place indeed harbors significant treasures. However, since these constraints are akin to a prohibition of flight, one would reasonably deduce that they should not pose significant risks." Lin Emo replied with a smile. Chapter 653. Brother Lin also comprehends that this is merely conjecture based on common sense. The master of this place is likely a celestial being from the true immortal realm. How could one possibly measure such a presence by ordinary standards? Lu Shuier could not help but let out a soft sigh in response. If the two fellow cultivators are too fearful to take risks, merely observing without action, they shall undoubtedly fail to acquire any treasures. Then why would you all go to such lengths, risking everything to come here? Lin Mo's gaze flickered as he spoke with unrelenting candor. Brother Lin's words carry profound truth. There are still members of the Jiao Qi tribe lurking nearby. We cannot linger here for too long. Shirkuin seemed oblivious to any potential danger, instead expressing agreement with Lin Mo's perspective. "Since both fellow cultivators have consented, I shall raise no objections. Let us set forth." Lu Shuier's expression shifted, but she ultimately gritted her teeth in determination and nodded in assent. Upon hearing that Lu Shuier no longer opposed, Shirkuin let out a hearty laugh, suddenly waving his sleeve, from which a dark object shot forth. However, as soon as it left the sleeve, it fell heavily to the ground. It turned out to be a giant black wolf-shaped iron puppet. The constraints of this place can actually affect magical artifacts. Lu Shuier exclaimed softly, her face clouded with concern. In such a case, if an unexpected situation arose, she would have no choice but to rely on her own magical power and secret arts to cope. Lin Mo's expression changed slightly at this sight, his vigilance intensifying. Shirkuin, on the other hand, laughed boisterously and suddenly took a bold step forward, leading the way toward the mountain peak. Compared to ordinary cultivators, his physical strength became a formidable weapon in the absence of magical implements, granting him a significant advantage. Lin Mo smiled quietly and followed closely behind. Lu Shuier's gaze shifted, and she too stealthily kept pace with them. Ahead, the mountain peak was crowned with a nearly vertical path that led straight to the summit. This path was entirely composed of white stone steps, each about a yard wide, resembling a great white python coiled upon the mountain, evoking a sense of awe. Although Lin Mo and the others could not soar through the air, their formidable physical prowess rendered them unafraid of the treacherous ascent. One by one, the three stepped onto the stone steps, making their way toward the summit. However, as the leading Shirkuin set foot on the first step, his expression suddenly shifted. In truth, his steps did not falter. He continued to ascend resolutely, albeit at a markedly slower pace than at the outset. Lin Mo, observing this scene from behind, felt a pang of curiosity arise within him. Yet, the moment his own feet touched the white stone steps, he instantly came to a startling realization. An invisible force seemed to arise from the steps, making his legs feel as if they were burdened with an immense weight, rendering movement arduous. Even more astonishing, after taking a few steps forward, he quickly discovered that the attraction from the steps intensified incrementally. Although this growth is exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible between the several stone steps, one can only imagine the daunting reality of over 10,000 steps stretching from the foot of the mountain to its summit. Fortunately, as one remains still, the immense gravitational pull from above gradually diminishes, and with a period of patience, it can even dissipate entirely. Lin Mo felt a sense of astonishment within, yet he chose not to dwell excessively on the situation. With the extraordinary physical prowess he attained through the cultivation of the transcendent magic of the Brahmin sage, he would likely be unmatched even among the ordinary members of the sacred clan. Despite the peculiar nature of these stone steps, he was confident that he could ascend to the peak unaided. Whether Sher Kuan possessed similar capabilities would depend on whether he had intentionally concealed part of his strength. As for the female practitioner, Lu Shui, lacking any special means, she would undoubtedly be unable to reach the palace in one breath, relying solely on her physical might. Contemplating this, Lin Mo continued his ascent, climbing over 10 more steps before glancing back at Lu Shui. She stood motionless on the first step, seemingly pondering a matter. Yet the flicker in her eyes unmistakably betrayed her intense anger. Clearly, she had become aware of the peril she faced, her heart brimming with shock and fury. Although none of the three had voiced it, it was evident that the first to reach the palace would seize the opportunity to acquire treasures. Lu Shui was acutely aware that her chances of success were minuscule compared to those of Sher Kuan and Lin Mo. Nevertheless, even in such a predicament, she was not devoid of strategy. After a brief moment of reflection, she flipped her palm, revealing several vividly colored talismans between her fingertips. One glimmered in yellow, another radiated with silver light, and the last one was a striking red. With 3 soft pops, these talismans swiftly adhered to her delicate form, emitting 3 distinct hues of light that rapidly integrated into her being. Following this, the yellow, silver, and red spiritual essence enveloped Lu Shui, unleashing an awe-inspiring pressure. These 3 talismans represented different types of auxiliary charms, each capable of simultaneously enhancing the user's physical strength from various angles, such as power and meridians. Empowered by these 3 methods, the woman no longer hesitated and resolutely embarked on the path to the mountain's peak. Lin Mo observed this scene without revealing any outward signs of surprise. Although these auxiliary talismans possessed numerous wondrous uses, to practitioners of their caliber, they were rather ineffective. Ordinary cultivators who primarily focused on mana would naturally find little interest in talismans that enhanced physical strength, as such items were nearly useless in routine combat. For practitioners devoted to the cultivation of the physical body, such auxiliary talismans, akin to the indestructible symbols, are, in comparison to their own formidable corporeal strength, virtually superfluous. After all, those who refine their bodies have already fully tapped into their latent physical potential. Even the most advanced auxiliary talismans cannot invoke the miraculous enhancement of their physical strength by several-fold in a single instance. Even the exceedingly rare high-grade auxiliary talismans can, at most, only provide a modest increase of 10 to 20%, which, while significant, is still considered a remarkable boon. Thus, regardless of how many auxiliary talismans practitioners affix upon themselves, the resultant enhancement pales in comparison to the inherent might of a body refined through rigorous training. Lin Mo, well-versed in the art of talismans, comprehends this reality with utmost clarity and therefore remains unconcerned, leisurely ascending the stone steps one at a time. The 3 cultivators, in this state of harmonious synergy, maintain an appropriately measured distance as they steadily ascend towards the summit. Upon initially embarking on this ascent, the prohibitive forces emanating from the stone steps intensified and multiplied, compelling them to moderate their pace or momentarily pause to alleviate the overwhelming gravitational pull. However, Lu Shui and Sher Kunming, without a trace of hesitation, resolutely pressed onward. Within mere moments, they successfully traversed 1/3 of the mountainous path. Yet, at this juncture, the circumstances of Lin Mo, Sher Kuan, and the cloaked woman diverged sharply. At the forefront, Sher Kuan's legs remained sturdy and powerful, resolutely advancing. However, a subtle rise and fall began to manifest in his chest, and beads of perspiration gradually formed on his forehead. In the middle of the group, Lin Mo's skin transitioned to a pale golden hue, yet his expression remained unruffled, betraying no sign of fatigue. As for the cloaked woman at the rear, Though her visage was thoroughly concealed, her steps had evidently slowed, each movement causing her body to tremble slightly, the tricolor aura surrounding her flickering ominously, as if it might vanish at any moment. Clearly, despite her protective talismans, she struggled to endure the immense pressure for an extended duration. Lu Shuai'er perceived this situation with acute clarity, her eyes revealing boundless helplessness and anxiety. After climbing approximately 200 to 300 steps, she suddenly let out a soft sigh. Halting her ascent, Lin Mo did not turn back, yet his consciousness had already sensed the unfolding events. A slight shift in his expression betrayed his awareness, though his pace remained unbroken. Shortly thereafter, Shirkuan and Lin Mo continued onward, ascending roughly 1,000 more steps, until they finally reached the central point of the entire mountain path. Shirkuan's face was drenched in sweat. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him, and the yellow light surrounding him flickered incessantly, his demeanor no longer exhibiting any semblance of ease. This stalwart member of the Stone Cocoon tribe remained ever vigilant, keeping his consciousness attuned to Lin Mo's presence behind him. At this moment, Lin Mo, apart from the intensified golden radiance surrounding him, exhibited no distinguishable change in his complexion or demeanor compared to when he first commenced the ascent, as if he were entirely unaffected by the constraints beneath his feet. Could it be that this individual is also a formidable body-refining cultivator, with a physical fortitude surpassing even my own? A sense of astonishment enveloped Shirkuan's mind. At the rear of the group, Lu Shuai'er, after a brief respite and the consumption of restorative elixirs, resumed her journey. The thoughts within the warrior's mind surged tumultuously. He felt his legs growing increasingly heavy, as if weighed down by the immense pressure akin to that of Mount Tai. Simultaneously, a faint crackling sound emanated from his bones, a testament to the tremendous burden his body was enduring. As Shirkuan's pace significantly diminished, Lin Mo, however, maintained a steady rhythm, ultimately catching up with the warrior within the brief span of a tea ceremony, walking side by side with him. Lin Mo turned to glance at the sweat-drenched Shirkuan, offering a subtle smile before effortlessly accelerating past him. In seemingly effortless strides, the distance between him and the warrior widened considerably. At that moment, the man known as Shirkuan clenched his jaw tightly, his body halting abruptly, hands like iron grasping firmly at his side. His gaze fixed intently upon the figure of Lin Mo ahead. His eyes were cold and profound, as if his heart were embroiled in a fierce struggle and turmoil. In mere moments, Lin Mo had already distanced himself from numerous pursuers, his steps unwavering and vigorous, devoid of any sign of fatigue. This caused Shirkuan's complexion to gradually pale, and he lifted his gaze towards the violet palace atop the mountain, simultaneously sensing Lu Shuai'er, who was racing towards them from the foot of the mountain. His eyelids fluttered slightly, and he retrieved a small, blood-red vial from his robe. The vial, crystalline and translucent, emanated a blood-red hue, adorned with several miniature talismans no longer than an inch, exuding an air of mystery. Without hesitation, Shirkuan gently blew upon the object in his hand, and immediately, a beam of yellow light erupted from the vial's mouth, causing the talismans to detach and flutter away. Soon after, accompanied by several muffled sounds, the talismans transformed into wisps of spiritual flame, vanishing into the air. Upon the removal of the talismans, the vial's cap flew off, and a surge of blood-colored flame shot forth from within, faintly enveloping a blood-red pill. Shirkuan was well prepared for this moment. With a powerful inhale, a formidable force of attraction manifested, drawing the pill into his mouth, where it slid down his throat into his abdomen. The pill almost instantaneously dissolved, transforming into a wave of searing energy that surged towards his dantian and throughout his meridians. Despite Lin Mo's rapid advance ahead, he keenly sensed Shirkuan's actions, his heart jolting in response. Not long after the warrior consumed the pill, an unusual blood-red hue immediately appeared upon his face. Suddenly, his originally pallid skin transformed into a vibrant hue, radiating an unusual warmth, while the ethereal glow surrounding him shifted instantaneously from a yellow to a bizarre blend of red and yellow. Following this, Shirkuan emitted a low growl, and prominent veins erupted upon his forehead, his neck swelling substantially, and his body rapidly expanding until he morphed into a towering giant, standing at an imposing height of 4 to 5 zhang. Without hesitation, the transformed Shirkuan took a step forward, and with a resounding crash, he leapt over 2 steps in a single bound. In this manner, Shirkuin's speed surpassed that of before as he strode purposefully in pursuit of Lin Mo. In light of this development, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Clearly, Shirkuin had employed a secret technique that incurred a significant toll on his own vital energy. Otherwise, if he possessed such formidable powers, he would have utilized them from the outset, rather than waiting until now. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lin Mo understood that he could no longer afford to lower his guard. Thus, he inhaled deeply and formed a hand seal. The golden light surrounding him blazed with renewed brilliance, and soon, golden scales began to unfurl upon the surface of his skin. Finally, Lin Mo raised one hand once more, gently touching the back of his head. With a soft sound, a dazzling golden radiance erupted from his back, soaring skyward, and then coalescing into a golden phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms. As soon as this golden apparition materialized, it began to shimmer with light and lunged towards the corporeal form of Lin Mo.